Her 1993 Spanish-language album, Mi Tierra, or My Homeland, pays tribute to Cuba, where she was born before her family fled to Miami in 1959 during the Cuban Revolution.
And the Grammy goes... Mi Tierra, Gloria.
Yes, Gloria.
The album winning Estefan her first 3 Grammys. Her mainstream success would continue to skyrocket through the 90s, co-writing the official theme song of the 1996 Summer Olympics with Diane Warren. Bringing salsa to the Super Bowl halftime show in 1999. Across 4 decades, she sold over 100 million records worldwide, making her one of the best-selling female artists of all time. In 2015, her beats brought her to the White House when she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Even the Obamas couldn't help feeling the rhythm. With a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, a Kennedy Center honor, her very own Barbie doll, Estefan's incredible impact immortalized in a Broadway show named none other than Get On Your Feet. And Estefan's still at it, recently releasing a Christmas album with her daughter Emily and grandson Sasha, even appearing in the reboot of Father of the Bride.
Do you still want this marriage to work or not? I'm here.
No.
The queen of Latin pop clearly not done yet. Marissa Parra, NBC News.
Well done. On our feet for her. This is Early Today. Deadly storms rip across the South, leaving destruction in their wake, and the system isn't done yet. We'll let you know where the severe weather is heading this weekend.
A call from Beijing raises already heightened international tensions as the Secretary of State gets ready for his first diplomatic trip to China.
President Volodymyr Zelensky sits down for an exclusive interview with NBC News, why he says Ukraine's actions could decide the war.
The Denver Nuggets aren't the only ones earning some championship jewels this week. We'll take a closer look at the Chiefs' Super Bowl bling.
And we're cooking up a Father's Day feast, the easy meal you can whip up while Dad gets to be king for a day. It's Friday, June 16th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. We begin with breaking news overnight in Perryton, Texas. At least 3 people are dead after a tornado tore through the Panhandle City Thursday evening. A trailer park in the area took a direct hit. Dozens have been hurt, and according to a hospital spokesperson, the injuries range from cuts and bruises to several people in critical condition. 2 people are also missing. Texas Governor Greg Abbott said he directed the Texas Division of Emergency Management to send help, and 2 Texas urban search and rescue crews were dispatched. Homes and buildings have been destroyed, and 1 resident drove through some of the destruction. Power lines.
Total devastation.
Perryton's mayor says there is still no electricity and gas is shut off, but temporary generators are providing water. According to the National Weather Service in Amarillo, damage surveys will be conducted to determine the strength of the tornado and its EF rating.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken travels to China today. Against a backdrop of geopolitical tensions, he'll meet with senior Chinese officials in an effort to improve relations between the 2 powers. Let's bring in Bree Jackson, who is following this story for us from Washington, D.C. Bree, good morning. What's the likelihood for progress at this meeting?
Good morning, Philip. Well, the U.S. is trying to manage expectations ahead of Blinken's arrival in Beijing on Sunday, with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan saying that the Biden administration does not expect a breakthrough in Chinese-American relations during the 2 days of meetings. Sullivan told reporters at a briefing in Tokyo that Blinken would explain American policies to Chinese officials and otherwise pursue, quote, vigorous diplomacy to manage tensions. The top Biden official actually pointed to an upcoming visit to D.C. by Indian Prime Minister Modi as a far more significant diplomatic event. But this is still a significant visit. In fact, it's Blinken's first visit to China as Secretary of State. As you may recall, he was supposed to visit earlier this year, but that trip was postponed after the Chinese spy balloon affair. Philip?
We do remember that. So, Bree, what are the Chinese saying about his visit?
So the Chinese have, in fact, already admonished Blinken in a phone call on Wednesday. According to a readout of the call provided by the Chinese, Foreign Minister Qin Gang told his American counterpart that the U.S. should, quote, respect and stop interfering in China's internal affairs and stop harming China's sovereignty, security, and development issues in the name of competition. An obvious area of concern for both countries is Taiwan. China claims the island as its own territory, but President Joe Biden has said that the U.S. would protect Taiwan militarily were China to invade, raising the specter of a full-blown war. Now, other issues include a recently revealed Chinese spy base in Cuba and the continuing close relationship between Chinese Prime Minister Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Philip?
Those are some major issues that affect the rest of the world as well. All right, Bree, thank you.
A federal grand jury has indicted the Air National Guardsman accused of leaking classified documents. Jack Teixeira is facing 6 counts related to sharing classified information. He was arrested 2 months ago after authorities say he posted the sensitive documents in a social media chat room. The Attorney General said the leak could have caused grave damage to national security. A lawyer for Teixeira declined to comment.
The Manhattan District Attorney has confirmed the indictment of Marine veteran Daniel Penny. Penny will be arraigned on June 28th in the death of Jordan Neely, who he put in a chokehold on a subway train. Neely was a 30-year-old street performer, and his family says he had a history of mental illness. His death has been ruled a homicide by a medical examiner. A New York City grand jury indicted Penny on second-degree manslaughter. Penny has said that Neely was threatening passengers on the train, so he acted to protect himself and others.
Donald Trump has one less legal fight to worry about. The district attorney in Westchester County, New York, has closed an investigation into the Trump National Golf Club. The DA, who is a Democrat, was looking into whether Trump or his company misled authorities in order to shrink their tax bill. No charges were filed. The former president reacted by saying this was, quote, the honorable thing to do, and that I did nothing wrong. But where and when do I get my reputation back?
Now to an NBC News exclusive, a one-on-one sit-down with Volodymyr Zelensky. Our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, met with the Ukrainian president in Kyiv to talk about the ongoing counteroffensive and Zelensky's concern that the Russians might sabotage the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Here's Richard's report.
Ukraine is in a full-scale fight to take back Russian-occupied land.
Hi, Richard. Good to see you again. How are you?
A pivotal moment for our interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the presidential compound in Kyiv.
This must be a very critical time for you.
Critical and very busy.
For over a year, Ukraine has been fighting successfully to defend itself. Now, going on the offensive to break through Russian front lines is proving to be challenging.
And we are now in the early days of this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going?
I cannot give you all the details. There are both defensive and offensive actions. Things look not bad. I would say it's generally positive, but it's difficult. Our heroic people, our troops, who are now at the front of the front line, are facing very tough resistance. And you understand why. Because for Russia to lose this campaign to Ukraine, I would say, actually means losing the war.
President Zelensky also had a dire warning. He blamed Russia for blowing up a dam, which Russia denies, flooding dozens of villages, and tells us the next Russian target is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant.
Russia does want to blow up the station.
Why would they want to do that?
Because, like with the dam, they are not interested in Ukraine's security. They always need instability here and want the world to pressure Ukraine to stop the conflict.
He says Russia is getting desperate as more Western military aid is coming. the U.S. and other allies agreed to train Ukrainian pilots to operate F-16s. But it's still unclear when they'll arrive and how many.
You've been talking about planes since day one. I remember seeing you the very early days of the war in this building, in the basement. Now they're somewhere in the pipeline. What has been the effect of having weapons rolled out like this, given slice by slice over time?
It's prolonged the war. If we are supplied with the machinery that is currently held by our partners, we will win faster.
We also asked about comments from former President Trump and Governor DeSantis questioning American support for Ukraine. President Zelensky invited both to come here and said, unless Vladimir Putin is stopped in this country, there'll be a wider war with NATO.
All right, Richard, thank you.
In Manitoba, Canada, at least 15 people are dead after a fiery highway crash between a semi-truck and a bus. Police say the bus was traveling on Highway 5, 130 miles west of the provincial capital, Winnipeg, when it was struck by the semi. Investigators are working to establish who had the right-of-way and whether a crime was committed. Police say both drivers survived. Witnesses described a scene of horror with rescue workers trying to pull passengers out of a bus engulfed in flames. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau offered his condolences.
We got more storms on the way this weekend. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here tracking those continued severe weather threats. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we've been watching these storms all week long, watching them now, going to watch them as we go throughout this Friday and also Saturday and Sunday. So a quick glance at radar showing us that we're really active this morning. We have severe thunderstorm watches, severe thunderstorm warnings, even tornado warnings in portions of the Big Bend of Florida. That would be Taylor County. So some really strong storms this morning. We're looking at hail, some gusty winds. And we're going to see that as we go throughout this Friday. We have this parked frontal boundary that's parked over the area. It's stalled, practically stalled, bringing the chance for some really heavy rain and also these strong storms. That's today. Also watching another front in portions of the mid-Atlantic where we're going to see storms develop later on this afternoon. 9 million Americans at risk for damaging hail up to an inch or larger, and also winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. The chance for tornadoes are low, but it's not zero, so we're going to be watching that too. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, summer-like in the mid-Atlantic. That could prompt some storms later on this afternoon. Temperatures in the 80s and then sweltering in the south. We're looking at triple digits. You factor in the humidity. It'll feel like 110 to 120 in spots. 21 in Houston. All right, the storms continue. The heat continues in the south, and it's the weekend, so we're going to look at that forecast in just a bit.
Okay, very important forecast. A lot of outdoor activities for the dads. And here at Early Today, we are wishing you and yours a happy early Father's Day, from our very own Philip Mena here to our producers, Philip and Sarah, and our producers and more. We are celebrating the dads who balance fatherhood and wake up extra early to make this show happen and make everything at home happen. So to all the dads and father figures out there, we are so grateful for all that you do.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We are back with baseball's best team swinging for history. The A's were keeping up with MLB leading Rays until Luke Raley sent that ball deep into right field. The go-ahead homer put Tampa up for good. The Rays shut down the Athletics 4-3. They are the first team in baseball to reach 50 wins this year, and it only took them 72 games to get there. And no, we haven't even hit the All-Star break yet, but the Rays are on pace for 112 wins this season. That would put them just behind the 1998 Yankees for the fourth most wins in a season in MLB history. From the diamond to the links, and Ricky Fowler made history in round one of the U.S. Open. Fowler shot an 8-under 62, which is the lowest round of golf in U.S. Open history, and he held that record alone for just a few minutes. That is because Xander Schauffele also finished his day at 8 under par. The two record breakers start round two this afternoon in Los Angeles. And the Kansas City Chiefs are showing off their Super Bowl 57 rings. Look at those. The bling features 613 diamonds, including 16 baguette diamonds to represent the 16 players who scored a touchdown last season.
Okay, we are getting into the Father's Day spirit early. When we return, Aaron McCargo Jr. and I whip up a meal that'll have any dad feeling like king for a day.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
So Father's Day is Sunday, but here on Early Today, we are already celebrating. And Philip, what better way to honor you and other dads out there and the king of the castle than with a home-cooked meal? So while you were gone for a couple of days here, I was able to meet up with celebrity chef Aaron McCargo Jr., and we whipped up a dish fit for a king.
Nice.
All you dads getting ready for your hot grill summer, and joining us now is Chef Aaron McCargo Jr. And before the dads hit the grills, because all that's going on now, we're going to make sure to take care of dads before we get started, and you got just the thing.
You see what I'm doing this? It's time to eat, right?
Let's go.
Cheesesteak quiche, very simple recipe, very affordable. It's something to get the kids in the kitchen to do with you. So in this bowl, I sweated me some onions to bring out the sweetness, and I got me some chopped sirloin or cheesesteak meat. You can get chip steak, whatever type of steak meat you're into. And in this bowl right here, I have the sauce. So what I wanted to do is bring something that has a lot of bold flavors. It has the garlic, it has the spice, it has also those flavors. Let me stir this up so you can get a little taste of that.
Yeah, we got to get right in and all of that. I mean, just bread, pasta, rice.
Everything.
Everything you cook with this sauce right there.
Yes, yes.
There's so much. Like explosion in my mouth right there.
Isn't it? Oh, man. So I like to stir that up to wake up that steak meat and those onions. Ooh. Now I got two. Ooh, you sound like, woo!
That's that kind of meal this is going to be. And it's a great hybrid, too, right?
Absolutely. Because
cheesesteak?
Lunch, breakfast, brunch. I got me some mozz. I have me a little bit of Cooper Sharp. So we have that Jersey Philly flair in there. And I like to get a nice stir on this. Just like this. You mind stirring this for me real quick? And then I'll go ahead because I got a nice little hack. I like to take my eggs because I used to have my kids in the kitchen a lot with me when they were younger. And I'm going to drop in some parsley for some color right there.
Even when they're older, never mind when the kids are younger. Put them to work.
Yeah. Oh, man.
They're full,
absolutely.
Right?
Free hands. So I got my eggs here, and I'm just going to give them a little shake. I got the lid on this quart container. And now I'm going to add my heavy cream. Like, you want to get the fluffiest of your quiche. You want to beat it as much as you can, or whisk it, or whichever way. But I found doing it in one of these quart-sized containers that you can find in your deli very feasible and easy to do, and having the kids not spill or whisk everywhere.
Less cleanup, too, without the bowl, without the whisk.
Absolutely. And you could just drop this in this shell. I didn't par-bake that shell because I believe sitting it on the bottom rack gave me great results at 350 degrees for 45 to 50 minutes based on your oven. And you see how full that is, like a nice full cheesesteak sandwich, but in a pie crust. Oh, you're like me. I get everything.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing is left behind. No.
This is way too good.
And then I just go ahead and pour that sexy egg batter. And I forgot to add a little bit of it. Is kind of sexy, you know, for the dads out there that's rocking out the sexy.
Because it is a hot grill summer for them, too. Right. Get the sexy egg batter in there, too.
Look at this. Super easy, like I said before, mid to bottom rack. I like to have it on a sheet tray just in case it spills over, like I'm going to probably do right about now. You just let this go. And I forgot one thing, the spice. So I like to hit a little bit of the flavor of your eggs as well. Yeah. And while I'm flavoring this, about to put this in the oven.
This is what it looks like.
This is what we have, and that's what you're going to taste.
And this is what I'm going to try right now. Because, again, pre-breakfast can be a spoiled dad all day long. Well, this is an amazing hybrid. I would put this between some bread, too.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, what?
And some of that
bread. Yeah.
This is so great. Chef Aaron McCargo Jr.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Dad's Day, every day. We got it hooked up right here.
We got it taken care of.
Thank you so much. Enjoy. Happy Father's Day.
Wow. My stomach is growling. I love it.
I was going to say, your mouth's got to be watery, too.
Hot grill summer. We'll be right back.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back on this Friday, looking ahead towards the weekend. We were looking at severe weather once again in parts of the Central Plains into the Gulf Coast states. Could see some heavy rain once again, and that heat wave continues in parts of Texas, Louisiana. We're going to see temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits. You factor in that humidity, it will feel like 110 to 120. And then the U.S. Open in Los Angeles, we're looking at really nice weather, mostly sunny skies, temperatures in the 70s, really light winds. That's nice. And then we're looking at severe weather in the Mississippi Valley on Sunday.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
One man is changing Chicago's inner city for the better, one seed at a time. Southside Blooms, founded by Killen Blackwell, is turning vacant lots into flower farms. Shaquille Brewster has more on the growing business.
Across Chicago's thorniest neighborhoods, change is blossoming from the ground up.
It's really about trying to establish the floral industry as a new anchor industry in urban America.
Vacant lots, now fully sustainable flower farms, converted by the nonprofit Keelan Blackwell and his wife Hannah founded in 2014.
We have our double white tulips. We have some of our peach single tulips.
Flowers that not only beautify, but empower. The tulips that grow on this flower farm are sorted and arranged here at Southside Blooms, creating jobs for young people in this community.
We bake bouquets, centerpieces.
Youth learning floristry, customer service, and flower farming.
Never in a million years would see myself working with flowers because, you know, this was my first time ever being in a flower shop, like being around so many flowers.
Planting seeds through exposure.
Why did you have that skepticism when you first heard about this job?
Oh, because I was like, planting flowers. Like, man, I don't plant no flowers. I'm a guy.
Exposure growing into impact.
It taught me patience, like how to control my anger, how to, like, you know, this is how you run a business. Like, teaching me.
Being out here did that?
Yeah. It was like telling me, like, teaching me, like, you got to actually put in hard work to see yourself prosper.
An impact ripe for delivery.
Definitely want to be able to replicate this and take it to every major inner city across the United States.
Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Chicago.
A lot of kids can see the soothing power of flour and the beauty that it brightens people's days.
Sure, patience, hard work, entrepreneurship. I mean, those seeds they're planting, it's going to bear more than just fruit. You can tell on flowers. All right, a New Hampshire glass company had a surprise visit from a four-legged guest with an appetite. A hungry black bear, look at that thing, hopped into the work truck right through the window at the American Plate Glass Company in Sunapee, and it began eating a worker's snack. It was a bag of nuts there. A worker was able to finally climb on top of the roof of the truck, make some noise, and avert the bear's attention from the food. He finally jumped out. We were happy to report none of the workers were harmed, but what a scene.
And that bear looked like it's just hanging right there with that
shotgun,
arm out the window, shotgun, in control, living its best life right there. That's so fun.
Yeah, that is. The lesson there is always protect your nuts. There you go.
Coming from Philip Mena. Not necessarily from you.
Yeah, it goes into the Father's Day theme.
There we go. Enjoy. And enjoy your nuts. A deadly tornado tears through the Texas Panhandle. We have the latest on the storm's destructive path and where that severe weather is heading next.
The service member at the center of a classified information scandal will get his day in court. New charges handed down to the Air National Guardsman accused of leaking documents in a chat room.
President Biden says you and surprise fees are never, ever, ever getting back together. Inside Ticketmaster's commitment to disclosing full pricing before checkout.
Words get in the way of Gloria Estefan's impact on music. We'll look back on the Hall of Fame songwriter's lasting legacy.
And just before Father's Day, see how to make the drink that'll have Dad feeling like a king for a day. It's Friday, June 16th. Early today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with breaking news overnight in Perryton, Texas. At least 3 people are dead after a tornado tore through the Panhandle City Thursday evening. A trailer park in the area took a direct hit. Dozens have been hurt, and according to a hospital spokesperson, the injuries range from cuts and bruises to several people in critical condition. 2 people are also missing. Texas Governor Greg Abbott said he directed the Texas Division of Emergency Management to send help. And 2 Texas urban search and rescue groups were dispatched. Homes and buildings have been destroyed, and 1 resident drove through some of the destruction.
Power lines. Total devastation.
Perryton's mayor says there is still no electricity and gas is shut off, but temporary generators are providing water. According to the National Weather Service in Amarillo, damage surveys will be conducted to determine the strength of the tornado and its EF rating.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken travels to China today. Against a backdrop of geopolitical tensions, he will meet with senior Chinese officials in an effort to improve relations between the 2 powers. Let's bring in Bree Jackson, who is following this story for us from Washington, D.C. Bree, good morning. So what's the likelihood that we will actually see some progress at this meeting?
Good morning, Philip. So the U.S. is trying to manage expectations ahead of Blinken's arrival in Beijing on Sunday, with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan saying that the Biden administration does not expect a breakthrough in Chinese-American relations during the 2 days of meetings. Sullivan told reporters at a briefing in Tokyo that Blinken would explain American policies to Chinese officials and otherwise pursue, quote, vigorous diplomacy to manage tensions. The top Biden official actually pointed to an upcoming visit to D.C. by Indian Prime Minister Modi as a far more significant diplomatic event. But this is still a significant visit. In fact, it's Blinken's first to China as Secretary of State. And as you may recall, he was supposed to visit earlier this year, but that trip was postponed after the Chinese spy balloon affair. Philip?
Bree, so what are the Chinese saying about the Secretary of State's visit?
So, Philip, the Chinese have, in fact, already admonished Blinken in a phone call on Wednesday. According to a readout of the call provided by the Chinese, Foreign Minister Qin Gang had told his American counterpart that the U.S. should, quote, respect and stop interfering in China's internal affairs and stop harming China's sovereignty, security, and development interests in the name of competition. Now, an obvious area of concern for both countries is Taiwan. China claims the island as its own territory, but President Joe Biden has said that the U.S. would protect Taiwan militarily were China to invade, raising the specter of a full-blown war. Now, other issues include a recently revealed Chinese spy base in Cuba and the continuing close relationship between Chinese Prime Minister Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Philip?
A lot to work out between the two most powerful countries in the world. All right, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
A federal grand jury has indicted the Air National Guardsman accused of leaking classified documents. Jack Teixeira is facing 6 counts related to sharing classified information. He was arrested 2 months ago after authorities say he posted the sensitive documents in a social media chat room. The Attorney General said the leak could have caused grave damage to national security. A lawyer for Teixeira declined to comment.
The Manhattan District Attorney has confirmed the indictment of Marine veteran Daniel Penny. Penny will be arraigned on June 28th in the death of Jordan Neely, who he put in a chokehold on a subway train. Neely was a 30-year-old street performer, and his family says he had a history of mental illness. His death has been ruled a homicide by a medical examiner. A New York City grand jury indicted Penny on second-degree manslaughter. Penny has said that Neely was threatening passengers on that train, so he acted to protect himself and others.
Donald Trump has one less legal fight to worry about. The district attorney in Westchester County, New York, has closed an investigation into the Trump National Golf Club. The DA, who is a Democrat, was looking into whether Trump or his company misled authorities in order to shrink their tax bill. No charges were filed. The former president reacted by saying this was, quote, the honorable thing to do, and that I did nothing wrong, but where and when do I get my reputation back?
Now to an NBC News exclusive, a one-on-one sit-down with Volodymyr Zelensky. Our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, met with the Ukrainian president in Kyiv for a wide-ranging interview that touched on the ongoing counteroffensive and Zelensky's concern that the Russians might sabotage the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Here's Richard's report.
Ukraine is in a full-scale fight to take back Russian-occupied land.
Hi, Richard. Good to see you again. How are you?
A pivotal moment for our interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the presidential compound in Kyiv.
This must be a very critical time for you. Critical and very busy.
For over a year, Ukraine has been fighting successfully to defend itself. Now, going on the offensive to break through Russian front lines is proving to be challenging.
And we are now in the early days of this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going?
I cannot give you all the details. There are both defensive and offensive actions. Things look not bad. I would say it's generally positive, but it's difficult. Our heroic people, our troops, who are now at the front of the front line, are facing very tough resistance. And you understand why. Because for Russia to lose this campaign to Ukraine I would say actually means losing the war.
President Zelensky also had a dire warning. He blamed Russia for blowing up a dam, which Russia denies, flooding dozens of villages, and tells us the next Russian target is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant.
Russia does want to blow up the station.
Why would they want to do that?
Because, like with the dam, they are not interested in Ukraine's security. They always need instability here and want the world to pressure Ukraine to stop the conflict.
He says Russia is getting desperate as more Western military aid is coming. The U.S. and other allies agreed to train Ukrainian pilots to operate F-16s, but it's still unclear when they'll arrive and how many.
You've been talking about planes since day one. I remember seeing you the very early days of the war in this building, in the basement. Now they're somewhere in the pipeline. What has been the effect of having weapons rolled out like this, given slice by slice over time?
It's prolonged the war. If we are supplied with the machinery that is currently held by our partners, we will win faster.
We also asked about comments from former President Trump and Governor DeSantis questioning American support for Ukraine. President Zelensky invited both to come here and said, unless Vladimir Putin is stopped in this country, there'll be a wider war with NATO.
All right, Richard, thank you.
In Manitoba, Canada, at least 15 people are dead after a fiery highway crash between a semi-truck and a bus. Police say the bus was traveling on Highway 5, 130 miles west of the provincial capital, Winnipeg, when it was struck by the semi. Investigators are working to establish who had the right of way or whether a crime was committed. Weather and road conditions were clear when the accident happened, and police say both drivers survived. Witnesses describe a scene of horror, with rescue workers trying to pull passengers out of a bus engulfed in flames. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau offered his condolences.
Severe weather is still impacting large parts of this country. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here tracking more storms in the forecast. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Great to see you. Yeah, it's been a really busy week weather-wise. It remains busy even this morning. We're looking at storms stretching from Texas all the way to Louisiana, the Gulf Coast states. We have severe thunderstorm watches, severe thunderstorm warnings, even tornado warnings in the Big Bend of Florida. And that's going to be the case as we go throughout this Friday. We're looking at the potential for more severe weather. 9 million Americans at risk for severe weather today. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, some hail, large hail. Yesterday, we had hail once again, 5 inches in portions of Texas. We had some in Mississippi the day before. We're not expecting hail quite that large, but still large hail. Also expecting the chance for an isolated tornado, and that's going to be the story throughout this Friday. Saturday, we're looking at 6 million at risk, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail once again. A few tornadoes are possible. That includes Dodge City, Oklahoma City, and also Joplin. Concerned about flash flooding. We're seeing flash flooding this morning in Pensacola, and we could see that as we go throughout the day here. Where you see the blue here, that's where we're looking at the chance for some flash flooding. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, feeling summer-like in the mid-Atlantic. We have some warmth in place and also the chance for some storms later on. Really warm in the south. We're looking at triple digits once again. You factor in the humidity, it will feel like 110 to 120 in some spots. All right, guys, we're going to continue to track those storms. Also tracking a heat wave in the south. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. A big weekend celebrating dads. And here at Early Today, we're wishing you and yours a happy early Father's Day from our very own Philip Mena. To our producers, directors, and more, we are celebrating the dads who balance fatherhood and waking up way early with this crazy schedule to make this show happen and bring it to you every day. So, to all the dads and father figures out there, we are so grateful for all you do. Hope you enjoy and celebrate this weekend.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
West Coast Port Management and the International Longshore and Warehouse Union have reached a tentative deal on a new 6-year contract. Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su helped broker the agreement. This comes after weeks of escalating tensions between workers and port management that led to delays, congestion, and some port shutdowns. But according to the ILWU, the proposed labor deal is still months away from being fully approved.
President Biden is announcing a potential end to what he's calling junk fees. During an event, ticket sales giants Ticketmaster and Live Nation pledged to provide consumers with full pricing up front. This removes those surprise fees that pop up when checking out for online purchases. Live Nation, which merged with Ticketmaster in 2010, said all tickets for its shows sold via Ticketmaster will start this process in September. SeatGeek and XBK have also promised to introduce similar options, according to the White House.
Hey, we are getting into the Father's Day spirit. After the break, celebrity chef Aaron McCargo Jr. and I built a drink for Dad that is fit for a king.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas,
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
You are the sunshine of my life. That's why I'll always be around.
Those are our Early Today dads, and Father's Day is on Sunday, but here on Early Today, we're already celebrating. And for all you dads manning the grill this weekend, we brought in celebrity chef Aaron McCargo Jr. as he shares something refreshing while you're on the grill that'll cool you down. So dads are working hard on their grill, so we are ready to give Dad a big toast. And joining us is Chef Aaron McCargo Jr. And what are we making today for Dad?
You want to say it together? The McCargo
Mule.
Yeah.
McCargo Mule,
McCargo
right?
Mule, yes. Because this is something that I drink probably every weekend or probably every day.
Yeah.
But it's simple ingredients.
There's nothing wrong with that. No judgment here.
Thank you. So I got me some ice in my shaker, and I just got me a little bit of vodka, but you can do this with tequila, whatever your clear liquor of choice is. And I like to go a little heavy-handed on this because we got so much sweetness in here. We have the vodka, we have the ice, we got a little bit of simple syrup. And you would think, why would I add sweet on sweet? But it's a different type of sweet when you have this mango nectar. And this is where the cheat come in. If you don't find mango nectar, you can use a mango sorbet, and you'll get the same results. Yes, indeed.
That's some great ice cream on the side, like slip that in there with your tequila, your vodka, you're all set.
You're good to go, exactly.
And I love it. And what makes the mule a mule is the ginger beer, right?
It's the ginger beer, which goes on the top at the end. So what I like to do, yes,
You gotta get the shaking on.
Gotta get the shaking. I gotta put it like this because I did this one time too close to someone, and that got on both of us, and it wasn't a nice thing.
Hey, well maybe there's summer. It's hot, you know, we're grilling. Maybe a little flavor that way too.
For sure. So I go ahead and I just pour this in here.
I always wonder what this is rimmed with. Like this is a little salt. It's not salt.
It's a tahini. It's like a nice salty, bitter tasting spice. It's a Mexican thing spice that they use, and I love it.
Lots of margaritas.
Oh
like
yeah,
that,
with the fruit and everything.
You can have that with your McCargarita, but we're doing it with the McCargo Mule.
Yes. Now the quick thing to do is to make sure that the dad has his right now for him. And I like to drop a little mint.
Oh yeah.
Get you a nice little lime to squeeze on there. You have a straw now for the kids.
Perfectly garnished.
Perfectly garnished, right? I go ahead and I drop me that nectar in here. Add me a little bit of ice. Yeah?
Yeah, here we
makes
go.
you want to be a daddy, huh?
Never mind daddy, like, okay, this is mine. Daddy's is next.
Yes.
And then we'll get you one after that, too. We're all set. This is the perfect way to do it. Cheers to Dad. Happy Father's Day.
And I got a virgin one. Cheers to you.
Cheers to us all. Thank you so much, Chef Aaron McCargo Jr.
Thank you for having me.
Every
This is
day.
good.
It's Enjoy. Yeah.
That looked good. I mean, just chilling in nice backyard, by the way, you guys got going on there.
It's great, and you don't have to wait until Sunday to do that. Cheers to this morning. You can get started with those drinks. It is Friday after all.
Yeah, maybe add a little jalapeno, you know, the way you like it. You know, get a little buzz in the backyard and lounge, you know, king for a day, because the other 364, we are in service of the Queen. All right, when we come back here, Michelle has our Father's Day forecast, including who is expecting a major holiday heat wave.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
from Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities.
What happened here? The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back on this Friday. Parts of the South continuing to sizzle. We're looking at heat indices 110 to 120. That's what it's going to feel like on your body. Heat alert stretching from Texas, western Texas, into Louisiana. We're looking at Waco, Houston, Corpus Christi, and Brownsville under a heat warning. That's in the hot pink. And we're looking at temperatures today. Del Rio 107. It'll feel like 109. Feeling like 111 in Houston. It'll feel like 122 in Corpus Christi. And as we go throughout the Father's Day weekend, we're going to keep it warm. We're looking at temperatures still in the triple digits by Monday, Sunday, Monday. Houston 101, 102 on Monday. And that's going to be the big story as we go throughout Saturday. Also watching the chance for severe storms once again in the Central Plains and in the Southeast. We're looking at some severe weather as well with some heavy rain. Back to you both.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. After her history-making Hall of Fame induction, we look back on Gloria Stefan's career.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. The miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Last night, global superstar Gloria Estefan became the first ever Latina to be inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. Marissa Parra takes a look back at her storied career.
Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. Gloria Estefan once again making history.
The Cuban-American superstar, now the first Latina ever inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. Honored not only for her award-winning lyrics she wrote and performed in both English and Spanish, but also for the dozens of songs she's helped write for others, including, of course, Jennifer Lopez's 1999 smash hit, Let's Get Loud. Estefan rose to stardom in the 1980s as the lead vocalist for Miami Sound Machine, alongside her husband, legendary music producer Emilio Estefan. 1, 2, 3, 4, come on, baby, say you love me. The band brought Latin flavor and style to American pop music, opening doors for other Latin musicians. But as she climbed the charts in the U.S., Gloria never strayed far from her own roots. Her 1993 Spanish-language album, Mi Tierra, or My Homeland, pays tribute to Cuba, where she was born before her family fled to Miami in 1959 during the Cuban Revolution.
And the Grammy goes Mi Tierra, Gloria.
Yes, Gloria. The album winning Estefan her first 3 Grammys. Her mainstream success would continue to skyrocket through the 90s, co-writing the official theme song of the 1996 Summer Olympics with Diane Warren, bringing salsa to the Super Bowl halftime show in 1999. Across 4 decades, she sold over 100 million records worldwide, making her one of the best-selling female artists of all time. In 2015, her beats brought her to the White House when she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Even the Obamas couldn't help feeling the rhythm. With a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, a Kennedy Center honor, her very own Barbie doll, Estefan's incredible impact immortalized in a Broadway show named none other than Get On Your Feet. And Estefan's still at it, recently releasing a Christmas album with her daughter Emily and grandson Sasha, even appearing in the reboot of Father of the Bride.
Do you still want this marriage to work or not? I'm here.
No. The queen of Latin pop clearly not done yet. Marissa Parra, NBC News.
Well done. On our feet for her. This is early today.
Good morning. Happy Friday. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser. We're in for Joe and Savannah. Developing right now on Morning News Now, devastated. This morning, parts of a small Texas town reduced to rubble by a reported tornado overnight. The storm tore through neighborhoods, leaving several people dead and others hurt. We have team coverage this morning with a look at the areas that were hardest hit and where that rare June storm system is headed next. New this morning, Pope Francis is back at the Vatican. Just hours ago, the 86-year-old pontiff left the hospital more than a week after going in for surgery. We'll take you to Rome for an update on the Pope's condition, including what he told reporters this morning when asked about how he's feeling. Bill Cosby accused again this morning. The disgraced actor and comedian now facing a new lawsuit filed by 9 women. Each of them are claiming Cosby sexually assaulted them decades ago.
Why are you filing suit? To take back my power.
It's time for him to be responsible for his actions.
Culpability, justice.
More of our exclusive interviews with those women, plus a look at the new legislation that made their lawsuit possible. And don't forget Dad. This weekend, Father's Day, of course, on Sunday. In case you didn't forget, I mailed out my card. As we celebrate all the dads in our lives, we also want to talk about the struggles that they often keep to themselves. We're going to break down the unique challenges many fathers face when it comes to mental health and what loved ones can do to show support. We often lead on Dad, be the strong one, but who's supporting them? So that'll be an important conversation.
Very much so. We'll get into that.
We're going to begin this morning, though, in the Texas city of Perryton, where at least 3 people are dead. Dozens others are injured after a reported tornado ripped through the town yesterday.
Yeah, just a difficult situation here. A mobile home park took a direct hit. That tornado destroying more than 25 units there. It also left extensive damage behind in the downtown area. Search and rescue teams are combing through that debris, still looking for survivors. survivors. There were actually several tornado reports in Texas and Oklahoma. A storm chaser in Oklahoma capturing this video of a funnel cloud developing right in front of him.
Came out of the rain, didn't really expect to see that there, Mike, but yeah, the Waurika area definitely needs to take shelter. We definitely have a funnel cloud there. We may have a developing tornado.
People also reported hail in several areas across the South, some seeing baseball-sized hail hitting their cars and homes, and of course, that caused significant damage. And elsewhere in Texas and in Louisiana, folks are just trying to find ways to stay cool this weekend as extreme heat continues. Temperatures spiking in the triple digits. And as many prepare for more severe storms and heat across the country, let's get a closer look at your Morning News Now forecast.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. And Michelle, I mean, we have those juxtaposed images, right, of all of this damage and then that sweet little girl in that splash pad. Tell us the latest of what's going on across the country.
I know, that's so true. And that's going to be the story today, really. We're going to see more of the same. We are stuck on repeat. So more severe storms and more really warm weather down south. We're looking at triple digits. It's going to feel more like 110 to 120 in spots. But starting with the severe weather, we had a wild day yesterday, just all day long watching the storms. Overnight, same story. And even at this hour, we're watching some storms. So we have watches and warnings where you see the yellow. That's your severe thunderstorm watch. It extends from Texas all the way along the Gulf Coast. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. We even had tornado warnings. We continue to see that. And that will be the story as we go throughout the day. Really, really heavy rain, too. Pensacola has seen over a foot of rain, and we're adding to that. So this is a snapshot for today. Heavy rain in portions of the central and southern plains could see some severe weather there. Looking at the risk for some heat in the south, triple digits, and looking at severe weather, too, along the Gulf Coast. This is what it looks like. This is the culprit here. It's a nearly stationary boundary. It's draped over the same area. It's triggering those storms. We're going to see that once again, and we could see winds once again gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some really large hail, not expecting the 5-inch hail that we saw yesterday in some spots, and could see a few tornadoes as well, although the ingredients aren't quite as robust as they were yesterday. But still, 9 million people at risk for hail, damaging winds, a chance for a few tornadoes. As we look to the west, we're looking at Dodge City. You're likely to see some strong to severe storms. Little Rock, Jackson, Mobile, down to Tallahassee, same story. You need to be on alert. You've been on alert for days. You're going to do that once again today. And then look what happens tomorrow. Stuck on repeat once again. So this is Saturday. 6 million people still at risk for strong to severe storms. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail once again. Also the chance of a few tornadoes. Oklahoma City, you've been dealing with this for days. Dodge City, same story. The Gulf Coast, Pensacola. Again, you have that heavy rain. We could see some flash flooding, could see some strong storms as well. So here's that flash flooding risk where you see this darker blue here, Mobile, Alabama into Tallahassee. We're looking at the chance for heavy, heavy downpours. And we do have some flash flooding occurring now, so you really want to be careful in this part. We'll talk more about this. We're going to talk more about the heat, too, coming up. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks so much, Michelle.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Sam Brock in Perryton, Texas, with a look at the tornado damage. Sam, good morning.
Perryton, Texas, population 8,000, was just blindsided by multiple tornadoes. I'm standing right now at First and Main Street. This is the downtown strip right here. And look what it looks like right now. This used to be a gym, restaurants, bars, banks, all gone. Their city hall here houses both the fire and police departments. That is wiped out. 100 homes. 30 businesses either damaged or destroyed. You're talking about the very fabric of this community. As we spoke with the mayor this morning, who was seeing all of this for the first time and trying to just sort of process it, but he said they're getting donations and calls already. Folks are going to be picked up, and soon. But as far as what's going on right now in terms of injuries, 75 to 100 people have already been treated at a local hospital here, everything from minor cuts and bruises to a collapsed lung. 3 confirmed fatalities. 1 person still missing at this hour. We know that Texas A&M has search and rescue crews that are on their way right now who are preparing in the light of day to go through all of this debris, not specifically downtown, but the nearby neighborhoods that have just been flattened. I'm told of those 100 homes that were destroyed or damaged, about 40 or 50 of them come from mobile home development. So you're talking about people where everything they owned were in those homes. We know that there are going to be state officials here later today meeting with the mayor and the fire chief as well, and that we're expecting a briefing later this morning. That's the latest here in Perryton. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Okay, Sam, thank you.
All right, now to the latest push for gun safety. Today, President Biden is set to make a speech at the National Safer Communities Summit. That event comes near the one-year anniversary of the signing of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. That bill was signed following the aftermath of the Uvalde, Texas elementary school shooting and the shooting in Buffalo. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with a preview of that event. Peter, good morning. So that event today happening at the University of Hartford. What can we expect there? And if you would, remind us of what exactly was in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
Yeah, so Stephen, it is by design that President Biden's going to be going to Connecticut today. Of course, a state that has been a leader on gun safety laws in the decades since the awful tragedy there at Sandy Hook Elementary. Connecticut has one of the lowest gun violence rates in the country. And today, the president's going to be joined by some state and local leaders. The former Arizona Congresswoman Gabby Giffords will be there. She survived an assassination attempt back in 2011 in her district. And the president's really hoping to highlight the progress and the call on other states and Congress to do more. Just last month, on the anniversary of the Uvalde school shooting, President Biden said the U.S. still, in his words, has not done nearly enough to deal with gun violence. The Justice Department, they're expected to announce more than $70 million. I think it's $74 million in grants through the law intended to bolster the nation's background check system, what's called NICS, to make sure more records are available. That's fortifying part of what was completed in that law, passed into law a year ago. And the Departments of Education, Health and Human Services, they're going to push ahead on mental health investments, detailing resources available to states that to these states that will have access to them thanks to that law a year ago. The president's repeatedly called for a new ban on assault-style weapons, as you've heard, like the one that he helped pass as a senator almost 30 years ago, but that expired in 2004. I suspect you will hear that call again. Some of the biggest takeaways, the biggest bipartisan effort that was passed a year ago in that bipartisan gun safety law was red flag warning, some furthering of the background check system as well. And the president's really going to try to amplify what was accomplished then and try to push forward with what more he says still needs to be done.
Hard to believe it's been almost a year since then. We'll be watching that one, Peter. Also wanted to ask the president making some comments yesterday going after those so-called junk fees, something he also mentioned in his State of the Union address. What were your takeaways from those remarks?
Yeah, this was a big deal, actually, and it's something that really affects every American. If you've ever gone online, try to buy tickets to a concert where it says it's $100 and you end up paying $140 when all the fees are tacked on. The White House has been cracking down on this. At the State of the Union, the president said Americans are sick of being played for suckers. And now, by this effort from the White House, a series of companies, some of the most high-profile ones in the business, have come forward voluntarily to say they're on board with this effort. The president touting Live Nation, the parent company of Ticketmaster, SeatGeek as well, both of them this summer will no longer hide fees from the total ticket cost for Live Nation in particular. They own about 200 venues around the country, and beginning in September, when you go online to purchase those tickets at those venues, you will see exactly what the total price is. The frustration that a lot of people experience, not just for tickets to concerts, but when you're trying to go to a hotel, perhaps even to an Airbnb, is that you could get so far into the process, 5 or 6 clicks, before you even realize what the real total cost was. The White House hopes that this effort will allow Americans a better way to compare and contrast the prices between different options presented to them to get the best deal available. As for Airbnb, Stephen, it was back in December that they went in on this all-in pricing where you see that number up front, and it's not hidden as it has been in the past, Stephen.
Yeah, so helpful. No one likes those surprise fees. All right, Peter, thank you.
Now to some alarming news involving the nation's cybersecurity. The U.S. government says several agencies have fallen victim to data breaches recently. This is part of a cyber attack involving dozens of companies and organizations across the country. And the country's top civilian cybersecurity watchdog says the hackers are gaining access through a popular file-sharing software. NBC News global security reporter Dan Jalous joins us now with more on this attack. So, Dan, how did this happen? What do we know about the hackers and the scope of the attack?
Well, it's a very large-scale attack that started in private industry, and it's now hit several federal agencies, including the Energy Department. And as you said in your intro, it involves this software, very popular tool called Move It, which allows you to move, transfer data securely. But here we find out it's not secure enough. The federal government says that They don't think there's any national security risk here, but they're still trying to get their arms around the extent of the potential damage and whether any extremely sensitive data or information may have been compromised.
What's being done to prevent something like this from happening again?
Well, this is the problem. They are trying to put out a patch now, this company that makes the software, to try to fix this weakness in this software tool. But of course, there are an incredible number of cyber attacks or attempted attacks every day, both in the private sector and on the federal government. And it's much harder to defend against them. As soon as you fix one kind of leak in the system, they're off to another vulnerability. So it's a constant challenge. And there are questions now about this particular company and this software, which has really had a number of problems exposed now over several months.
So, this is the third known instance in the last few years here of foreign hackers being able to break into federal agencies. I mean, should the average person be worried about the vulnerability of their information? Should the United States be worried about the vulnerability of sensitive government information?
I think there's a cause for concern, both for the individual citizen and for the federal government. There's a huge amount of money being spent on this and a huge effort to try to shore up cyber defenses across the federal government. They think they've made a lot of progress, and I think the jury's out now. There was an attack in 2020 by Russian intelligence hackers that hit 9 agencies. That was very serious and damaging. There was another attack in 2021 that emanated from, in this case, this is a private cyber criminal gang, but it has Russian links. And at the moment, the government does not believe it's directly connected to the Russian government. But I think we're going to be hearing more about this from Congress. And there's still a lot of unanswered questions about how this came to happen and maybe it could have been prevented.
Okay, Dan, thank you so much.
In Pittsburgh, a federal jury is set to continue deliberations today on 63 charges against the alleged shooter at the Tree of Life Synagogue massacre. Closing arguments in the trial wrapped up yesterday after 11 days of emotional testimony. Robert Bowers is accused of fatally shooting 11 Jewish people in 2018 in what was called the worst anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. He has pleaded not guilty. During closing arguments, Bowers' defense team says he did not carry out the attack. If convicted, Bowers could potentially face the death penalty. And new this morning, Pope Francis has left the hospital in Rome where he was recovering from abdominal surgery.
The 86-year-old pontiff left the hospital in a wheelchair and stopped to say hello to well-wishers and medical staff who gathered outside. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Luvango joins us now from Rome with the latest. So, Claudio, good morning. How did Pope Francis look, and what did he say to reporters?
Good morning. Well, he was wheeled out of the hospital early this morning on a wheelchair. And when a journalist asked him how he was doing, well, he said, "I'm still alive." Now, this is not the first time he says that, especially when he comes out, he's going in and out of hospital. But certainly the fact that the first thing we heard him say since he's been recovering in that hospital for a week is a joke, essentially. He's just joking around. And the fact that he retained a sense of humor certainly is as good as a sign as any. Now, after that, he went to the Basilica of St. Mary Major here in Rome, where he usually goes to thank the Virgin Mary, pray to the Virgin Mary after every international trip or when he comes out of hospital. And now we believe he's back in the Vatican, where he will continue to rest and recover. Lindsay.
Yeah, and Claudio, Stephen here. It's good to see him in good spirits, but there have been other health scares with the Pope. So what are doctors saying about this incident and the time he spent in the hospital?
Well, the doctors have been fairly positive about his recovery. For a week now, we've had 2 bulletins coming out of the Vatican, that also included the assessment by the medical staff, and they continue to say that the surgery was successful, that he reacted well to both the surgery and also the general anesthesia, which is always dangerous for an 86-year-old person or patient, and that the post-surgery course was regular. Now, they also, though, advise that he should will continue to rest and recover, because the recovery from such an operation takes weeks. And that is maybe why the Pope has confirmed, the Vatican has confirmed the private audiences that the Pope has scheduled from now on with heads of states or members of the church. But they have cancelled for now the general audience that was scheduled to take place next Wednesday. The general audience is a meeting with a lot of people, a lot of faithful in a convention hall within the Vatican, perhaps to allow him to just rest a little more rather than, and of course, fully recover in time for perhaps the next international trips. Lindsay, Stephen?
Yeah, let's talk about those. I mean, when a lot of us try and recover, it's, sit on the couch and watch Netflix. When you're the Pope, you can't necessarily do that. He already has planned upcoming trips to Portugal, to Mongolia. Are there concerns about his busy summer schedule?
Well, for now, there is no indication from the Vatican that the surgery will have any impact on those travels. As a matter of fact, it is very much possible that this surgery, which was not an emergency, but it was something that has been planning for a while, was actually done now, so to allow him to fully recover in time for those trips. The next trips are on between the 2nd and the 6th of August to Lisbon in Portugal, where he's expected to attend World Youth Day, something he really cares about. He's attended all World Youth Days since he was elected Pope 10 years ago. And then there is an actually more difficult one to Mongolia between the end of August and the beginning of September. No sign yet that any of those trips will be affected, but we'll have to wait and see. Back to you guys.
Okay, Claudio, thank you so much.
All right, still to come, quitting the classroom. More schools are seeing a shortage of teachers ahead of the fall semester. Later this hour, why some educators in Texas say they had no choice but to walk away.
First, though, after the break, new developments this morning in a high-profile case that's raising questions about national security. We're going to have more on the charges against an Air National Guardsman accused of leaking classified documents. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A federal grand jury has officially indicted alleged Defense Department leak suspect Jack Teixeira. The Air National Guardsman is accused of leaking classified Pentagon documents on the social media platform Discord. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has the latest. Kristen?
Good day to you. This is a major development in this case. A federal grand jury indicting Jack Teixeira on 6 counts of willful retention and transmission of classified information relating to national defense. Teixeira was arrested at his home in Massachusetts 2 months ago. Authorities say he posted the documents on a social media chat room, which the Attorney General says could have caused exceptionally grave damage to national security if shared. Teixeira's attorney has said he never meant for the information to be widely disseminated, but the episode raising serious questions about why someone in a National Guard unit who works in IT allegedly had access to some of the nation's most sensitive secrets. Back to you.
Kristen, thank you.
Well, this morning, it looks like the proposed merger between Saudi-backed Live Golf and the PGA Tour is now getting closer scrutiny from the Department of Justice. A source who has been briefed on that matter confirms that the Justice Department's antitrust division has notified the PGA Tour that it will review the controversial merger with Live Golf. It's not yet clear if any enforcement action will be taken against the golf companies, but the PGA Tour had already been under investigation by the DOJ for anti-competitive behavior after the tour prevented players from playing in the PGA Tour events once they joined Live Golf. Of course, that was back when Live Golf was a rival company. In a statement about the probe, the tour said, quote, "We're confident that once all stakeholders learn more about how the PGA Tour will lead this new venture, they will understand how it benefits our players, fans, and sport while protecting the American institution of golf."
The Supreme Court delivered a big win for Native American families yesterday. In a 7-2 vote, the court upheld a law that aims to keep Native American adoptees within their tribes. President Biden celebrated the news, saying the decision keeps in place a vital protection for tribal sovereignty and Native children.
Well, coming up, Bill Cosby is accused again by 9 women who just filed suit for alleged encounters dating back decades.
You don't feel human unless you fight back. In some way, there has to be a fight.
When we come back, our exclusive interview with those women, plus how one state's new law made their lawsuit possible. You're watching Morning News Now.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Actor and comedian Bill Cosby is facing a new sexual assault lawsuit. As we mentioned yesterday, 9 women have filed a civil suit in Nevada accusing him of sexual misconduct that dates back decades.
It comes just weeks after a new law was signed in Nevada that eliminates the statute of limitations for civil cases involving adults. NBC News senior national correspondent and News Now anchor Kate Snow spoke exclusively with 6 of the 9 women who filed suit.
A new chapter in the legal saga of Bill Cosby.
Our tummy needs some yummy, right?
Accusers aiming a fresh lawsuit at the comedian after years of battling to have their stories heard.
Why are you filing suit? To take back my power.
It's time for him to be responsible for his actions.
Culpability, justice.
The lawsuit, filed by 9 women, says Cosby drugged or attempted to drug each of these women before sexually assaulting them in either Reno or Las Vegas. Several women alleging Cosby assaulted them in his suite at a Vegas hotel.
We started out small and frightened and scared. And through the years and through the support of everyone, I think we're all a force to be reckoned with.
It's a new legal avenue some of those same women actually helped create.
He insisted that I have 2 drinks, and within a few minutes I became dizzy and disoriented.
Accuser Lisa Lott Lublin lives in Nevada and teaches middle school. She and her husband Ben have spent 8 years lobbying to change state laws around sexual assault.
We said we got to do this because honestly, I didn't see it for myself. I saw it for these incredible women that are on this video. And I saw it for the children that I teach.
Then other Cosby accusers joined her, testifying before the state legislature.
I was raped when I lived in Reno.
Lobbying for a new law that would allow any adult alleging sexual assault to file a civil suit no matter how long ago the incident happened.
Ready?
2 weeks ago, Lublin was there when Nevada's governor signed it into law.
What these laws changing means is that perpetrators can no longer hide behind an arbitrary time limit called the statute of limitations, that victims, plaintiffs will be able to present our evidence, our testimonies, and our witnesses in a court of law, no matter how much time has passed.
That law enabled their new lawsuit.
I didn't expect this to be the outcome. And it's kind of like, is this really happening?
Their suit seeks compensatory and punitive damages.
This is an incredibly powerful group of women right here.
I first met these 6 women when I interviewed a group of 27 Cosby accusers in one room in 2015.
The conversation needs to be had.
In 2018, Bill Cosby was convicted of indecent assault, but 3 years later, Pennsylvania's Supreme Court overturned his conviction. The court found Cosby was denied protection against self-incrimination.
I'm still angry, and that right there is why I'm part of this suit. And I know that people are going to say, oh yeah, sure, you got the law changed, and now you're after his money. I can promise you, many, if not most of us, never planned on doing this. This is the only recourse I have left.
Cosby has long denied all allegations of sexual abuse. Reacting to the new Nevada lawsuit, Cosby spokesman Andrew Wyatt accused the women of being motivated by their addiction to massive amounts of media attention and greed. And Wyatt said, from this day forward, we will not continue to allow these women to parade various accounts against Mr. Cosby anymore without vetting them in the court of public opinion and inside of the courtroom. The women are seeking a jury trial, in part, they say, to help other survivors.
Look at all of us now. It's never, ever too late to take our lives back and to get the justice every single one of us deserves. And we're living proof of that.
You don't feel human unless you fight back. In some way, there has to be a fight. And when you've been drugged, you never even got the chance to fight. And I didn't get the chance to fight for over 25 years. There's nothing more empowering than trying to take back your control.
You're all fighting now.
Together.
Our thanks to Kate Snow for that report. Bill Cosby faces other civil lawsuits. 5 women have sued him in New York. Another woman filed suit in California just 2 weeks ago. As we've noted, Cosby has no criminal convictions and has denied any wrongdoing. He was found civilly liable for molesting a 16-year-old in 1975.
Well, joining us now for more on this is MSNBC legal analyst and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Kristen, thanks so much for being here. And as we just heard in Kate's piece, this new lawsuit was possible thanks to that new statute of limitations law that passed in Nevada. Of course, you were a prosecutor during the Cosby trial 5 years ago. So I'm curious, what's your take on this new law and how it can change things for these accusers of Cosby?
This new law is amazing. The statute of limitations basically limits the time by which a person can bring forth a lawsuit. And in particular for sexual assault survivors, where delayed disclosure or the time by which they're ready to tell their story is really, really long. It's really great. It is fantastic that Nevada is finally recognizing that delayed disclosure is just insufficient. The 2-year statute of limitation is insufficient to account for delayed disclosure, which is the norm for many sexual assault survivors. The other thing that's really important about Nevada's law, which is very different from other states, is that they have eliminated the statute of limitations wholly for certain sexual assault survivors. So that not just includes child sexual assault survivors, but also includes adult sexual assault survivors, just like all of these 9 women that you just heard from.
So, Kristen, as we mentioned, Cosby is also facing a separate sexual assault lawsuit in California. Similar law just passed, lifts temporarily, though, the statute of limitations for a 1-year window that closes at the end of the year. His accuser there actually told the Washington Post E. Jean Carroll gave her a boost of confidence to file this. So what will Cosby's accuser need to prove during her case? And yesterday when we were talking about Danny Savalas, he said sometimes these can get difficult because memories fade, evidence lapses, witnesses can pass away. I mean, what challenges is she up against?
She's up against a lot of challenges for the very same reasons that you stated. No witnesses, well, maybe few witnesses. There may be certain receipts that she could say that would substantiate her being in certain places that are no longer in existence. But again, I think what it boils down to is whether or not the jury will accept what the survivor is saying. And in the Cosby trial, we did that, and I'm a civil litigator now. And the way that I challenge and do those things is I challenge societal norms. I educate the jury. I talk about delayed disclosure. I challenge the rape myths that they may have accepted so that I can educate them that these are actually normal responses to sexual assault. Many people don't immediately go to the police. Many people hold it inside because they're full of shame, they're full of humiliation. And once you're able to educate the jury, then the survivor is on a level playing field with the perpetrator. And keep in mind, different from a criminal trial, a civil trial only requires a preponderance of the evidence. So you just have to show that the believability just by a slight tip of that scale. And then what you do is you show how much this has created an impact in this person's life, how it has changed the trajectory of their life. At that point, then the jury will say, okay, I believe this person has been damaged by this. How much can I award them?
Some challenges to come, but they seem like they are going to fight from that Kate Snow piece. Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thanks so much for helping us break that down.
A group of archaeologists in North Florida are unearthing what they believe is the nation's oldest free black settlement, dating back 250 years. Fort Mose provided a community for formerly enslaved people to live. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has the story.
It takes trudging through a marsh to get there, but this tiny wooded patch in the swamps of Northeast Florida was the setting for an unbelievable and still mostly unknown part in American history. Around 250 years ago, Fort Mose was home to the first free black settlement in what would become the United States. Now, the recently rediscovered site is being excavated by archaeology students who make daily treks to unearth the area's artifacts. Doctors Lori Lee and James Davidson are two of the project's leaders.
At the point when they established the first fort in 1738, over 100 people had come. The Spanish governor insisted that they move back out and establish a second fort in 1752, and that lasted until 1763.
With the cooperation of the Spanish army, the self-sustaining settlement flourished, and formerly enslaved people built homes, held jobs, and even formed a militia. Some of the people who lived here opened shops in nearby St. Augustine.
The idea that the Underground Railroad went north, right? And this time frame it went south. And so people were coming south to self-emancipate and establishing communities.
While it may not seem like much, small artifacts like nails, pieces of pots, and musket balls help these experts tell a much bigger story.
And that's what a lot of that archaeological work that we're doing out there is doing, right? We're giving new narrative to it. We're learning about the people that were there.
However, as Dr. Lee's team tries to find out more about the site, other teachers in Florida are feeling pressure not to talk about Black history.
The issue is we have guidelines and standards in Florida. We want education, not indoctrination.
Last year, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed what he called the Stop Woke Act, which essentially prohibits instruction on race relations or diversity that imply a person's status as either privileged or oppressed. While the law was blocked by a federal judge as it faces numerous court challenges, some teachers are already changing their lessons about race and certain aspects of our nation's history.
I will say within the politically challenging times in Florida, in that we are a private institution, we will continue to do what we're doing because we think it's really critically important. And I will say that at the same time that that is happening politically within the state, the public seems to really want to know much more about these things.
They say one sign of public interest are the recent grants and donations to the fort, which are funding a multi-million-dollar renovation to transform this building into a fully immersive experience, the next chapter in Fort Moset's long history.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that story. As for the new center, we're told they hope to break ground this fall.
A lot of progress there. Well, coming up, controversy in the classroom. Up next, why some teachers in Texas say politics is forcing them to quit.
And silent struggle. With Father's Day just 2 days away, we're exploring the unique challenges dads face when it comes to mental health and what we can do to support them. This is Morning News Now. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. As the school year winds down in many school districts, they're already contending with a looming problem for next year, a shortage of teachers, something we've talked about a lot of. NBC's Antonia Hilton visited one Texas town to see why educators there are calling it quits.
School districts all across the country are facing a teacher shortage, fueled by the pandemic and teachers' concerns about low pay and burnout. But in Texas, many teachers say that it's actually politics. We spent time with one teacher in the Grapevine-Colleyville School District in North Texas who says that her dream job became a nightmare. Take a look. On the same day that high school English teacher Emily Ramser won an award for being an outstanding Texas educator, she stood in front of the Grapevine-Colleyville School District to tell them why she was among dozens of staff members resigning this year.
This community has continuously harassed me for the past few years, to the point that there were days I didn't even want to be alive anymore, much less be a teacher. So I'm going to listen to what I am hearing from this community, which is that y'all don't want people like me, people who might be gay, to teach here.
School districts across the country are facing a teacher shortage, fueled by burnout and low pay. But in Texas, many blame politics. Last year, Ramser's district saw a 40% jump in resignations and retirements after new conservative school board members pushed to remove hundreds of books and restrict lessons about race and LGBTQ identities.
I've taught these kids for years to write and to grow their voices, and I'm not going to let my actions say something different.
Ramser, who identifies as queer, says she was asked to change some of her lessons and to remove classroom artwork and rainbow stickers. Then, one afternoon last year, a parent told a local news site that Ramser encouraged her child to become transgender by lending her a book called The Prince and the Dressmaker.
All I did was give a kid a book.
What went through your mind?
I was terrified. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think.
The mother who accused Ramser declined to speak with NBC News, but the child and her father say the allegations were false, that the child already identified as transgender. The district cleared Ramser, but never made a statement for her to the public. The district declined to respond to NBC News about this specific case, but acknowledged it has more openings this year than last year, saying many other school districts, not only in Texas but across the nation, are also experiencing this declining retention rate of teachers and other employees.
It's like almost like we're in a battle against the school board when the school board should be on our side.
Students described Emily Ramser's classroom as one of the most welcoming spaces at school.
I think Ms. Ramser was a few places anyone in general could feel accepted, no matter your race, religion, gender, sexuality.
Do you feel safe at school right now?
Not entirely, no.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of aspects of who I am as a person that I cannot express because of the environment of the school that I go to.
NBC News obtained the district's 2023 teacher engagement survey. In it, almost 300 out of 1,500 staffers complained about the board. By the end of the school year, Emily Ramser's once vibrant classroom was barren.
Nobody can stop you from getting the education you deserve. I will give you book recommendations, because I can give you book recommendations now, hopefully, but you really can do anything.
Surrounded by her students, she was determined to teach one final lesson. This fall, Emily Ramser is going to start her career over in a new school district. In the meantime, her students from Grapevine and Colleyville say that all of this has inspired them to become more, not less political, and that they're looking forward to, in some cases, voting for the first time in a local election.
All right, Antonia, thank you.
All right, let's switch gears and turn now to some financial headlines. Microsoft's expansion in the AI world seems to be attracting investors.
CBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Good morning, Silvana.
Stephen, Lindsay, good morning. Yeah, so those are shares of Microsoft because they are sitting at record highs. Thanks to the optimism and excitement surrounding everything related to AI, the company's market valuation is now nearly $2.6 trillion, trailing only Apple. Microsoft is seen as a leader in the adoption of AI technology due to its huge investment in OpenAI. That's the startup behind the popular ChatGPT. Meanwhile, Uber is going to start showing video ads in the app while you wait for your driver. Uber also plans to install tablets and seat backs to show ads to passengers. The company is expanding video ads for Uber Eats. They'll appear right after you place your order, and Drizzly will also add ads to its app. The Wall Street Journal says that a key selling point for advertisers is the huge amount of data that Uber has on its users, such as the places they visit and what they frequently order on Uber Eats. And book your trip, guys, because Virgin Galactic, that's the space tourism company founded by billionaire Richard Branson, says it will launch its long-awaited commercial spaceflight service later this month. Now, the first flight, called Galactic One, is planned between June 27th and 30th. A second flight will follow in early August, with monthly flights expected after that. And Virgin Galactic stock has lost more than 2/3 of its value last year, and that was due to several delays in the launch of the commercial service, guys. All right, who's going to space?
I want to retire one day, Silvana. I don't know.
I would go.
Same. Send us both. We'll go.
All right.
We'll go together. We'll go together, Stephen.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
This Sunday, we are celebrating dads and father figures on Father's Day. We will say our own thank yous in just a moment, but we want to take a look at a subject that is too often ignored, the mental health and well-being of the dads in our lives.
Yeah, the website Parents surveyed 1,600 fathers about their mental health and well-being, and the results give an insight into some of the struggles that they can face.
Grace Bastidas, editor-in-chief of Parents, joins us now to talk about this very important subject. So, Grace, obviously can't speak for everyone here, but I think a lot of people, when we picture our dads, we think of the strong, silent type. They take on so much of the burden. You know, is there a stigma around the mental health of fathers? Why doesn't this get discussed a lot?
Well, yes, so Parents teamed up with Very Well Health to survey 1,600 dads, and we found that dads in general are feeling disconnected, unsupported, and unappreciated. And they really half wish that family and friends checked in on them more often. And they've lost friends after becoming a dad. And we found that 46% wish they were recognized more as a parent. And as we know, this affects home life, relationships, and even the way we parent. And a lot of it does come down to stigma. This idea that men need to be stoic and that they need to suppress their emotions. And when we looked at new parents, we heard concerns about, we often hear concerns about the mom's emotional health, which is understandable, but research shows that 1 in 10 men grapple with postpartum depression, and many do so in silence because there's still that idea that they have to power through. And a lot of them really aren't turning to get care for their mental health because they're afraid of being judged. They don't want to talk about it. 45% said, if I talk about it, I'm going to be judged by my peers. And those who considered seeing a therapist, 1 in 4 decided not to for that same fear.
That's pretty heartbreaking. So many dads and men in general want to connect, but just don't know how. I did want to ask Grace about the results from this survey. 59% of dads said they wish they felt more seen overall, but when it came to mental health in particular, they overwhelmingly expressed just wanting more support, and also, as you talked about, being afraid of judgment by others when they talk about their mental health, and even struggling to talk about their feelings. So what can these numbers tell us about the sort of help that these fathers need?
Well, the interesting thing was that while most of the dads we surveyed found that it's really important to teach kids about mental health, they themselves do not have those tools. As you said, they're afraid of being judged. They're afraid of even having that conversation, and they won't necessarily see a therapist, but they know that talking to kids is very important. And this lack of support really leads to feelings of loneliness. And among primary caregivers, and about half of our respondents identified as primary caregivers, they are struggling even more expressing those feelings. So it's really important to support dads and create a safe space where they can share their feelings. And we say start small. If you're a dad, look to somebody to confide in, whether it's a good friend or another father. And there are also online dad support groups that can help you open up about your fatherhood journey. And in general, it's really up to all of us to really let go of those stereotypes that are imposed on men that they can't be vulnerable, and really encourage them to talk about how they're feeling. And if you're in a relationship and you have a co-parent, discuss your goals for your kids and really how you can work together and how you can proactively ask for help.
And Grace, this is something we're talking about now, obviously, because we're a couple days out, but this is something that we should be trying to do throughout the year, not just on one day. I mean, talk about the importance of that.
Exactly. Don't just check on your dads on Father's Day, but all throughout the year, and really encourage them to talk. And as a dad, see what kind of self-care you can get into. We found in our survey that techniques like exercise, meditation, playing music, even getting fresh air seems to help dads' mental health, whatever you're into, because 83% of dads are prioritizing their family's well-being over their own. So it's important to look at your own well-being. And we believe at Parents that it makes you a better parent.
Oh, Grace Bastidas, thank you so much. Important conversation.
Thank you.
Speaking of Father's Day, we now want to take the time to shout out our own dads and father figures right here at Morning News Now. Here's a picture of my dad. We took an art class together, kind of a great way just to bond. And
yeah, well, happy Father's Day to your dad. And my dad also coming up here. There he is with my beautiful sister at my wedding. Yeah, happy Father's Day to him. There he is with two of my many, many nieces. Adorable there. So, yeah, happy Father's Day, Dad. And we got some more amazing fathers from our Morning News Now team. And, of course, many of our team members are fathers themselves. As you can see, we've got lots of special people to thank for being in our lives, from dads, grandpas, uncles, brothers, father-in-laws. Don't forget them. Stepfathers as well. It's all about celebrating those male figures we hold near and dear to our hearts. So happy Father's Day to them. The father figures as well, tuning in. And we hope you know how much you mean to us.
Oh, love it. All right. Glad everybody got a shout out there.
They sure did. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. If you're a fan of the movie The Devil Wears Prada, and who isn't really, and you always wanted to live that lifestyle, some good news for you.
The
I'm looking at you,
one?
Lindsay. Yeah, that very stressful job. Andy Sachs, of course, the infamous Andy Sachs. You see her there. She's played by the famous Anne Hathaway. Well, it seems Vogue, the actual magazine, is looking for an assistant to support editor-in-chief Anna Wintour. The candidate will be responsible for managing event calendars, documenting meetings, and most importantly, fielding communication under Wintour. Of course, in the movie, the character inspired by Anna Wintour was played by Meryl Streep. It's not in the prompter here, but I know it's Miranda Priestley because it's such a good and watchable movie. Anne Hathaway played her assistant, and it was, as you said, stressful just to watch that. That real-life position is based in New York City, and just like the popular movie, impeccable attention to detail is required for that job.
I mean, you get to probably hobnob with celebrities. It sounds really cool.
The Chanel boots like she wore in the movie.
Yeah, you got to have
we'll have to watch that.
Certain tolerance.
Yes, true, for sure. A good disposition there. We do want to end this hour with a little talk of vacation, which can improve all of our dispositions. It's just, summer is just days away, which means a lot of us are wanting to get out of the office.
Yeah, if we're not already there mentally. If
yeah,
you need some help deciding where to go, Condé Nast Traveler has the list for us. They just released their 2023 hot list with the world's top new places to stay, eat, and visit. So joining us now for the Inside Scoop is Deputy Global Editorial Director for Condé Nast Traveler, Jesse Ashlock. Jesse, thanks for being with us. And, you know, I checked out the list. There are even some places here in New York that I want to check out that sound cool. How did you and your team go about deciding what makes the list?
Well, thanks for having me. It's really one of those always-on things. All year long, our editors around the world in San Francisco, New York, London, in India, we're sending people to new hotels or checking them out ourselves. And late in the calendar year, we'll have a list of several hundred places that we've actually been to and vetted. And then the hard part begins, where we whittle down the list and try to come up with the most essential openings of the year that, you know, check some of those classic hospitality boxes. I mean beauty, I mean comfort, I mean outstanding service, but also considerations like what the hotel is doing for the destination or the community and what its sustainability mission is. Those are huge criteria for us these days.
Interesting. Well, this list I've seen has everything: hotels, restaurants, even cruises, along with museums. So you're keeping our options really open this summer. What were some of the highlights that you saw from these categories?
Well, you mentioned New York earlier. One of my very favorites this year is, it's not a new hotel, it's a rebirth, and it's the iconic Hotel Chelsea, the place where, you know, everyone from Mark Twain to Dylan Thomas to Patti Smith once lived. Patti Smith wrote about it in Just Kids. And it closed for 11 years and then quietly reopened with this extraordinary renovation. And it's this kind of bright, colorful, modern place. There's this wonderful new bar called the Lobby Bar, and then the iconic El Quijote restaurant on the street level has also gotten refreshed. It's still got the longtime residents who are a famous aspect of the Chelsea Hotel, so it still has that bohemian vibe.
You know, we all know that our time off is so precious. I mean, most people only get, you know, a few days to a couple of weeks here. What makes a really good spot worth both the time and the money?
There are so many tips I could give about picking the best spot, but here's three. If I was going to boil it down, I would say, number one, take into consideration everyone who's going on the trip and make sure they're going to have a meaningful experience and take something that is somewhat life-changing home with them. Number two is be aware of how crowded your destination is likely to be, especially at this time of year. We're headed into what is expected to be one of the busiest travel seasons on record. And I think for me, number three would be, you know, listen, I always recommend spending more to have a memorable experience, but I don't want anybody to bankrupt themselves by going on vacation. If you're lying on a beach and you're wondering how you're going to make your next mortgage payment, you're not going to have a good time. So, you know, travel within your means.
Yeah, very good advice. All right, Jesse Ashlock, thank you so much. Hope you have a great summer of travel ahead of you.
I hope you do too. Thank you so much.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. Good to be with you. I'm Lindsay Reiser.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Happy Friday. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, path of destruction. This morning, search and rescue crews are looking for survivors after a reported tornado tore through a Texas town overnight. Several people are reported dead and more than 70 others are injured. The storm snapped trees, flattened homes, and left thousands in the dark. And now another round of severe weather with damaging winds, hail, and more possible possible tornadoes is expected today. We're tracking those storms plus a dangerous heat wave that could see temperatures hit well into the triple digits. Offensive action as Ukraine's long-awaited counteroffensive itches forward. We're getting new insight from President Volodymyr Zelensky in an NBC News exclusive. What he told our own Richard Engel about the fight to drive out the Russians, concerns over a vulnerable target, and the upcoming 2024 American presidential election. Out of the hospital this morning, Pope Francis is back at the Vatican 9 days after he had abdominal surgery. We'll have more on what he told reporters as he was leaving the hospital and what the Vatican officials are saying about when he'll return to his normal duties. And can't miss list. It's a blockbuster weekend at the box office, from Pixar to Wes Anderson to the long-awaited return of a comic book icon that is sure to have people sprinting to the theater. A little bit of a hint there. We've got everything you need to know about the big screen and the small screen coming up this weekend. Here's another spoiler. It's The Flash. That we're looking forward to.
I feel like Chris Witherspoon comes on and just educates me on everything I need to know, and I'm good. So
that's
I'm
right.
forward to
It's
that.
a full menu. I love it. We do begin this morning, though, with that extreme weather that has just been battering the South.
There were reports of several tornadoes in Texas and Oklahoma. The severe storms bringing heavy winds, torrential rain, and hail to the region. And the Texas Panhandle city of Perryton is reeling this morning after a deadly tornado ripped through the region yesterday. At least 3 people are dead. Dozens of others are injured. The damage is being described as devastating. Some people there are left with nothing after the tornado flattened an entire mobile home park there. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest on the damage.
Perrytown, Texas, city of 8,000 people, blindsided by multiple tornadoes. I'm standing right now on 1st and Main Street. This is the downtown strip right here. All the businesses and cars that you see have bricks littered on top of them, aluminum siding torn off, plywood everywhere. This used to be a gym. Banks, restaurants gone. A little bit further down the street, you have City Hall, which houses the police and fire stations. Those are wiped out. Now, in terms of the numbers, injuries, at least 75, potentially as many as 100, we're told. There are 3 confirmed fatalities, 1 person who is missing, and the Texas A&M Urban Search and Rescue crews are on their way here right now, waiting to find out what they'll see in the light of day. For the people of Perryton, Texas,
it has just devastated this area.
Their town and their lives have been changed forever.
Come to the station for rescue. Come to the station for rescue.
A panorama of heartache and pain after evening tornadoes, 2 or possibly 3, touched down in this small town. Video showing one barreling across fields and crossing a highway. The storms ripped apart dozens of mobile homes, leaving this downtown area completely unrecognizable, prompting a frantic search for survivors who might be trapped underneath the rubble.
We're going to be on search and rescue, missing 4 people in this location.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott deploying emergency resources, including more than 100 members of a Texas A&M search and rescue team who are set to touch down in a few hours with at least 10 canine units. Their immediate goal, to assist in collapsed structures rescues and wide area searches.
We are without power, and we are trying to get everything we can done to restore power to our community and help those in need.
It comes as the whole region has been under siege from severe weather. Overnight, West Florida dealing with severe flash flooding. The National Weather Service calling it a life-threatening situation. Residents in that area just now waking up to over a foot of rainfall. Some 30 million people across Texas, Louisiana, and southern Florida are also under heat alerts today, with scorching temperatures expected to last for days and break records. But this morning, a nation's thoughts anchored firmly with the people in this small tornado-ravaged town that are still waiting to learn the true depth of their loss. We've also learned this morning about 15 critical care patients who were transferred to larger hospitals for further treatment. Their conditions this morning aren't clear. As for the mayor, he told me there's 30 businesses that were damaged or destroyed and about 100 homes, roughly half of them mobile homes. Everything those folks had, they had in those houses. In Perryton, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Wow, just devastating there in that daylight, too. Sam, thank you.
Yeah, and as we can see from Sam's shot, Perryton is facing a long road ahead as they try to recover. Today, anchors Hoda Kotb and Craig Melvin spoke with Perryton's fire chief about all that damage.
It's good to see you this morning. Thank you for taking a moment from your busy morning. I know that you are on a search and rescue mission. Will you tell us where things stand at this hour?
Yes, currently, of all of the homes that we have searched, all of the occupants are accounted for except for one. And so our main priority this morning is going to be going back over that area and researching it, and then following the debris field and seeing if we are able to find that one person that's still unaccounted for.
Can you describe for us the extent of the damage in and around town that you and your teams are seeing there?
Yeah, this one building is just absolutely just one of the many. Downtown area has many of the storefronts totally wiped off. Building collapsed or partially collapsed. The path of the storm, there are a lot of conventional construction homes that are completely destroyed. The trailer park that the tornado first hit, there's probably 25 to 30 of those homes that are completely destroyed as well. And then the path across town, there's probably going to be 150 homes, is my rough guess, is 150 to 200 homes that are going to be destroyed.
Tell me how people there are coping.
Well, you just keep hearing people say, we'll rebuild, we'll be back, and the small community, we will, and that's the hope and that we have.
Well, Texas Governor Greg Abbott said he's directed the Texas Division of Emergency Management to send help, including road crews and engineers, and they're certainly going to need all the help they can get. All right, now to what to expect today and into this weekend. Let's get a check of your Morning News Now forecast.
Let's say good morning again to meteorologist Michelle Grossman for details. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Great to see you. And we're going to see more of the same today. Severe weather, not quite as robust as yesterday, but still another day of severe storms. We're going to see that once again on Saturday and Sunday. So let's take a look at radar, showing you what's happening right now. We're looking at some stronger storms moving through the Gulf Coast. That will be the theme throughout this Friday. Could see some strong storms in the Central Plains, the Southern Plains, also through the Mid-Atlantic. So we have a complex that brought tornado warnings yesterday throughout the Ohio Valley. That's all moving east, the Mid-Atlantic. We're going to see the chance for strong storms later on this afternoon. Also the addition of some really beneficial rain. 9 million people at risk today once again for severe storms. We're talking the chance for hail, not quite as large as what we saw yesterday and the day before. Also winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Yesterday we had winds gusting over 80 miles per hour. So this is still strong, still could cause some damage, but again, not showing as many robust ingredients. We're looking at isolated chances for tornadoes. That is mainly through where we see the yellow spot. So that's a slight risk. That's a higher risk, likely to see those stronger storms through Dodge City down to El Dorado, Jackson, down to Mobile, also Tallahassee. So those are the spots we're going to be watching for those severe storms. But still in the Mid-Atlantic, you could see some stronger thunderstorms as well. This is what it looks like tomorrow. 6 million once again at risk to start out the weekend. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Some hail, also a few tornadoes. Oklahoma City, Joplin, Dodge City. You have been in the threat for many, many days. We're to keep that in place today. So through Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, over to Arkansas, Mississippi, and also Alabama. Here's the setup. We're seeing this stagnant pattern kind of stuck on repeat over the past several days. We'll see it once again. We have several fronts too, as you can see on this map. So this one right here, this is what's causing all the damage. It's sort of parked over the area. We're seeing that trigger of storms over and over again. It's pulling that moisture off the Gulf, and that's why we're seeing that. So strong storms once again stalled along that front. We're going to see storms developing later on this afternoon, this evening, into the Mid-Atlantic, also the Central Plains. Then by tomorrow, we're looking at Kansas and Texas once again, seeing the risk for severe storms. Locally heavy downpours, could see some flash flooding. Pensacola, you saw over 12 inches of rain so far. We had a flash flood emergency, so you want to be really careful careful as you're driving out and about. Rainfall total stretching anywhere from the northern plains to the central plains, the Mississippi Valley into the southeast, also the northeast, New England into the mid-Atlantic. We could see some really heavy downpours. There's a lot of moisture with these storms, really summer-like weather. So any of these thunderstorms could unleash that. Where we see these brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we could see the heaviest rain falling. So today we're looking at that. We're also looking at some really hot air in the south. That is continuing an early heat wave. We have heat alerts stretching from Texas all the way along the Gulf Coast states. That's aiding the storms. A heat warning, that is in the pink. So we're looking at Houston, Lake Charles, Corpus Christi, Brownsville. And take a look at some of these numbers. I mean, we're looking at temperatures soaring into the triple digits, but you factor in that humidity, it's going to feel like 111 in Houston. It's going to feel like 117 in Corpus Christi. And this is when it gets especially dangerous. It was yesterday, the day before, today, and then it's going to stay in place. So it's hard for our bodies to kind of respond to that. Sunday in Houston, 101, 102 in Houston. So a really hot Father's Day for many of us.
Yeah, Texas used to that heat, but those consecutive days makes it very difficult.
Right.
All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Now to an NBC News exclusive, an inside look at the major counteroffensive underway in Ukraine from President Volodymyr Zelensky. He spoke with NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel, who joins us now with more. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. There were more long-range Russian attacks on Kyiv this morning. We could hear the air raid sirens going off, the air defense systems in this city roaring into action, as we have more from our exclusive interview with the president. Ukraine is in a full-scale fight to take back Russian-occupied land.
Hi, Richard.
A pivotal moment for our interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the presidential compound in Kyiv.
This must be a very critical time for you. Critical and very busy.
For over a year, Ukraine has been fighting successfully to defend itself. Now it's on the offensive to break through Russian front lines. It's proving to be a challenge. And Zelensky says if Ukraine prevails, they'll win the war. And we are now in the early days of this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going?
I cannot give you all the details. There are both defensive and offensive actions. Things look not bad. I would say it's generally positive, but it's difficult. Our heroic people, our troops, who are now at the front of the front line, are facing very tough resistance. And you understand why. Because for Russia to lose this campaign to Ukraine, I would say, actually means losing the war.
President Zelensky also had a dire warning. He blamed Russia for blowing up a dam, which Russia denies, flooding dozens of villages. And he tells us the next Russian target is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. With U.S. elections looming, President Zelensky said he's well aware some Republican candidates, including former President Trump and Governor DeSantis, are expressing doubts about American support for Ukraine.
Yes, we are concerned about this. Yes, I believe it is a great risk for Ukraine. We are not worried about a new person in power, but a change in the policy of the United States. That's what we don't want, and I believe it won't happen.
Defense officials from NATO countries are meeting today in Brussels to discuss possible membership for Ukraine. It is something that Russia deeply opposes. Vladimir Putin personally opposes. President Zelensky said that he wants a clear path for NATO membership and security guarantees.
Okay, Richard, we'll have to see. Thank you.
All right, some more international news this morning. Pope Francis has been released from a hospital stay in Rome where he's recovering from abdominal surgery. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobayea joins us now with the latest on the Pope. So good morning, Kelly. What are doctors saying about the Pope's condition and this most recent hospital stay?
Well, his doctors say he's doing well this morning, and in fact, that he's stronger than before the surgery because of the discomfort he was feeling. They say that will now be gone. Pope Francis is now back at the Vatican this morning. He waved to well-wishers and medical staff outside the hospital earlier today as he left, and he was seen smiling. He appeared to be in very good spirits. When asked how he was, in fact, he said, "I'm still alive." The Pope took a moment to pray at the Basilica of St. Mary Major and Hospital's Chapel before heading back to the Vatican. That's something he's done in the past after being treated. The pontiff, who is 86, underwent abdominal surgery, as you mentioned. That was last Wednesday. The surgery was to repair a hernia. His medical team said there were no complications and that he is recovering successfully. But his hospitalization did spark some concerns initially over his health, and that's because of these other hospital stays. He was admitted earlier this year for a lung infection. 2 years ago, he had part of his colon removed, and of course, he is 86 years old. The Vatican says the Pope spent most of his time in the hospital resting and recovering. But, Stephen, he did find time yesterday to visit the children's cancer ward, and there's some just lovely pictures of him in that cancer ward thanking the children for their letters, their drawings, and messages of support.
That likely helping his spirits. That's important along with that sense of humor. Also important, though, for him to take some time to recover. Has the Vatican given any indication of when he is going to go back to those normal duties?
Well, his doctor says the Pope is already back at work, and we can see that. Today, he plans to recite his noon prayer on Sunday in St. Peter's Square, his usual noon prayer, and also resume private audiences. But he'll be skipping next Wednesday's general audience to safeguard his recovery, the Vatican says. Stephen.
Important to take that time. Kelly, also, I know the Pope has a busy summer schedule. Those trips that he has planned to Portugal and also to Mongolia. Is this surgery, is that expected to affect those travel plans in any way?
Well, his surgeon says he should be well enough to travel by then. He cautioned only that the Pope shouldn't do any heavy lifting, which is understandable after a hernia surgery. His doctor said, we've asked him to rest a bit, and we're sure he'll listen a bit more this time because of those important commitments he has over the summer. He'll be spending World Youth Day in Portugal at the beginning of August, and then a visit to Mongolia at the end of August. But, Stephen, the Pope traditionally takes all of July off. His only public appearances are Sunday blessings, so he'll have all of that time to recover before that busy August schedule. Stephen.
Some well-needed time. I still love his response to those reporters. I'm still alive. He's a funny guy. All right, Kelly, thanks so much.
The two Tennessee legislators who were expelled earlier this year after protesting gun violence are one step closer to getting reelected to their old seats. Justin Jones won his primary election yesterday in Nashville, as did Justin Pearson in the Memphis area. Now they move on to the general election in August. And the two Democrats were expelled back in April when they protested gun violence following that school mass shooting at Covenant in April. The expulsion drew national attention, prompted accusations of racism. Jones and Pearson were reinstated to their seats days later, but they still had to run to be reelected to their old seats.
Well, still to come, it's been 60 years since the first woman blasted off into space, and just ahead, we'll take a look at how that flight helped open the doors for other women and pave the way for the future of spaceflight.
But first, 2 Americans found dead at a luxury resort in Mexico. The suspected cause that one of the victims' family members said was entirely preventable. That's next.
to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Authorities in Mexico are looking into the deaths of 2 Americans found in their room at a luxury resort in Cabo San Lucas. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more on what authorities say may have happened.
This morning, this upscale resort just outside Cabo San Lucas is now the site of an investigation into the deaths of an American couple.
It's just devastating.
Authorities say 28-year-old Abby Lutz and her boyfriend, 41-year-old John Heathcote, were found unresponsive inside their hotel room by staff at the Rancho Pescadera Hotel, where rooms can cost up to $1,000 a night. Over the weekend, Lutz's family says the couple started feeling ill after they arrived and headed to the hospital to seek treatment.
She got really sick and they thought it was food poisoning. They spent the night with IVs, getting IVs and things, and then they felt better. They went back to the hotel and spent the day at the pool. When they went to bed, I guess they didn't wake up.
On a GoFundMe page, Lutz's family writes, "We have been told it was due to improper venting of the resort and could be carbon monoxide poisoning."
They just thought it was food poisoning. They had no idea. None of us thought about that, because you can't smell carbon monoxide.
In a statement, the hotel, owned by the Hyatt, says in part, out of an abundance of caution and respect for the families and all those affected, we are refraining from speculation about the cause, adding there is no threat to guest safety or well-being at this time. Sadly, deaths like these are far too common. In October, 3 Americans appeared to have died from carbon monoxide poisoning in an upscale Airbnb in Mexico City. And last May, 3 U.S. tourists were found dead at a sandals resort in the Bahamas, also killed by carbon monoxide poisoning. A tragedy in paradise for a young couple and the families they left behind.
We love her family, all friends. We'll miss her so much.
And our thanks to Miguel Almaguer for that reporting. While the cause of death of those 2 travelers has not been officially confirmed, if this story gives you any pause about your safety while traveling, you're not alone. And doctors we talked to say you can pick up battery-operated CO2 detectors and keep them with you when you travel to let you know if there may be carbon monoxide present.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is heading to China today in his first visit to the country during the Biden administration. Remember, he was originally scheduled to travel there earlier this year, but that trip was postponed following the spy balloon incident over the U.S. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the latest from Beijing.
High stakes, low expectations, but it's on. Secretary of State Antony Blinken heading to Beijing for meetings with Chinese officials here on Sunday and Monday in what is seen as a crucial bid to try to reset this very complex relationship. This is the highest cabinet-level visit to China yet for the Biden administration. It's coming late after Secretary Blinken called off the trip when that spy balloon was shot down. So in many ways, this is the reset of the reset, and both sides are trying to appear to be managing this relationship responsibly. So in that sense, going through the motions holds some utility. Few details as it stands about when the meetings will happen and with whom, but we do know he'll get time on Monday with China's President Xi Jinping, who today met with Bill Gates. Very rare for a Chinese president to take a meeting with a business leader, but he told Bill Gates, quote, "You are the first American friend to visit me in Beijing this year." When both sides do get together, there will be no shortage of issues to discuss. Tariffs, Taiwan, AI, American detainees here, confrontation in the South China Sea, certainly Russia's war in Ukraine. Both sides are using very careful language in saying they want this to yield open lines of communication and ways to manage competition. It actually started a couple of days ago with a phone call between the Secretary of State and Foreign Minister Qin Gang. Judging from the readouts, it wasn't a very warm conversation. It's why nobody is expecting any breakthroughs, but are seeing the visit happening as a sign of progress, that maybe this can pave the way for more high-level cabinet meetings and visits to China. Certainly what China is looking for as the economy is showing signs of softening here, and perhaps a get-together between President Xi and President Biden before the end of the year.
All right, Janice, appreciate that context. Thank you.
Well, more international headlines now. In central Canada, at least 15 were killed in a crash involving a truck and a bus.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, the small bus caught fire after it collided with a truck at a highway junction in central Canada, killing at least 15 people traveling on it and injuring 10 others. Now, the bus was carrying a group of mostly elderly people who were on their way to a casino nearby. It is believed to be one of the most deadly road accidents in Canada in years. Police said the drivers of the bus and the truck survived, but declined to say who might have been responsible for the crash. Now let's go to India, where at least 2 people have died after Cyclone Biparjoy made landfall on the western Gujarat state close to Pakistan. According to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, when it made landfall, the cyclone brought 65 miles per hour winds and rainfalls of up to 20 inches. Dramatic images of roads turning into rivers, trees bending in the wind, and people wading waist deep in floodwater were shown on Indian television. And let's end this short tour of the world in Peru, where archaeologists found a 3,000-year-old mummy. It was found by students of San Marcos University and other researchers during an excavation in the capital, Lima. Archaeologist Miguel Aguilar said the burial site contained items like corn, coca leaves, and seeds, which led him to believe the mummy had been offered as a sacrifice during the last phase of a construction of a temple. Back to you guys.
Wow, quite the find. All right, Claudia, thank you.
Coming up, the summer travel season is kicking off. That means some will be heading to some far-off destination, but one airline is bringing new meaning to far off.
Yeah, you're not kidding about that. We're talking about a nonstop flight of more than 19 hours. How it works and why researchers say it might not be quite as bad as you think. That's coming up next.
Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We are back now with a summer time travel question. time travel. That sounds a little different.
Cool.
How long is too long to be flying in a plane? 8 hours? 10, 12?
You may be wishing for time travel after this one. How about 19 hours nonstop to Sydney, Australia? Wow. That's a commitment. You may recall our own NBC News correspondent, Tom Costello. He flew on a research flight to Sydney a few years ago just like this, and now that research is in about whether passengers and crews can handle such an extreme trip.
So he joins us now, lucky for us, live from JFK Airport. All right, Tom, what's the verdict?
Bottom line is Qantas says the research shows that 20 hours is doable. Now, listen, here's the deal. Right now, Singapore Airlines flies direct New York to Singapore, 18 hours, 45 minutes. Sydney, going to Sydney direct from New York, that's 19 and a half hours, pushing 20. So I was on one of these research flights, and the bottom line on the findings, in fact, there is a way to make that jet lag phenomenon not quite so miserable. If you're like most people, the thought of spending even a minute longer on a plane may seem unappealing. At Qantas Airlines, they're testing the limits of what's possible. It was 2019 before the pandemic. We joined a Qantas research flight with just a handful of passengers on a 19-plus hour flight to Down Under. Takeoff time 9:27 p.m. out of New York, 12:27 p.m. tomorrow in Sydney. On board, researchers monitored the 4 pilots who wore brain scan and light exposure meters. What's your biggest concern?
Just making sure that the pilots and the crew on board the aircraft are getting enough rest, getting enough nutrition, and doing all the right things that are going to maintain their health and well-being on board such a long flight.
Could they manage the jet lag?
That is the enemy that I face every time I fly. I just get really, really groggy and lazy, and I don't want to do anything.
The key, reset our body clocks. Right away, the plane was on Sydney time. That meant lunchtime. A low-carb, spicy meal with lights on bright to keep us awake. Then exercise, the Macarena at 2 a.m. to keep the blood moving.
We are tricking our bodies. At the moment, because we're flying west, we are delaying our sleep.
Not easy. 3:30 in the morning East Coast time, which means I've now been awake for 22 hours, and I really would love to go to sleep. The pilots, meanwhile, rotated through sleep shifts in their private quarters.
We need to extend the duty times of pilots from 20 hours to 22 hours, maybe to 24 hours.
I'm not sure. It's definitely longer, so feeling a little more tired, but we'll see how it goes.
Finally, we were allowed to sleep in total darkness. Blue screens discouraged. When we awoke, researchers tested passenger alertness.
I feel better, but time will tell this afternoon.
Then, 19 hours and 16 minutes later,
you'll get a magnificent view of the Opera House.
Touchdown in Sydney. Fast forward to today, and the University of Sydney's research results are in.
If you optimize the times when you're exposed to light, when you eat, when you exercise, it will help synchronize the body clocks and reduce jet lag.
The food, lights, and exercise did lead to better quality of sleep in flight, less severe jet lag, and better cognitive performance 2 days after the flight. So Qantas has ordered 12 new Airbus planes specially designed with fewer seats, more room, and that all-important Macarena exercise area. In first class, mini hotel suites. It's a big bet to connect Down Under with Up Here.
Project Sunrise, which whole intent is to make Australia that bit closer to the rest of the world.
So Qantas has ordered these brand new Airbus A350s. They're going to come with almost 100 fewer seats, and that allows them to have bigger seats in coach and that exercise area for the Macarena, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, we'd love that.
Oh, yeah, lots of fun.
All right, so Tom, not everybody watching is going to fly to Sydney, fly to Singapore. What are some ways, though, if you do feel general malaise on some of the longer haul flights, what can we do?
You know, I fly to Europe often for family and also for work, and I've tried everything over several decades. So here's what I do. First of all, water, water, water. Don't drink soda and don't drink alcohol. Also, you want to try to, at least I take a melatonin or a ZQuil when I first get on board so I can sleep about 4 hours right away, starting at 6 p.m. East Coast time. That way I'm rested when I land. Wear comfortable clothes. You also want to wear headphones so you can block out the noise. And you do want to get up and move a little bit. You want to avoid that risk of blood clots in the legs. But listen, it's all about hydrating. It's not a party in the skies. It's a hydration exercise, you
What
guys.
are you, the airplane police?
I know, no drinking, no, yeah, come on, Tom. A little bit of fun up there. Airplane police. All right, Tom, thanks so much.
Today, it marks 60 years since a female astronaut made history, becoming the first woman to fly into outer space.
Yeah, incredible. On June 16th, 1963, Russian cosmonaut Valentina Tereshkova was launched on a solo mission aboard the spacecraft Vostok 6. 2 years after the first human-crewed flight in space.
Joining us right now to discuss is Eileen Collins, retired NASA astronaut and author of The Story of the First American Woman to Command a Space Mission. Eileen, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us here. It's really an honor to get to talk to you. We know this was the first of many steps for women in space. What kind of doors did Tereshkova's accomplishments open for you and other women in space?
Well, I think the first thing that she did is prove that women can do it. And her first flight, if you look it up, it was actually almost 3 days long. And she went by herself. Now, she wasn't the first person in space. Of course, Yuri Gagarin had flown before her. And that Vostok spacecraft that she flew on was built for one person. Valentina, by the way, I met her 1995 before my first flight in space. She was a parachutist. She was not a pilot or a professional cosmonaut until the Soviet Union, because of her background, thought that she was the right person for the flight, so they asked her to do this flight. And I'm going to say she's a very tough lady. Like I said, I was able to meet her, and she was a very pointed, asking me some very direct questions. And she's, I'd say, lived quite a risky, dangerous life. And I really hit it off with her, considering the fact that we grew up in two very different countries and really have lived two very different lives.
Wow, that is fascinating. So cool that you actually got to meet her. And Eileen, I know you've made history yourself as the first female pilot and first female commander of a space shuttle. So talk to us about this first flight. Did it inspire your own journey into space?
Well, so let me say first something about Valentina. So I actually, when that flight happened, I was so young. I was alive, but I was a little toddler, so I didn't actually know what happened. But after I became, I'm going to say older, high school, college, and I learned about Valentina and that women could do it, I wanted to be an astronaut myself. So I started looking into the U.S. space program, which at the time had no women. It wasn't until 1978 that NASA selected their first women to be part of the space shuttle program. And then I started planning for myself, is this something that I can do? But I also want to say that back in the early 1960s, NASA did a test with, I think there were about 25 women, 13 of them made it through. They're called the Mercury 13. That testing was on the ground. It was medical and physiological, physical testing to see, can women handle the stresses of spaceflight? They succeeded. They did very well, but unfortunately, it wasn't until Sally Ride first flew her first flight in 1983 that women in the United States actually got a chance to fly.
And Eileen, we could talk to you about this all day. Unfortunately, we got to be quick with you on this last one. What work do we still need to do for equality for men and women in this field and other STEM careers?
Well, I think that we're basically there as far as opportunities. Not as what many women choose STEM careers or choose to be astronauts, but it is equal opportunity. So if a young woman listening right now, if you want to be an astronaut or if you want to work in a STEM field, the opportunities are there. In fact, companies want you. NASA wants you. Please apply, or please, take a look at it and do the kind of things you need to do to prepare to be an astronaut. It's a very, very wonderful, exciting career field.
What an endorsement. Eileen Collins, you have inspired so many, including us right here. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Absolutely. All right, well, coming up this morning, getting married can be one of the biggest days in a person's life, but it can also be one of the most expensive.
Are you still paying off your wedding?
Let's not answer that question.
Okay, well, we're going to get into the nitty-gritty here next, breaking down how much it's going to cost before you walk down that aisle.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with financial headlines and more changes in the top leadership at Disney.
CNBC's Silvana now joins us with that and other news. Silvana, good morning.
Lindsay, Stephen, good morning. Yeah, changes at Disney. Longtime chief financial officer is leaving the company. Christine McCarthy, who has been with Disney for 23 years and in the role of CFO since 2015, is taking a family medical leave of absence now. Reports say that McCarthy has clashed with CEO Bob Iger and other executives over the company's strategy, including the amount of money that Disney spends on content for its streaming services. She also played a major role in ousting former CEO Bob Chapek last year, telling the board she had lost confidence in his leadership. Mercedes-Benz and Microsoft are testing ChatGPT in the automaker's luxury vehicles starting today. Mercedes says owners with the M-Bucks system will be able to download the AI chatbot after opting in through the Mercedes app or by voice command. Now, you'll be able to ask for trip information, ask other questions, or even have a conversation with your car, such as what to make for dinner. Now, eventually, you could make restaurant reservations, book movie tickets, and carry out other tasks. The test will last 3 months to see how drivers use the technology. And Americans plan to spend a record amount of money on dad this year. A recent survey by the National Retail Federation forecasts consumers will shell out nearly $23 billion. So that's up 10% from last year, and that works out to about $200 on average per person. The most popular gift for dad, well, a greeting card followed by clothes, special outings, gift cards, and personal care items, guys.
Yeah, you got to do the card.
Yeah,
Yes.
gift cards.
I'm
That's
sure
what we
our
get.
dads also have just like a million razors.
I know,
can
and
get.
ties, yeah,
Ties,
coffee
yes.
cups, yeah, I've tried them all. All right, so
Silvana, thanks.
Thanks.
Sure.
Well, wedding season is officially here, and in the months to come, many Americans will be popping that champagne and putting on their dancing shoes to toast their favorite newlyweds.
Time to not, of course. So fun, so meaningful, but so expensive.
Ooh.
So NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here to walk us through some of the numbers. Brian, how bad is it?
Yeah, well, it is expensive. So welcome to wedding season. I've got some few fun stats here for you. $6,000, that's how much it's going to cost you on average for an engagement ring. Of course, there are cheaper options if you go lab-grown or synthetic. But look, as far as the engagement itself, some interesting stats on just the length of it. The average engagement period is about 15 months. 54% of couples are together for much longer than that, about 5 years or more. But guess this, I wouldn't have guessed that December was actually the most common month to get engaged. We usually see summer photos in the park, but 15%, that's the highest share actually getting engaged in December. These stats according to Zola and also The Knot.
Wow. Well, let's get to the main event, Brian. How much are people spending on their actual...
How much did you... I want a big board presentation of Stevens.
Oh, no, you do not. I was never planning on getting married, so it was quite expensive for me. Brian, how much are other people spending?
I was going to say, let's take a look at the average and see where that compares, Stephen. But look, the average wedding cost is $30,000. It's going to be a lot more expensive depending on where you are. In New York City, for example, it's going to be about double that. But interesting to see that, of course, the largest share of that cost comes from the venue itself, $11,000 at a minimum in terms of just how much people on average are spending there. And even the photographer, right, just getting those photos, $2,500 is the average fee. And then this is actually a really interesting stat. When people go, oh, this is such a big wedding, or this is such a small wedding, the number to compare it to, 115 guests. That's how many people on average attend those weddings. And of course, you're thinking about the math in your head. How many plates do you need to have for all of those guests?
Ooh, one thing about those guest lists is they just keep growing and growing. There's always, my husband was like, somebody was nice to me once on an elevator. Let's invite him.
Invite him.
It was a problem. So, Brian, the bride and groom, or grooms and brides, they're not the only ones being left out of a pocket for a wedding. So how much is it costing people to attend a wedding?
Yeah, well, it's expensive to go to someone else's wedding. So we got some average statistics on that as well. $611, this is according to Bankrate, is the average wedding cost per event. Now, that's pretty expensive. That's going to include travel accommodation, gifts, and also attire and grooming. The stats that I have here on the right side are for the whole wedding season. So this is not per event. So you're going to go to multiple events over the course of the season. But look, the most expensive thing is just to get to there, get to the wedding. Of course, if it's a destination wedding, that's even more expensive. But all of these costs are adding up in a high inflationary environment. 36% of people polled by Bankrate said they want to be more financially conservative as they try to budget to go out to these weddings. And of course, again, it's going to depend on how far and how aggressive these weddings are.
Aggressive. That's a good word for it, Brian.
Grooming. I didn't realize we were grooming ourselves before, but okay. Brian Chung.
Clean and groom.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Brian, thanks. Well, coming up, the weekend is finally here. And if you're looking to relax, maybe after you spend a lot of money on a wedding, we've got plenty of new movies and shows for you to take in.
Yeah, from Pixar to everyone's favorite speedster, we're back in a flash with your can't miss list.
Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. This is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, everybody. All right, all you Friends fans. The iconic coffee house from the treasured sitcom is making its way to Boston. Step into the world that Rachel, Ross, Monica, and the gang all got to experience. You can immerse yourself, sit on the orange couch, take some selfies over your Central Perk latte. And you may wonder, why not New York? That's where the show is set. Well, Central Perk Coffee Co-President Joe Gerdock said he is proud that the world-class city of Boston will be the home of our new Central Perk concept. I love that in the show, they just sit there for like hours over one cup of coffee. They just all, and
that couch is always open.
Yeah,
there's never a crowd. Yeah.
Except that one episode where they got into a fight, but anyway.
Okay, well, she knows her friends.
Yeah, I do.
All right, now to the latest honor for global superstar Gloria Estefan. She has become the first ever Latina to be inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra takes a look back at Gloria's lifetime achievements that helped catapult Latin sounds into U.S. pop culture.
Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. Gloria Estefan once again making history. The Cuban-American superstar, now the first Latina ever inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. The rhythm is gonna get you. Honored not only for her award-winning lyrics she wrote and performed in both English and Spanish,
but also for the dozens of songs she's helped write for others, including, of course, Jennifer Lopez's 1999 smash hit, Let's Get Loud. Estefan rose to stardom in the 1980s as the lead vocalist for Miami Sound Machine, alongside her husband, legendary music producer Emilio Estefan. 1, 2, 3, 4, come on, baby, say you love me. The band brought Latin flavor and style to American pop music, opening doors for other Latin musicians. But as she climbed the charts in the U.S., Gloria never strayed far from her own roots. Her 1993 Spanish-language album, Mi Tierra, or My Homeland, pays tribute to Cuba, where she was born before her family fled to Miami in 1959 during the Cuban Revolution.
And the Grammy goes... Mi Tierra, Gloria. Yes, Gloria.
The album winning Estefan her first 3 Grammys. Her mainstream success would continue to skyrocket through the 90s, co-writing the official theme song of the 1996 Summer Olympics with Diane Warren, bringing salsa to the Super Bowl halftime show in 1999. Across 4 decades, she sold over 100 million records worldwide, making her one of the best-selling female artists of all time. In 2015, her beats brought her to the White House when she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Even the Obamas couldn't help feeling the rhythm. With a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, a Kennedy Center honor, her very own Barbie doll, Estefan's incredible impact immortalized in a Broadway show named none other than Get On Your Feet. And Estefan's still at it, recently releasing a Christmas album with her daughter Emily and grandson Sasha, even appearing in the reboot of Father of the Bride.
Do you still want this marriage to work or not?
I'm here.
No.
The queen of Latin pop clearly not done yet. Marissa Parra, NBC News.
We're dancing here, very well deserved.
Can't help it. Yep.
Finally this hour, it's Friday, which means it's time for this week's Can't Miss list.
It's the best part of the week. All the movies, shows that you need to see this weekend. And joining us now to help us guide through all of this, Chris Witherspoon. He's the founder and CEO of Pop Viewers and an NBC News entertainment contributor. Chris, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Big studio releases. Oof. I'm very excited about The Flash. It's been such a long time coming. Also, Elemental coming out. What can you tell us about these?
Yeah, so The Flash, don't blink, you'll miss it. It's a quick one. But it stars Ezra Miller, Ben Affleck, the OG Batman, Michael Keaton's in this one. And this The Flash, he goes back in time to try and save his family, but he ends up wreaking havoc. He has to kind of undo all that he's done, has to face off against this really bad guy named General Zod and try to save humanity. But I gotta say, Michael Keaton really steals the show. I saw this in theaters, and the audience erupted into like applause when Michael Keaton came out. And there's lots of cameo appearances. I will not give those away. I'm not going to get in trouble for that. But my son, he's 11 years old, so it's one of the top 3 films he's seen this year. That's his little critic review there. And also Elemental. It's a Pixar film. It's animated. It is their first rom-com. So it's set in Element City where nature comes to life and tells the story of what happens when the element fire meets water. So a young lady named Ember and a guy named Wade discover how much they actually have in common. And Wade comes from like a well-off family. Ember is from an immigrant family. So it's a beautiful love story and a really unique concept.
All right, very interesting. There's a genre here, something new. It's called The Blackening. It's sort of political satire, kind of horror as well. What is this about?
Yeah, so it's kind of like a horror comedy, but it's from the director who did Barbershop and also the movie Ride Along, so he knows what he's doing, Tim's story. But 7 friends who go on a weekend getaway and wind up trapped in a cabin with a killer who has a vendetta. So they have to use their knowledge of horror movies and black trivia to not get killed by this killer. But it stars Dwayne Perkins, Grace Byers, Jay Farrell, Yvonne Orji, and I love the kind of tagline here, we can't all die first. Because black folks normally die first in the movies, so this is like kind of turning that on its head.
Wow, can't wait to see that one, The Blackening. Very cool.
Oh my gosh.
Also, Wes Anderson fans out there talking about Asteroid City. I saw a trailer for this one. Seems very Wes Anderson. What can you tell us about this one?
So this is a sci-fi rom-com from Wes Craven, actually, right? One of the most star-studded movies of the summer. Tom Hanks, Scarlett Johansson, Bryan Cranston, Tilda Swinton, and it takes place at a junior stargazer convention in 1955. This disrupted into world-changing events. It's quirky, it's odd, it's all things we've come to know from this really incredible director. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of celebrities in there. All right, so What do we do if we're staying home? What do we
Okay,
watch?
so we got some stuff to stream, you guys, some really good stuff. This one is Black Mirror. It's season 6. I love this show. If you all haven't watched it, have you guys watched it yet?
Yeah.
Okay, it's phenomenal. For those who haven't watched it, it's an anthology series set in the future where technology kind of runs amok. It's a cautionary tale of technology becoming too, embedded into our lives. But it's basically, it's kind of like the Twilight Zone, but each one feels like a film. Each episode feels like a mini film. You got some great stars: Annie Murphy, Salma Hayek, Michael Cera is in this, and so it's just phenomenal. I watched an episode last night, and I'm kind of freaked out right now.
It's very real.
It's very real. And then a film you can stream is called Extraction Part 2. The first one came out in 2020, starring Chris Hemsworth. All the action. He's a mercenary named Tyler Rake who rescued the kidnapped son of a crime lord. But this time his team, they're teaming back up again to take on another mission. Phenomenal, big budget, and kind of cool here. 21-minute fight scene that took 6 weeks to film.
Wow.
400 extras.
21 minutes.
They're putting a lot into this movie.
Yeah, it's worth it just to see that. All right, good. I
Uh-huh.
need something now that Ted Lasso's done.
Okay, yes.
I feel sad.
What do you mean, Ted Lasso? What do you mean?
Well, and the third season, the series is essentially done, so I need something new to watch.
Oh, that's good. Yes, I get it. I'm with you. I'm with you.
And you're going for Extraction 2 as your replacement for Ted Lasso?
At least, that's cool.
No, I think it'll be good. Also, Outlander, you guys. This is the 7th season of Outlander. It's coming to Stars. So phenomenal. If you haven't watched it, you can catch it on Netflix as well.
Yeah, a lot of big fans.
Thank
All
you
right,
so much.
Thank
Good to
you
see you.
guys.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning. Happy Friday. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser. We're in for Joe and Savannah. Developing right now on Morning News Now, devastated. This morning, parts of a small Texas town reduced to rubble by a reported tornado overnight. The storm tore through neighborhoods, leaving several people dead and others hurt. We have team coverage this morning with a look at the areas that were hardest hit and where that rare June storm system is headed next. New this morning, Pope Francis is back at the Vatican. Just hours ago, the 86-year-old pontiff left the hospital more than a week after going in for surgery. We'll take you to Rome for an update on the Pope's condition, including what he told reporters this morning when asked about how he's feeling. Bill Cosby accused again this morning. The disgraced actor and comedian now facing a new lawsuit filed by 9 women. Each of them are claiming Cosby sexually assaulted them decades ago.
Why are you filing suit?
To take back my power. It's time for him to be responsible for his actions.
Culpability, justice.
More of our exclusive interviews with those women, plus a look at the new legislation that made their lawsuit possible. And don't forget Dad. This weekend, Father's Day, of course, on Sunday. In case you didn't forget, I mailed out my card. As we celebrate all the dads in our lives, we also want to talk about the struggles that they often keep to themselves. We're going to break down the unique challenges many fathers face when it comes to mental health and what loved ones can do to show support. We often lead on Dad, be the strong one, but who's supporting them? So that'll be an important conversation.
Very much so. We'll get into that.
We're going to begin this morning, though, in the Texas city of Perryton, where at least 3 people are dead. Dozens others are injured after a reported tornado ripped through the town yesterday.
Yeah, just a difficult situation here. A mobile home park took a direct hit. That tornado destroying more than 25 units there. It also left extensive damage behind in the downtown area. Search and rescue teams are combing through that debris, still looking for survivors. There were actually several tornado reports in Texas and Oklahoma. People also reported hail in several areas across the South, some seeing baseball-sized hail hitting their cars and homes, and of course, that caused significant damage. And elsewhere in Texas and in Louisiana, folks are just trying to find ways to stay cool this weekend as extreme heat continues. Temperatures spiking in the triple digits. And as many prepare for more severe storms and heat across the country, let's get a closer look at your Morning News Now forecast.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. And Michelle, I mean, we have those juxtaposed images, right, of all of this damage and then that sweet little girl in that splash pad. Tell us the latest of what's going on across the country.
I know, that's so true. And that's going to be the story today, really. We're going to see more of the same. We are stuck on repeat. So more severe storms and more really warm weather down south. We're looking at triple digits. It's going to feel more like 110 to 120 in spots. But starting with the severe weather, weather. We had a wild day yesterday, just all day long watching the storms. Overnight, same story. And even at this hour, we're watching some storms. So we have watches and warnings. Where you see the yellow, that's your severe thunderstorm watch. It extends from Texas all the way along the Gulf Coast. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. We even had tornado warnings. We continue to see that. And that will be the story as we go throughout the day. Really, really heavy rain, too. Pensacola has seen over a foot of rain, and we're adding to that. So this is a snapshot for today. Heavy rain in portions of the central and southern plains could see some severe weather there. Looking at the risk for some heat in the south, triple digits, and looking at severe weather, too, along the Gulf Coast. This is what it looks like. This is the culprit here. It's a nearly stationary boundary. It's draped over the same area. It's triggering those storms. We're going to see that once again, and we could see winds once again gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some really large hail, not expecting the 5-inch hail that we saw yesterday in some spots, and could see a few tornadoes as well, although the ingredients aren't quite as robust as they were yesterday. But still 9 million people at risk for hail, damaging winds, a chance for a few tornadoes. As we look to the west, we're looking at Dodge City. You're likely to see some strong to severe storms. Little Rock, Jackson, Mobile, down to Tallahassee, same story. You need to be on alert. You've been on alert for days. You're going to do that once again today. And then look what happens tomorrow. Stuck on repeat once again. So this is Saturday. 6 million people still at risk for strong to severe storms. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail once again. Also the chance of a few tornadoes. Oklahoma City, you've been dealing with this for days. Dodge City, same story. The Gulf Coast, Pensacola. Again, you have that heavy rain. We could see some flash flooding, could see some strong storms as well. So here's that flash flooding risk where you see this darker blue here, Mobile, Alabama into Tallahassee. We're looking at the chance for heavy, heavy downpours. And we do have some flash flooding occurring now, so you really want to be careful in this part. We'll talk more about this. We're going to talk more about the heat, too, coming up. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks so much, Michelle.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Sam Brock in Perryton, Texas, with a look at the tornado damage. Sam, good morning.
Perryton, Texas, population 8,000, was just blindsided by multiple tornadoes. I'm standing right now at 1st and Main Street. This is the downtown strip right here. And look what it looks like right now. This used to be a gym, restaurants, bars, banks, all gone. Their city hall here houses both the fire and police departments. That is wiped out. 100 homes. 30 businesses either damaged or destroyed. You're talking about the very fabric of this community. As we spoke with the mayor this morning, who was seeing all of this for the first time and trying to just sort of process it, but he said they're getting donations and calls already. Folks are going to be picked up, and soon. But as far as what's going on right now in terms of injuries, 75 to 100 people have already been treated at a local hospital here, everything from minor cuts and bruises to a collapsed lung. 3 confirmed fatalities. 1 person still missing at this hour. We know that Texas A&M has search and rescue crews that are on their way right now who are preparing in the light of day to go through all of this debris, not specifically downtown, but the nearby neighborhoods that have just been flattened. I'm told of those 100 homes that were destroyed or damaged, about 40 or 50 of them come from mobile home development. So you're talking about people where everything they owned were in those homes. We know that there are going to be state officials here later today meeting with the mayor and the fire chief as well, and that we're expecting a briefing later this morning. That's the latest here in Perryton. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Okay, Sam, thank you.
All right, now to the latest push for gun safety. Today, President Biden is set to make a speech at the National Safer Communities Summit. That event comes near the 1-year anniversary of the signing of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. That bill was signed following the aftermath of the Uvalde, Texas elementary school shooting and the shooting in Buffalo. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with a preview of that event. Peter, good morning. So that event today happening at the University of Hartford. What can we expect there? And if you would, remind us of what exactly was in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
Yeah, so Stephen, it is by design that President Biden's going to be going to Connecticut today, of course, a state that has been a leader on gun safety laws in the decades since the awful tragedy there at Sandy Hook Elementary. Connecticut has one of the lowest gun violence rates in the country. And today the president's going to be joined by some state and local leaders. The former Arizona Congresswoman Gabby Giffords will be there. She survived an assassination attempt back in 2011 in her district. And the president's really hoping to highlight the progress and to call on other states and Congress to do more. Just last month, on the anniversary of the Uvalde school shooting, President Biden said the U.S. still, in his words, has not done nearly enough to deal with gun violence. The Justice Department, they're expected to announce more than $70 million, I think it's $74 million in grants through the law intended to bolster the nation's background check system, what's called NICS, to make sure more records are available. That's fortifying part of what was completed in that law, passed in the law a year ago. And the Departments of Education, Health and Human Services, they're going to push ahead on mental health investments, detailing resources available to states that to these states that will have access to them thanks to that law a year ago. The president's repeatedly called for a new ban on assault-style weapons, as you've heard, like the one that he helped pass as a senator almost 30 years ago, but that expired in 2004. I suspect you will hear that call again. Some of the biggest takeaways, the biggest bipartisan effort that was passed a year ago in that bipartisan gun safety law was red flag warning, some furthering of the background check system as well. And the president's really going to try to amplify what was accomplished then and try to push forward with what more he says still needs to be done.
Hard to believe it's been almost a year since then. We'll be watching that one, Peter. Also wanted to ask the president making some comments yesterday going after those so-called junk fees, something he also mentioned in his State of the Union address. What were your takeaways from those remarks?
Yeah, this was a big deal, actually, and it's something that really affects every American. If you've ever gone online, try to buy tickets to a concert where it says it's $100 and you end up paying $140 when all the fees are tacked on. The White House has been cracking down on this. At the State of the Union, the president said Americans are sick of being played for suckers. And now, by this effort from the White House, a series of companies, some of the most high-profile ones in the business, have come forward with this effort. The president touting Live Nation, the parent company of Ticketmaster, SeatGeek as well, both of them this summer will no longer hide fees from the total ticket cost for Live Nation in particular. They own about 200 venues around the country, and beginning in September, when you go online to purchase those tickets at those venues, you will see exactly what the total price is. The frustration that a lot of people experience, not just for tickets to concerts, but when you're trying to go to a hotel, perhaps even to an Airbnb, is that you could get so far into the process, 5 or 6 clicks, before you even realize what the real total cost was. The White House hopes that this effort will allow Americans a better way to compare and contrast the prices between different options presented to them to get the best deal available. As for Airbnb, Stephen, it was back in December that they went in on this all-in pricing where you see that number up front, and it's not hidden as it has been in the past, Stephen.
Yeah, so helpful. No one likes those surprise fees. All right, Peter, thank you.
Now to some alarming news involving the nation's cybersecurity. The U.S. government says several agencies have fallen victim to data breaches recently. This is part of a cyber attack involving dozens of companies and organizations across the country. And the country's top civilian cybersecurity watchdog says the hackers are gaining access through a popular file-sharing software. NBC News global security reporter Dan Jalous joins us now with more on this attack. So, Dan, how did this happen? What do we know about the hackers and the scope of the attack?
Well, it's a very large-scale attack that started in private industry, and it's now hit several federal agencies, including the Energy Department. And as you said in your intro, it involves this software, a very popular tool called Move It, which allows you to move, transfer data securely. But here we find out it's not secure enough. The federal government says that they don't think there's any national security risk here, but they're still trying to get their arms around the extent of the potential damage and whether any extremely sensitive data or information may have been compromised.
What's being done to prevent something like this from happening again?
Well, this is the problem. They are trying to put out a patch now, this company that makes the software, to try to fix this weakness in this software tool. But of course, there are an incredible number of cyber attacks or attempted attacks every day, both in the private sector and on the federal government. And it's much harder to defend against them. As soon as you fix one kind of leak in the system, they're off to another vulnerability. So it's a constant challenge. And there are questions now about this particular company and this software, which has really had a number of problems exposed now over several months.
So, this is the third known instance in the last few years here of foreign hackers being able to break into federal agencies. I mean, should the average person be worried about the vulnerability of their information? Should the United States be worried about the vulnerability of sensitive government information?
I think there's a cause for concern, both for the individual citizen and for the federal government. There's a huge amount of money being spent on this and a huge effort to try to shore up cyber defenses across the federal government. They think they've made a lot of progress, and I think the jury's out now. There was an attack in 2020 by Russian intelligence hackers that hit 9 agencies. That was very serious and damaging. There was another attack in 2021 that emanated from. In this case, this is a private cyber criminal gang, but it has Russian links. And at the moment, the government does not believe it's directly connected to the Russian government. But I think we're going to be hearing more about this from Congress. And there's still a lot of unanswered questions about how this came to happen and maybe it could have been prevented.
Okay, Dan, thank you so much.
In Pittsburgh, a federal jury is set to continue deliberations today on 63 charges against the alleged shooter at the Tree of Life Synagogue massacre. Closing arguments in the trial wrapped up yesterday after 11 days of emotional testimony. Robert Bowers is accused of fatally shooting 11 Jewish people in 2018 in what was called the worst anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. He has pleaded not guilty. And new this morning, Pope Francis has left the hospital in Rome where he was recovering from abdominal surgery.
The 86-year-old pontiff left the hospital in a wheelchair and stopped to say hello to well-wishers and medical staff who gathered outside. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with the latest. So, Claudio, good morning. How did Pope Francis look, and what did he say to reporters?
Good morning. Well, he was wheeled out of the hospital early this morning on a wheelchair. And when a journalist asked him how he was doing, well, he said, "I'm still alive." Now, this is not the first time he says that, especially when he comes out, he's going in and out of hospital. But certainly the fact that the first thing we heard him say since he's been recovering in that hospital for a week is a joke, essentially. He's just joking around. And the fact that he retained a sense of humor certainly is as good as a sign as any. Now, after that, he went to the Basilica of St. Mary Major here in Rome, where he usually goes to thank the Virgin Mary, pray to the Virgin Mary after every international trip or when he comes out of hospital. And now we believe he's back in the Vatican, where he will continue to rest and recover. Lindsay.
Yeah, and Claudio, Stephen here. It's good to see him in good spirits, but there have been other health scares with the Pope. So what are doctors saying about this incident and the time he spent in the hospital?
Well, the doctors have been fairly positive about his recovery. For a week now, we've had 2 bulletins coming out of the Vatican, also that also included the assessment by the medical staff, and they continue to say that the surgery was successful, that he reacted well to both the surgery and also the general anesthesia, which is always dangerous for an 86-year-old person or patient, and that the post-surgery course was regular. Now, they also, though, advise that he should continue to rest and recover, because the recovery from such an operation takes weeks. And that is maybe why the Pope has confirmed, the Vatican has confirmed the private audiences that the Pope has scheduled from now on with heads of states or members of the church. But they have cancelled for now the general audience that was scheduled to take place next Wednesday. The general audience is a meeting with a lot of people, a lot of faithful in a convention hall within the Vatican, perhaps to allow him to just rest a little more rather than, and of course, fully recover in time for perhaps the next international trips. Lindsay, Stephen?
Yeah, let's talk about those. I mean, when a lot of us try and recover, it's, sit on the couch and watch Netflix. When you're the Pope, you can't necessarily do that. He already has planned upcoming trips to Portugal, to Mongolia. Are there concerns about his busy summer schedule?
Well, for now, there is no indication from the Vatican that the surgery will have any impact on those travels. As a matter of fact, it is very much possible that this surgery, which was not an emergency, but it was something that has been planning for a while, was actually done now, so to allow him to fully recover in time for those trips. The next trips are on between the 2nd and the 6th of August to Lisbon in Portugal, where he's expected to attend World Youth Day, something he really cares about. He's attended all World Youth Days since he was elected Pope 10 years ago. And then there is an actually more difficult one to Mongolia between the end of August and the beginning of September. No sign yet that any of those trips will be affected, but we'll have to wait and see. Back to you guys.
Okay, Claudio, thank you so much.
All right, still to come, quitting the classroom. More schools are seeing a shortage of teachers ahead of the fall semester. Later this hour, why some educators in Texas say they had no choice but to walk away.
First, though, after the break, new developments this morning in a high-profile case that's raising questions about national security. We're going to have more on the charges against an Air National Guardsman accused of leaking classified documents. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. A federal grand jury has officially indicted alleged Defense Department leak suspect Jack Teixeira. The Air National Guardsman is accused of leaking classified Pentagon documents on the social media platform Discord. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has the latest. Kristen?
Good day to you. This is a major development in this case. A federal grand jury indicting Jack Teixeira on 6 counts of willful retention and transmission of classified information relating to national defense. Teixeira was arrested at his home in Massachusetts 2 months ago. Authorities say he posted the documents on a social media chat room, which the Attorney General says could have caused exceptionally grave damage to national security if shared. Teixeira's attorney has said he never meant for the information to be widely disseminated, but the episode raising serious questions about why someone in a National Guard unit who works in IT allegedly had access to some of the nation's most sensitive secrets. Back to you.
Kristen, thank you.
Well, this morning, it looks like the proposed merger between Saudi-backed Live Golf and the PGA Tour is now getting closer scrutiny from the Department of Justice. A source who has been briefed on that matter confirms that the Justice Department's antitrust division has notified the PGA Tour that it will review the controversial merger with Live Golf. It's not yet clear if any enforcement action will be taken against the golf companies, but the PGA Tour had already been under investigation by the DOJ for anti-competitive behavior after the tour prevented players from playing in the PGA Tour events once they joined Live Golf. Of course, that was back when Live Golf was a rival company. In a statement about the probe, the tour said, quote, "We're confident that once all stakeholders learn more about how the PGA Tour will lead this new venture, they will understand how it benefits our players, fans, and sport while protecting the American institution of golf."
The Supreme Court delivered a big win for Native American families yesterday. In a 7-2 vote, the court upheld a law that aims to keep Native American adoptees within their tribes. President Biden celebrated the news, saying the decision keeps in place a vital protection for tribal sovereignty and Native children.
Well, coming up, Bill Cosby is accused again by 9 women who just filed suit for alleged encounters dating back decades.
You don't feel human unless you fight back. In some way, there has to be a fight.
When we come back, our exclusive interview with those women, plus how one state's new law made their lawsuit possible. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. Actor and comedian Bill Cosby is facing a new sexual assault lawsuit. As we mentioned yesterday, 9 women have filed a civil suit in Nevada accusing him of sexual misconduct that dates back decades.
It comes just weeks after a new law was signed in Nevada that eliminates the statute of limitations for civil cases involving adults. NBC News senior national correspondent and News Now anchor Kate Snow spoke exclusively with 6 of the 9 women who filed suit.
A new chapter in the legal saga of Bill Cosby.
Our tummy needs some yummy, right?
Accusers aiming a fresh lawsuit at the comedian after years of battling to have their stories heard.
Why are you filing suit? To take back my power.
It's time for him to be responsible for his actions.
Culpability, justice.
The lawsuit filed by 9 women says Cosby drugged or attempted to drug each of these women before sexually assaulting them in either Reno or Las Vegas. Several women alleging Cosby assaulted them in his suite at a Vegas hotel.
We started out small and frightened and scared. And through the years and through the support of everyone, I think we're all a force to be reckoned with.
It's a new legal avenue some of those same women actually helped create.
He insisted that I have 2 drinks, and within a few minutes I became dizzy and disoriented.
Accuser Lisa Lott Lublin lives in Nevada and teaches middle school. She and her husband Ben have spent 8 years lobbying to change state laws around sexual assault.
We said we got to do this because honestly, I didn't see it for myself. I saw it for these incredible women that are on this video. And I saw it for the children that I teach.
Then other Cosby accusers joined her, testifying before the state legislature.
I was raped when I lived in Reno.
Lobbying for a new law that would allow any adult alleging sexual assault to file a civil suit no matter how long ago the incident happened.
Ready?
2 weeks ago, Lublin was there when Nevada's governor signed it into law.
What these laws changing means is that perpetrators can no longer hide behind an arbitrary time limit called the statute of limitations, that victims, plaintiffs will be able to present our evidence, our testimonies, and our witnesses in a court of law, no matter how much time has passed.
That law enabled their new lawsuit.
I didn't expect this to be the outcome. And it's kind of like, is this really happening?
Their suit seeks compensatory and punitive damages.
This is an incredibly powerful group of women right here.
I first met these 6 women when I interviewed a group of 27 Cosby accusers in one room in 2015.
The conversation needs to be had.
In 2018, Bill Cosby was convicted of indecent assault, but 3 years later, Pennsylvania's Supreme Court overturned his conviction. The court found Cosby was denied protection against self-incrimination.
I'm still angry, and that right there is why I'm part of this suit. And I know that people are going to say, oh yeah, sure, you got the law changed, and now you're after his money. I can promise you, many, if not most of us, never planned on doing this. This is the only recourse I have left.
Cosby has long denied all allegations of sexual abuse. Reacting to the new Nevada lawsuit, Cosby's spokesman Andrew Wyatt accused the women of being motivated by their addiction to massive amounts of media attention and greed. And Wyatt said, from this day forward, we will not continue to allow these women to parade various accounts against Mr. Cosby anymore without vetting them in the court of public opinion and inside of the courtroom. The women are seeking a jury trial, in part, they say, to help other survivors.
Look at all of us now. It's never, ever too late to take our lives back and to get the justice every single one of us deserves. And we're living proof of that.
You don't feel human unless you fight back. In some way, there has to be a fight. And when you've been drugged, you never even got the chance to fight. And I didn't get the chance to fight for over 25 years. There's nothing more empowering than trying to take back your control.
You're all fighting now.
Together.
Our thanks to Kate Snow for that report. Bill Cosby faces other civil lawsuits. 5 women have sued him in New York. Another woman filed suit in California just 2 weeks ago. As we've noted, Cosby has no criminal convictions and has denied any wrongdoing. He was found civilly liable for molesting a 16-year-old in 1975.
Well, joining us now for more on this is MSNBC legal analyst and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Kristen, thanks so much for being here. And as we just heard in Kate's piece, this new lawsuit was possible thanks to that new statute of limitations law that passed in Nevada. Of course, you were a prosecutor during the Cosby trial 5 years ago. So I'm curious, what's your take on this new law and how it can change things for these accusers of Cosby?
This new law is amazing. The statute of limitations basically limits the time by which a person can bring forth a lawsuit. And in particular for sexual assault survivors, where delayed disclosure or the time by which they're ready to tell their story is really, really long. It's really great. It is fantastic that Nevada is finally recognizing that delayed disclosure is just insufficient. The 2-year statute of limitation is insufficient to account for delayed disclosure, which is the norm for many sexual assault survivors. The other thing that's really important about Nevada's law, which is very different from other states, is that they have eliminated the statute of limitations wholly for certain sexual assault survivors. So that not just includes child sexual assault survivors, but also includes adult sexual assault survivors, just like all of these 9 women that you just heard from.
So, Kristen, as we mentioned, Cosby is also facing a separate sexual assault lawsuit in California. Similar law just passed, lifts temporarily, though, the statute of limitations for a 1-year window that closes at the end of the year. His accuser there actually told the Washington Post E. Jean Carroll gave her a boost of confidence to file this. So what will Cosby's accuser need to prove during her case? And yesterday when we were talking about Danny Savalas, he said sometimes these can get difficult because memories fade, evidence lapses, witnesses can pass away. I mean, what challenges is she up against?
She's up against a lot of challenges for the very same reasons that you stated. No witnesses, well, maybe few witnesses. There may be certain receipts that she could say that would substantiate her being in certain places that are no longer in existence. But again, I think what it boils down to is whether or not the jury will accept what the survivor is saying. And in the Cosby trial, we did that, and I'm a civil litigator now. And the way that I challenge and do those things is I challenge societal norms. I educate the jury. I talk about delayed disclosure. I challenge the rape myths that they may have accepted so that I can educate them that these are actually normal responses to sexual assault. Many people don't immediately go to the police. Many people hold it inside because they're full of shame, they're full of humiliation. And once you're able to educate the jury, then the survivor is on a level playing field with the perpetrator. And keep in mind, different from a criminal trial, a civil trial only requires a preponderance of the evidence. So you just have to show that the believability just by a slight tip of that scale. And then what you do is you show how much this has created an impact in this person's life, how it has changed the trajectory of their life. At that point, then the jury will say, okay, I believe this person has been damaged by this. How much can I award them?
Some challenges to come, but they seem like they are going to fight from that Kate Snow piece. Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thanks so much for helping us break that down.
A group of archaeologists in North Florida are unearthing what they believe is the nation's oldest free black settlement, dating back 250 years. Fort Mose provided a community for formerly enslaved people to live. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has the story.
It takes trudging through a marsh to get there, but this tiny wooded patch in the swamps of Northeast Florida was the setting for an unbelievable and still mostly unknown part in American history. Around 250 years ago, Fort Mose was home to the first free black settlement in what would become the United States. Now, the recently rediscovered site is being excavated by archaeology students who make daily treks to unearth the area's artifacts. Doctors Lori Lee and James Davidson are two of the project's leaders.
At the point when they established the first fort in 1738, over 100 people had come. The Spanish governor insisted that they move back out and establish a second fort in 1752, and that lasted until 1763.
With the cooperation of the Spanish Army, the self-sustaining settlement flourished, and formerly enslaved people built homes, held jobs, and even formed a militia. Some of the people who lived here opened shops in nearby St. Augustine.
The idea that the Underground Railroad went north, right? And this time frame it went south. And so people were coming south to self-emancipate and establishing communities.
While it may not seem like much, small artifacts like nails, pieces of pots, and musket balls help these experts tell a much bigger story.
And that's what a lot of that archaeological work that we're doing out there is doing, right? We're giving new narrative to it. We're learning about the people that were there.
However, as Dr. Lee's team tries to find out more about the site, other teachers in Florida are feeling pressure not to talk about Black history.
The issue is we have guidelines and standards in Florida. We want education, not indoctrination.
Last year, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed what he called the Stop Woke Act, which essentially prohibits instruction on race relations or diversity that imply a person's status as either privileged or oppressed. While the law was blocked by a federal judge as it faces numerous court challenges, some teachers are already changing their lessons about race and certain aspects of our nation's history.
I will say within the politically challenging times in Florida, in that we are a private institution, we will continue to do what we're doing because we think it's really critically important. And I will say that at the same time that is happening politically within the state, the public seems to really want to know much more about these things.
They say one sign of public interest are the recent grants and donations to the fort, which are funding a multi-million-dollar renovation to transform this building into a fully immersive experience, the next chapter in Fort Moset's long history.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that story. As for the new center, we're told they hope to break ground this fall.
A lot of progress there. Well, coming up, controversy in the classroom. Up next, why some teachers in Texas say politics is forcing them to quit.
And silent struggle. With Father's Day just 2 days away, we're exploring the unique challenges dads face when it comes to mental health and what we can do to support them. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As the school year winds down in many school districts, they're already contending with a looming problem for next year, a shortage of teachers, something we've talked about a lot of. NBC's Antonia Hilton visited one Texas town to see why educators there are calling it quits.
School districts all across the country are facing a teacher shortage, fueled by the pandemic and teachers' concerns about low pay and burnout. But in Texas, many teachers say that it's actually politics. We spent time with one teacher in the Grapevine-Colleyville School District in North Texas who says that her dream job became a nightmare. Take a look. On the same day that high school English teacher Emily Ramser won an award for being an outstanding Texas educator, she stood in front of the Grapevine-Colleyville School District to tell them why she was among dozens of staff members resigning this year.
This community has continuously harassed me for the past few years, to the point that there were days I didn't even want to be alive anymore, much less be a teacher. So I'm going to listen to what I am hearing from this community, which is that y'all don't want people like me, people who might be gay, to teach here.
School districts across the country are facing a teacher shortage, fueled by burnout and low pay. But in Texas, many blame politics. Last year, Ramser's district saw a 40% jump in resignations and retirements after new conservative school board members pushed to remove hundreds of books and restrict lessons about race and LGBTQ identities.
I've taught these kids for years to write and to grow their voices, and I'm not going to let my actions say something different.
Ramser, who identifies as queer, says she was asked to change some of her lessons and to remove classroom artwork and rainbow stickers. Then, one afternoon last year, a parent told a local news site that Ramser encouraged her child to become transgender by lending her a book called The Prince and the Dressmaker.
All I did was give a kid a book.
What went through your mind?
I was terrified. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think.
The mother who accused Ramser declined to speak with NBC News, but the child and her father say the allegations were false, that the child already identified as transgender. The district cleared Ramser, but never made a statement for her to the public. The district declined to respond to NBC News about this specific case, but acknowledged it has more openings this year than last year, saying many other school districts, not only in Texas but across the nation, are also experiencing this declining retention rate of teachers and other employees.
It's almost like we're in a battle against the school board when the school board should be on our side.
Students described Emily Ramser's classroom as one of the most welcoming spaces at school.
I think Ms. Ramser was a few places anyone in general could feel accepted, no matter your race, religion, gender, sexuality.
Do you feel safe at school right now?
Not entirely, no.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of aspects of who I am as a person that I cannot express because of the environment of the school that I go to.
NBC News obtained the district's 2023 teacher engagement survey. In it, almost 300 out of 1,500 staffers complained about the board. By the end of the school year, Emily Ramser's once vibrant classroom was barren.
Nobody can stop you from getting the education you deserve. I will give you book recommendations, because I can give you book recommendations now, hopefully, but you really can do anything.
Surrounded by her students, she was determined to teach one final lesson. This fall, Emily Ramser is going to start her career over in a new school district. In the meantime, her students from Grapevine and Colleyville say that all of this has inspired them to become more, not less political, and that they're looking forward to, in some cases, voting for the first time in a local election.
All right, Antonia, thank you.
All right, let's switch gears and turn now to some financial headlines. Microsoft's expansion in the AI world seems to be attracting investors.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Good morning, Silvana.
Stephen, Lindsay, good morning. Yeah, so those are shares of Microsoft because they are sitting at record highs. Thanks to the optimism and excitement surrounding everything related to AI, the company's market valuation is now nearly $2.6 trillion, trailing only Apple. Microsoft is seen as a leader in the adoption of AI technology due to its huge investment in OpenAI. That's the startup behind the popular ChatGPT. Meanwhile, Uber is going to start showing video ads in the app while you wait for your driver. Uber also plans to install tablets and seat backs to show ads to passengers. The company is expanding video ads for Uber Eats. They'll appear right after you place your order, and Drizzly will also add ads to its app. The Wall Street Journal says that a key selling point for advertisers is the huge amount of data that Uber has on its users, such as the places they visit and what they frequently order on Uber Eats. And book your trip, guys, because Virgin Galactic, that's the space tourism company founded by billionaire Richard Branson, says it will launch its long-awaited commercial spaceflight service later this month. Now, the first flight, called Galactic One, is planned between June 27th and 30th. A second flight will follow in early August, with monthly flights expected after that. And Virgin Galactic stock has lost more than 2/3 of its value last year, and that was due to several delays in the launch of the commercial service, guys. All right, who's going to space?
I want to retire one day, Silvana. I don't know.
I would go. I would go.
Same. So let's go. We'll go.
All right.
We'll go together. We'll go together, Stephen.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
Sure.
This Sunday, we are celebrating dads and father figures on Father's Day. We will say our own thank yous in just a moment, but we want to take a look at a subject that is too often ignored, the mental health and well-being of the dads in our lives.
Yeah, the website Parents surveyed 1,600 fathers about their mental health and well-being, and the results give an insight into some of the struggles that they can face.
Grace Bastidas, editor-in-chief of Parents, joins us now to talk about this very important subject. So, Grace, obviously can't speak for everyone here, but I think a lot of people, when we picture our dads, we think of the strong, silent type. They take on so much of the burden. You know, is there a stigma around the mental health of fathers? Why doesn't this get discussed a lot?
Well, yes, so Parents teamed up with Very Well Health to survey 1,600 dads, and we found that dads in general are feeling disconnected, unsupported, and unappreciated. And they really half wish that family and friends checked in on them more often. And they've lost friends after becoming a dad. And we found that 46% wish they were recognized more as a parent. And as we know, this affects home life, relationships, and even the way we parent. And a lot of it does come down to stigma. This idea that men need to be stoic and that they need to suppress their emotions. And when we looked at new parents, we heard concerns about, we often hear concerns about the mom's emotional health, which is understandable, but research shows that 1 in 10 men grapple with postpartum depression, and many do so in silence because there's still that idea that they have to power through. And a lot of them really aren't turning to get care for their mental health because they're afraid of being judged. They don't want to talk about it. 45% said, if I talk about it, I'm going to be judged by my peers. And those who considered seeing a therapist, 1 in 4 decided not to for that same fear.
That's pretty heartbreaking. So many dads and men in general want to connect, but just don't know how. I did want to ask Grace about the results from this survey. 59% of dads said they wish they felt more seen overall, but when it came to mental health in particular, they overwhelmingly expressed just wanting more support, and also, as you talked about, being afraid of judgment by others when they talk about their mental health, and even struggling to talk about their feelings. So what can these numbers tell us about the sort of help that these fathers need?
Well, the interesting thing was that while most of the dads we surveyed found that it's really important to teach kids about mental health, they themselves do not have those tools. As you said, they're afraid of being judged. They're afraid of even having that conversation, and they won't necessarily see a therapist, but they know that talking to kids is very important. And this lack of support really leads to feelings of loneliness. And among primary caregivers, and about half of our respondents identified as primary caregivers, they are struggling even more expressing those feelings. So it's really important to support dads and create a safe space where they can share their feelings. And we say start small. If you're a dad, look to somebody to confide in, whether it's a good friend or another father. And there are also online dad support groups that can help you open up about your fatherhood journey. And in general, it's really up to all of us to really let go of those stereotypes that are imposed on men that they can't be vulnerable, and really encourage them to talk about how they're feeling. And if you're in a relationship and you have a co-parent, discuss your goals for your kids and really how you can work together and how you can proactively ask for help.
And Grace, this is something we're talking about now, obviously, because we're a couple days out, but this is something that we should be trying to do throughout the year, not just on one day. I mean, talk about the importance of that.
Exactly. Don't just check on your dads on Father's Day, but all throughout the year, and really encourage them to talk. And as a dad, see what kind of self-care you can get into. We found in our survey that techniques like exercise, meditation, playing music, even getting fresh air seems to help dads' mental health, whatever you're into, because 83% of dads are prioritizing their family's well-being over their own. So it's important to look at your own well-being, and we believe at Parents that it makes you a better parent.
Oh, Grace Bastidas, thank you so much. Important conversation.
Thank you.
Speaking of Father's Day, we now want to take the time to shout out our own dads and father figures right here at Morning News Now. Here's a picture of my dad. We took an art class together, kind of a great way just to bond. And
yeah, well, happy Father's Day to your dad. And my dad also coming up here. There he is with my beautiful sister at my wedding. Yeah, happy Father's Day to him. There he is with two of my many, many nieces. Adorable there. So, yeah, happy Father's Day, Dad. And we got some more amazing fathers from our Morning News Now team. And, of course, many of our team members are fathers themselves. As you can see, we've got lots of special people to thank for being in our lives. From dads, grandpas, uncles, brothers, father-in-laws. Don't forget them. Stepfathers as well. It's all about celebrating those male figures we hold near and dear to our hearts. So happy Father's Day to them. The father figures as well, tuning in. And we hope you know how much you mean to us.
Oh, love it. All right.
Yeah.
Glad everybody got a shout out there.
It sure did. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If you're a fan of the movie The Devil Wears Prada, and who isn't really, and you always wanted to live that lifestyle, some good news for you. I'm looking at you, Lindsay. Yeah, that very stressful job. Andy Sachs, of course, the infamous Andy Sachs. You see her there. She's played by the famous Anne Hathaway. Well, it seems Vogue, the actual magazine, is looking for an assistant to support editor-in-chief Anna Wintour. The candidate will be responsible for managing event calendars, documenting meetings, and most importantly, fielding communication under Wintour. Of course, in the movie, the character inspired by Anna Wintour, was played by Meryl Streep. It's not in the prompter here, but I know it's Miranda Priestley because it's such a good and watchable movie. Anne Hathaway played her assistant, and it was, as you said, stressful just to watch that. That real-life position is based in New York City, and just like the popular movie, impeccable attention to detail is required for that job.
I mean, you get to probably hobnob with celebrities. It sounds really cool.
The Chanel boots like she wore in the movie.
Yeah, you got to have
we'll have to watch that.
Certain
tolerance. Yes, true, for sure. A good disposition there. We do want to end this hour with a little talk of vacation, which can improve all of our dispositions. It's just, summer is just days away, which means a lot of us are wanting to get out of the office.
Yeah, if we're not already there mentally. If
yeah,
you need some help deciding where to go, Condé Nast Traveler has the list for us. They just released their 2023 hot list with the world's top new places to stay, eat, and visit. So joining us now for the Inside Scoop is Deputy Global Editorial Director for Condé Nast Traveler, Jesse Ashlock. Jesse, thanks for being with us. And, you know, I checked out the list. There are even some places here in New York that I want to check out that sound cool. How did you and your team go about deciding what makes the list?
Well, thanks for having me. It's really one of those always-on things. All year long, our editors around the world in San Francisco, New York, London, in India, we're sending people to new hotels or checking them out ourselves. And late in the calendar year, we'll have a list of several hundred places that we've actually been to and vetted. And then the hard part begins, where we whittle down the list and try to come up with the most essential openings of the year that, you know, check some of those classic hospitality boxes. I mean beauty, I mean comfort, I mean outstanding service, but also considerations like what the hotel is doing for the destination or the community and what its sustainability mission is. Those are huge criteria for us these days.
Interesting. Well, this list I've seen has everything: hotels, restaurants, even cruises, along with museums. So you're keeping our options really open this summer. What were some of the highlights that you saw from these categories?
Well, you mentioned New York earlier. One of my very favorites this year is, it's not a new hotel, it's a rebirth, and it's the iconic Hotel Chelsea, the place where, you know, everyone from Mark Twain to Dylan Thomas to Patti Smith once lived. Patti Smith wrote about it in Just Kids. And it closed for 11 years and then quietly reopened with this extraordinary renovation. And it's this kind of bright, colorful, modern place. There's this wonderful new bar called the Lobby Bar, and then the iconic El Quijote restaurant on the street level has also gotten refreshed. It's still got the longtime residents, who are a famous aspect of the Chelsea Hotel, so it still has that bohemian vibe.
You know, we all know that our time off is so precious. I mean, most people only get, you know, a few days to a couple of weeks here. What makes a really good spot worth both the time and the money?
There are so many tips I could give about picking the best spot, but here's three. If I was going to boil it down, I would say, number one, take into consideration everyone who's going on the trip and make sure they're going to have a meaningful experience and take something that is somewhat life-changing home with them. Number two is be aware of how crowded your destination is likely to be, especially at this time of year. We're headed into what is expected to be one of the busiest travel seasons on record. And I think for me, number three would be, you know, listen, I always recommend spending more to have a memorable experience, but I don't want anybody to bankrupt themselves by going on vacation. If you're lying on a beach and you're wondering how you're going to make your next mortgage payment, you're not going to have a good time. So, you know, travel within your means.
Yeah, very good advice. All right, Jesse Ashlock, thank you so much. Hope you have a great summer of travel ahead of you.
I hope you do too. Thank you so much.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. Good to be with you. I'm Lindsay Reiser.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Happy Friday. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, path of destruction. This morning, search and rescue crews are looking for survivors after a reported tornado tore through a Texas town overnight. Several people are reported dead and more than 70 others are injured. The storm snapped trees, flattened homes, and left thousands in the dark. And now another round of severe weather with damaging winds, hail, and more possible tornadoes is expected today. We're tracking those storms, plus a dangerous heat wave that could see temperatures hit well into the triple digits. Offensive action as Ukraine's long-awaited counteroffensive itches forward. We're getting new insight from President Volodymyr Zelensky in an NBC News exclusive. What he told our own Richard Engel about the fight to drive out the Russians, concerns over a vulnerable target, and the upcoming 2024 American presidential election. Out of the hospital this morning, Pope Francis is back at the Vatican 9 days after he had abdominal surgery. We'll have more on what he told reporters as he was leaving the hospital and what the Vatican officials are saying about when he'll return to his normal duties. And can't miss list. It's a blockbuster weekend at the box office, from Pixar to Wes Anderson to the long-awaited return of a comic book icon that is sure to have people sprinting to the theater. A little bit of a hint there. We've got everything you need to know about the big screen and the small screen coming up this weekend. Here's another spoiler. It's The Flash. We're looking forward to.
I feel like Chris Witherspoon comes on and just educates me on everything I need to know, and I'm good. So
that's
I'm
right.
Forward to
It's
that.
a full menu. I love it. We do begin this morning, though, with that extreme weather that has just been battering the South.
There were reports of several tornadoes in Texas and Oklahoma. The severe storms bringing heavy winds, torrential rain, and hail to the region. And the Texas Panhandle city of Perryton is reeling this morning after a deadly tornado ripped through the region yesterday. At least 3 people are dead. Dozens of others are injured. The damage is being described as devastating. Some people there are left with nothing after the tornado flattened an entire mobile home park there. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest on the damage.
Perrytown, Texas, city of 8,000 people, blindsided by multiple tornadoes. I'm standing right now on 1st and Main Street. This is the downtown strip right here. All the businesses and cars that you see have bricks littered on top of them, aluminum siding torn off, plywood everywhere. This used to be a gym. Banks, restaurants gone. A little bit further down the street, you have City Hall, which houses the police and fire stations. Those are wiped out. Now, in terms of the numbers, injuries, at least 75, potentially as many as 100, we're told. There are 3 confirmed fatalities, 1 person who is missing. And the Texas A&M Urban Search and Rescue crews are on their way here right now, waiting to find out what they'll see in the light of day.
For the people of Perryton, Texas,
it has just devastated this area.
Their town and their lives have been changed forever.
Come to the station for rescue. Come to the station for rescue.
A panorama of heartache and pain after evening tornadoes, 2 or possibly 3, touched down in this small town. Video showing one barreling across fields and crossing a highway. The storms ripped apart dozens of mobile homes, leaving this downtown area completely unrecognizable, prompting a frantic search for survivors who might be trapped underneath the rubble.
We're going to be on search and rescue. Missing 4 people in this location.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott deploying emergency resources, including more than 100 members of a Texas A&M search and rescue team who are set to touch down in a few hours with at least 10 canine units. Their immediate goal, to assist in collapsed structures rescues and wide area searches.
We are without power, and we are trying to get everything we can done to restore power to our community and help those in need.
It comes as the whole region has been under siege from severe weather. Overnight, West Florida dealing with severe flash flooding. The National Weather Service calling it a life-threatening situation. Residents in that area just now waking up to over a foot of rainfall. Some 30 million people across Texas, Louisiana, and southern Florida are also under heat alerts today, with scorching temperatures expected to last for days and break records. But this morning, a nation's thoughts anchored firmly with the people in this small tornado-ravaged town that are still waiting to learn the true depth of their loss.
We've also learned this morning about 15 critical care patients who were transferred to larger hospitals for further treatment. Their conditions this morning aren't clear. As for the mayor, he told me there's 30 businesses that were damaged or destroyed and about 100 homes, roughly half of them mobile homes. Everything those folks had, they had in those houses. In Perryton, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Wow, just devastating there in that daylight, too. Sam, thank you.
Yeah, and as we can see from Sam's shot, Perryton is facing a long road ahead as they try to recover. Today, anchors Hoda Kotb and Craig Melvin spoke with Perryton's fire chief about all that damage.
It's good to see you this morning. Thank you for taking a moment from your busy morning. I know that you are on a search and rescue mission. Will you tell us where things stand at this hour?
Yes, currently, of all of the homes that we have searched, all of the occupants are accounted for except for one. And so our main priority this morning is going to be going back over that area and researching it, and then following the debris field and seeing if we are able to find that one person that's still unaccounted for.
Can you describe for us the extent of the damage in and around town that you and your teams are seeing there?
Yeah, this one building is just absolutely just one of the many. Downtown area has many of the storefronts totally wiped off. Building collapsed or partially collapsed. The path of the storm, there are a lot of conventional construction homes that are completely destroyed. The trailer park that the tornado first hit, there's probably 25 to 30 of those homes that are completely destroyed as well. And then the path across town, there's probably going to be 150 homes, is my rough guess, is 150 to 200 homes that are going to be destroyed.
Tell me how people there are coping.
Well, you just keep hearing people say, we'll rebuild, we'll be back, and the small community, we will, and that's the hope and that we have.
Well, Texas Governor Greg Abbott said he's directed the Texas Division of Emergency Management to send help, including road crews and engineers, and they're certainly going to need all the help they can get. All right, now to what to expect today and into this weekend. Let's get a check of your Morning News Now forecast.
Let's say good morning again to meteorologist Michelle Grossman for details. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Great to see you. And we're going to see more of the same today. Severe weather, not quite as robust as yesterday, but still another day of severe storms. We're going to see that once again on Saturday and Sunday. So let's take a look at radar, showing you what's happening right now. We're looking at some stronger storms moving through the Gulf Coast. That will be the theme throughout this Friday. Could see some strong storms in the Central Plains, the Southern Plains, also through the Mid-Atlantic. So we have a complex that brought tornado warnings yesterday throughout the Ohio Valley. That's all moving east, the Mid-Atlantic. We're going to see the chance for strong storms later on this afternoon. Also the addition of some really beneficial rain. 9 million people at risk today once again for severe storms. We're talking the chance for hail, not quite as large as what we saw yesterday and the day before. Also winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Yesterday we had winds gusting over 80 miles per hour. So this is still strong, still could cause some damage, but again, not showing as many robust ingredients. We're looking at isolated chances for tornadoes. That is mainly through where we see the yellow spot. So that's a slight risk. That's a higher risk, likely to see those stronger storms through Dodge City down to El Dorado, Jackson, down to Mobile, also Tallahassee. So those are the spots we're going to be watching for those severe storms. But still in the Mid-Atlantic, you could see some stronger thunderstorms as well. This is what it looks like tomorrow. 6 million once again at risk to start out the weekend. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Some hail, also a few tornadoes. Oklahoma City, Joplin, Dodge City. You have been in the threat for many, many days. We're to keep that in place today. So through Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, over to Arkansas, Mississippi, and also Alabama. Here's the setup. We're seeing this stagnant pattern kind of stuck on repeat over the past several days. We'll see it once again. We have several fronts too, as you can see on this map. So this one right here, this is what's causing all the damage. It's sort of parked over the area. We're seeing that trigger of storms over and over again. It's pulling that moisture off the Gulf, and that's why we're seeing that. So strong storms once again stalled along that front. We're going to see storms developing later on this afternoon, this evening, into the Mid-Atlantic, also the Central Plains. Then by tomorrow, we're looking at Kansas and Texas once again, seeing the risk for severe storms. Locally heavy downpours, could see some flash flooding. Pensacola, you saw over 12 inches of rain so far. We had a flash flood emergency, so you want to be really careful as you're driving out and about. Rainfall totals stretching anywhere from the northern plains to the central plains, the Mississippi Valley into the southeast, also the northeast, New England into the Mid-Atlantic. We could see some really heavy downpours. There's a lot of moisture with these storms, really summer-like weather. So any of these thunderstorms could unleash that. Where we see these brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we could see the heaviest rain falling. So today we're looking at that. We're also looking at some really hot air in the south. That is continuing an early heat wave. We have heat alerts stretching from Texas all the way along the Gulf Coast states. That's aiding the storms. A heat warning, that is in the pink. So we're looking at Houston, Lake Charles, Corpus Christi, Brownsville. And take a look at some of these numbers. I mean, we're looking at temperatures soaring into the triple digits, but you factor in that humidity, it's going to feel like 111 in Houston. It's going to feel like 117 in Corpus Christi. And this is when it gets especially dangerous. It was yesterday, the day before, today, and then it's going to stay in place. So it's hard for our bodies to kind of respond to that. Sunday in Houston, 101, 102 in Houston. So a really hot Father's Day for many of us.
Yeah, Texas used to that heat, but those consecutive days makes it very difficult.
Right.
All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Now to an NBC News exclusive, an inside look at the major counteroffensive underway in Ukraine from President Volodymyr Zelensky. He spoke with NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel, who joins us now with more. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. There were more long-range Russian attacks on Kyiv this morning. We could hear the air raid sirens going off, the air defense systems in this city roaring into action, as we have more from our exclusive interview with the president.
Ukraine is in a full-scale fight to take back Russian-occupied land.
Hi, Richard.
A pivotal moment for our interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the presidential compound in Kyiv.
This must be a very critical time for you. Critical and very busy.
For over a year, Ukraine has been fighting successfully to defend itself. Now it's on the offensive to break through Russian front lines. It's proving to be a challenge. And Zelensky says if Ukraine prevails, they'll win the war.
We are now in the early days of this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going?
I cannot give you all the details. There are both defensive and offensive actions. Things look not bad. I would say it's generally positive, but it's difficult. Our heroic people, our troops, who are now at the front of the front line, are facing very tough resistance. And you understand why. Because for Russia to lose this campaign to Ukraine, I would say, actually means losing the war.
President Zelensky also had a dire warning. He blamed Russia for blowing up a dam, which Russia denies, flooding dozens of villages. And he tells us the next Russian target is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. With U.S. elections looming, President Zelensky said he's well aware some Republican candidates, including former President Trump and Governor DeSantis, are expressing doubts about American support for Ukraine.
Yes, we are concerned about this. Yes, I believe it is a great risk for Ukraine. We are not worried about a new person in power, but a change in the policy of the United States. That's what we don't want, and I believe it won't happen.
Defense officials from NATO countries are meeting today in Brussels to discuss possible membership for Ukraine. It is something that Russia deeply opposes. Vladimir Putin personally opposes. President Zelensky said that he wants a clear path for NATO membership and security guarantees.
Okay, Richard, we'll have to see. Thank you.
All right, some more international news this morning. Pope Francis has been released from a hospital stay in Rome where he's recovering from abdominal surgery. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobayea joins us now with the latest on the Pope. So good morning, Kelly. What are doctors saying about the Pope's condition and this most recent hospital stay?
Well, as doctors say, he's doing well this morning, and in fact, that he's stronger than before the surgery because of the discomfort he was feeling. They say that will now be gone. Pope Francis is now back at the Vatican this morning. He waved to well-wishers and medical staff outside the hospital earlier today as he left, and he was seen smiling. He appeared to be in very good spirits. When asked how he was, in fact, he said, "I'm still alive." The Pope took a moment to pray at the Basilica of St. Mary Major and Hospital hospital's chapel before heading back to the Vatican. That's something he's done in the past after being treated. The pontiff, who is 86, underwent abdominal surgery, as you mentioned. That was last Wednesday. The surgery was to repair a hernia. His medical team said there were no complications and that he is recovering successfully. But his hospitalization did spark some concerns initially over his health, and that's because of these other hospital stays. He was admitted earlier this year for a lung infection. 2 years ago, he had part of his colon removed, and of course, he is 86 years old. The Vatican says the Pope spent most of his time in the hospital resting and recovering. But, Stephen, he did find time yesterday to visit the children's cancer ward, and there's some just lovely pictures of him in that cancer ward thanking the children for their letters, their drawings, and messages of support.
That likely helping his spirits. That's important, along with that sense of humor. Also important, though, for him to take some time to recover. Has the Vatican given any indication of when he is going to go back to those normal duties?
Well, his doctor says the Pope is already back at work, and we can see that. Today, he plans to recite his noon prayer on Sunday in St. Peter's Square, his usual noon prayer, and also resume private audiences. But he'll be skipping next Wednesday's general audience to safeguard his recovery, the Vatican says. Stephen.
Important to take that time. Kelly, also, I know the Pope has a busy summer schedule. Those trips that he has planned to Portugal and also to Mongolia. Is this surgery, is that expected to affect those travel plans in any way?
Well, his surgeon says he should be well enough to travel by then. He cautioned only that the Pope shouldn't do any heavy lifting, which is understandable after a hernia surgery. His doctor said, we've asked him to rest a bit, and we're sure he'll listen a bit more this time because of those important commitments he has over the summer. He'll be spending World Youth Day in Portugal at the beginning of August, and then a visit to Mongolia at the end of August. But, Stephen, the Pope traditionally takes all of July off. His only public appearances are Sunday blessings, so he'll have all of that time to recover before that busy August schedule. Stephen.
Some well-needed time. I still love his response to those reporters. I'm still alive. He's a funny guy. All right, Kelly, thanks so much.
The two Tennessee legislators who were expelled earlier this year after protesting gun violence are one step closer to getting reelected to their old seats. Justin Jones won his primary election yesterday in Nashville, as did Justin Pearson in the Memphis area. Now they move on to the general election in August. And the two Democrats were expelled back in April when they protested gun violence following that school mass shooting at Covenant in April. The expulsion drew national attention, prompted accusations of racism. Jones and Pearson were reinstated to their seats days later, but they still had to run to be reelected to their old seats.
Well, still to come, it's been 60 years since the first woman blasted off into space, and just ahead, we'll take a look at how that flight helped open the doors for other women and pave the way for the future of spaceflight.
But first, 2 Americans found dead at a luxury resort in Mexico. The suspected cause that one of the victims' family members said was entirely preventable. That's next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Authorities in Mexico are looking into the deaths of 2 Americans found in their room at a luxury resort in Cabo San Lucas. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more on what authorities say may have happened.
This morning, this upscale resort just outside Cabo San Lucas is now the site of an investigation into the deaths of an American couple.
It's just devastating.
Authorities say 28-year-old Abby Lutz and her boyfriend, 41-year-old John Heathco, were found unresponsive inside their hotel room by staff at the Rancho Pescadera Hotel, where rooms can cost up to $1,000 a night. Over the weekend, Lutz's family says the couple started feeling ill after they arrived and headed to the hospital to seek treatment.
She got really sick and they thought it was food poisoning. They spent the night with IVs, getting IVs and things, and then they felt better. They went back to the hotel and spent the day at the pool. When they went to bed, I guess they didn't wake up.
On a GoFundMe page, Lutz's family writes, "We have been told it was due to improper venting of the resort and could be carbon monoxide poisoning."
They just thought it was food poisoning. They had no idea. None of us thought about that, because you can't smell carbon monoxide.
In a statement, the hotel, owned by the Hyatt, says in part, out of an abundance of caution and respect for the families and all those affected, we are refraining from speculation about the cause, adding there is no threat to guest safety or well-being at this time. Sadly, deaths like these are far too common. In October, 3 Americans appeared to have died from carbon monoxide poisoning in an upscale Airbnb in Mexico City. And last May, 3 U.S. tourists were found dead at a sandals resort in the Bahamas, also killed by carbon monoxide poisoning. A tragedy in paradise for a young couple and the families they left behind.
We love her family, all friends. We'll miss her so much.
And our thanks to Miguel Almaguer for that reporting. While the cause of death of those 2 travelers has not been officially confirmed, if this story gives you any pause about your safety while traveling, you're not alone. And doctors we talked to say you can pick up battery-operated CO2 detectors and keep them with you when you travel to let you know if there may be carbon monoxide present.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is heading to China today in his first visit to the country during the Biden administration. Remember, he was originally scheduled to travel there earlier this year, but that trip was postponed following the spy balloon incident over the U.S. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the latest from Beijing.
High stakes, low expectations, but it's on. Secretary of State Antony Blinken heading to Beijing for meetings with Chinese officials here on Sunday and Monday in what is seen as a crucial bid to try to reset this very complex relationship. This is the highest cabinet level visit to China yet for the Biden administration. It's coming late after Secretary Blinken called off the trip when that spy balloon was shot down. So in many ways, this is the reset of the reset, and both sides are trying to appear to be managing this relationship responsibly. So in that sense, going through the motions holds some utility. Few details as it stands about when the meetings will happen and with whom, but we do know he'll get time on Monday with China's President Xi Jinping, who today met with Bill Gates. Very rare for a Chinese president to take a meeting with a business leader, but he told Bill Gates, quote, "You are the first American friend to visit me in Beijing this year." When both sides do get together, there will be no shortage of issues to discuss. Tariffs, Taiwan, AI, American detainees here, confrontation in the South China Sea, certainly Russia's war in Ukraine. Both sides are using very careful language in saying they want this to yield open lines of communication and ways to manage competition. It actually started a couple of days ago with a phone call between the Secretary of State and Foreign Minister Qin Gang. Judging from the readouts, it wasn't a very warm conversation. It's why nobody is expecting any breakthroughs, but are seeing the visit happening as a sign of progress, that maybe this can pave the way for more high-level cabinet meetings and visits to China. Certainly what China is looking for as the economy is showing signs of softening here, and perhaps a get-together between President Xi and President Biden before the end of the year.
All right, Janice, appreciate that context. Thank you.
Well, more international headlines now. In central Canada, at least 15 were killed in a crash involving a truck and a bus.
Claudio Longo joins us now from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, the small bus caught fire after it collided with a truck at a highway junction in central Canada, killing at least 15 people traveling on it and injuring 10 others. Now, the bus was carrying a group of mostly elderly people who were on their way to a casino nearby. It is believed to be one of the most deadly road accidents in Canada in years. Police said the drivers of the bus and the truck survived, but declined to say who might have been responsible for the crash. Now let's go to India, where at least 2 people have died after cyclone Biparjoy made landfall on the western Gujarat state close to Pakistan. According to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, when it made landfall, the cyclone brought 65 miles per hour winds and rainfalls of up to 20 inches. Dramatic images of roads turning into rivers, trees bending in the wind, and people wading waist deep in floodwater were shown on Indian television. And let's end this short tour of the world in Peru, where archaeologists found a 3,000-year-old mummy. It was found by students of San Marcos University and other researchers during an excavation in the capital, Lima. Archaeologist Miguel Aguilar said the burial site contained items like corn, coca leaves, and seeds, which led him to believe the mummy had been offered as a sacrifice during the last phase of a construction of a temple. Back to you guys.
Wow, quite the find. All right, Claudia, thank you.
Coming up, the summer travel season is kicking off. That means some will be heading to some far-off destination, but one airline is bringing new meaning to far off.
Yeah, you're not kidding about that. We're talking about a nonstop flight of more than 19 hours. How it works and why researchers say it might not be quite as bad as you think. That's coming up next.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with a summer time travel question. Time travel. That sounds a little different.
Cool.
How long is too long to be flying in a plane? 8 hours? 10, 12?
You may be wishing for time travel after this one. How about 19 hours nonstop to Sydney, Australia? Wow. That's a commitment. You may recall our own NBC News correspondent, Tom Costello, he flew on a research flight to Sydney a few years ago just like this, and now that research is in about whether passengers and crews can handle such an extreme trip.
So he joins us now, lucky for us, live from JFK Airport. All right, Tom, what's the verdict?
Bottom line is Qantas says the research shows that 20 hours is doable. Now, listen, here's the deal. Right now, Singapore Airlines flies direct New York to Singapore, 18 hours, 45 minutes. Sydney, going to Sydney direct from New York, that's 19 and a half hours, pushing 20. So I was on one of these research flights, and the bottom line on the findings, in fact, there is a way to make that jet lag phenomenon not quite so miserable. If you're like most people, the thought of spending even a minute longer on a plane may seem unappealing. At Qantas Airlines, they're testing the limits of what's possible. It was 2019 before the pandemic. We joined a Qantas research flight with just a handful of passengers on a 19-plus hour flight to Down Under. Takeoff time 9:27 p.m. out of New York, 12:27 p.m. tomorrow in Sydney. On board, researchers monitored the 4 pilots who wore brain scan and light exposure meters. What's your biggest concern?
Just making sure that the pilots and the crew on board the aircraft are getting enough rest, getting enough nutrition, and doing all the right things that are going to maintain their health and well-being on board such a long flight.
Could they manage the jet lag?
That is the enemy that I face every time I fly. I just get really, really groggy and lazy, and I don't want to do anything.
The key, reset our body clocks. Right away, the plane was on Sydney time. That meant lunchtime. A low-carb, spicy meal with lights on bright to keep us awake. Then exercise, the Macarena at 2 a.m. to keep the blood moving.
We are tricking our bodies. At the moment, because we're flying west, we are delaying our sleep.
Not easy. 3:30 in the morning East Coast time, which means I've now been awake for 22 hours, and I really would love to go to sleep. The pilots, meanwhile, rotated through sleep shifts in their private quarters.
We need to extend the duty times of pilots from 20 hours to 22 hours, maybe to 24 hours.
I'm not sure. It's definitely longer, so feeling a little more tired, but we'll see how it goes.
Finally, we were allowed to sleep in total darkness. Blue screens discouraged. When we awoke, researchers tested passenger alertness.
I feel better, but time will tell this afternoon.
Then, 19 hours and 16 minutes later,
you'll get a magnificent view of the Opera House.
Touchdown in Sydney. Fast forward to today, and the University of Sydney's research results are in.
If you optimize the times when you're exposed to light, when you eat, when you exercise, it will help synchronize the body clocks and reduce jet lag.
The food, lights, and exercise did lead to better quality of sleep in flight, less severe jet lag, and better cognitive performance 2 days after the flight. So Qantas has ordered 12 new Airbus planes specially designed with fewer seats, more room, and that all-important Macarena exercise area. In first-class mini hotel suites. It's a big bet to connect Down Under with Up Here.
Project Sunrise, which whole intent is to make Australia that bit closer to the rest of the world.
So Qantas has ordered these brand new Airbus A350s they're going to come with almost 100 fewer seats, and that allows them to have bigger seats in coach and that exercise area for the Macarena guys. Back to you.
Yeah, we'd love that.
Oh, yeah, lots of fun.
All right, so Tom, not everybody watching is going to fly to Sydney, fly to Singapore. What are some ways, though, if you do feel general malaise on some of the longer haul flights, what can we do?
You know, I fly to Europe often for family and also for work, and I've tried everything over several decades. So here's what I do. First of all, water, water, water. Don't drink soda and don't drink alcohol. Also, you want to try to, at least I take a melatonin or a ZQuil when I first get on board so I can sleep about 4 hours right away, starting at 6 p.m. East Coast time. That way I'm rested when I land. Wear comfortable clothes. You also want to wear headphones so you can block out the noise. And you do want to get up and move a little bit. You want to avoid that risk of blood clots in the legs. But listen, it's all about hydrating. It's not a party in the skies. It's a hydration exercise, you guys.
What are you, the airplane police?
I know, no drinking, no, yeah, come on, Tom. A little bit of fun up there. Airplane police. All right, Tom, thanks so much.
Today, it marks 60 years since a female astronaut made history, becoming the first woman to fly into outer space.
Yeah, incredible. On June 16th, 1963, Russian cosmonaut Valentina Tereshkova was launched on a solo mission aboard the spacecraft Vostok 6, 2 years after the first human-crewed flight in space.
Joining us right now to discuss is Eileen Collins, retired NASA astronaut and author of The Story of the First American Woman to Command a Space Mission. Eileen, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us here. It's really an honor to get to talk to you. We know this was the first of many steps for women in space. What kind of doors did Tereshkova's accomplishments open for you and other women in space?
Well, I think the first thing that she did is prove that women can do it. And her first flight, if you look it up, it was actually almost 3 days long, and she went by herself. Now, she wasn't the first person in space. Of course, Yuri Gagarin had flown before her, and that Vostok spacecraft that she flew on was built for one person. Valentina, by the way, I met her in 1995 before my first flight in space. She was a parachutist. She was not a pilot or a professional cosmonaut until the Soviet Union, because of her background, thought that she was the right person for the flight, so they asked her to do this flight. And I'm going to say she's a very tough lady. Like I said, I was able to meet her, and she was a very pointed, asking me some very direct questions. And she's, I'd say, lived quite a risky, dangerous life. And I really hit it off with her, considering the fact that we grew up in two very different countries and really have lived two very different lives.
Wow, that is fascinating. So cool that you actually got to meet her. And Eileen, I know you've made history yourself as the first female pilot and first female commander of a space shuttle. So talk to us about this first flight. Did it inspire your own journey into space?
Well, so yeah, so let me say first something about Valentina. So I actually, when that flight happened, I was so young. I was alive, but I was a little toddler, so I didn't actually know what happened. But after I became, I'm going to say older, high school, college, and I learned about Valentina and that women could do it, I wanted to be an astronaut myself. So I started looking into the U.S. space program, which at the time had no women. It wasn't until 1978 that NASA selected their first women to be part of the space shuttle program. And then I started planning for myself, is this something that I can do? But I also want to say that back in the early 1960s, NASA did a test with, I think there were about 25 women, 13 of them made it through. They're called the Mercury 13. That testing was on the ground. It was medical and physiological, physical testing to see, can women handle the stresses of spaceflight? They succeeded. They did very well, but unfortunately, it wasn't until Sally Ride first flew her first flight in 1983 that women in the United States actually got a chance to fly.
And Eileen, we could talk to you about this all day. Unfortunately, we got to be quick with you on this last one. What work do we still need to do for equality for men and women in this field and other STEM careers?
Well, I think that we're basically there as far as opportunities. Not as what many women choose STEM careers or choose to be astronauts, but it is equal opportunity. So if a young woman listening right now, if you want to be an astronaut or if you want to work in a STEM field, The opportunities are there. In fact, companies want you. NASA wants you. Please apply, or please, take a look at it and do the kind of things you need to do to prepare to be an astronaut. It's a very, very wonderful, exciting career field.
What an endorsement. Eileen Collins, you have inspired so many, including us right here. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Absolutely. All right. Well, coming up this morning, getting married can be one of the biggest days in a person's life, but it can also be one of the most expensive.
Are you still paying off your wedding?
Let's not answer that question.
Okay, well, we're going to get into the nitty-gritty here next, breaking down how much it's going to cost before you walk down that aisle.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with financial headlines and more changes in the top leadership at Disney.
CNBC's Silvana now joins us with that and other news. Silvana, good morning.
Lindsay, Stephen, good morning. Yeah, changes at Disney. Longtime chief financial officer is leaving the company. Christine McCarthy, who has been with Disney for 23 years and in the role of CFO since 2015, is taking a family medical leave of absence now. Reports say that McCarthy has clashed with CEO Bob Iger and other executives over the company's strategy, including the amount of money that Disney spends on content for its streaming services. She also played a major role in ousting former CEO Bob Chapek last year, telling the board she had lost confidence in his leadership. Mercedes-Benz and Microsoft are testing ChatGPT in the automaker's luxury vehicles starting today. Mercedes says owners with the M-Bucks system will be able to download the AI chatbot after opting in through the Mercedes app or by voice command. Now, you'll be able to ask for trip information, ask other questions, or even have a conversation with your car, such as what to make for dinner. Now, eventually, you could make restaurant reservations, book movie tickets, and carry out other tasks. The test will last 3 months to see how drivers use the technology. And Americans plan to spend a record amount of money on dad this year. A recent survey by the National Retail Federation forecasts consumers will shell out nearly $23 billion. So that's up 10% from last year, and that works out to about $200 on average per person. The most popular gift for dad, well, a greeting card followed by clothes, special outings, gift cards, and personal care items, guys.
Yeah, you got to do the card.
Yeah,
yes.
Gift cards.
I'm sure our dads also have just like a million razors.
I know,
That
and
yes.
ties, yeah,
Ties,
coffee
yes.
cups, yeah, I've tried them all. All right, so
Lavana, thanks.
Thanks.
Sure.
Well, wedding season is officially here, and in the months to come, many Americans will be popping that champagne and putting on their dancing shoes to toast their favorite newlyweds.
Tying the knot, of course, so fun, so meaningful, but so expensive.
Ooh.
So NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here to walk us through some of the numbers. Brian, how bad is it?
Yeah, well, it is expensive. So welcome to wedding season. I've got some few fun stats here for you. $6,000, that's how much it's going to cost you on average for an engagement ring. Of course, there are cheaper options if you go lab-grown or synthetic. But look, as far as the engagement itself, some interesting stats on just the length of it. The average engagement period is about 15 months. 54% of couples are together for much longer than that, about 5 years or more. But guess this, wouldn't have guessed that December was actually the most common month to get engaged. We usually see summer photos in the park, but 15%, that's the highest share actually getting engaged in December. These stats according to Zola and also The Knot.
Wow. Well, let's get to the main event, Brian. How much are people spending on their actual...
How much did you... I want a big board presentation of Stevens.
Oh, no, you do not. I was never planning on getting married, so it was quite expensive for me. Brian, how much are other people spending?
I was going to say, let's take a look at the average and see where that compares, Stephen. But look, the average wedding cost is $30,000. It's going to be a lot more expensive depending on where you are. In New York City, for example, it's going to be about double that. But interesting to see that, of course, the largest share of that cost comes from the venue itself, $11,000 at a minimum in terms of just how much people on average are spending there. And even the photographer, right, just getting those photos, $2,500 is the average fee. And then this is actually a really interesting stat. When people go, oh, this is such a big wedding, or this is such a small wedding, the number to compare it to, 115 guests. That's how many people on average attend those weddings. And of course, you're thinking about the math in your head. How many plates do you need to have for all of those guests?
Ooh, one thing about those guest lists is they just keep growing and growing. There's always, my husband was like, somebody was nice to me once on an elevator. Let's invite him. It was a problem. So, Brian, the bride and groom, or grooms and brides, they're not the only ones being left out of a pocket for a wedding. So how much is it costing people to attend a wedding?
Yeah, well, it's expensive to go to someone else's wedding. So we got some average statistics on that as well. $611, this is according to Bankrate, is the average wedding cost per event. Now, that's pretty expensive. That's going to include travel accommodation, gifts, and also attire and grooming. The stats that I have here on the right side are for the whole wedding season. So this is not per event. So you're going to go to multiple events over the course of the season. But look, the most expensive thing is just to get to the wedding. Of course, if it's a destination wedding, that's even more expensive. But all of these costs are adding up in a high inflationary environment. 36% of people polled by Bankrate said they want to be more financially conservative as they try to budget to go out to these weddings. And of course, again, it's going to depend on how far and how aggressive these weddings are.
Aggressive. That's a good word for it, Brian.
Grooming. I didn't realize we were grooming ourselves before, but okay. Brian Chung.
Clean and groom.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Brian, thanks. Well, coming up, the weekend is finally here. And if you're looking to relax, maybe after you spend a lot of money on a wedding, we've got plenty of new movies and shows for you to take in.
Yeah, from Pixar to everyone's favorite speedster, we're back in a flash with your can't miss list.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back, everybody. All right, all you Friends fans. The iconic coffee house from the treasured sitcom is making its way to Boston. Step into the world that Rachel, Ross, Monica, and the gang all got to experience. You can immerse yourself, sit on the orange couch, take some selfies over your Central Perk latte. And you may wonder, why not New York? That's where the show is set. Well, Central Perk Coffee Co-President Joe Gerdock said he is proud that the world-class city of Boston will be the home of our new Central Perk concept. I love that in the show, they just sit there for like hours over one cup of coffee. They just all,
and that couch is always open.
Yeah,
there's never a crowd.
Except that one episode where they got into a fight. But anyway.
Okay, well, she knows her friends.
Yeah, I do.
All right, now to the latest honor for global superstar Gloria Estefan. She has become the first ever Latina to be inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra takes a look back at Gloria's lifetime achievements that helped catapult Latin sounds into U.S. pop culture.
Gloria Estefan once again making history. The Cuban-American superstar, now the first Latina ever inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. Honored not only for her award-winning lyrics she wrote and performed in both English and Spanish, but also for the dozens of songs she's helped write for others, including, of course, Jennifer Lopez's 1999 smash hit, Let's Get Loud. Estefan rose to stardom in the 1980s as the lead vocalist for Miami Sound Machine, alongside her husband, legendary music producer Emilio Estefan. 1, 2, 3, 4, come on, baby, say you love me. The band brought Latin flavor and style to American pop music, opening doors for other Latin musicians. But as she climbed the charts in the U.S., Gloria never strayed far from her own roots. Her 1993 Spanish-language album, Mi Tierra, or My Homeland, pays tribute to Cuba, where she was born before her family fled to Miami in 1959 during the Cuban Revolution.
And the Grammy goes.
Misiada. Gloria.
Yes!
Gloria.
The album winning Estefan her first 3 Grammys. Her mainstream success would continue to skyrocket through the 90s, co-writing the official theme song of the 1996 Summer Olympics with Diane Warren. Bringing salsa to the Super Bowl halftime show in 1999. Across 4 decades, she sold over 100 million records worldwide, making her one of the best-selling female artists of all time. In 2015, her beats brought her to the White House when she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Even the Obamas couldn't help feeling the rhythm. With a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, a Kennedy Center honor, her very own Barbie doll, Estefan's incredible impact immortalized in a Broadway show named none other than Get On Your Feet. And Estefan's still at it, recently releasing a Christmas album with her daughter Emily and grandson Sasha, even appearing in the reboot of Father of the Bride.
Do you still want this marriage to work or not? I'm here.
No.
The queen of Latin pop clearly not done yet. Marissa Parra, NBC News.
We're dancing here, very well deserved.
Can't help it. Yep.
Finally this hour, it's Friday, which means it's time for this week's Can't Miss list.
It's the best part of the week. All the movies, shows that you need to see this weekend. And joining us now to help us guide through all of this, Chris Witherspoon. He's the founder and CEO of Pop Viewers and an NBC News entertainment contributor. Chris, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Big studio releases. Ooh. I'm very excited about The Flash. It's been such a long time coming. Also, Elemental coming out. What can you tell us about these?
Yeah, so The Flash, don't blink, you'll miss it. It's a quick one. But it stars Ezra Miller, Ben Affleck, the OG Batman, Michael Keaton's in this one. And this The Flash, he goes back in time to try and save his family, but he ends up wreaking havoc. He has to kind of undo all that he's done, has to face off against this really bad guy named General Zod and try to save humanity. But I gotta say, Michael Keaton really steals the show. I saw this in theaters, and the audience erupted into like applause when Michael Keaton came out. And there's lots of cameo appearances. I will not give those away. I'm not going to get in trouble for that. But my son, he's 11 years old, said it's one of the top 3 films he's seen this year. That's his little critic review there. And also Elemental. It's a Pixar film. It's animated. It is their first rom-com. So it's set in Element City where nature comes to life and tells the story of what happens when the element fire meets water. So a young lady named Ember and a guy named Wade discover how much they actually have in common. And Wade comes from like a well-off family. Ember is from an immigrant family. So it's a beautiful love story and a really unique concept.
All right, very interesting. There's a genre here, something new. It's called The Blackening. It's sort of political satire, kind of horror as well. What is this about?
Yeah, so it's kind of like a horror comedy, but it's from the director who did Barbershop and also the movie Ride Along, so he knows what he's doing, Tim's story. But 7 friends who go on a weekend getaway and wind up trapped in a cabin with a killer who has a vendetta. So they have to use their knowledge of horror movies and black trivia to not get killed by this killer. But it stars Dwayne Perkins, Grace Byers, Jay Farrell, Yvonne Orji, and I love the kind of tagline here, we can't all die first. Because black folks normally die first in the movies, so this is like kind of turning that on its head.
Wow, can't wait to see that one, The Blackening. Very cool.
Oh my gosh.
Also, Wes Anderson fans out there talking about Asteroid City. I saw a trailer for this one. Seems very Wes Anderson. What can you tell us about this one?
So this is a sci-fi rom-com from Wes Craven, actually, right? One of the most star-studded movies of the summer. Tom Hanks, Scarlett Johansson, Bryan Cranston, Tilda Swinton, and it takes place at a junior stargazer convention in 1955. This disrupted into world-changing events. It's quirky, it's odd, it's all things we've come to know from this really incredible director. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of celebrities in there. All right, so what do we do if we're staying home? What do we watch?
So we got some stuff to stream, you guys, some really good stuff. This one is Black Mirror. It's season 6. I love this show. If you all haven't watched it, have you guys watched it yet?
Yeah.
Okay, it's phenomenal. For those who haven't watched it, it's an anthology series set in the future where technology kind of runs amok. It's a cautionary tale of technology becoming too, embedded into our lives. But it's basically, it's kind of like the Twilight Zone, but each one feels like a film. Each episode feels like a mini film. You got some great stars: Annie Murphy, Salma Hayek, Michael Cera is in this, and so it's just phenomenal. I watched an episode last night, and I'm kind of freaked out right now.
Yeah, it's very real.
Creepy.
It's very real.
Yeah.
And then a film you can stream is called Extraction Part 2. The first one came out in 2020, starring Chris Hemsworth. All the action. He's a mercenary named Tyler Rake who rescued the kidnapped son of a crime lord. But this time his team, they're teaming back up again to take on another mission. Phenomenal, big budget, and kind of cool here. 21-minute fight scene that took 6 weeks to film.
Wow.
With 400 extras.
21 minutes.
They're putting a lot into this movie.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's worth it just to see that. All right, good. I need something now that Ted Lasso's done.
Okay, yes.
I feel sad.
What do you mean, Ted Lasso? What do you mean?
Well, and the third season, the series is essentially done, so I need something new to watch.
Oh, that's good. Yes, I get it. I'm with you. I'm with you.
And you're going for Extraction 2 as your replacement for Ted Lasso?
At least, that's cool.
No, I think it'll be good. Also, Outlander, you guys. This is the 7th season of Outlander. It's coming to Stars. So phenomenal. If you haven't watched it, you can catch it on Netflix as well.
Yeah, a lot of big fans.
Thank
All
you
right,
so much.
Chris,
Good to see you.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. Good to be with you. I'm Lindsay Reiser.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Happy Friday. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, path of destruction. This morning, search and rescue crews are looking for survivors after a reported tornado tore through a Texas town overnight. Several people are reported dead and more than 70 others are injured. The storm snapped trees, flattened homes, and left thousands in the dark. And now another round of severe weather with damaging winds, hail, and more possible tornadoes is expected today. We're tracking those storms plus a dangerous heat wave that could see temperatures hit well into the triple digits. Offensive action as Ukraine's long-awaited counteroffensive itches forward. We're getting new insight from President Volodymyr Zelensky in an NBC News exclusive. What he told our own Richard Engel about the fight to drive out the Russians, concerns over a vulnerable target, and the upcoming 2024 American presidential election. Out of the hospital this morning, Pope Francis is back at the Vatican 9 days after he had abdominal surgery. We'll have more on what he told reporters as he was leaving the hospital and what the Vatican officials are saying about when he'll return to his normal duties. And can't miss list. It's a blockbuster weekend at the box office, from Pixar to Wes Anderson to the long-awaited return of a comic book icon that is sure to have people sprinting to the theater. A little bit of a hint there. We've got everything you need to know about the big screen and the small screen coming up this weekend. Here's another spoiler. It's The Flash. We're looking forward to.
I feel like Chris Witherspoon comes on and just educates me on everything I need to know, and I'm good. So
that's
I'm looking
right.
forward to
It's
that.
a full menu. I love it. We do begin this morning, though, with that extreme weather that has just been battering the South.
There were reports of several tornadoes in Texas and Oklahoma. The severe storms bringing heavy winds, torrential rain, and hail to the region. And the Texas Panhandle city of Perryton is reeling this morning after a deadly tornado ripped through the region yesterday. At least 3 people are dead. Dozens of others are injured. The damage is being described as devastating. Some people there are left with nothing after the tornado flattened an entire mobile home park there. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest on the damage.
Perrytown, Texas, city of 8,000 people, blindsided by multiple tornadoes. I'm standing right now on 1st and Main Street. This is the downtown strip right here. All the businesses and cars that you see have bricks littered on top of them, aluminum siding torn off, plywood everywhere. This used to be a gym. Banks, restaurants gone. A little bit further down the street, you have City Hall, which houses the police and fire stations. Those are wiped out. Now, in terms of the numbers, injuries, at least 75, potentially as many as 100, we're told. There are 3 confirmed fatalities, 1 person who is missing. And the Texas A&M Urban Search and Rescue crews are on their way here right now, waiting to find out what they'll see in the light of day.
For the people of Perryton, Texas,
it has just devastated this area.
their town and their lives have been changed forever.
Come to the station for rescue. Come to the station for rescue.
A panorama of heartache and pain after evening tornadoes, 2 or possibly 3, touched down in this small town. Video showing one barreling across fields and crossing a highway. The storms ripped apart dozens of mobile homes, leaving this downtown area completely unrecognizable, prompting a frantic search for survivors who might be trapped underneath the rubble.
We're going to be on search and rescue, missing 4 people in this location.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott deploying emergency resources, including more than 100 members of a Texas A&M search and rescue team who are set to touch down in a few hours with at least 10 canine units. Their immediate goal, to assist in collapsed structures rescues and wide area searches.
We are without power, and we are trying to get everything we can done to restore power to our community and help those in need.
It comes as the whole region has been under siege from severe weather. Overnight, West Florida dealing with severe flash flooding. The National Weather Service calling it a life-threatening situation. Residents in that area just now waking up to over a foot of rainfall. Some 30 million people across Texas, Louisiana, and southern Florida are also under heat alerts today, with scorching temperatures expected to last for days and break records. But this morning, a nation's thoughts anchored firmly with the people in this small tornado-ravaged town that are still waiting to learn the true depth of their loss.
We've also learned this morning about 15 critical care patients who were transferred to larger hospitals for further treatment. Their conditions this morning aren't clear. As for the mayor, he told me there's 30 businesses that were damaged or destroyed and about 100 homes, roughly half of them mobile homes. Everything those folks had, they had in those houses. In Perryton, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Wow, just devastating there in that daylight, too. Sam, thank you.
Yeah, and as we can see from Sam's shot, Perryton is facing a long road ahead as they try to recover. Today, anchors Hoda Kotb and Craig Melvin spoke with Perryton's fire chief about all that damage.
It's good to see you this morning. Thank you for taking a moment from your busy morning. I know that you are on a search and rescue mission. Will you tell us where things stand at this hour?
Yes, currently, of all of the homes that we have searched, all of the occupants are accounted for except for one. And so our main priority this morning is going to be going back over that area and researching it, and then following the debris field and seeing if we are able to find that one person that's still unaccounted for.
Can you describe for us the extent of the damage in and around town that you and your teams are seeing there?
Yeah, this one building is just absolutely just one of the many. Downtown area has many of the storefronts totally wiped off. Building collapsed or partially collapsed. The path of the storm, there are a lot of conventional construction homes that are completely destroyed. The trailer park that the tornado first hit, there's probably 25 to 30 of those homes that are completely destroyed as well. And then the path across town, there's probably going to be 150 homes, is my rough guess, is 150 to 200 homes that are going to be destroyed.
Tell me how people there are coping.
Well, you just keep hearing people say, we'll rebuild, we'll be back, and the small community, we will, and that's the hope and that we have.
Well, Texas Governor Greg Abbott said he's directed the Texas Division of Emergency Management to send help, including road crews and engineers, and they're certainly going to need all the help they can get. All right, now to what to expect today and into this weekend. Let's get a check of your Morning News Now forecast.
Let's say good morning again to meteorologist Michelle Grossman for details. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Great to see you. And we're going to see more of the same today. Severe weather, not quite as robust as yesterday, but still another day of severe storms. We're going to see that once again on Saturday and Sunday. So let's take a look at radar, showing you what's happening right now. We're looking at some stronger storms moving through the Gulf Coast. That will be the theme throughout this Friday. Could see some strong storms in the Central Plains, the Southern Plains, also through the Mid-Atlantic. Mid-Atlantic. So we have a complex that brought tornado warnings yesterday throughout the Ohio Valley. That's all moving east, the Mid-Atlantic. We're going to see the chance for strong storms later on this afternoon. Also the addition of some really beneficial rain. 9 million people at risk today once again for severe storms. We're talking the chance for hail, not quite as large as what we saw yesterday and the day before. Also winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Yesterday we had winds gusting over 80 miles per hour. So this is still strong, still could cause some damage, but again, not showing as many robust ingredients. We're looking at isolated chances for tornadoes. That is mainly through where we see the yellow spot. So that's the slight risk. That's the higher risk, likely to see those stronger storms through Dodge City down to El Dorado, Jackson, down to Mobile, also Tallahassee. So those are the spots we're going to be watching for those severe storms. But still in the Mid-Atlantic, you could see some stronger thunderstorms as well. This is what it looks like tomorrow. 6 million once again at risk to start out the weekend. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Some hail, also a few tornadoes. Oklahoma City, Joplin, Dodge City. You have been in the threat for many, many days. We're to keep that in place today. So through Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, over to Arkansas, Mississippi, and also Alabama. Here's the setup. We're seeing this stagnant pattern kind of stuck on repeat over the past several days. We'll see it once again. We have several fronts, too, as you can see on this map. So this one right here, this is what's causing all the damage. It's sort of parked over the area. We're seeing that trigger of storms over and over again. It's pulling that moisture off the Gulf, and that's why we're seeing that. So strong storms once again stalled along that front. We're going to see storms developing later on this afternoon, this evening, into the Mid-Atlantic, also the Central Plains. Then by tomorrow, we're looking at Kansas and Texas once again, seeing the risk for severe storms. Locally heavy downpours, could see some flash flooding. Pensacola, you saw over 12 inches of rain so far. We had a flash flood emergency, so you want to be really careful as you're driving out and about. Rainfall totals stretching anywhere from the northern plains to the central plains, the Mississippi Valley into the southeast, also the northeast, New England into the Mid-Atlantic. We could see some really heavy downpours. There's a lot of moisture with these storms, really summer-like weather. So any of these thunderstorms could unleash that. Where we see these brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we could see the heaviest rain falling. So today we're looking at that. We're also looking at some really hot air in the south. That is continuing an early heat wave. We have heat alerts stretching from Texas all the way along the Gulf Coast states. That's aiding the storms. A heat warning, that is in the pink. So we're looking at Houston, Lake Charles, Corpus Christi, Brownsville. And take a look at some of these numbers. I mean, we're looking at temperatures soaring into the triple digits, but you factor in that humidity, it's going to feel like 111 in Houston. It's going to feel like 117 in Corpus Christi. And this is when it gets especially dangerous. It was yesterday, the day before, today, and then it's going to stay in place. So it's hard for our bodies to kind of respond to that. Sunday in Houston, 101, 102 in Houston. So a really hot Father's Day for many of us.
Yeah, Texas used to that heat, but those consecutive days makes it very difficult.
Right.
All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Now to an NBC News exclusive, an inside look at the major counteroffensive underway in Ukraine from President Volodymyr Zelensky. He spoke with NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel, who joins us now with more. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. There were more long-range Russian attacks on Kyiv this morning. We could hear the air raid sirens going off, the air defense systems in this city roaring into action, as we have more from our exclusive interview with the president.
Ukraine is in a full-scale fight to take back Russian-occupied land.
Hi, Richard.
A pivotal moment for our interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the presidential compound in Kyiv.
This must be a very critical time for you. Critical and very busy.
For over a year, Ukraine has been fighting successfully to defend itself. Now it's on the offensive to break through Russian front lines. It's proving to be a challenge. And Zelensky says if Ukraine prevails, they'll win the war.
And we are now in the early days of this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going?
I cannot give you all the details. There are both defensive and offensive actions. Things look not bad. I would say it's generally positive, but it's difficult. Our heroic people, our troops, who are now at the front of the front line, are facing very tough resistance. And you understand why. Because for Russia to lose this campaign to Ukraine, I would say, actually means losing the war.
President Zelensky also had a dire warning. He blamed Russia for blowing up a dam, which Russia denies, flooding dozens of villages. And he tells us the next Russian target is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. With U.S. elections looming, President Zelensky said he's well aware some Republican candidates, including former President Trump and Governor DeSantis, are expressing doubts about American support for Ukraine.
Yes, we are concerned about this. Yes, I believe it is a great risk for Ukraine. We are not worried about a new person in power, but a change in the policy of the United States. That's what we don't want, and I believe it won't happen.
Defense officials from NATO countries are meeting today in Brussels to discuss possible membership for Ukraine. It is something that Russia deeply opposes. Vladimir Putin personally opposes. President Zelensky said that he wants a clear path for NATO membership and security guarantees.
Okay, Richard, we'll have to see. Thank you.
All right, some more international news this morning. Pope Francis has been released from a hospital stay in Rome where he's recovering from abdominal surgery. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobayea joins us now with the latest on the Pope. So good morning, Kelly. What are doctors saying about the Pope's condition and this most recent hospital stay?
Well, as doctors say, he's doing well this morning, and in fact, that he's stronger than before the surgery because of the discomfort he was feeling. They say that will now be gone. Pope Francis is now back at the Vatican this morning. He waved to well-wishers and medical staff outside the hospital earlier today as he left, and he was seen smiling. He appeared to be in very good spirits. When asked how he was, in fact, he said, "I'm still alive." The Pope took a moment to pray at the Basilica of St. Mary Major and Hospital's Chapel before heading back to the Vatican. That's something he's done in the past after being treated. The pontiff, who is 86, underwent abdominal surgery, as you mentioned. That was last Wednesday. The surgery was to repair a hernia. His medical team said there were no complications and that he is recovering successfully. But his hospitalization did spark some concerns initially over his health, and that's because of these other hospital stays. He was admitted earlier this year for a lung infection. 2 years ago, he had part of his colon removed, and of course, he is 86 years old. The Vatican says the Pope spent most of his time in the hospital resting and recovering. But, Stephen, he did find time yesterday to visit the children's cancer ward, and there's some just lovely pictures of him in that cancer ward thanking the children for their letters, their drawings, and messages of support.
That likely helping his spirits. That's important along with that sense of humor. Also important, though, for him to take some time to recover. Has the Vatican given any indication of when he is going to go back to those normal duties?
Well, his doctor says the Pope is already back at work, and we can see that. Today, he plans to recite his noon prayer on Sunday in St. Peter's Square, his usual noon prayer, and also resume private audiences. But he'll be skipping next Wednesday's general audience to safeguard his recovery, the Vatican says. Stephen.
Important to take that time. Kelly, also, I know the Pope has a busy summer schedule. Those trips that he has planned to Portugal and also to Mongolia. Is this surgery, is that expected to affect those travel plans in any way?
Well, his surgeon says he should be well enough to travel by then. He cautioned only that the Pope shouldn't do any heavy lifting, which is understandable after a hernia surgery. His doctor said we've asked him to rest a bit, and we're sure he'll listen a bit more this time because of those important commitments he has over the summer. He'll be spending World Youth Day in Portugal at the beginning of August, and then a visit to Mongolia at the end of August. But, Stephen, the Pope traditionally takes all of July off. His only public appearances are Sunday blessings, so he'll have all of that time to recover before that busy August schedule. Stephen.
Some well-needed time. I still love his response to those reporters. I'm still alive. He's a funny guy. All right, Kelly, thanks so much.
The two Tennessee legislators who were expelled earlier this year after protesting gun violence are one step closer to getting reelected to their old seats. Justin Jones won his primary election yesterday in Nashville, as did Justin Pearson in the Memphis area. Now they move on to the general election in August. And the two Democrats were expelled back in April when they protested gun violence following that school mass shooting at Covenant in April. The expulsion drew national attention, prompted accusations of racism. Jones and Pearson were reinstated to their seats days later, but they still had to run to be reelected to their old seats.
Well, still to come, it's been 60 years since the first woman blasted off into space, and just ahead, we'll take a look at how that flight helped open the doors for other women and pave the way for the future of spaceflight.
But first, 2 Americans found dead at a luxury resort in Mexico. The suspected cause that one of the victims' family members said was entirely preventable. That's next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. Authorities in Mexico are looking into the deaths of 2 Americans found in their room at a luxury resort in Cabo San Lucas. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more on what authorities say may have happened.
This morning, this upscale resort just outside Cabo San Lucas is now the site of an investigation into the deaths of an American couple.
It's just devastating.
Authorities say 28-year-old Abby Lutz and her boyfriend, 41-year-old John Heathcote, were found unresponsive inside their hotel room by staff at the Rancho Pescadera Hotel, where rooms can cost up to $1,000 a night. Over the weekend, Lutz's family says the couple started feeling ill after they arrived and headed to the hospital to seek treatment.
She got really sick and they thought it was food poisoning. They spent the night with IVs, getting IVs and things, and then they felt better. They went back to the hotel and spent the day at the pool. When they went to bed, I guess they didn't wake up.
On a GoFundMe page, Lutz's family writes, "We have been told it was due to improper venting of the resort and could be carbon monoxide poisoning."
They just thought it was food poisoning. They had no idea. None of us thought about that, because you can't smell carbon monoxide.
In a statement, the hotel, owned by the Hyatt, says in part, out of an abundance of caution and respect for the families and all those affected, we are refraining from speculation about the cause, adding there is no threat to guest safety or well-being at this time. Sadly, deaths like these are far too common. In October, 3 Americans appeared to have died from carbon monoxide poisoning in an upscale Airbnb in Mexico City. And last May, 3 U.S. tourists were found dead at a sandals resort in the Bahamas, also killed by carbon monoxide poisoning. A tragedy in paradise for a young couple and the families they left behind.
We love her family, all friends. We'll miss her so much.
And our thanks to Miguel Almaguer for that reporting. While the cause of death of those 2 travelers has not been officially confirmed, if this story gives you any pause about your safety while traveling, you're not alone. And doctors we talked to say you can pick up battery-operated CO2 detectors and keep them with you when you travel to let you know if there may be carbon monoxide present.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is heading to China today in his first visit to the country during the Biden administration. Remember, he was originally scheduled to travel there earlier this year, but that trip was postponed following the spy balloon incident over the U.S. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the latest from Beijing.
High stakes, low expectations, but it's on. Secretary of State Antony Blinken heading to Beijing for meetings with Chinese officials here on Sunday and Monday in what is seen as a crucial bid to try to reset this very complex relationship. This is the highest cabinet level visit to China yet for the Biden administration. It's coming late after Secretary Blinken called off the trip when that spy balloon was shot down. So in many ways, this is the reset of the reset, and both sides are trying to appear to be managing this relationship responsibly. So in that sense, going through the motions holds some utility. Few details as it stands about when the meetings will happen and with whom, but we do know he'll get time on Monday with China's President Xi Jinping, who today met with Bill Gates. Very rare for a Chinese president to take a meeting with a business leader, but he told Bill Gates, quote, "You are the first American friend to visit me in Beijing this year." When both sides do get together, there will be no shortage of issues to discuss. Tariffs, Taiwan, AI, American detainees here, confrontation in the South China Sea, certainly Russia's war in Ukraine. Both sides are using very careful language in saying they want this to yield open lines of communication and ways to manage competition. It actually started a couple of days ago with a phone call between the Secretary of State and Foreign Minister Qin Gang. Judging from the readouts, it wasn't a very warm conversation. It's why nobody is expecting any breakthroughs, but are seeing the visit happening as a sign of progress, that maybe this can pave the way for more high-level cabinet meetings and visits to China. Certainly what China is looking for as the economy is showing signs of softening here, and perhaps a get-together between President Xi and President Biden before the end of the year.
All right, Janice, appreciate that context. Thank you.
Well, more international headlines now. In central Canada, at least 15 were killed in a crash involving a truck and a bus.
Claudio Longo joins us now from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, the small bus caught fire after it collided with a truck at a highway junction in central Canada, killing at least 15 people traveling on it and injuring 10 others. Now, the bus was carrying a group of mostly elderly people who were on their way to a casino nearby. It is believed to be one of the most deadly road accidents in Canada in years. Police said the drivers of the bus and the truck survived, but declined to say who might have been responsible for the crash. Now let's go to India, where at least 2 people have died after cyclone Biparjoy made landfall on the western Gujarat state close to Pakistan. According to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, when it made landfall, the cyclone brought 65 miles per hour winds and rainfalls of up to 20 inches. Dramatic images of roads turning into rivers, trees bending in the wind, and people wading waist deep in floodwater were shown on Indian television. And let's end this short tour of the world in Peru, where archaeologists found a 3,000-year-old mummy. It was found by students of San Marcos University and other researchers during an excavation in the capital Lima. Archaeologist Miguel Aguilar said the burial site contained items like corn, coca leaves, and seeds, which led him to believe the mummy had been offered as a sacrifice during the last phase of a construction of a temple. Back to you guys.
Wow, quite a find. All right, Claudia, thank you.
Coming up, the summer travel season is kicking off. That means some will be heading to some far-off destination, but one airline is bringing new meaning to far off.
Yeah, you're not kidding about that. We're talking about a nonstop flight of more than 19 hours. How it works and why researchers say it might not be quite as bad as you think. That's coming up next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it weren't coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with a summer time travel question. Time travel. That sounds a little different.
Cool.
How long is too long to be flying in a plane? 8 hours? 10, 12?
You may be wishing for time travel after this one. How about 19 hours nonstop to Sydney, Australia? Wow. That's a commitment. You may recall our own NBC News correspondent, Tom Costello. He flew on a research flight to Sydney a few years ago just like this, and now that research is in about whether passengers and crews can handle such an extreme trip.
So he joins us now, lucky for us, live from JFK Airport. All right, Tom, what's the verdict?
Bottom line is, Qantas says the research shows that 20 hours is doable. Now, listen, here's the deal. Right now, Singapore Airlines flies direct New York to Singapore, 18 hours, 45 minutes. Sydney, going to Sydney direct from New York, that's 19 and a half hours, pushing 20. So I was on one of these research flights, and the bottom line on the findings, in fact, there is a way to make that jet lag phenomenon not quite so miserable. If you're like most people, the thought of spending even a minute longer on a plane may seem unappealing. At Qantas Airlines, they're testing the limits of what's possible. It was 2019, before the pandemic. We joined a Qantas research flight with just a handful of passengers on a 19-plus hour flight to Down Under. Takeoff time 9:27 p.m. out of New York, 12:27 p.m. tomorrow in Sydney. On board, researchers monitored the 4 pilots who wore brain scan and light exposure meters. What's your biggest concern?
Just making sure that the pilots and the crew on board the aircraft
are getting enough rest, getting enough nutrition, and doing all the right things that are going to maintain their health and well-being on board such a long flight.
Could they manage the jet lag?
That is the enemy that I face every time I fly. I just get really, really groggy and lazy, and I don't want to do anything.
The key, reset our body clocks. Right away, the plane was on Sydney time. That meant lunchtime. A low-carb, spicy meal with lights on bright to keep us awake. Then exercise, the Macarena at 2 a.m. to keep the blood moving.
We are tricking our bodies. At the moment, because we're flying west, we are delaying our sleep.
Not easy. 3:30 in the morning East Coast time, which means I've now been awake for 22 hours, and I really would love to go to sleep. The pilots, meanwhile, rotated through sleep shifts in their private quarters.
We need to extend the duty times of pilots from 20 hours to 22 hours, maybe to 24 hours.
I'm not sure. It's definitely longer, so feeling a little more tired, but we'll see how it goes.
Finally, we were allowed to sleep in total darkness. Blue screens discouraged. When we awoke, researchers tested passenger alertness.
I feel better, but time will tell this afternoon.
Then, 19 hours and 16 minutes later,
You'll get a magnificent view of the Opera House.
Touchdown in Sydney. Fast forward to today, and the University of Sydney's research results are in.
If you optimize the times when you're exposed to light, when you eat, when you exercise, it will help synchronize the body clocks and reduce jet lag.
The food, lights, and exercise did lead to better quality of sleep in flight, less severe jet lag, and better cognitive performance 2 days after the flight. So Qantas has ordered 12 new Airbus planes specially designed with fewer seats, more room, and that all-important Macarena exercise area. In first class, mini hotel suites. It's a big bet to connect down under with up here.
Project Sunrise, which whole intent is to make Australia that bit closer to the rest of the world.
So Qantas has ordered these brand new Airbus A350s. They're going to come with almost 100 fewer seats, and that allows them to have bigger seats in coach and that exercise area for the Macarena, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, we'd love that.
Oh, yeah, lots of fun.
All right, so Tom, not everybody watching is going to fly to Sydney, fly to Singapore. What are some ways, though, if you do feel general malaise on some of the longer haul flights, what can we do?
You know, I fly to Europe often for family and also for work, and I've tried everything over several decades. So here's what I do. First of all, water, water, water. Don't drink soda and don't drink alcohol. Also, you want to try to, at least I take a melatonin or a ZQuil when I first get on board so I can sleep about 4 hours right away, starting at 6 p.m. East Coast time. That way I'm rested when I land. Wear comfortable clothes. You also want to wear headphones so you can block out the noise. And you do want to get up and move a little bit. You want to avoid that risk of blood clots in the legs. But listen, it's all about hydrating. It's not a party in the skies. It's a hydration exercise, you guys.
What are you, the airplane police?
I know, no drinking, no, yeah, come on, Tom. A little bit of fun up there. Airplane police. All right, Tom, thanks so much.
Today, it marks 60 years since a female astronaut made history, becoming the first woman to fly into outer space.
Yeah, incredible. On June 16th, 1963, Russian cosmonaut Valentina Tereshkova was launched on a solo mission aboard the spacecraft Vostok 6. 2 years after the first human-crewed flight in space.
Joining us right now to discuss is Eileen Collins, retired NASA astronaut and author of The Story of the First American Woman to Command a Space Mission. Eileen, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us here. It's really an honor to get to talk to you. We know this was the first of many steps for women in space. What kind of doors did Tereshkova's accomplishments open for you and other women in space?
Well, I think the first thing that she did is prove that women can do it. And her first flight, if you look it up, it was actually almost 3 days long, and she went by herself. Now, she wasn't the first person in space. Of course, Yuri Gagarin had flown before her, and that Vostok spacecraft that she flew on was built for one person. Valentina, by the way, I met her in 1995 before my first flight in space. She was a parachutist. She was not a pilot or a professional cosmonaut until the Soviet Union, because of her background, thought that she was the right person for the flight, so they asked her to do this flight. And I'm going to say she's a very tough lady. Like I said, I was able to meet her, and she was a very pointed, asking me some very direct questions. And she's, I'd say, lived quite a risky, dangerous life. And I really hit it off with her, considering the fact that we grew up in two very different countries and really have lived two very different lives.
Wow, that is fascinating. So cool that you actually got to meet her. And Eileen, I know you've made history yourself as the first female pilot and first female commander of a space shuttle. So talk to us about this first flight. Did it inspire your own journey into space?
Well, so yeah, so let me say first something about Valentina. So I actually, when that flight happened, I was so young. I was alive, but I was a little toddler, so I didn't actually know what happened. But after I became, I'm going to say older, high school, college, and I learned about Valentina and that women could do it, I wanted to be an astronaut myself. So I started looking into the U.S. space program, which at the time had no women. It wasn't until 1978 that NASA selected their first women to be part of the space shuttle program. And then I started planning for myself, is this something that I can do? But I also want to say that back in the early 1960s, NASA did a test with, I think there were about 25 women, 13 of them made it through. They're called the Mercury 13. That testing was on the ground. It was medical and physiological, physical testing to see, can women handle the stresses of spaceflight? They succeeded. They did very well, but unfortunately, it wasn't until Sally Ride flew her first flight in 1983 that women in the United States actually got a chance to fly.
And Eileen, we could talk to you about this all day. Unfortunately, we got to be quick with you on this last one. What work do we still need to do for equality for men and women in this field and other STEM careers?
Well, I think that we're basically there as far as opportunities. Not as what many women choose STEM careers or choose to be astronauts, but it is equal opportunity. So if a young woman listening right now, if you want to be an astronaut or if you want to work in a STEM field, the opportunities are there. In fact, companies want you. NASA wants you. Please apply, or please, take a look at it and do the kind of things you need to do to prepare to be an astronaut. It's a very, very wonderful, exciting career field.
What an endorsement. Eileen Collins, you have inspired so many, including us right here. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Absolutely. All right. Well, coming up this morning, getting married can be one of the biggest days in a person's life, but it can also be one of the most expensive.
Are you still paying off your wedding?
Let's not answer that question.
Okay, well, we're going to get into the nitty-gritty here next, breaking down how much it's going to cost before you walk down that aisle.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full
team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with financial headlines and more changes in the top leadership at Disney.
CNBC's Silvana now joins us with that and other news. Silvana, good morning.
Lindsay, Stephen, good morning. Yeah, changes at Disney. Longtime chief financial officer is leaving the company. Christine McCarthy, who has been with Disney for 23 years and in the role of CFO since 2015, is taking a family medical leave of absence now. Reports say that McCarthy has clashed with CEO Bob Iger and other executives over the company's strategy, including the amount of money that Disney spends on content for its streaming services. She also played a major role in ousting former CEO Bob Chapek last year, telling the board she had lost confidence in his leadership. Mercedes-Benz and Microsoft are testing ChatGPT in the automaker's luxury vehicles starting today. Mercedes says owners with the M-Bucks system will be able to download the AI chatbot after opting in through the Mercedes app or by voice command. Now, you'll be able to ask for trip information, ask other questions, or even have a conversation with your car, such as what to make for dinner. Now, eventually, you could make restaurant reservations, book movie tickets, and carry out other tasks. The test will last 3 months to see how drivers use the technology. And Americans plan to spend a record amount of money on Dad this year. A recent survey by the National Retail Federation forecasts consumers will shell out nearly $23 billion. So that's up 10% from last year, and that works out to about $200 on average per person. The most popular gift for Dad, well, a greeting card followed by clothes, special outings, gift cards, and personal care items, guys.
Yeah, you got to do the card.
Yeah,
Yes.
gift cards.
I'm
Dads
sure
love a
our
gift card.
dads also have just like a million razors.
I know,
Oh my God,
and
yes.
ties, yeah,
Ties,
coffee
yes.
cups. Yeah, I've tried them all. All right, so
Silvana, thanks.
Thanks.
Sure.
Well, wedding season is officially here, and in the months to come, many Americans will be popping that champagne and putting on their dancing shoes to toast their favorite newlyweds.
Tying the knot, of course, so fun, so meaningful, but so expensive.
Ooh.
So NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here to walk us through some of the numbers. Brian, how bad is it?
Yeah, well, it is expensive. So welcome to wedding season. I've got some few fun stats here for you. $6,000, that's how much it's going to cost you on average for an engagement ring. Of course, there are cheaper options if you go lab-grown or synthetic. But look, as far as the engagement itself, some interesting stats on just the length of it. The average engagement period is about 15 months. 54% of couples are together for much longer than that, about 5 years or more. But guess this, I wouldn't have guessed that December was actually the most common month to get engaged. We usually see summer photos in the park, but 15%, that's the highest share actually getting engaged in December. These stats according to Zola and also The Knot.
Wow. Well, let's get to the main event, Brian. How much are people spending on their actual...
How much did you... I want a big board presentation of Stevens.
Oh, no, you do not. I was never planning on getting married, so it was quite expensive for me. Brian, how much are other people spending?
I was going to say, let's take a look at the average and see where that compares, Stephen. But look, the average wedding cost is $30,000. It's going to be a lot more expensive depending on where you are. In New York City, for example, it's going to be about double that. But interesting to see that, of course, the largest share of that cost comes from the venue itself, $11,000 at a minimum in terms of just how much people on average are spending there. And even the photographer, right, just getting those photos, $2,500 is the average fee. And then this is actually a really interesting stat. When people go, oh, this is such a big wedding, or this is such a small wedding, the number to compare it to, 115 guests. That's how many people on average attend those weddings. And of course, you're thinking about the math in your head. How many plates do you need to have for all of those guests?
Ooh, one thing about those guest lists is they just keep growing and growing. There's always, my husband was like, somebody was nice to me once on an elevator. Let's invite him. Invite him. It was a problem. So, Brian, the bride and groom, or grooms and brides, they're not the only ones being left out of a pocket for a wedding. So how much is it costing people to attend a wedding?
Yeah, well, it's expensive to go to someone else's wedding. So we got some average statistics on that as well. $611, this is according to Bankrate, is the average wedding cost per event. Now, that's pretty expensive. That's going to include travel accommodation, gifts, and also attire and grooming. The stats that I have here on the right side are for the whole wedding season. So this is not per event. So you're going to go to multiple events over the course of the season. But look, the most expensive thing is just to get to the wedding. Of course, if it's a destination wedding, that's even more expensive. But all of these costs are adding up in a high inflationary environment. 36% of people polled by Bankrate said they want to be more financially conservative as they try to budget to go out to these weddings. And of course, again, it's going to depend on how far and how aggressive these weddings are.
Aggressive. That's a good word for it, Brian.
Grooming. I didn't realize we were grooming ourselves before, but okay. Brian Chung.
Cream and groom.
Thank you.
Yeah. Brian, thanks. Well, coming up, the weekend is finally here. And if you're looking to relax, maybe after you spend a lot of money on a wedding, we've got plenty of new movies and shows for you to take in.
Yeah, from Pixar to everyone's favorite speedster, we're back in a flash with your can't miss list.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back, everybody. All right, all you Friends fans. The iconic coffee house from the treasured sitcom is making its way to Baston. Step into the world that Rachel, Ross, Monica, and the gang all got to experience. You can immerse yourself, sit on the orange couch, take some selfies over your Central Perk latte. And you may wonder, why not New York? That's where the show is set. Well,
Yeah.
Central Perk Coffee Co-President Joe Gerdock said he is proud that the world-class city of Boston will be the home of our new Central Perk concept. I love that in the show, they just sit there for like hours over one cup of coffee. They just all, I mean, they just
And that couch is always open?
Yeah.
There's never a crowd.
Yeah. Except that one episode where they got into a fight, but anyway.
Okay, well, she knows her friends.
Yeah, I do.
All right, now to the latest honor for global superstar Gloria Estefan. She has become the first ever Latina to be inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra takes a look back at Gloria's lifetime achievements that helped catapult Latin sounds into U.S. pop culture.
Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. Gloria Estefan once again making history. The Cuban-American superstar, now the first Latina ever inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. The rhythm is gonna get you. Honored not only for her award-winning lyrics she wrote and performed in both English and Spanish, but also for the dozens of songs she's helped write for others, including, of course, Jennifer Lopez's 1999 smash hit, Let's Get Loud. Estefan rose to stardom in the 1980s as the lead vocalist for Miami Sound Machine, alongside her husband, legendary music producer Emilio Estefan. 1, 2, 3, 4, come on, baby, say you love me. The band brought Latin flavor and style to American pop music, opening doors for other Latin musicians. But as she climbed the charts in the U.S., Gloria never strayed far from her own roots. Her 1993 Spanish-language album, Mi Tierra, or My Homeland, pays tribute to Cuba, where she was born before her family fled to Miami in 1959 during the Cuban Revolution.
And the Grammy goes... Mi Tierra, Gloria.
Yes,
Gloria.
The album winning Estefan her first 3 Grammys. Her mainstream success would continue to skyrocket through the 90s, co-writing the official theme song of the 1996 Summer Olympics with Diane Warren, bringing salsa to the Super Bowl halftime show in 1999. Across 4 decades, she sold over 100 million records worldwide, making her one of the best-selling female artists of all time. In 2015, her beats brought her to the White House when she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Even the Obamas couldn't help feeling the rhythm. With a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, a Kennedy Center honor, her very own Barbie doll, Estefan's incredible impact immortalized in a Broadway show named none other than Get On Your Feet. And Estefan's still at it, recently releasing a Christmas album with her daughter Emily and grandson Sasha, even appearing in the reboot of Father of the Bride.
Do you still want this marriage to work or not? I'm here.
No.
The queen of Latin pop clearly not done yet. Marissa Parra, NBC News.
We're dancing here, very well deserved.
Can't help it. Yep.
Finally this hour, it's Friday, which means it's time for this week's Can't Miss list.
It's the best part of the week. All the movies, shows that you need to see this weekend. And joining us now to help us guide through all of this, Chris Witherspoon. He's the founder and CEO of Pop Viewers and an NBC News entertainment contributor. Chris, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Big studio releases. I'm very excited about The Flash. It's been such a long time coming. Also, Elemental coming out. What can you tell us about these?
Yeah, so The Flash, don't blink, you'll miss it. It's a quick one. But it stars Ezra Miller, Ben Affleck, the OG Batman, Michael Keaton's in this one. And this The Flash, he goes back in time to try and save his family, but he ends up wreaking havoc. He has to kind of undo all that he's done, has to face off against this really bad guy named General Zod and try to save humanity. But I gotta say, Michael Keaton really steals the show. I saw this in theaters, and the audience erupted into like applause when Michael Keaton came out. And there's lots of cameo appearances. I will not give those away. I'm not going to get in trouble for that. But my son, he's 11 years old, so it's one of the top 3 films he's seen this year. That's his little critic review there. And also Elemental. It's a Pixar film. It's animated. It is their first rom-com. So it's set in Element City where nature comes to life and tells the story of what happens when the element fire meets water. So a young lady named Ember and a guy named Wade discover how much they actually have in common. And Wade comes from like a well-off family. Ember is from an immigrant family. So it's a beautiful love story and a really unique concept.
All right, very interesting. There's a genre here, something new. It's called the blackening. It's sort of political satire, kind of horror as well. What is this about?
Yeah, so it's kind of a horror comedy, but it's from the director who did Barbershop and also the movie Ride Along, so he knows what he's doing, Tim's story. But 7 friends who go on a weekend getaway and wind up trapped in a cabin with a killer who has a vendetta. So they have to use their knowledge of horror movies and black trivia to not get killed by this killer. But it stars Dwayne Perkins, Grace Byers, Jay Farrell, Yvonne Orji, and I love the kind of tagline here, we can't all die first. Because black folks normally die first in the movies. So this is like kind of turning that on its head.
Wow, can't wait to see that one. The black thing, very cool.
Oh my gosh.
Also, Wes Anderson fans out there talking about Asteroid City. I saw a trailer for this one. Seems very Wes Anderson. What can you tell us about this one?
So this is a sci-fi rom-com from Wes Craven, actually, right? One of the most star-studded movies of the summer. Tom Hanks, Scarlett Johansson, Bryan Cranston, Tilda Swinton, and it takes place at a junior stargazer convention in 1955. It's disrupted into world-changing events. It's quirky, it's odd, it's all things we've come to know from this really incredible director. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of celebrities in there.
That.
All right, so what do we do if we're staying home? What do we watch?
So we got some stuff to stream, you guys, some really good stuff. This one is Black Mirror. It's season 6. I love this show. If you all haven't watched it, have you guys watched it yet?
Yeah.
Okay, it's phenomenal. For those who haven't watched it, it's an anthology series set in the future where technology kind of runs amok. It's a cautionary tale of technology becoming too, embedded into our lives. But it's basically, it's kind of like the Twilight Zone, but each one feels like a film. Each episode feels like a mini film. You got some great stars: Annie Murphy, Salma Hayek, Michael Cera is in this, and so it's just phenomenal. I watched an episode last night, and I'm kind of freaked out right now.
Yeah, it's very real.
Creepy.
It's very real. And then a film you can stream is called Extraction Part 2. The first one came out in 2020, starring Chris Hemsworth. All the action. He's a mercenary named Tyler Rake who rescued the kidnapped son of a crime lord. But this time his team, they're teaming back up again to take on another mission. Phenomenal, big budget, and kind of cool here. 21-minute fight scene that took 6 weeks to film.
Wow.
400 extras.
21
They're
minutes.
putting a lot into this movie.
Yeah, it's worth it just to see that. All right, good. I need something now that Ted Lasso's done.
Okay, yes.
I feel sad.
What do you mean, Ted Lasso? What do you mean?
Well, and the 3rd season, the series is essentially done, so I need something new to watch.
Oh, that's good. Yes, I get it. I'm with you. I'm with you.
And you're going for Extraction 2 as your replacement for Ted Lasso?
At least, that's cool.
No, I think it'll be good. Also, Outlander, you guys. This is the 7th season of Outlander. It's coming to Stars. So phenomenal. If you haven't watched it, you can catch it on Netflix as well.
Yeah, a lot of big fans.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much. Good to see you.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Friday to you. We're so happy you could be with us. I'm Vicky Nguyen.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, June 16th. Search for survivors. The governor of Texas is deploying emergency resources after a destructive tornado left 3 dead and dozens injured. We'll take you live to the small town that was flattened by the storm.
High-profile probe. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland announcing the findings of a 2-year investigation into the Minneapolis Police Department. It was all sparked by the murder of George Floyd. What the Justice Department found about the agency's use of excessive force.
Fatal vacation. The family of the American couple that was found dead in their Mexican hotel room is speaking out. They're warning for other families.
On the money, finances can be a big point of contention in a relationship, especially if that relationship ends. We'll hear from an expert about safeguards you can put in place to protect your financial independence.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. It is great to be with you. We're going to start with the devastating tornadoes that cut a deadly path through parts of North Texas and Florida. This is what Perryton, Texas looks like today. The small city destroyed. Officials there say a tornado touched down yesterday afternoon, killing 3 people and hurting dozens of others, some of them now in critical condition.
Yeah, search and rescue crews are now heading to the area, and the city's fire chief tells NBC News at least 1 person is still missing. And in the Florida Panhandle, officials there say another person died after a tornado knocked a tree onto a home. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on the destruction across the South.
Perrytown, Texas, city of 8,000 people, blindsided by multiple tornadoes. I'm standing right now on 1st and Main Street. This is the downtown strip right here. All the businesses and cars that you see have bricks littered on top of them, aluminum siding torn off, plywood everywhere. This used to be a gym. Banks, restaurants gone. A little bit further down the street, you have City Hall, which houses the police and fire stations. Those are wiped out. Now, in terms of the numbers, Injuries, at least 75, potentially as many as 100, we're told. There are 3 confirmed fatalities, 1 person who is missing. And the Texas A&M Urban Search and Rescue crews are on their way here right now, waiting to find out what they'll see in the light of day. For the people of Perryton, Texas,
it has just devastated this area.
their town and their lives have been changed forever.
Come to the station for rescue. Come to the station for rescue.
A panorama of heartache and pain after evening tornadoes, 2 or possibly 3, touched down in this small town. Video showing one barreling across fields and crossing a highway. The storms ripped apart dozens of mobile homes, leaving this downtown area completely unrecognizable, prompting a frantic search for survivors who might be trapped underneath the rubble.
Well, we're going to be on search and rescue. Missing 4 people in this location.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott deploying emergency resources, including more than 100 members of a Texas A&M search and rescue team. Their immediate goal, to assist in collapsed structures rescues and wide area searches.
We are without power, and we are trying to get everything we can done to restore power to our community and help those in need.
It comes as the whole region has been under siege from severe weather. West Florida dealing with severe flash flooding. The National Weather Service calling it a life-threatening situation. Residents in that area waking up to over a foot of rainfall. Some 30 million people across Texas, Louisiana, and southern Florida are also under heat alerts today, with scorching temperatures expected to last for days and break records. A nation's thoughts anchored firmly with the people in this small tornado-ravaged town. They're still waiting to learn the true depth of their loss. We've also learned this morning about 15 critical care patients who were transferred to larger hospitals for further treatment. Their conditions this morning aren't clear. As for the mayor, he told me there's 30 businesses that were damaged or destroyed and about 100 homes, roughly half of them mobile homes. Everything those folks had, they had in those houses. In Perryton, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Sam, thank you. We want to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Karen. So, Bill, millions of people still under these severe weather warnings today. Where are these storms headed?
Yeah, thank you. Horrific what we just saw there in Perryton, Texas. We're hoping nothing like that happens today. If it did, it would be very isolated. We did not expect a big severe weather outbreak today, not like the last 2 days. So the first area of concern is in the Northeast. This is the line of storms approaching the Philadelphia area. Philadelphia, you're under, and all the suburbs are under severe thunderstorm warning. We could see winds gusts up to 60 miles per hour and some small hail with these storms. With closer in view does show, Philadelphia, I'd say the main line. You do have some storms around you right now, but the main line of storms with the damaging winds, roughly about 15 to 20 minutes from now, will be going through downtown. And that severe thunderstorm watch goes almost up to New York City and down to areas of Delaware. It does look like we will see some of this heavy rain moving through New York, but hopefully not the severe weather. Down along the Gulf Coast, we've been tracking severe storms all night long. We're finally almost done with that. So for the rest of today, we'll watch new storms developing Mobile, Mississippi, up to areas of Little Rock, and also a little section there of Colorado and Kansas.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you.
Well, the Department of Justice is out with new details today on the results from its 2-year investigation into the Minneapolis Police Department following the death of George Floyd. Last hour, the U.S. Attorney General said they found several civil rights violations by police, including excessive force and discrimination. Now, all eyes are on the city, expected to make some major changes. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is here to break it all down for us. So, Shaq, the DOJ did uncover some pretty searing details about the Minneapolis Police Department. Can you first just walk us through what their probe revealed?
Yeah, this was a 2-year investigation and was a sweeping investigation into that department. The final report was about 92 pages, and including graphs, photos, specific examples of the claims that were being made. The specific claims from the Department of Justice is first that the Minneapolis Police Department uses, quote, excessive force in violation of the Fourth Amendment. They say the department unlawfully discriminates against black people and Native American people, and they say they violate the First Amendment rights, specifically pointing to members of the press, specifically during those situations of civil unrest. They also say there's unnecessary and potentially harmful law enforcement response when responding to behavioral health calls. Again, this is a pretty comprehensive summary that the Department of Justice laid out there. And the big thing is that for each of these claims, they had specific examples, specific stories that they got from community members, and also reviewing body camera video that substantiated those claims, Clay.
I mean, it's both comprehensive and really firm claims that they're making. What is the city of Minneapolis and its police department saying in response to this new DOJ report?
Well, both the current police chief and the current mayor of Minneapolis were part of that press conference. They said that they are looking to make changes. In fact, they say some of those changes are already well underway. We've talked before about some of the changes we've seen: a ban on chokeholds and neck restraints in the Minneapolis Police Department, reviews to the use of force policies, including a focus on de-escalation, and even going back and looking at how training is done, making sure that these new policies are being trained to officers both coming in and already on the force. One thing the Attorney General said is that if these policies, some of these policies led to the deaths of people, and they're hoping that if these changes are in place, that changes the future outlook in the city of Minneapolis.
Yeah, hoping for more positive change on this one. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster, thank you.
Zinkley, we turn now to breaking news. A verdict has been reached in the Tree of Life mass shooting federal trial. After deliberating for a total of 5 hours, the jury has decided that the shooter, Robert Bowers, is guilty on all 63 charges, including obstruction of the free exercise of religious beliefs and causing bodily injury. Prosecutors say Bowers opened fire during a morning prayer service, killing 11 people at the Tree of Life Synagogue in 2018. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from just outside the courtroom there. So, George, this was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in American history. Bowers told investigators he wanted to kill Jewish people. So walk us through this verdict today.
Yeah, and Vicki, to some extent, this comes as no surprise. A lot of people expected this during the so-called guilt phase of portion of this trial. All 63 counts, those federal hate crime charges, the use of the weapon. Prosecution making a pretty clear argument here that Robert Bowers, the accused shooter, went to the Tree of Life Synagogue to carry out this heinous attack. During their case here, they laid out photos. They played out 911 calls of this massacre at the Tree of Life Synagogue. Members of the congregation that I spoke with said it was hard for them to be in the same courtroom with this accused shooter, but they had to be there out of solidarity for the lives lost. They don't ever call him by his name. They said they only address him as the shooter. And so for them, this is what justice looked like for them. They wanted this portion of the trial to be done, the so-called guilt phase. The defense always trying to raise some question about his motivation and intent, saying that he went to the Tree of Life Synagogue not to stop them from worshiping, but because of the shooter's views on immigration policies. He said, the defense at one point saying that they knew that his motions were nonsensical and irrational, but he believed, and I'm quoting here, he had to attack Jews because of their support for efforts to help immigrants and refugees, people that he viewed as invaders. And it does appear, as far as the intent goes, there were some questions that the jury had this morning for the judge as it related to some of those specific charges. But overall, as we are now learning, the jury finding all 63 counts guilty. And so now this will move into that crucial life or death penalty portion of the trial, which, of course, we now know might take about another 6 weeks. Again, this is all unfolding this afternoon. And so we will see whether or not this will immediately move to that portion or if there will be a reprieve. As I understand it, the judge is currently asking if there will be any motions on behalf of the defense as this verdict was just read. Interesting to note here, Vicki, though, at one point during the closing arguments of this, the prosecution did have a rebuttal as far as Robert Bowers' defense attorney's claims that he did not intend to stop the worshipers. The prosecution wanted the jury to take Robert Bowers at his word because he did not go to an immigration camp. He did not go to a refugee center based on some of the claims that they were making. He went to the Tree of Life Synagogue and he murdered those 11 worshipers. So they said, you need to take this man at his word for what he did that day. And it looks like, at least as we're seeing this, the jury agreed. Vicki?
Guilty on all 63 counts. All right, George Solis. Thank you, George.
We're going to take a turn now and talk about our CNBC Money Minute. The Biden administration is working to expand internet access. The Department of Commerce is announcing $930 million in grants, which will add large-scale networks in remote areas of the country where there are ongoing connectivity issues.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, this is one of several initiatives to expand internet access. How will the so-called middle-mile grants work?
Well, good morning to you both. And they will be used to create large-scale networks that will enable retail broadband providers to link subscribers to the internet. They are seen as a bridge between larger networks and remote areas that are not currently connected. The grants were awarded to state agencies, tribal governments, and electric cooperatives. The money should enable some 12,000 miles of new fiber network through 35 states and Puerto Rico. And guys, sports gambling powerhouse DraftKings is offering $195 million in cash for PointBet's U.S. assets. That tops an earlier bid made by Fanatics. And if the deal moves forward, it would be a major blow to Fanatics, which was trying to expand its reach ahead of the NFL season. This is a space that's on fire, guys, online gambling. Back to you.
All right, the NBC Tech Check anchor, Deirdre Boza, thank you so much.
Coming up, chaos at the Denver Nuggets championship parade. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Mexican police are now investigating the deaths of 2 American tourists. They were found in their hotel room at a luxury resort near Cabo San Lucas. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer spoke to the family of one of the victims, who says these deaths could have been prevented.
This upscale resort just outside Cabo San Lucas is now the site of an investigation into the deaths of an American couple.
It's just devastating.
Investigators say 28-year-old Abby Lutz and her boyfriend were found unresponsive in their hotel room by staff at the Rancho Pescadera Hotel, where rooms can cost up to $1,000 a night. Over the weekend, Lutz's family says the couple started feeling ill after they arrived and headed to the hospital to seek treatment.
She got really sick and they thought it was food poisoning. They spent the night with IVs, getting IVs and things, and then they felt better. They went back to the hotel and spent the day at the pool. When they went to bed, I guess they didn't wake up.
Mexican police say when paramedics arrived, there was nothing they could do. Police say the suspected cause of death, inhalation of gas. On a GoFundMe page, Lutz's family writes, "We have been told it was due to improper venting of the resort and could be carbon monoxide poisoning."
They just thought it was food poisoning. They had no idea. None of us thought about that, because you can't smell carbon monoxide.
In a statement, the hotel, owned by the Hyatt, says in part, out of an abundance of caution and respect for the families and all those affected, we are refraining from speculation about the cause, adding there is no threat to guest safety or well-being at this time. Sadly, deaths like these are far too common. In October, 3 Americans appeared to have died from carbon monoxide poisoning in an upscale Airbnb in Mexico City. And last May, 3 U.S. tourists were found dead at a sandals resort in the Bahamas, also killed by carbon monoxide poisoning. A tragedy in paradise for a young couple and the families they left behind.
We love her family, all friends. We'll miss her so much.
Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Turning now to the Denver Nuggets NBA championship parade yesterday. It turned violent when a shooting broke out among the crowd of more than 700,000 people. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson reports.
It was supposed to be a big victory party in downtown Denver, a parade for the Nuggets, capping their historic first ever NBA Finals win. Hundreds of thousands of fans packing the streets to catch a glimpse of their favorite players, but shortly after the celebration started to wind down, gunshots rang out. Police say the suspect, an unidentified male, started firing, wounding 2 people who are both in serious condition. Denver's police chief saying all involved likely knew each other.
We believe that this was a targeted incident.
Authorities say the shooter is still at large, but with multiple security cameras in the area, they're confident he'll be captured. On Monday, just hours after the Nuggets beat the Miami Heat to win the title, 10 people were injured after gunfire broke out. Police characterizing that mass shooting as a drug deal gone wrong. A mile-high week of celebration marred by senseless acts of violence.
Here we are again having to talk about someone endangering the lives of people who came to celebrate.
Meanwhile, in a separate incident during the victory parade, a veteran Denver police officer was badly injured after a fire truck accidentally rolled over his leg. Authorities say the decorated SWAT sergeant was trying to protect parade goers.
I mean, it was horrible. It was a sad sight.
Also on the parade route, Denver Fox affiliate KDVR capturing this video, showing NBA superstar Nikola Jokic's wife, Natalia, getting hit in the face by a beer can. The couple had been riding on the team's float, and she was holding their 1-year-old daughter at the time. But despite the incident involving his wife, the 2-time league MVP, known as the Joker, sticking around to celebrate with fans.
We're all gonna remember this our whole lives. This one is for you. We love you, Denver.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
African leaders are in Ukraine hoping to broker peace as Ukraine launches their counteroffensive against Russia. The latest from Kyiv straight ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily. Don't go anywhere.
NBC.com on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Well, you've heard the old saying, a penny for your thoughts, but how about a dime for a trip to paradise? Tony Shin from NBC Los Angeles has the story of a mom who spent years saving her spare dimes in order to pay for a trip to Hawaii as a graduation gift for her daughter.
The girl with the Hawaiian lei around her neck is Violet, the 17-year-old daughter of Carrie Mae Bultice. Violet graduated last month from West Valley High School with many honors, including Student Athlete of the Year and Prom Queen. Carrie Mae dreamed of this moment 13 years ago when she decided to start saving money for a graduation trip. She came up with the location after seeing this advertisement.
Pennies for Paradise, and that was it was an article for Hawaii, and I had this beautiful picture of the ocean and the palm trees and everything, and I crossed it out and I put dimes.
A single mother working as a server, Carrie Mae started collecting dimes, many of them from her tips at Abby's Cafe in Hemet.
At the end of the shift, I would sometimes trade out $1 for dimes so I could add to the collection. A lot of the customers would leave me handfuls of change knowing that I was saving the dimes for the collection.
And over the years, the collection of dimes kept growing and growing.
Did you think she was crazy?
Yes.
But fellow employee Katie Bertram says after a while, she believed that Carrie Mae could reach her goal of at least $5,000 for the graduation trip for Violet.
Her daughter is her only child and going to college, so it's a nice way to send your kid off to college.
Thanks to Carrie Mae's father, who for years rolled up the dimes and kept them safe at his Fallbrook home, Carrie Mae finally took the dimes to her bank the day after graduation and deposited them.
And then we got our grand total of $5,665.
Carrie Mae then went to AAA with Violet and booked the 7-day trip to the island of Oahu, a trip for her only child that she began planning when Violet was only 4 years old.
You didn't think she was going to be able to do it?
Well, no, because that's an intense amount. Even her stories about the hostesses not believing, I always thought of Hawaii like this, a really expensive land, and it is.
But just like the ad says, you can have paradise for pennies. Or in Carrie Mae's case, you can also have it for dimes.
I did every single shift for my girl. And I don't want to tear up, but it's what we do as a parent. You want to be able to give to them.
I'm very grateful. I love my mom so much.
Congratulations. Carrie and Violet will finally head to Hawaii next month. Our thanks to Tony Shin from NBC Los Angeles. Gives new meaning to that term, drop a dime, right, Zinke?
I love that. Yes, indeed. Well, Vicki, you won't believe this next story. After watching a baby fawn fall into their pool, a Long Island father and son jumped into action to quickly save the deer before it would drown. From our NBC New York affiliate, Paisy Chang details the rescue.
The baby deer was unsteady on its feet, but walking towards the pool.
I hope she don't fall in the pool. I'm going to have to go get her.
Greg Masitis and his 12-year-old son, Anthony, knew they had to act.
Hang on. Back up, Anthony. The mother won't like that.
I was like, oh my gosh, is she going to drown? Is she going to go in the deep end? Do I have to go inside the pool to get her?
But when they saw the fawn was not getting out on its own, they took action.
Let's get her out. Hurry up. Just get her out. Just pull her out.
So Anthony picked it up.
When you get her out, just let her go because the mother's not going to be happy. Go ahead. Just go. Let her go. Oh.
The fawn fell back in. Anthony scooped her up again.
And I grabbed her out again, put her a little bit away from the pool so she doesn't fall back in a third time.
Fearful that if their scent was left on the fawn, the mother might abandon it.
From what I was told, if your scent gets on the baby, the mother might not want to take care of it. So that was my concern like after getting out of the pool. First, number one was drowning, and number two was touching the baby.
Anthony, just 12, is now enjoying his turn in the limelight after rescuing the baby deer, probably just several hours old.
It feels great because it was like my first time holding a deer and like touching a deer, so it was just an experience.
Paisley Cheng, NBC News.
You know, my kids rescue little bugs in the house, but this is next level. Kudos to that little guy.
Wow, for real, and it looked like Bambi. That's what I was reminded of.
He did a great job. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. At all these places you see here, YouTube, Peacock, Hulu, Roku. The news continues after this.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. I'm Sinclair Samoa.
I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. Pope Francis has been released from the hospital today, 9 days after undergoing surgery. The 86-year-old left a Roman hospital in a wheelchair. Officials say the Pope is recovering well. He plans to make his traditional Sunday appearance at St. Peter's Square. Pope Francis was admitted to the hospital back on June 7.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is set for a high-stakes trip to China this weekend. Blinken will travel to Beijing on Friday to hold talks with senior officials. The long-awaited meeting is a big step in the United States' push to improve relations between the two countries.
And a man has been arrested for threatening to carry out a mass shooting at Tuesday's Stanley Cup Championship. Las Vegas police took 33-year-old Matthew DeSavio into custody less than 4 hours before the start of Game 5. Authorities say DeSavio has a history of mental illness, and he threatened to, quote, shoot up the game on social media.
We're going to turn now to Massachusetts, where a 21-year-old man was indicted on 6 counts for leaking classified Pentagon documents on social media.
A federal grand jury said Air National Guardsman Jack Teixeira removed, retained, and transmitted top-secret defense information and jeopardized national security. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now from Washington. So, Ryan, according to this indictment, Teixeira held a top-secret security clearance since July of 2021. He's had a lot of access to classified information on the job. So tell us more about these charges he's now facing.
That's right, and had previously been reprimanded for mishandling classified documents and I believe writing some things down previously. But essentially, this indictment is the next step in this process, right? So initially, he was charged by criminal complaint. The government moved for detention, and in fact, he is detained at this moment. He is being held pre-trial because a judge determined that he threatened national security and was a risk of flight. So looking at the sort of metric you're supposed to look at for determining whether or not someone should be held pre-trial, determined that this indeed warranted pre-trial detention. So he will be there all the way until he goes to trial on this or until potentially it's resolved by some sort of plea agreement. But these are very serious charges and, in a lot of ways similar to those that Donald Trump is facing, although obviously they have much different circumstances in terms of what is happening to them now, whereas Donald Trump is on the campaign trail and this young 21-year-old who mishandled these classified documents allegedly and posted them on Discord in a chat room is being held pre-trial until he can actually get his day before a jury.
And Brian, briefly here, I know prosecutors say the suspect was caught twice taking notes on classified intelligence information and then putting them into his pocket. So why was he actually allowed to keep this security clearance after these incidents?
That's a really good question, and I think it raises some issues about how widely and how many people classified information is available to, and some of the vetting processes that are available here. Because 21 years old, your brain's not even fully developed yet, right? And we put a lot of trust in people who are in the military, even though they're relatively young. And I think this raised a lot of questions about who has access to that information, especially in this new era where we have a lot of these platforms, these social media chat platforms, where people are communicating in ways that are, technically private, but are still making information available to an audience that they aren't supposed to be available to.
All right, NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley, thank you.
In Ukraine, a series of explosions rocked Kyiv today as a group of African leaders arrived in the war-torn country. They are set to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The goal of the trip, to bring an end to the deadly and brutal conflict. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Kyiv for us. Raf, good to see you. So these African leaders, they are set to meet as well with Russian President Vladimir Putin tomorrow. So back-to-back visits with these two countries in conflict. Talk about the significance of this trip and what they're hoping to accomplish.
Back-to-back visits. First President Zelensky, then President Putin. These African leaders actually just wrapped up their Zelensky meeting a couple of minutes ago. And Vicky, it doesn't sound like there was any breakthrough. Ukrainian media is quoting Zelensky as saying they can only open peace talks when Russian forces withdraw from all occupied Ukrainian territory. So that's territory occupied since the full-scale invasion last year, but also territory occupied back in 2014, like the Crimean Peninsula. And Vicky, this trip for African leaders began with a bang, literally, almost exactly at the same time the South African president was stepping off the train here in Kyiv. Russian cruise missiles were raining down on the city, and the Ukrainian foreign minister says the timing is no coincidence. I want to read you a tweet he put out earlier. He said, "Russian missiles are a message to Africa. Russia wants more war, not peace." And these African leaders are going to get a chance to hear from President Putin himself tomorrow when they head to St. Petersburg.
Speaking of Putin, Raf, he spoke earlier today at an economic forum in St. Petersburg. What did he say?
He was defiant. He said there is no chance Ukraine is going to win this war. This conference, it's a business conference. A couple of years ago, Western business leaders flocked there. Russia was an important market. Now, of course, because of sanctions, there were a lot of empty seats there. But President Putin said Western businesses, which fled the country because of the war, will not be welcomed back when the fighting eventually stops. He also went on this kind of unusual tangent where he ended up insulting President Zelensky's Jewish heritage. The Russians like to say that they are waging a war against Ukrainian neo-Nazis, which is ironic given that Ukraine is a country led by a Jewish president. That comment from Putin has led to a rebuke from the chief rabbi here in Kyiv. Putin also said he has no interest in negotiations with the U.S. to limit nuclear weapons. Vicky.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez. Raf, thank you.
Well, Vicky, we're going to turn now to a shocking story out of Seattle where a pregnant woman was shot and killed inside her car while it was stopped at an intersection. Maddie White from our NBC affiliate King has more on the investigation into the suspect's motive.
Oh, man. When I saw this, I didn't know what to think. This, the moment a Belltown local realizes these flowers are here for a reason.
It's just devastating to think that they're gone.
She learned it was her friend, 34-year-old Ina Kwan, the owner of Aburia Bento House.
This was our go-to.
Who died with her unborn baby in Monday's shooting in broad daylight on 4th and Lenora, just a few blocks from here.
This was not the kind of woman who seemed to have a lot of enemies.
She had none. I can't think of one person.
So the question is why? Court documents say a video shows, quote, no interaction between the suspect and the victims in the preceding block prior to the suspect running up to the victim's vehicle and shooting into it. Police were able to make an arrest because, according to court documents, when officers approached him, he raised his hands up in a surrender position and repeated, "I did it, I did it." Police recovered a gun stolen out of Lakewood.
The state will be asking for a probable cause.
The 30-year-old man accused in the shooting waived his first court appearance. Neighbors say the grief is twofold.
We're grieving the future loss of the baby that would have become part of our community and maybe made contributions.
Ina treated friends like family.
She was just an incredible human being and selfless, works every day.
We used to tease her about the fact that, you know, it was time for her to take, I mean, how could she deliver plates with that little belly sticking out? Our thoughts and prayers are with the families. It's just not enough anymore.
Just devastating. That was Maddie White from our NBC affiliate King reporting.
Across the country, a teacher shortage is brewing, and while low pay and burnout have long been a problem, it's new political restrictions that are pushing more educators out the door.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton spoke with one former Texas teacher about her experience managing the culture wars.
On the same day that high school English teacher Emily Ramser won an award for being an outstanding Texas educator, she stood in front of the Grapevine Colleyville School District to tell them why she was among dozens of staff members resigning this year.
This community has continuously harassed me for the past few years, to the point that there were days I didn't even want to be alive anymore, much less be a teacher. So I'm going to listen to what I am hearing from this community, which is that y'all don't want people like me, people who might be gay, to teach here.
School districts across the country are facing a teacher shortage, fueled by burnout and low pay. But in Texas, many blame politics. Last year, Ramser's district saw a 40% jump in resignations and retirements after new conservative school board members pushed to remove hundreds of books and restrict lessons about race and LGBTQ identities.
I've taught these kids for years to write and to grow their voices, and I'm not going to let my actions say something different.
Ramser, who identifies as queer, says she was asked to change some of her lessons and to remove classroom artwork and rainbow stickers. Then, one afternoon last year, a parent told a local news site that Ramser encouraged her child to become transgender by lending her a book called The Prince and the Dressmaker.
All I did was give a kid a book.
What went through your mind?
I was terrified. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think.
The mother who accused Ramser declined to speak with NBC News, but the child and her father say the allegations were false, that the child already identified as transgender. The district cleared Ramser, but never made a statement for her to the public. The district declined to respond to NBC News about this specific case, but acknowledged it has more openings this year than last year, saying many other school districts, not only in Texas but across the nation, are also experiencing this declining retention rate of teachers and other employees.
It's like almost like we're in a battle against the school board when the school board should be on our side.
Students described Emily Ramser's classroom as one of the most welcoming spaces at school.
I think Ms. Ramser was a few places anyone in general could feel accepted, no matter your race, religion, gender, sexuality.
Do you feel safe at school right now?
Not entirely, no.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of aspects of who I am as a person that I cannot express because of the environment of the school that I go to.
NBC News obtained the district's 2023 teacher engagement survey. In it, almost 300 out of 1,500 staffers complained about the board. By the end of the school year, Emily Ramser's once vibrant classroom was barren.
Nobody can stop you from getting the education you deserve. I will give you book recommendations, because I can give you book recommendations now, hopefully, but you really can do anything.
Surrounded by her students, she was determined to teach one final lesson.
Antonia Hilton joins us now. This is a fascinating look. We're so glad you're continuing to report on this nexus between what's happening with parents and schools and educators. Are any other agencies getting involved? The Texas Department of Education, anyone weighing in on this?
Well, the Texas Education Agency, which monitors and supports all the public schools in the state, they haven't made comments on these issues, which have been going on now for a couple years in Texas. First, we saw this with the conversation about critical race theory and accusations in schools around that. Now it's more focused on books and LGBTQ issues. But what they do is track teacher attrition. And if you look at the data that they have publicly shared this year, you can see that over the decade, there is a marked change around 2020, 2021, when we started to see COVID and politics come into the conversation in schools, that teachers who are leaving schools systems and not coming back, those numbers are ticking up right now.
And it's not just burnout.
It's not just burnout. That does factor in, low pay factors in, and teachers admit that. But consistently, teacher after teacher that we have spoken to in Texas and in other states, they're saying that the politics is just becoming too much to deal with on a daily basis.
Yeah, and it's happening around the country. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, thank you.
Financial troubles cause more divorces than almost anything else. How to protect your money and the conversations to have before getting married. That's coming up. More NBC News Daily right after this.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
An important segment now. One of the top reasons for divorce in the U.S. is financial problems. The experts at Marriage.com say more than 40% of divorces are caused by financial incompatibility. That's when couples are not on the same page about how they want to handle their money.
And divorce can come with a hefty price tag. Some experts say it costs about $15,000 on average in the U.S. So what should you do to protect your money before marriage? Here with us with some tips is forensic accountant and author Tracy Conan. Thank you so much for being here. This is so important.
Thanks for having me. It is a really important topic, especially for women.
You know, and so many women and just people in general don't talk about finances, before they get married. Of course, this is a topic you've dug into in your book, Find the Money. It detailed the financial challenges a woman had through her marriage and after, I understand. So what tips do you have for couples who maybe haven't had the conversation but need to?
Right. I focus on helping women find money in divorce, but if we back it up to when they're getting ready to get married, it's an exciting time. You don't want to think about the potential for divorce.
Exactly.
But you absolutely have to protect yourself going into that marriage. Protect yourself financially.
And some of these are the tips that you have here about what you should be talking about.
Right. We want to agree on our spending plan before we go into marriage. It's all about communication. What is acceptable spending in our family? Who's going to make sure the bills are paid? How much are we each contributing? But more importantly, let's get a prenup. No matter how much or how little money you think you may make or have, a prenup can really protect you.
The reality is, Tracy, only 15% of Americans say they've actually signed a prenup. This is according to a 2022 Harris poll. Divorces obviously can get messy, and you have some astonishing stats about how women walk away with so much less than the men do. So how, in a messy divorce, do you make sure you fight for what's fair?
Well, the way you fight for what's fair is by getting all the information, digging into your financials and finding out what has our money been spent on? How much do we have? Where is it? Because it is typical for one spouse to be in charge of the money during the marriage. And then when divorce comes along, they might be hiding or concealing some of that money. And you can't get your fair share unless you know about it.
What was the stat you said women walk away with?
Well, in divorces, studies show that women's standard of living goes down by 27% after divorce, while men's goes up 10% after divorce.
I mean, this
Those
is
are real
just
numbers.
striking and obviously a difficult conversation. You never want to think about getting divorced, but if you're in a relationship, what are some red flags to look out for when it comes to either suspicious spending or maybe hidden debt?
Right. I'm looking for things like a change in behavior, more secretive behavior, especially as it relates to money, documents that may have been altered or go missing, forged signatures, documents that don't make sense, restricting your access to financial information, like not letting you get into the online banking.
Just like you have emotional check-ins, you should have some financial check-ins as a couple, too.
Oh, absolutely. I recommend at least once a month for 10 or 15 minutes. Just go over the books together, look at some statements, talk about what our savings goals are, how we're doing for that, what have we been spending on, what does our budget look like, and do we need to make any changes?
It's so important to have those conversations and that financial transparency, and you'd say it's a red flag if your partner doesn't want to do it.
Absolutely. If they're, restricting your access, concealing things, not letting you take a look at documents, understand what you're signing before you sign it. Gosh, those are really warning signs.
Forensic accountant and author Tracy Conan. Thank you so much, Tracy. Learned a lot from that segment.
Thank you. Well, we know Father's Day is this weekend, and we want to give a very special shout out to all the dads of our NBC News Daily family.
Both the amazing dads on the team and the amazing dads of our staff. We absolutely love you. We thank you. We appreciate everything you've done. And we certainly hope everyone has a wonderful and happy Father's Day.
Yeah, I know I love my dad and all the father figures in my life.
Look at those photos. Happy faces.
Yes, enjoy the weekend. You're watching NBC News Daily.
music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Country singer Cody Ballou got his start on the NBC show The Voice, and more than a decade ago that happened. Now he's using his music to speak out about religion and the queer community.
NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer sat down with him to discuss how his faith inspired his latest single, Charlene.
Charlene, who is Charlene?
Well, she's a real lady. When I wrote the song in 2014, it was really just about my own personal experience that I had had, where she had told me, you know, I've been praying for you. And I said, why? Because in the South, that's sort of a backhanded compliment. And she said, well, I just really don't think you're going to get into heaven with me, which when you break that down, like I did for her, she was saying in one sentence, I have salvation and you have damnation. And that's just not the way I was taught.
Is there a small part of you that wants to know what the real Charlene thinks of the song?
It's not really any of my business how she thinks of this song, because it's a teaching tool for me. I'm trying to sort of snap these people out of this hive mentality that they've all fallen into, where they think all of us in the world that are different are out to get them and are coming for their way of life.
For those who seem to have that fear, what do you hope they could take away from the song?
I built a wooden cross, I put marquee lights on it, and instead of putting Jesus' name on it, I put Charlene's name on it, because people have used that cross as a weapon to subjugate, to colonize, to wage wars, all these reasons to say, in Jesus' name, we're doing X, Y, and Z. And that's not the way Jesus phrased or formed any of his thoughts. And so I put her name up there to say, this is a mirror. And if you'll just look at what you're doing and saying and how you're pushing people away from Christ and Christ's message, I'm hoping that it causes them to sort of snap out of it.
Your faith is important to you. Do you feel like there is a feeling among some people that people in the LGBTQ plus community are not people of faith?
Well, yeah. I ran to my faith because as a young, gay Southern kid who had nowhere that I felt like I could talk about or express that, growing up in rural Arkansas, my relationship with God was literally all I thought I had.
At least you're on the fringes of country music. What is that like right now for people who are in the LGBTQ community?
Country music, it's always been built on the struggles that you've had and telling that truth. And so I think in that tradition, there has to be a space for those of us who don't necessarily fit what the mold is currently.
There are people watching this who are going to say, hey, I recognize you from The Voice.
Long time, yeah.
Long time ago. Yeah. What did that mean to you in your career?
Every week I had 3 minutes behind that camera was a whole world of people that I may never ever get to sing for ever again. And so I was truly living out all of my deepest dreams.
What's the dream now?
The short-term dream is to get to tour it. I'm getting closer and closer to that goal. I still want to sell out arenas. I still want what that little kid wanted on the pond levee. I've done the work. Now it's just the universe has to want it for me.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Such a cool story, especially on this Pride Month.
Yes,
well,
indeed.
Here's what's trending right now. Indiana Jones, his trusty sidekick, had a heartwarming reunion on the red carpet. Actor Ke-Huy Quan, who famously played Short Round in the franchise's 1984 film The Temple of Doom, surprised Harrison Ford at the Hollywood premiere of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. The two exchanged a hug as Ford told Quan he was all grown up.
I love that caption, the reunion everyone was waiting for. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's exclusive Spotify deal is ending. In a joint statement, the two sides announcing they've, quote, mutually agreed to part ways. The royal couple delivered one series to the platform during their 3-year, $20 million deal.
Interested to see where they go next.
Yeah. I'm Vicky Nguyen.
I'm Zinklea Samwa. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Happy Friday. I'm Vicky Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, June 16th. Deadly tornadoes, a series of damaging storms ripping through parts of Texas and Florida. At least 4 people are dead, and we have the latest on the search and rescue efforts.
Pentagon leak. The Air National Guardsman accused of sharing classified documents now facing federal charges. New details on the indictment and why prosecutors say he jeopardized the nation's security.
Guilty verdict. A jury just reached a decision in the federal trial of a gunman accused of killing 11 people at a synagogue in Pittsburgh. It's the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in United States history.
Parental jealousy, why some adults say they are envious of their own children. We'll talk with a therapist about what it could mean for your relationship with your kids and your parents.
That's going to be an interesting conversation for sure. We got a lot of stories to get to, and we begin NBC News Daily with the desperate search and rescue efforts now underway in North Texas after a powerful tornado ripped through the area. The small city of Perryton, Texas, taking a direct hit. Officials there say the tornado touched down yesterday afternoon, killing 3 people and hurting dozens of others.
fires. Emergency crews are now headed to the region. The city's fire chief tells NBC News at least one person is still missing. The full extent of the damage still unclear at this hour, but officials estimate as many as 200 homes are destroyed. Meantime, authorities in the Florida Panhandle say another person died after a tornado toppled a tree onto a home there. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on these devastating storms.
Perrytown, Texas, city of 8,000 people, blindsided by multiple tornadoes. I'm standing right now on 1st and Main Street. This is the downtown strip right here. All the businesses and cars that you see have bricks littered on top of them, aluminum siding torn off, plywood everywhere. This used to be a gym. Banks, restaurants gone. A little bit further down the street, you have City Hall, which houses the police and fire stations. Those are wiped out. Now, in terms of the numbers, injuries, at least 75, potentially as many as 100, we're told. There are 3 confirmed fatalities, 1 person who is missing, and the Texas A&M Urban Search and Rescue crews are on their way here right now, waiting to find out what they'll see in the light of day. For the people of Perryton, Texas,
it has just devastated this area.
Their town and their lives have been changed forever.
Come to the station for rescue. Come to the station for rescue.
A panorama of heartache and pain after evening tornadoes, 2 or possibly 3, touched down in this small town. Video showing one barreling across fields and crossing a highway. The storms ripped apart dozens of mobile homes, leaving this downtown area completely unrecognizable, prompting a frantic search for survivors who might be trapped underneath the rubble.
Well, we're going to be on search and rescue, missing 4 people in this location.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott deploying emergency resources, including more than 100 members of a Texas A&M search and rescue team. Their immediate goal, to assist in collapsed structures rescues and wide area searches.
We are without power, and we are trying to get everything we can done to restore power to our community and help those in need.
It comes as the whole region has been under siege from severe weather. West Florida dealing with severe flash flooding. The National Weather Service calling it a life-threatening situation. Residents in that area waking up to over a foot of rainfall. Some 30 million people across Texas, Louisiana, and southern Florida are also under heat alerts today, with scorching temperatures expected to last for days and break records. A nation's thoughts anchored firmly with the people in this small tornado-ravaged town. They're still waiting to learn the true depth of their loss. We've also learned this morning about 15 critical care patients who were transferred to larger hospitals for further treatment. Their conditions this morning aren't clear. As for the mayor, he told me there's 30 businesses that were damaged or destroyed and about 100 homes, roughly half of them mobile homes. Everything those folks had, they had in those houses. In Perryton, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Just devastating sights there. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, the severe weather threat isn't over, right? What exactly are you tracking?
No, now we're in different spots, and we were watching the strong thunderstorm that just rolled through the Philadelphia area. Now it's heading through New Jersey, and we actually have an active tornado warning. I'll show you that in a second. First, this tornado watch goes from just about south of New York City all the way down through southern New Jersey into areas of Delaware, a little slice of Maryland, too. This is round 1. We may get a second round of storms developing behind this, but this line of storms is flying at about 40 miles per hour to the east. You can see where the tornado warning is located right there. It's due east of Philadelphia. It's located similar and nearby to Jackson, New Jersey. If you've ever been to the Six Flags in New Jersey, I'm sure it's crowded today, but that storm is heading your way in about half hour from right now. It's a radar-indicated tornado, and even if it doesn't produce a tornado, straight-line winds could gust in excess of 60 miles per hour, so dangerous situation in central New Jersey. The rest of today will focus storms back again into areas of Arkansas, Mississippi, southern Alabama, Florida Panhandle, a little section there in Kansas. And how about the heat? It continues to just roast throughout all of Texas, for the most part, all of the northern Gulf Coast. And in case you're the winner or the loser right now, the highest, Corpus Christi, it feels like 114 already.
Oh, boy, 114. No, thank you. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, thank you.
A federal grand jury indicted an Air National Guardsman on 6 counts for leaking classified Pentagon documents. 21-year-old Jack Teixeira is accused of jeopardizing national security by taking top-secret defense information and sharing it on social media. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from Washington. Julia, good to see you. So prosecutors are accusing Teixeira of one of the most significant intelligence leaks in years. What was he formally charged with, and also what's the potential penalty if he's convicted?
Well, he was formally charged with retaining and transmitting classified national defense information. That could carry up to 60 years if he is convicted. This case will likely go to trial soon. That would be up in Boston in federal court. This is a serious charge because it was a serious crime. We're talking about hundreds of pages of classified documents uploaded onto what was essentially a gaming platform. It sat there for months and then started to get disseminated on places like Twitter and other social media platforms before that very iconic and memorable arrest that you see there just a short while ago.
Julia, the Justice Department also said in the indictment that the suspect was caught twice taking notes about classified documents while he was on the job, that he was also observed accessing information not relevant to his job. So has anyone else, his supervisors, colleagues, been held accountable? And do we know anything more about why he allegedly did this?
Right now, we don't know anyone else who might be part of this. No one else has been charged. But as far as his motives, it seems based on the messages he shared in that online gaming community, he was really trying to show off. A lot of the topics of conversation there were about war. He saw it as a badge of honor that he was part of the Massachusetts National Guard and wanted to share with these people what war was really like, and even shared such sensitive documents as the battlefields drawn up between Ukraine and Russia. These are really sensitive documents, and of course the idea that he was taking notes, taking those notes with him out of the room, accessing information he didn't need any part of. Not only does it obviously point to some serious charges that we now see against Teixeira, but it also raises questions about who in the defense community gets access to this kind of information, and have those guardrails become too loose and too many people are included in these highly sensitive conversations.
Yeah, a lot of questions there. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley, thank you.
Well, Vicky, Mexican police are now investigating the deaths of 2 American tourists. They were found in their hotel room at a luxury resort near Cabo San Lucas. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer spoke to the family of one of the victims, who says these deaths could have been prevented.
This upscale resort just outside Cabo San Lucas is now the site of an investigation into the deaths of an American couple.
It's just devastating.
Investigators say 28-year-old Abby Lutz and her boyfriend were found unresponsive in their hotel room by staff at the Rancho Pescadera Hotel, where rooms can cost up to $1,000 a night. Over the weekend, Lutz's family says the couple started feeling ill after they arrived and headed to the hospital to seek treatment.
She got really sick and they thought it was food poisoning. They spent the night with IVs, getting IVs and things, and then they felt better. They went back to the hotel and spent the day at the pool. When they went to bed, I guess they didn't wake up.
Mexican police say when paramedics arrived, there was nothing they could do. Police say the suspected cause of death, inhalation of gas. On a GoFundMe page, Lutz's family writes, "We have been told it was due to improper venting of the resort and could be carbon monoxide poisoning."
They just thought it was food poisoning. They had no idea. None of us thought about that, because you can't smell carbon monoxide.
In a statement, the hotel, owned by the Hyatt, says in part, out of an abundance of caution and respect for the families and all those affected, we are refraining from speculation about the cause, adding there is no threat to guest safety or well-being at this time. Sadly, deaths like these are far too common. In October, 3 Americans appeared to have died from carbon monoxide poisoning in an upscale Airbnb in Mexico City. And last May, 3 U.S. tourists were found dead at a sandals resort in the Bahamas, also killed by carbon monoxide poisoning. A tragedy in paradise for a young couple and the families they left behind.
We love her family, all friends. We'll miss her so much.
Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Good news for drivers. Gas prices are dropping. A gallon of regular costs $3.58 on average today, compared with a record high of $5 a gallon just a year ago. This according to AAA.
Yeah, much welcome improvement there. CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs joins us now. So Bertha, this should bring relief to Americans as we approach the busy travel summer season. So what's causing this drop right now, and what should drivers expect over the next few months?
Well, Vicki and Sinsley, it's really a question of supply and demand. There's been a bit of lower demand lately. Some folks are speculating because there's concerns about recession fears and a consistent flow of crude on the supply side from Russia. Gas Buddy analysts told the Wall Street Journal they expect prices to stay between $3.40 a gallon to about $3.80 this summer. That's only if there aren't any major refinery outages that would really hit supply. Meantime, Amazon's purchase of Roomba maker iRobot was approved by British regulators today, but it still faces scrutiny in the U.S. and Europe over Amazon's growing market power. The UK watchdog argued the deal would not result in a threat to competition. Amazon says it's pleased with the results in the UK. And basketball legend Michael Jordan is selling his majority stake in the NBA's Charlotte Hornets. Jordan will retain minority ownership as part of the deal with wealthy investors Gabe Plotkin and Rick Schnall. The Hornets have struggled under Jordan's ownership, only making the playoffs a couple of times. I'll tell you though, have you seen that movie Air? It's quite fascinating to see how his parents really set him up for life with that Air Jordan deal. It's amazing.
I've heard it's an outstanding movie, and people are saying Sonny Vaccaro, who's played by Matt Damon, in his 80s now, and really appreciated that portrayal.
And those Air Jordans really changed the game.
Yeah, still changing the game. Ask Brian Chung. That guy should be an investor.
Huge.
All right, Bertha Coombs, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, up next, we'll have why more teachers are choosing to leave the classroom. You're watching NBC News Daily. Don't go anywhere.
Is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Across the country, a teacher shortage is brewing, and while low pay and burnout have long been issues, it's actually new cultural restrictions that are also starting to push more educators out the door.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton spoke with one former Texas teacher about her experience with those constraints.
On the same day that high school English teacher Emily Ramser won an award for being an outstanding Texas educator, she stood in front of the Grapevine Colleyville School District to tell them why she was among dozens of staff members resigning this year.
This community has continuously harassed me for the past few years, to the point that there were days I didn't even want to be alive anymore, much less be a teacher. So I'm going to listen to what I am hearing from this community, which is that y'all don't want people like me, people who might be gay, to teach here.
School districts across the country are facing a teacher shortage, fueled by burnout and low pay. But in Texas, many blame politics. Last year, Ramser's district saw a 40% jump in resignations and retirements after new conservative school board members pushed to remove hundreds of books and restrict lessons about race and LGBTQ identities.
I've taught these kids for years to write and to grow their voices, and I'm not going to let my actions say something different.
Ramser, who identifies as queer, says she was asked to change some of her lessons and to remove classroom artwork and rainbow stickers. Then, one afternoon last year, a parent told a local news site that Ramser encouraged her child to become transgender by lending her a book called The Prince and the Dressmaker.
All I did was give a kid a book.
What went through your mind?
I was terrified. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think.
The mother who accused Ramser declined to speak with NBC News, but the child and her father say the allegations were false, that the child already identified as transgender. The district cleared Ramser, but never made a statement for her to the public. The district declined to respond to NBC News about this specific case, but acknowledged it has more openings this year than last year, saying many other school districts, not only in Texas but across the nation, are also experiencing this declining retention rate of teachers and other employees.
It's like almost like we're in a battle against the school board when the school board should be on our side.
Students described Emily Ramser's classroom as one of the most welcoming spaces at school.
I think Ms. Ramser was a few places anyone in general could feel accepted, no matter your race, religion, gender, sexuality.
Do you feel safe at school right now?
Not entirely, no.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of aspects of who I am as a person that I cannot express because of the environment of the school that I go to.
NBC News obtained the district's 2023 teacher engagement survey. In it, almost 300 out of 1,500 staffers complained about the board. By the end of the school year, Emily Ramser's once vibrant classroom was barren.
Nobody can stop you from getting the education you deserve. I will give you book recommendations, because I can give you book recommendations now, hopefully, but you really can do anything.
Surrounded by her students, she was determined to teach one final lesson.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now on set. Thank you so much for that important report. Obviously not the first time you've been covering this. Did Emily say what she plans to do now that she's left the school district?
She recently just got a job, and she'll be teaching English again in a new school district, but this time in a private school district. And, you know, her message to fellow teachers right now is that if you can find a way to stay in teaching, find schools that are supportive of what you do, of who you are, and where you can feel safe while doing this job. But she does not have anything against teachers who are leaving the field entirely right now, because she says it's been hard for people to put up with.
Are teachers' unions, what's their place in all of this?
Well, the question of the institutional support behind teachers, when you ask them, they say they're feeling like they could use a little more of, whether that's union reps coming out and supporting them and negotiating with school districts, or it's state officials having their back.
Antonia Hilton, thank you so much. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. In Chicago's South Side neighborhood, 10 acres of previously vacant lots are now packed with flowers. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster tells us about an organization that's using gardening to give back to the community.
Across Chicago's thorniest neighborhoods, change is blossoming from the ground up.
It's really about trying to establish the floral industry as a new anchor industry in urban America.
Vacant lots, now fully sustainable flower farms, converted by the nonprofit Keelan Blackwell and his wife Hannah founded in 2014.
We have our double white tulips, we have some of our peach single tulips.
Flowers that not only beautify, but empower. The tulips that grow on this flower farm are sorted and arranged here at Southside Blooms, creating jobs for young people in this community.
We make bouquets, centerpieces.
Youth learning floristry, customer service, and flower farming.
Never in a million years would see myself working with flowers because, you know, this was my first time ever being in a flower shop, like being around so many flowers.
Planting seeds through exposure. Why did you have that skepticism when you first heard about this job?
Oh, because I was like, planting flowers. Like, man, I don't plant no flowers, I'm a guy.
Exposure growing into impact.
It taught me patience, like how to control my anger, how to, like, you know, this is how you run a business. Like teaching me.
Being out here did that?
Yeah. It was like telling me, like, teaching me, like, you gotta actually put in hard work to see yourself prosper.
An impact ripe for delivery.
Definitely want to be able to replicate this and take it to every major inner city across the United States.
Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Chicago.
More good news now. An innovative program has people with limited mobility in Michigan hitting the trails, all thanks to the help of specially created bicycles. From our NBC affiliate WPBN, Nicole Long shows us what a joy to ride trip looks like and the benefits a simple spin on a bike can have.
Carol Kroc is no stranger to hanging up a bike for the last time. It's what inspired her to start the nonprofit Joy to Ride.
It's all volunteer-based. We offer free rides to anyone that needs a bike ride.
With 2 specialized bikes, pilots and co-pilots are able to take 2 passengers down a part of the Betsy Valley Trail. It's a simple bike ride that can make a big difference in people's lives.
That even a half an hour or 45-minute bike ride for many, many people can be life-changing. It's certainly day-changing. We sometimes can take for granted the turtles or the fresh air or the sunshine or you can hear them, the birds singing. So my favorite part is helping folks get out that can't get out.
In 2018, the organization partnered with the Maples, a medical care facility in Frankfurt, and it's become a staple for residents to come out and try.
They really look forward to it every year. They know, they ask me first as spring comes, like, all right, when can we do Joy to Ride? You know, because they look forward to it so much, you know, especially the ones. And then the ones that have never done it before, it's kind of apprehensive. They're like, I don't know how to ride a bike.
The ride gives people a front row seat to what the trail has to offer, just without the work of pedaling.
We have many residents that they've had strokes or diseases like Parkinson's or dementia, you know, and they love to ride bikes, but they haven't been able to in years. And then so they're really apprehensive, like, no, I can't do this, you know. And so then they get out here and they realize what the wheelchair bikes are. We get them out here on the trail and they turn into totally different people.
The organization is also working with the Friends of the Betsy Valley Trail to pave the trail all the way up to Thompsonville.
Our thanks to WPBN's Nicole Long. All right, well, a family's trip to Home Depot was turned upside down in a good way by a chance encounter with an NBA Hall of Famer. I think you can guess which one.
It was Shaquille O'Neal. He was in the store to film a music video, of all things, and afterwards, Shaq was taking photos with fans and learned they were there to buy a washer and dryer. Well, he then decided to play Santa Claus in June, caught up In the moment, he said, okay, well, I'm paying for it.
You know, Shaq does this all the time. It is such a moment of goodwill. It's so fun, and I love that this time it was caught on camera.
Love it. No shortage of good deeds. Well, up next, the Denver Nuggets championship parade turned violent. A shooting broke out among the crowd of 750,000. We have the details straight ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. We've got a lot more news after this.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back on this Friday, and so glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. Making news right now, Pope Francis has been released from the hospital following his abdominal surgery 9 days ago. He briefly stopped to greet well-wishers upon his arrival at the Vatican gate. In a statement, his doctors say he is well and better than before. The pontiff plans to resume his duties on Sunday.
In a huge show of force, a U.S. nuclear-powered submarine has arrived in South Korea 1 day after North Korea had resumed missile tests as part of its nuclear program. The USS Michigan is one of the world's largest subs with the capability of holding 150 Tomahawk missiles. It will take part in drills during its stay. This is the first time in 6 years that a U.S. nuclear submarine has stopped in South Korea.
2 Tennessee state representatives who were expelled over their roles in gun reform protests have won their primary races after losing their seats in April. Democrats Justin Jones of Nashville and Justin J. Pearson of Memphis were both voted out of the Republican-led chamber, but later reinstated by their districts. The general election is slated for August, and both are expected to win back their seats in heavily Democratic districts.
All right, we start this hour with new details from the Department of Justice today on the results from its 2-year investigation into the Minneapolis Police Department. It was opened following the death of George Floyd.
Yeah, the investigation uncovered civil rights violations by police, including excessive force and racial discrimination. Now, the city is pledging to make big changes. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now to dig into this. So, Ron, this report from the DOJ uncovered stark misconduct from this police department. Just break down some of the findings.
Well, the city's going to be forced to make some changes. There's going to be what's called a consent decree that they have to follow that's enforced by a federal judge. So this is not voluntary. There's a lot of leverage that the federal government is bringing. And they highlight things like use of excessive force when it's not necessary, unlawfully discriminating against Black and Native American citizens, violating First Amendment rights of protesters and the media, and discriminating against people with behavioral disabilities was something else the report highlighted. Here's the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, talking about one aspect of it.
MPD stopped Black and Native American people nearly 6 times more often than white people in situations that did not result in arrest or citation, given their shares of the population. We found several incidents in which MPD officers were not held accountable for racist conduct until there was a public outcry.
Basically, the report said that the conditions that existed in the department are what facilitated or what enabled the death of George Floyd.
Have we heard a response yet from the city of Minneapolis or the police department? And how quickly can we expect to see changes?
There's a new police chief. The mayor is supportive of this. They've been trying to make reforms. The police department has banned no-knock warrants. They've banned chokeholds. So they're trying to do things. Some of these consent decrees take years, if not decades. And that's one criticism of them. They cost a lot for cities, and they're very slow-moving. I mean, they look at everything from how officers are hired to how they use their weapons in the streets, to how they're promoted, to how investigations are carried out. Every aspect of it. There's a monitor who's involved and a federal judge who's involved. And again, it's a very painstaking process, and there are probably at least a dozen or more of these consent decrees that are being worked out across the country right now. The Biden administration is initiating quite a few. The Trump administration dialed back on these, which was a big concern in some places where the consent decrees were not enforced during that administration. So again, there's a lot to be played out, a lot of detail to be worked out. But the bottom line is that the Department of Justice is trying to, as the one official put it, reinvent this police department and tear it down and start all over again to some extent.
And time will tell if that change comes.
Good to hear that there are some changes already underway. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. Ron, thank you so much.
We have breaking news out of Pittsburgh. A federal jury has found Robert Bowers, the gunman in the Tree of Life synagogue mass shooting, guilty on all 63 charges. Prosecutors say Bowers opened fire during a morning prayer service, killing 11 people at the synagogue in 2018.
The verdict came after the jury deliberated for a total of 5 hours. Many of the charges in this case carry the death penalty. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from outside the courthouse. George.
Yeah, good afternoon, Zinclay and Vicky. You're right. About 5 hours is what the jury deliberated for. No surprise here for many people in this community who expected this to be guilty on all 63 counts for the accused shooter, Robert Bowers. 11 of these charges centering on hate crimes resulting in death, 11 of them on the obstruction of religious freedom that resulted in death, and other charges related to his gun use. Prosecution laying out a pretty firm case here about his intent to go to the Tree of Life synagogue and kill the 11 worshipers and injure those officers, reminding the jury that he did not turn himself in at the end of this because he wanted to, but simply because he ran out of ammunition. The defense trying to cast some doubt on the intent and motivation that the accused shooter, Robert Bowers, had, saying he did this because of his views on immigration policy. Then the prosecution, with their rebuttal to that claim, saying he didn't go to a refugee camp. He did not go to the border. He went to the Tree of Life synagogue and he killed the 11 worshipers during their service. And so as this case progresses, it now moves over to the sentencing portion of this, which will look at one of the key arguments here, really, and what many people say this case has ultimately been about, it, whether the accused shooter, Robert Bowers, will be sentenced to death, guys.
And George, notably, this verdict was expected, right? His own lawyers didn't really dispute the facts of this case. So now we move on to the penalty phase. What happens here?
Right. So as we understand it, the judge has ordered the defense now. They have about 24 hours to present their defense, which, as we understand it, will be a mental health defense looking at Robert Bowers' history here. From that point, the jury will reconvene Monday, June 26th, for this next phase, which will be the sentencing. At this point, we know that those reports for the defense will be due by 1 p.m. on Sunday, which is 48 hours from now. And so, like I said, we expect it to be a mental health defense. And how the prosecution responds, though, remains to be seen, guys.
All right, all eyes on this one. NBC News correspondent George Solis, thank you.
Well, Zinkley, a police officer in Orlando fired after he was pulled over in his patrol car for reckless driving. Body cam video shows him arguing with a county sheriff's deputy during that traffic stop, and then he took off. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more.
A high-speed chase of a Florida police officer.
Over 100 miles an hour trying to catch up with this butthead.
Trying to catch one of his own, clocking him at nearly double the speed limit in a marked car.
You going to pull over?
Please say a command.
Pull over.
A Seminole County deputy eventually making the traffic stop.
What? I am going into work, my man. Why are you trying to pull me over as I'm going into work?
Because you're going 80 and a 45.
I am going into work.
Okay, where are you going to work?
What does it look like I am dressed for?
What
does it look like I am dressed for?
The conversation coming to a dead end.
My name is Deputy Hilton, and they see your driver's license.
No.
The Orlando officer, Alexander Showney, who left the scene, was later charged with reckless driving and eluding the county deputy, who even engaged his emergency lights and sirens during the chase, according to the county incident report. Orlando police saying in a statement, Officer Showney now relieved of his duties pending a criminal and internal investigation. Attempts to reach the officer went unanswered, but a friend who spoke with him telling NBC News, quote, he's repentant, he's sorry for what he did. Another repentant officer of the law, Tampa Police Chief Mary O'Connor, flashing her badge in December after the golf cart her husband was driving was pulled over outside a residential community for no license plate.
Is your camera on?
It is.
I'm the police chief in Tampa.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
I'm hoping that you'll just let us go tonight.
Later calling the move poor judgment and handing in her resignation at the mayor's request. In Oklahoma City,
drunk?
No, I'm the captain.
Captain James Matt French was arrested in March on suspicion of drunk driving.
How much we had to drink tonight, sir?
Repeatedly asking the arresting officer to turn off his body camera video.
Please. Huh?
Turn that off.
I cannot, sir.
Please.
I know you're aware of our body cam policy.
French now on leave with pay pending criminal and internal investigations. In all three cases, the bad behavior eventually catching up.
What?
With consequences. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Valerie, thanks so much. Well, Vicky, the Denver Nuggets NBA championship parade yesterday turned violent when a shooting broke out among the crowd of more than 700,000. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the details.
It was supposed to be a big victory party in downtown Denver, a parade for the Nuggets, capping their historic first ever NBA Finals win. Hundreds of thousands of fans packing the streets to catch a glimpse of their favorite players, but shortly after the celebration started to wind down, gunshots rang out. Police say the suspect, an unidentified male, started firing, wounding two people who are both in serious condition. Denver's police chief saying all involved likely knew each other.
We believe that this was a targeted incident.
Authorities say the shooter is still at large, but with multiple security cameras in the area, they're confident he'll be captured. On Monday, just hours after the Nuggets beat the Miami Heat to win the title, 10 people were injured after gunfire broke out. Police characterizing that mass shooting as a drug deal gone wrong. A mile-high week of celebration marred by senseless acts of violence.
Here we are again having to talk about someone endangering the lives of people who came to celebrate.
Meanwhile, in a separate incident during the victory parade, a veteran Denver police officer was badly injured after a fire truck accidentally rolled over his leg. Authorities say the decorated SWAT sergeant was trying to protect parade goers.
I mean, it was horrible. It was a sad sight.
Also on the parade route, Denver Fox affiliate KDVR capturing this video, showing NBA superstar Nikola Jokic's wife, Natalia, getting hit in the face by a beer can. The couple had been riding on the team's float, and she was holding their one-year-old daughter at the time. But despite the incident involving his wife, the two-time league MVP, known as the Joker, sticking around to celebrate with fans.
We're all going to remember this our whole lives. This one is for you. We love you, Denver.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Congrats to the Nuggets. All right, well, parents, we know they sacrifice a lot for their kids to give them a better life than they had. But some parents can become jealous of their own children. Why that happens and how to handle it. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Many parents are raising kids in a society that has more access to technology, material goods, and awareness of mental health issues.
And for some families, that means the kids have more access and opportunity. But it could lead to some parents actually feeling jealous of their children.
National board-certified therapist Dr. Spirit joins us now to dig into this. So let's dig in.
Hey, Dr. Spirit, yeah, let's unpack this idea of being jealous of your child. I might be in the minority, but I often think about how much easier I actually had it as a kid before social media, cyberbullying, AI. What does being jealous of your child look like, and where does it show up?
Yeah, well, lucky you, right, to be in that space. But it really does. It looks like a really strong desire or an envy for what somebody else has. And when we're not careful, if it's left unchecked, it can actually create a rivalry or a competition with that person.
So, Dr. Spirit, let's dig in, right? Because you said if it's left unchecked, it can grow. And I know some of our parents really did come from hard circumstances, more difficult than our own. I know my mom left a dictatorship. My dad grew up in Ghana, West Africa. I was born here in the U.S. So if parents want to prevent jealousy from brewing, how can they do that?
Well, you know, one of the things that's very important is to do your own work. And that's really hard for us to do, because if you're in a situation where you don't even recognize that you are in competition with your child, how can you know that the work needs to be done? So one of those things that we have to do is we have to know, how do we manage our stuff? How do we also make sure that we recognize that if we're feeling those senses of competition, or if we're feeling just a little angry about what our children have or how they're appreciating it, that really has to do with our own stuff. And sometimes we can recognize that because it looks like an inability to celebrate our children's accomplishments. Sometimes we may be passive aggressive about what they're going after, or maybe even dissuade that with them. Or we may even try to one up our child. If they're dressed a particular way, we may dress even a little bit more attention getting. If they're the life of the party, we may be a little louder. So we may have to look at the ways that our children are living are impacting how we feel about ourselves and what we've received in our own lives.
It's so interesting to think about that kind of competition with a child. You think of that jealousy maybe showing up as the child's older, maybe becomes a teenager or an adult themselves. What is the impact on a kid when the parent is jealous? And if you're in that position, your parent is jealous of you, how can you deal with it?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, if you're in a situation like that, it can really poison the relationship over time. If I can't trust that my parent truly celebrates me or is in my corner, I may not want to tell them everything or show them everything about my life. So you may have situations where those relationships become sabotaged. You may also be in situations where the relationship is impeded because if you're the parent, you may block your children from receiving certain access or resources, even if it's just love or attention from somebody that you love. And when you're dealing with a parent, if you recognize that you don't feel like they can fully celebrate you or your accomplishments, it's important that you not jump into that conflict. You have to look for that deep cause about what's going on. And if you can have that conversation with them, then you have that in some really easy, non-blaming ways. We have to avoid those mental and emotional games because the gaslighting and the denial, those defense mechanisms can be so real. But most importantly, for everybody, you have to set those healthy boundaries. And how you know that you're setting them, it's the place where it says, I can love you and me simultaneously.
Yes, abundance is key there. And I'll acknowledge, Dr. Spirit, I don't have a kid, but for my friends who are new parents or even those who are veterans, I've heard that phrase, well, back in my day, right? Like they grew up and said, if it was good enough for me, it should be good enough for you, my child.
Exactly.
Is there anything wrong with that sentiment, or how do you recommend reframing that if you're a parent?
Well, the hard part is to recognize that we all want better for our children, but sometimes them actually having better reminds us of the painful things that we did not get. So recognize that a little jealousy or envy makes you human, but also recognize that those are indicators of some wounds that may exist, that when you see them, it needs your attention, a little healing, and a little love.
A little love. All right. National Board Certified Therapist, Dr. Spirit. Thank you so much, Dr. Spirit.
Yeah, so good. Thank you so much. You're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
Valley. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks to the creators of the hit TV show South Park, an iconic Colorado restaurant has been brought back to life.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Harry Smith details how the two legendary comedy writers, Matt Stone and Trey Parker, are now the driving force behind the relaunch of Casa Bonita.
It's big and it's pink. And for decades, Casa Bonita was Colorado's go-to pleasure palace for kids.
Usually when we came here, it was a birthday. I felt exotic when I came here. It felt like I had gone away.
And since those halcyon days, Casa Bonita has occupied an extraordinary amount of space.
Wow, Casa Bonita! Woo-hoo!
In the psyches of South Park creators and Colorado natives, Matt Stone and Trey Parker.
Ever since we started, the building, we have named our office Casa Bonita. It's like fate.
Fate would mean Casa Bonita's closing down and bankruptcy. They had to buy it.
And I said, yes. And he goes, I know, but don't get to, we don't know yet. I'm like, yes. And I was just like, we're doing that, yes.
To be kind, Casa Bonita had seen better days. It was a wreck. The idea of these two guys buying it was funny, a kind of extravagant gag, or so we thought.
So this is without irony, then?
It's not a joke, and that's the thing, is it had become a joke, and we were sad that it had become a joke, because you could see what this place was in the 70s when they built it. You know, they were trying to make a little Disneyland here.
We're here! Casa Bonita! Oh, man, this is gonna be so great!
20 years ago, Parker and Stone immortalized their love for Casa Bonita in a South Park episode.
I feel like Cartman a lot here, you know, just going in, and we could do this, and we could do that, you know, we could do this.
It really is. Watching Trey walk around and the emotional roller coaster of doing this, you know, he's feeling it as much as Cartman would. You know?
This is almost like restoring an important national landmark.
It's not almost.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it is.
Yes, it is. And restoration is a better word than renovation,
Right.
because it would cost way less to just rebuild this.
Right.
Make a better version of it down the road.
It makes me wonder what that number is.
It's close to infinity.
Yeah.
It approaches infinity.
We toured the giant restaurant/joy factory to see what infinity dollars can create. A lot of cool stuff. Like any construction project, there was a punch list. This one, a bit bigger than most.
You can see there's some stuff they checked off, and there's some stuff not checked off, and yeah.
It's only
Don't worry about that. We're good. We're good. Don't worry about that.
The cliff divers were showing off the day we were there. Yes, there are cliff divers.
The old 70s look of swimwear back. They made these custom for us.
We always believed cliff divers performed to distract us from how bad the food was. To the rescue, a new chef, James Beard nominee Dana Rodriguez.
People mentality is like, we still have the same menu, but now it's true food.
Rodriguez possesses a kind of personal superpower reflected in her sopapillas.
See?
Perfecto.
Sopapillas! Can I get some sopapillas, please?
Parker and Stone figure they'll need about 6 million customers a night to break even. So be reassured, they are not leaving their day jobs.
So, of my favorite recent episodes was the one about the Canadian royalty.
The prince and his wife. We want privacy! We want privacy!
Yes.
Right.
Canadian royalty, yes.
Canadian royalty.
Just because I'm Canadian royalty.
Right.
And that just broke through. I mean, every English person I know was calling me, like every single one. You know what I mean?
And what were they saying to you?
I mean, honestly, they were saying thank you.
As much as people think that South Park, we get in a room and go, okay, who can we make angry and who can we piss off? It's not. It's how can we make people laugh?
Can you do this forever?
You'll find interviews of me at age 30 saying, well, it's not like I'll be doing South Park when I'm 40 years old, you know? So it's like, it really is like we get back in there and we get just kind of back to our roots. It's actually, I think, honestly, healthy for us now.
Harry Smith, NBC News.
Now I want to go.
I know.
Just to experience that. It's probably hard to get a reservation.
Harry Smith, thanks for that. Well, here's what's trending right now. The Kansas City Chiefs received their Super Bowl championship rings last night in a private ceremony.
The rings feature custom-cut rubies that represent the number of total division titles the franchise has won. The Chiefs secured their third Super Bowl title against the Philadelphia Eagles earlier this year. God, the rings just seem like they're getting bigger and bigger, don't they?
If you like it, put a ring on it, I guess.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Sinclair Samoa. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. The news continues after this.
Going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie Jackson.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Friday, June 16th, 2023, we've got breaking news. Deadly outbreak. Tornadoes touching down again. The path of destruction left behind down south, and the new round of severe weather now threatening millions of people.
Also breaking this hour, scathing report. The Justice Department accusing the Minneapolis Police Department of racial discrimination and excessive force. The reactions now pouring in, and where this federal investigation goes from here.
Cutting class, more and more teachers saying so long to their jobs. Why so many of them are leaving the profession now for good.
And the long haul. We're taking you on the longest nonstop flight ever, 20 hours. How passengers and crew were able to handle the extremely long trip.
Probably better than me. It's 11 a.m. in San Diego, 1 p.m. in Houston, 2 p.m. here in New York. It's good to be with you.
Yeah, we got a lot of news to get to, and we begin with this breaking news, a series of severe storm threats from Colorado to the mid-Atlantic. It's causing trouble right now and likely well into the weekend.
It's not just that, though. We're looking at dangerous heat down south. 33 million people from Texas to southern Florida under heat alerts. We're talking triple-digit temperatures in play. Cities like Miami and Houston could set records today.
In northern Texas, crews are on the ground to figure out exactly how strong Thursday afternoon's tornado really was. They're also surveying the damage, but this drone shot pretty much tells it all. You can see these homes completely ripped apart. The local sheriff confirming 3 people have died, including an 11-year-old child.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the biggest threats, but we want to start with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, who is on the ground in Perryton, Texas for us. That's right up near the Oklahoma border. And Priscilla, the damage has just been devastating here.
Yeah, absolutely devastating, Hallie. You have homes like this one that have been almost completely destroyed, and you were just seeing the damage everywhere. At this home, there was a car that was literally thrown almost into the front of this house. Thankfully, the house is still standing, but there were people inside of this home, and they told me they didn't even have time to run to the basement, to the cellar. That is how quickly this storm came in. And as you can see, they've got folks who have come in from Oklahoma City and all over to help them with cleanup. One of them even a retired high school principal of one of the women who grew up in this house. And so the community really coming together. But this is the kind of damage that we're seeing just about everywhere. There are downtown districts that have been completely destroyed. We're talking about 25 to 30 mobile homes just decimated, 3 people dead, and 75 to 100 people who have been injured. Now, thankfully, officials have said that all of the people reported missing have been accounted for, but there are still search and rescue teams here digging through the rubble to make sure that they're not going to find anyone else. And of course, still working to get electricity and gas restored here with the National Weather Service also on the ground now to determine just how strong this tornado was. Hallie, Zinkley?
Yeah, I mean, the sights there are just unbelievable. I want to bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, there are clearly a lot of serious threats right now all around the country. What areas are you most concerned about?
The mid-Atlantic now, and then later tonight we'll push it back into the central plains in the same areas that have been hit in the last couple of days. So very strong thunderstorms rolled through Philadelphia. They're on the Jersey Shore. We also have a new area of concern, tornado or severe thunderstorm watch box. That's until 9 p.m. Includes the Richmond area, Virginia Beach, Norfolk, all the way up to Salisbury and southern portions there of Delaware and Maryland. Here's a look at those storms right over the top of Atlantic City. So all the beaches have been cleared with the lightning and the gusty winds going through. We've also had a couple of reports of some small hail. That's going to be exiting and gone in about the next half hour. Later on this evening, we'll watch new storms developing from Little Rock into Mississippi, also southern portions of Alabama. And how about the heavy rain? They had 8 to 16 inches of rain in Pensacola last night with those thunderstorms, isolated storms later on today. And then the heat continues to be just a huge issue along the Gulf Coast. Look at this extensive heat warnings from New Orleans all the way back to Corpus Christi. And currently, it feels like 112 in Corpus Christi. Look at Brownsville, 116 if you're in the shade in Brownsville. And unfortunately, that heat continues right through the holiday weekend.
No relief for folks there, Bill. That is the scary thing here.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Well, we're also following breaking news out of Minneapolis. The Justice Department is out with a scathing review of the city's police department. The DOJ's 2-year-long investigation found the department repeatedly violated residents' civil rights. The review was launched after the murder of George Floyd by Minneapolis police officers back in 2020. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced the findings this morning.
The patterns and practices we observed made what happened to George Floyd possible. As one city leader told us, quote, "These systemic issues didn't just occur on May 25th, 2020. There were instances like that that were being reported by the community long before that."
NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now. So, Ron, the DOJ's report is actually more than 90 pages long, clearly thorough. So just walk us through some of the key findings here.
Well, the report zeroes in on a number of failures by the Minneapolis Police Department in areas like using excessive force when it's not necessary, unlawfully discriminating against Black and Native American citizens, stopping and searching people of color 6 times more than white people, violating the rights of protesters and the media. This is an issue that came up during those protests in Minneapolis and in other cities as well. And the report said that the department discriminates against people with behavioral disabilities as well. They recommend 28 different reforms from top to bottom, from how the department hires officers, and it's trying to hire officers. It's short by several hundred, and from hiring to investigations to use of force policies, everything. This whole pattern and practice investigation leads to a consent decree. The consent decree can be in place for years or longer, and it's monitored closely by a special monitor and by a federal judge, so it's binding. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on the city to change things.
And Ron, I know Minneapolis's mayor was actually at today's press conference, and he was also the mayor when George Floyd was murdered in 2020. What's his reaction to this?
He's a supporter of this. He says that the city's going to do it. Here's some of what he had to say at the press conference. Take a listen.
To take real action, we first have to acknowledge where we've been, the pain we've caused, and to take a hard look at the specifics that need to be changed. We are going to use these findings to better policing in the city of Minneapolis.
There was also a report by a state human rights commission that laid out a number of allegations, charges, shortcomings of the department as well. So there's been a lot of pressure to change. To its credit, the department now bans the use of neck holds and choke holds. It also has banned these no-knock warrants where police would arrive and go into a place without needing to announce themselves as they are entering the premises, which led to the death of Breonna Taylor, for example, in Louisville, which is another city that's under a consent decree as well. So again, the DOJ trying to put the pressure on this department to change.
Yeah, time will tell if that change comes. Ron Allen, thank you.
We've also got some breaking news out of Pittsburgh. The man who carried out the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in our country's history, now convicted on federal charges. 11 people, remember, had been killed at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. You see their names, their faces here. This was in October of 2018. The attacker could now face the death penalty. NBC News correspondent George Solis is joining us now from outside court in Pittsburgh. Talk us through the timeline here for this jury, which began deliberating less than 24 hours ago, George.
Yeah, all told, Hallie, it took them about 5 hours to come to that consensus and find the accused shooter, Robert Bowers, guilty on all 63 of those charges, including those hate crime charges. The prosecution laying out their case, much as they opened arguments, they closed the same way, reminding the jury that Robert Bowers went to the Tree of Life Synagogue and killed these 11 members of the congregation, that he planned this, that he was on social media platforms spewing anti-Semitic rhetoric, and that he carried out this heinous attack on the congregation. Throughout this process, we have heard from members of the congregation that this has been hard for them to be in that courtroom listening to the testimony, to be in the same room with this accused shooter, but they did it because they knew this was some form of healing for them, but they say they will never forgive the accused shooter. And for them, they now wait to see what the sentencing portion of this trial will look like, because as we know, that's what this really comes down to, is whether or not the accused shooter, Robert Bowers, will either spend his life in prison or whether he will be sentenced to death, Hallie.
Yeah, only the second federal death penalty trial under the Biden administration here, George. What's the timeline there?
Some notes from the courtroom. The defense now has 24 hours to pursue a mental health defense. If they choose to pursue that, the government will be notified within 24 hours. The defense reports will be due to the government by 1 p.m. on Sunday. That is 48 hours from now. Court will reconvene about a week from Monday, we're told. That portion of the trial, the sentencing portion, expected to take about 6 weeks or so. Obviously, things could change, as we know, with cases like this. So we'll obviously keep monitoring developments as they come, Hallie.
George Solis live for us there in Pittsburgh. George, thank you.
Turning now to some financial headlines. UPS workers have voted to authorize a strike, and an NBA legend is cashing out.
Bertha Coombs is joining us now at today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, ladies, you know, that strike could really be difficult if it happens for back-to-school shopping. Members of the Teamsters Union have voted to authorize a strike at UPS that would begin August 1st if there's no agreement. Union represents more than 340,000 company workers across the country. In their negotiations with one of the nation's largest delivery service, UPS says it's confident that a deal can be reached to prevent a strike. Federal regulators are investigating Goldman Sachs' actions in the final days of Silicon Valley Bank, according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. The Federal Reserve and the SEC are looking into how Goldman purchased some of the failing bank's assets while it was ostensibly working to save it, as part of a larger probe into SVB's failure, which also includes the Justice Department. Goldman tells CNBC that it is cooperating with regulators. NBA legend Michael Jordan, meantime, has agreed to sell his stake. You may have heard, but now we know the price. He's going to sell his majority stake in the Charlotte Hornets for nearly $3 billion, according to ESPN. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Jordan, of course, remains popular as ever, although I guess now it's been 2 generations since people have seen him play. His shoes that he wore during the 1997 flu game NBA Finals recently sold for nearly $1.4 million. Ooh. And Air Jordans continue to be a big profit driver for Nike.
Not bad. I mean, $3 billion. I'd take that deal.
Sure, my shoes won't go for that much, but we'll see.
Right? Bertha Coombs, thanks so much. Well, coming up, why a growing number of teachers are quitting their jobs.
Plus, how an NBA championship celebration turned chaotic on the streets of Denver. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. Investigators in Mexico are trying to find some answers to questions surrounding the deaths of 2 Americans at a luxury resort. They were both found dead in their hotel room near Cabo San Lucas. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
This upscale resort just outside Cabo San Lucas is now the site of an investigation into the deaths of an American couple.
It's just devastating.
Investigators say 28-year-old Abby Lutz and her boyfriend were found unresponsive in their hotel room by staff at the Rancho Pescadera Hotel, where rooms can cost up to $1,000 a night. Over the weekend, Lutz's family says the couple started feeling ill after they arrived and headed to the hospital to seek treatment.
She got really sick and they thought it was food poisoning. They spent the night with IVs, getting IVs and things, and then they felt better. They went back to the hotel and spent the day at the pool. When they went to bed, I guess they didn't wake up.
Mexican police say when paramedics arrived, there was nothing they could do. Police say the suspected cause of death, inhalation of gas. On a GoFundMe page, Lutz's family writes, "We have been told it was due to improper venting of the resort and could be carbon monoxide poisoning."
They just thought it was food poisoning. They had no idea. None of us thought about that, because you can't smell carbon monoxide.
In a statement, the hotel, owned by the Hyatt, says in part, out of an abundance of caution and respect for the families and all those affected, we are refraining from speculation about the cause, adding there is no threat to guest safety or well-being at this time. Sadly, deaths like these are far too common. In October, 3 Americans appeared to have died from carbon monoxide poisoning in an upscale Airbnb in Mexico City. And last May, 3 U.S. tourists were found dead at a sandals resort in the Bahamas, also killed by carbon monoxide poisoning. A tragedy in paradise for a young couple and the families they left behind.
We love her family, all friends. We'll miss her so much.
Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
The Air National Guardsman accused of leaking top Pentagon secrets online has now been indicted on federal charges. 21-year-old Jack Teixeira faces 6 counts of willful retention, they call it, and transmission of national defense information. He was arrested in Massachusetts back in April. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley is joining us now. And Julia, this case got so much attention because this was leaked on Discord here. Walk us through some of the details we're learning and talk about where Teixeira is now, right? Pretrial detention?
Yeah, that's right. He's in detention, and prosecutors are arguing he's a flight risk. And what we learned from this indictment is that there are now 6 additional counts. This is in addition to the 2 counts he was charged with when he was arrested in April. And they're charging him with, as you said, willful detention and retention and dissemination, rather, of that national security classified information. And he was authorized and trained to get that information and knew that leaking it would definitely put sensitive national security secrets at risk, but that he did so in a way to kind of puff his chest on this online gaming platform and a chat group that he formed with these people who he was playing games with. We also learned the timeline from January of 2022 up until his arrest in April of this year. He was doing this practice. He was obtaining this information, sometimes taking notes in meetings, trying to get access to information of topics he really didn't have anything to do with, and then posting it for this group. And then it later went wider, even to platforms like Twitter, to the point until he was finally stopped. Hallie.
Julia Ainsley live for us on that. Julia, thank you very much.
Well, in a huge show of force, a U.S. nuclear-powered submarine has arrived in South Korea 1 day after North Korea had resumed missile tests as part of its nuclear program. The USS Michigan is one of the world's largest subs with the capability of holding 150 missiles and will take part in drills during its stay. It's the first time in 6 years that a U.S. nuclear submarine has stopped in South Korea.
The cyclist is dead after crashing during a bike race in Switzerland. This happened during the 5th stage of the Tour de Suisse. Gino Matter crashed at a high speed with an American rider. His team says he was airlifted to the hospital where he died from his injuries. Organizers say the race is canceled today. It will pick back up on Saturday. Coming up here on the show, the family of a black man shot and killed by police files a federal lawsuit. Who they say is to blame. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, it's time for our daily snapshot. A welcome sight at one of California's reservoirs. Lake Oroville is the second largest reservoir in the state, and it's finally at 100% capacity. The reason? Historic snow and rainfall over the winter. And Hallie, listen to this. The levels have gone up more than 240 feet since December 1st. Pretty cool view there.
A lot of water. Good for them.
Well, we've got a lot more NBC News Daily right after this.
lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Smoke from those Canadian wildfires is affecting a bunch of people here in the U.S. even this week again. And while it may be kind of surreal when the sky turns orange, this could be part of our new reality, thanks partly to climate change. The most recent climate emergency catching New York City off guard.
There's no blueprint or playbook for these type of issues.
Tons of smoke turning the sky a hazy orange. The air quality more dangerous than it's ever been in New York, forcing people indoors and back in masks outside. So why'd it get so bad? Start at the source. Those Canadian wildfires, hundreds of them, fueled by an unusually dry and hot season.
Year after year, with climate change, we're seeing more and more intense wildfires, and in places where they don't normally happen.
Some climate experts say this smoky scene is a kind of warning sign about unexpected disasters driven by the climate crisis, putting millions at risk.
Politicians and emergency planners now have to adapt to our rapidly changing climate. The wildfire smoke on the East Coast was a perfect example of that last week.
The White House climate advisor, Ali Zaidi, tells us climate change affects everyone differently, but the bottom line is the same for all of us.
If we do not get after the greenhouse gas emissions that drive this problem in the first place, it's going to get worse for everybody, no matter how bad it is right now. This is, unfortunately, the new normal.
Natural disasters forced some 3 million Americans to leave their homes last year and cost the country more than $175 billion. This year alone, the West has seen a parade of storms, dumping record-setting snow in the California mountains and flooding neighborhoods, usually dealing with drought. Down south, tornado alleys shifting east, with deadlier supercell storms happening more often in states like Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee.
Our whole community is gone.
And Puerto Rico just dealt with a record-breaking heat wave with a dangerous heat index of 125 degrees at its peak.
When you have a weather pattern setting up in the same areas day after day, you can get these extremes with drought, with fires, with rainfall. And that's one of the biggest things that climate scientists are studying.
All of it illustrating how previously rare extreme weather events are happening more often in more places. In this new climate reality, Zaidi suggests staying on offense may be the best defense.
Everybody has to be in the business of being prepared. It can't just be in these moments of shock when the sky turns orange when we care. We've got to care every single other day of the year.
Even today here in New York, the air quality is affected again by those Canadian wildfires. But the New York governor says the levels are expected to be acceptable, not nearly what they were last week.
Hallie, thanks for that. Well, the state of Florida is known for its production of oranges, but the threat of hurricanes in the region is causing issues for farmers who are now feeling the squeeze. Here's Dave McDaniel from our NBC affiliate in Orlando.
I've been here since the 70s.
Ed White's a second-generation citrus grower.
This is what greening does.
The past decade and a half, it's been a battle against citrus greening, a disease which robs trees of nutrition. And just as treatments for the damaging disease are looking promising, back-to-back storms.
That is the citrus belt now, south of Orlando, further south of Orlando, all the way across the state. And of course, that's right where Ian went through.
Even at his grove in Seminole County.
We lost about 40%, 35-40% of what we grow here in our grove.
It is certainly discouraging for me. It's discouraging for the industry.
The latest Florida citrus forecast of just under 16 million boxes of oranges is only about 6% of what the state was growing more than 20 years ago. It shows the challenges ahead, according to Florida Citrus Mutual.
The hurricanes back in the fall, Ian and then Nicole, just as we had these tools and we're starting to deploy them into commercial production, just gave us a real wallop.
Congress is moving to approve hurricane relief for citrus growers, help desperately needed.
The margins have gotten tighter. Your production has declined while your production costs on these greening impacted trees has probably tripled. And so the growers have really been hanging on by a thread.
In a way to roll with the punches, they opened a farm store and a barbecue stand about 6 years ago. Now it makes up about half of their business. White says even though the business can be tough,
we'll continue to grow oranges as long as we can.
Coming up, the fight over advanced placement classes in Florida high schools and what it means for students headed to college. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
15 people have been killed, 10 others hurt after a bus and semi-truck collided on a Canadian highway. This bus was carrying 25 mostly elderly people yesterday. The Canadian Prime Minister called this incredibly tragic. He offered condolences. Investigators are still trying to figure out whether a crime happened.
The two state representatives in Tennessee who were expelled by Republicans over their protests against gun violence won their primary races for their old seats last night. Democrats Justin Jones and Justin Pearson both easily won their races and will now head to the general election on August 3rd. They will both continue to serve in the State House of Representatives after their local governments temporarily reinstated them.
Pope Francis out of the hospital today, 9 days after he had that surgery to fix a hernia. He's 86 years old, remember. He left in a wheelchair in Rome. You see him smiling, he's waving. A crowd of people gathered around to see him off. He greeted them for a little bit. When a reporter asked how he was doing, the Pope said, still alive. Bit of a quip from him. His surgeon says the Pope is now even better than before.
For following breaking news, the family of a man shot and killed by police officers in Akron, Ohio, is suing the city and the officers. Jalen Walker was killed last June after police say he ran from a traffic stop. An autopsy revealed that he was shot at least 45 times. The 8 officers involved were not charged. Walker's family is seeking at least $45 million in damages. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now. So, Maggie, the Walker family and their attorneys, of course, spoke with reporters within just the last half hour. What exactly are they saying about this lawsuit?
Yes, and Clay, actually, that press conference is still going. We're watching it here. But the main message, they say, is that based on the city's sort of account of what happened, at least at first, in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, they say it was presented as if Jayland Walker was the menace in this case. And now they say, and this is the basis of their lawsuit, that no, they say the city's police department and its culture, quote, of violence and hate was actually the menace in this case. It's important to note, and we've pointed this out in our past reporting, that Jayland Walker, what led up to this shooting was that Walker was pulled over, or police tried to pull him over for a traffic violation. And then they say he sped off, and dash camera video appeared to show that he fired from inside his car at officers. But then minutes later, body camera video shows him running on foot. And that is when the investigation showed 8 officers shot at him, hitting him 45 times. It appears investigators say actually fired 90 rounds, hitting him 45 times. Police say in short, or excuse me, the attorneys for this case say in short, Jayland Walker that night should not have died, especially in the way he did. Here's part of the press conference that, again, is still going as we speak.
What has been shared with everyone so far has been filtered. The facts have been filtered. We're going to now be able to take the filter off and get to the real facts. And we will all learn that Jayland should not have died on June 27th.
Now, we have reached out to the defendants in this case. That includes the city and, of course, Akron Police. We have yet to hear back. We'll let you know if that changes. Also important to point out, the 8 officers were not criminally charged, the officers involved in this case. So, again, this is now a federal civil matter. And then one final note, Pam Walker, the mother of Jayland Walker, was originally scheduled to be at this press conference. She ended up not coming to the press conference, saying it's simply too painful. But the attorney speaking for her saying this is not about the money. This is about honoring her son.
Maggie Vespa with that breaking news. Thank you.
A celebration in Denver turning chaotic with a shooting near the victory parade for the newly crowned NBA champion Nuggets. 2 people hurt, and a police sergeant providing security for players was apparently accidentally run over by a fire truck. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Steve, this is the second shooting in less than a week after a Nuggets celebration. Tell us more about what we know, what we're hearing from police at this point.
Similar to the one that happened just a few days ago, Hallie, and unbelievable that we've had 2 in the same week. Police say that it's only really tangentially related to the celebration itself in proximity of time. The chief and the mayor making that clear. The chief and the mayor also confident about a capture because they say there were numerous security cameras in the area, that they were active, that they even have a photo at this point of the suspect, and that an investigation will take this down quickly. This happened again shortly after that parade was starting to wrap up. The crowd's thinning out. Shots rang out. 2 people shot in serious but stable condition in the hospital, and police are looking for their suspect. The chief and the mayor spoke about just the level of gun violence that they've seen this week. Talking to reporters, here's what they said.
And here we are again having to talk about someone endangering the lives of people who came to celebrate.
Unfortunately, we have, again, far too many guns in our society, far too many individuals that act irresponsibly with guns, and that's certainly something that we as a community need to continue to address.
And by the way, that first shooting, a mass shooting on Monday, also under investigation.
What about that police officer we mentioned? A fire truck apparently accidentally rolled over his leg. How's he doing?
Yeah, tragic situation. The guy was trying to save people in the crowd who had gotten too close to the fire truck. This is a decorated officer, has a long history in the city of Denver, a SWAT sergeant, we're told, in serious but stable condition. The problem is he may lose that leg. The injury was very, very grievous, Hallie, at this point. Doctors and surgeons say they did all they could to try to save that limb.
Terrible situation there. Steve Patterson, thank you very much. Yeah. Schools all across the country are coming under more and more political pressure to change how they teach certain topics, specifically when it comes to race or gender or sexuality. Well, now some students say this whole fury, this whole controversy over these so-called culture wars have them concerned for their own safety.
Yeah, and not only that, some award-winning educators feel they're actually being pushed out of their professions. Here's NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton.
On the same day that high school English teacher Emily Ramser won an award for being an outstanding Texas educator, She stood in front of the Grapevine Colleyville School District to tell them why she was among dozens of staff members resigning this year.
This community has continuously harassed me for the past few years, to the point that there were days I didn't even want to be alive anymore, much less be a teacher. So I'm going to listen to what I am hearing from this community, which is that y'all don't want people like me, people who might be gay, to teach here.
School districts across the country are facing a teacher shortage, fueled by burnout and low pay. But in Texas, many blame politics. Last year, Ramsar's district saw a 40% jump in resignations and retirements after new conservative school board members pushed to remove hundreds of books and restrict lessons about race and LGBTQ identities.
I've taught these kids for years to write and to grow their voices, and I'm not going to let my actions say something different.
Ramsar, who identifies as queer, says she was asked to change some of her lessons and to remove classroom artwork and rainbow stickers. Then, one afternoon last year, a parent told a local news site that Ramsar encouraged her child to become transgender by lending her a book called The Prince and the Dressmaker.
All I did was give a kid a book.
What went through your mind?
I was terrified. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think.
The mother who accused Ramsar declined to speak with NBC News, but the child and her father say the allegations were false, that the child already identified as transgender. The district cleared Ramsar, but never made a statement for her to the public. The district declined to respond to NBC News about this specific case, but acknowledged it has more openings this year than last year, saying many other school districts, not only in Texas but across the nation, are also experiencing this declining retention rate of teachers and other employees.
It's almost like we're in a battle against the school board when the school board should be on our side.
Students described Emily Ramsar's classroom as one of the most welcoming spaces at school.
I think Ms. Ramsar was the few places anyone in general could feel accepted, no matter your race, religion, gender, sexuality.
Do you feel safe at school right now?
Not entirely, no.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of aspects of who I am as a person that I cannot express because of the environment of the school that I go to.
NBC News obtained the district's 2023 teacher engagement survey. In it, almost 300 out of 1,500 staffers complained about the board. By the end of the school year, Emily Ramsar's once vibrant classroom was barren.
Nobody can stop you from getting the education you deserve. I will give you book recommendations, because I can give you book recommendations now, hopefully, but you really can do anything.
Surrounded by her students, she was determined to teach one final lesson.
Emily Ramsar is going to start out at a new school district this coming fall. And her message to teachers right now is that they have to take care of themselves and their students. And the only way you can do that is if you're in an environment in which you feel like your teaching profession is safe. Her students say that on their part, all of this has made them more political, not less. And they're looking forward to voting in some of their first local elections, guys.
Antonia Hilton, thank you so much for bringing us that reporting today. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Well, in response to a letter from the Florida Department of Education, the College Board says it will not change its advanced placement courses to comply with the Florida law banning lessons involving sexual orientation and gender identity. This is not the first time the state has asked the College Board to modify a course, but this time it all has to do with the parental rights in education law, which critics are calling the Don't Say Gay law. Joining us now to talk about this is NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra. So first, Marissa, can you just remind us why Florida's Department of Education even asked the College Board to adjust these kinds of AP classes in the first place?
Yeah, so the College Board says that the Florida Department of Education reached out to them asking them to modify and audit these courses that are both on gender identity and sexual orientation, referencing Florida's new laws. Of course, specifically what they're talking about is that relatively recent law signed by Governor DeSantis saying that public school teachers K through 12 cannot instruct on sexual orientation or gender identities in Clay.
And Marissa, what reason did the College Board actually give for refusing to comply with Florida's law, and what classes specifically are they talking about here?
Yeah, so a couple of things here. One of the things that they said in part was, quote, "We have learned from our mistakes in the recent rollout of AP African American Studies, and we know that we must be clear from the outset where we stand." Now, part of the reason they said that modifying their courses is just not acceptable, not something that they're willing to do also, is they said it would break the fundamental promise of AP, that adjusting the course would not allow the course to be acceptable for college credit, and they said simply that it would would not prepare students for careers in that discipline. So when we talk about the specific courses that are impacted, they referenced about 40 different AP courses, ranging anywhere from art history to science, but specifically psychology. And I know we're out of time here, but American Psychological Association says that both of these topics are core to psychology college courses in Clay.
So, Marissa, simply, does that mean that these classes will no longer be taught in the state of Florida?
Simply, we don't know yet.
All right, Marissa Parra with the latest. Thank you.
We've got some breaking news just coming into us here. Daniel Ellsberg, the man who famously leaked thousands of classified documents about the Vietnam War, which later became known as the Pentagon Papers, he is dead at the age of 92. Back in 1969, Ellsberg was an analyst with the RAND Corporation, a military research group. He copied a Defense Department study showing the U.S. couldn't win the Vietnam War and exposing overreach by numerous administrations. He sent those documents to the Washington Post, which started publishing them. That eventually led to an historic Supreme Court ruling that protected press freedom. Ellsberg's family says he died from pancreatic cancer at his home in California. Coming up here on the show, inside the longest nonstop commercial flight ever, nearly 20 hours in the air.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Well, it's summer travel season, and we have a question for you. How long would you be willing to fly nonstop? Maybe 8 hours or 12, but how about 20 hours?
20 hours, that's right. I guess it depends where you're going. For Qantas Airlines, it's Sydney, right? That's the destination. Back in 2019, they started testing this nonstop flight, yes, 20 hours, to see how that went, right? How passengers and crews can handle a fairly extreme trip. You know that Tom Costello, our aviation correspondent, is going to have more on this one. Check it out.
If you're like most people, the thought of spending even a minute longer on a plane may seem unappealing. At Qantas Airlines, they're testing the limits of what's possible. It was 2019 before the pandemic. We joined a Qantas research flight with just a handful of passengers on a 19-plus hour flight to Down Under. Takeoff time 9:27 p.m. out of New York, 12:27 p.m. tomorrow in Sydney. On board, researchers monitored the 4 pilots who wore brain scan and light exposure meters. What's your biggest concern?
Just making sure that the pilots and the crew on board the aircraft are getting enough rest, getting enough nutrition, and doing all the right things that are going to maintain their health and well-being on board such a long flight.
Could they manage the jet lag?
That is the enemy that I face every time I fly. I just get really, really groggy and lazy, and I don't want to do anything.
The key, reset our body clocks. Right away, the plane was on Sydney time. That meant lunchtime. A low-carb, spicy meal with lights on bright to keep us awake. Then exercise, the Macarena at 2 a.m. to keep the blood moving.
We are tricking our bodies. At the moment, because we're flying west, we are delaying our sleep.
Not easy. 3:30 in the morning East Coast time, which means I've now been awake for 22 hours, and I really would love to go to sleep. The pilots, meanwhile, rotated through sleep shifts in their private quarters.
We need to extend the duty times of pilots from 20 hours to 22 hours, maybe to 24 hours.
I'm not sure. It's definitely longer, so feeling a little more tired, but we'll see how it goes.
Finally, we were allowed to sleep in total darkness. Blue screens discouraged. When we awoke, researchers tested passenger alertness.
I feel better, but time will tell this afternoon.
Then, 19 hours and 16 minutes later,
you'll get a magnificent view of the Opera House.
Touchdown in Sydney. Fast forward to today, and the University of Sydney's research results are in.
If you optimize the times when you're exposed to light, when you eat, when you exercise, it will help synchronize the body clocks and reduce jet lag.
The food, lights, and exercise did lead to better quality of sleep in flight, less severe jet lag, and better cognitive performance 2 days after the flight. So Qantas has ordered 12 new Airbus planes specially designed with fewer seats, more room, and that all-important Macarena exercise area. In first class, mini hotel suites. It's a big bet to connect down under with up here.
Project Sunrise, which whole intent is to make Australia that bit closer to the rest of the world.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
I mean, good for Tom, but let me tell you, you could not pay me enough to do the Macarena on the plane with a bunch of strangers.
I was going to say maybe.
Hard pass
I could, for 12 hours, though. That's my max.
It depends what kind of seat you're in, right? First class, sure.
You got the space.
Sounds like a vacation. 20 hours watching movies and drinking plain wine. Like, that's not bad.
Plain wine, that's what it is.
But if you're in coach, that's where it gets tricky.
No thanks.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe for a trip to Australia, we'll see.
Thanks, Tom, for that report. There's a lot more news ahead right here on NBC News Daily. But don't forget, we're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. And you can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Tom on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. An iconic Colorado restaurant is getting a revival, all thanks to a pair of new owners.
You recognize the names Matt Stone and Trey Parker? Well, maybe you recognize South Park. That's right. They're the writers behind that, behind the Book of Mormon. They've acquired the Casa Bonita restaurant in Denver, and they're getting it ready for a grand reopening. NBC's Harry Smith got an exclusive sneak peek.
It's big, and it's pink. And for decades, Casa Bonita was Colorado's go-to pleasure palace for kids.
Usually when we came here, it was a birthday. I felt exotic when I came here. It felt like I had gone away.
And since those halcyon days, Casa Bonita has occupied an extraordinary amount of space.
Wow, Casa Bonita! Woo-woo!
In the psyches of South Park creators and Colorado natives, Matt Stone and Trey Parker.
Ever since we started, the building, we have named our office Casa Bonita. It's like fate.
Fate would mean Casa Bonita's closing down and bankruptcy. They had to buy it.
And I said, yes. And he goes, I know, but don't get to, we don't know yet. I'm like, yes. And I was just like, we're doing that, yes.
To be kind, Casa Bonita had seen better days. It was a wreck. The idea of these two guys buying it was funny, a kind of extravagant gag, or so we thought.
So this is without irony, then?
It's not a joke, and that's the thing, is it had become a joke, and we were sad that it had become a joke, because you could see what this place was in the 70s when they built it. You know, they were trying to make a little Disneyland here.
We're here! Casa Bonita! Oh, man, this is gonna be so great!
20 years ago, Parker and Stone immortalized their love for Casa Bonita in a South Park episode.
I feel like Cartman a lot here, you know, just going, and we could do this, and we could do that, you know, we could do that. It really is. Watching Trey walk around and the emotional roller coaster of doing this, you know, he's feeling it as much as Cartman would. You know?
This is almost like restoring an important national landmark.
Yes. It's not almost. Yeah, it was.
Oh, it is.
Yes, it is. And restoration is a better word than renovation,
right?
Because it would cost way less to just rebuild this.
Right.
Make a better version of it down the road.
Makes me wonder what that number is.
It's close to infinity. Yeah. It approaches infinity.
We toured the giant restaurant/joy factory to see what infinity dollars can create. A lot of cool stuff. Like any construction project, there was a punch list. This one, a bit bigger than most.
You can see there's some stuff being checked off, and there's some stuff not checked off. And yeah.
It's only 100.
Don't worry about that. We're good. We're good. Don't worry about that.
The cliff divers were showing off the day we were there. Yes, there are cliff divers.
The old 70s look of swimwear back. They made these custom for us.
We always believed cliff divers performed to distract us from how bad the food was. To the rescue, a new chef, James Beard nominee Dana Rodriguez.
People mentality is like we still have the same menu, but now it's true food.
Rodriguez possesses a kind of personal superpower reflected in her sopapillas.
Soup?
Perfecto.
Sopapillas! Can I get some sopapillas, please?
Parker and Stone figure they'll need about 6 million customers a night to break even. So be reassured, they are not leaving their day jobs.
So, of my favorite recent episodes was the one about the Canadian royalty.
The prince and his wife. We want privacy. We want privacy.
Yes.
Right.
Canadian royalty, yes.
Canadian royalty.
Just because I'm Canadian royalty.
Right.
That just broke through. I mean, every English person I know was calling me, like every single one. You know what I mean?
And what were they saying to you?
I mean, honestly, they were saying thank you. As much as people think that South Park, we get in a room and go, okay, who can we make angry and who can we piss off? It's not. It's how can we make people laugh?
Can you do this forever?
You'll find interviews of me at age 30 saying, well, it's not like I'll be doing South Park when I'm 40 years old, you know? So it's like, it really is like we get back in there and we get just kind of back to our roots. It's actually, I think, honestly, healthy for us now.
Harry Smith, NBC News.
Harry Smith, thank you so much for that. A lesson in never saying never.
Never
right?
say never. Never say you don't know what who knows what we're going to be doing.
Who knows? And that clip, that Harry and Meghan clip generated a lot of buzz online, understandably.
Yeah, totally get that.
No shortage of drama with those two.
That's for sure.
All right, well, thanks for watching. I'm Zinclair Simon.
And I'm Hallie Jackson. You are watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can catch me later on today and every weekday from 5 to 7 on Hallie Jackson Now. Watch wherever you are streaming NBC News Now right now. I'll see you there later on tonight.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey there, I'm Hallie Jackson.
And I'm Zinclair Simon. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Friday, June 16th, 2023, and we've got breaking news. Twister terror, a tornado outbreak across parts of the South, leaving behind a path of destruction. We'll tell you what we're just finding out about the victims here as millions of us now face a new storm threat.
Also breaking right now, unjustified. The Justice Department releasing a scathing report about the Minneapolis Police Department, how they say officers used excessive force and engaged in racial discrimination.
Body of evidence, more than half a dozen people arrested across New England, accused of stealing and selling body parts from the morgue at Harvard's medical school. The families of those victims are now saying about this unbelievably horrific ordeal.
And parental guidance, some helpful advice for new dads ahead of Father's Day and how to cope if your father figure isn't around.
But we start this hour with breaking news. Those severe storm threats, a series of them from Colorado to the Mid-Atlantic, creating a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, it's true for 16 million people and likely even more this weekend. But in the South, there's also dangerous heat. 33 million people from Texas to southern Florida are under heat alerts. Triple-digit temperatures are in place. Cities like Miami and Houston could set record highs today.
In northern Texas, you have crews on the ground to figure out exactly how strong Thursday afternoon's tornado really was. They're looking at the damage, but check this out. Look at this drone shot. You see it flying over this neighborhood that is just flattened, right? There's some smoke coming up in the distance. You can see houses completely torn apart. The local sheriff confirms 3 people have been killed including an 11-year-old child.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the biggest threats. But first, let's begin with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson. She's in Perryton, Texas. So, Priscilla, we know that's in the Texas Panhandle near the Oklahoma border. Give us a sense of what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, Zinclay, it's absolute devastation. The downtown area, blocks of it completely wiped out. You have homes like this one that have just been blown out. Earlier in the last hour, there was a vehicle actually pressed right up against the front of this home. And we spoke to Victor Munoz, who was in this home with his two younger brothers, when all of a sudden they saw the tornado out of their window. They didn't get any warnings, they said, and I want to play a little bit of my conversation with him. When you got up and saw that tornado, what went through your mind?
I was like, this can't be happening right now. And it's just, we have a cell in the bag. We didn't have time to get to it or anything. We're like, what do we need? Blankets, what? We didn't have time to get anything or anything. We just rushed into the bathroom.
And he literally grabbed his brother and they ran and hid in the bathroom, and thankfully they survived. But as you mentioned, there were 3 people who died in this tornado, including that 11-year-old who was at the mobile home park. There are also 75 to 100 people who have been injured. At this point, officials are saying that everyone who was reported missing has been accounted for, but we know that there are still search and rescue teams digging through rubble to ensure that they aren't going to find anyone else. But now the work of rebuilding begins. You see all of this heavy machinery out cleaning up these homes. And I will tell you, Victor told me that they don't have insurance on this house. And so for now, they're staying with family and trying to figure out the way forward here. Sinclair,
just so much those families are navigating right now.
Yeah, it's tough to watch. I want to bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns. So, Bill, where is the biggest threat now, and where are these storms headed?
We're in the mid-Atlantic currently. We're going to have more storms later tonight heading into the Central Plains. The threat is over with in New Jersey, but we have new storms firing up, especially near Richmond. This severe thunderstorm watch for the mid-Atlantic region here is until 9 p.m. this evening. But there's 2 areas that are probably seeing the worst of it. Area driving south of Richmond on I-95, severe thunderstorm warning. And from Norfolk to Virginia Beach, a severe thunderstorm warning, too. There's not enough spin in the atmosphere for likely tornadoes on these, mostly wind damage and some small hail. Later on tonight, we'll see some storms that'll go right through the overnight hours from Little Rock to Mississippi, central Mississippi, and right down to the areas that were hit so hard last night, especially Pensacola, 8 to 16 inches of rain. And how about this for tomorrow? Already they've upgraded this to what we call an enhanced risk, the area of orange. 31 million people at risk of severe storms tomorrow, and that will include the damaging wind, large hail, and a few tornadoes. So this will last, unfortunately, right into the holiday weekend.
Yeah, and 31 million at risk. Bill Cairns and Priscilla Thompson, thank you.
We're also following some breaking news out of Minneapolis today. The Justice Department releasing a scathing review of that city's police department. It's a 2-year-long investigation by the DOJ, finding the department repeatedly violated people's civil rights there. This review it was launched after George Floyd's murder by Minneapolis police officers back in 2020. The Attorney General announcing the findings not too long ago. Listen.
As I told George Floyd's family this morning, his death has had an irrevocable impact on the Minneapolis community, on our country, and on the world. The patterns and practices we observed made what happened to George Floyd possible.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is joining us now. Shaq, this is a lengthy report, 90 pages long, a lot of examples of abuse here. Walk us through some of the big takeaways and where this goes.
Hi there, Hallie. Well, as you mentioned, this investigation was launched the day after Derek Chauvin was convicted of murder in the death of George Floyd. But the department and the Justice Department here is saying that it's not any action of an individual officer, but that this is a systemic issue. It's a pattern and practice of the entire department, specifically alleging that the Minneapolis Police Department engaged in what they said was unreasonable use of deadly force. They discriminated against Black and Native American people. They violated First Amendment rights, specifically mentioning those protests that took place after the murder of George Floyd, and said they violated the Americans with Disabilities Act. They said they did this in a way that was potentially damaging. So this was an extensive report, lots of pictures. It was clear they went through body camera video as well, and it came to those pretty shocking conclusions about the entire police department.
The Minneapolis mayor was at the press conference today. He was also the mayor when George Floyd was killed. He is, of course, reacting to this.
That's right, Hallie. And I want to go straight to his sound because you mentioned he was the mayor as George Floyd was killed. He dealt with the protests and he heard the calls from members of the community. Listen to what he said after seeing this report.
To take real action, we first have to acknowledge where we've been, the pain we've caused, and to take a hard look at the specifics that need to be changed. We are going to use these findings to better policing in the city of Minneapolis.
Now, those findings that he's referring to, there are more than 20 recommendations laid out by the Department of Justice. The mayor already saying that some of those proposed changes and reforms are already underway. We know, for example, the police department has banned the use of chokeholds and neck restraints. We do know that they have reviewed their use of force policies and are focusing on de-escalation. But now you'll have the Justice Department and city leaders working for a court enforceable agreement, something called the consent decree. That's something that a court would be able to pressure on the department to make sure that changes that have already been implemented and will be implemented in the future will be lasting to hopefully save more lives in the future, Hallie.
Chuck Brewster, thank you very much for that reporting.
Turning now to breaking news out of Pittsburgh, the man who carried out the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in our nation's history has been convicted of federal charges. 11 worshipers were killed at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh in October of 2018. The gunman, Robert Bowers, could now face the death penalty. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from outside the courthouse in Pittsburgh. So, George, first, can you just give us a timeline of how the jury came to this decision? Obviously, all eyes have been on this trial.
Yeah, good afternoon, Clay. After about 5 hours of deliberations over 2 days, the jury came back and found Robert Bowers, the accused shooter, guilty of all 63 counts, including those federal hate crime charges. We have some courtroom sketches of the moment that verdict was read. We had a reporter, producer in there as well, giving us a little context. It says that the courtroom was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone maintained their composure during the reading of the verdict. And towards the end, you could actually see Robert Bowers presumably looking through the sheet as each count was read by the jury there. Prosecution making a pretty firm case here from opening arguments here to the closing arguments that Robert Bowers, the accused shooter, went to the Tree of Life Synagogue and meant to kill worshipers. He killed those 11 worshipers, injured a number of police officers. We heard some of the explosive testimony, emotional testimony for many, in many cases. The defense trying to lay out their case as well, trying to raise doubts about his intent and motivation, saying he was fueled not by worship, but by about immigration views. And the prosecution during their rebuttal saying, you really have to look at what he did here. He didn't go to a refugee camp. He did not go to the border. He went to the Tree of Life Synagogue, posted online that he had a hatred of Jewish people, and he carried out this heinous attack, as you mentioned, the deadliest, most anti-Semitic in U.S. history. And so now this case will move to the sentencing phase, which is expected to take about 6 weeks in play.
So, George, do we know about when Bowers will be sentenced here?
Yes. So from our producer in the courtroom, the defense now has 24 hours to pursue a mental health defense, at which point the clock starts. If that happens, the government will be notified within 24 hours. And at that point, the clock sort of resets again. The defense will then have to submit a report to the judge by 1 p.m. on Sunday, about 48 hours from now. And we are expecting, again, that portion of the trial to take place over the course of 6 weeks. But of course, the timeline on that could be subject to change. Clay?
All right, George Solis, important reporting. Thank you so much.
UPS workers voting to authorize a strike, and ChatGPT is coming to a place you may not expect.
Okay. Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Morgan.
Hey, Clay and Hallie. Well, members of the Teamsters Union voted today to authorize a strike at UPS that will begin on August 1st if there is no agreement with the delivery giant. The union represents more than 340,000 company workers across the country in their negotiations with one of the nation's largest delivery services. UPS says it is confident a deal can be reached to prevent a strike. Uber, meantime, adding video advertising to a number of its platforms in an attempt to capture its users' attention. The ride-sharing company said in a release that it will feature ads on its app and the Uber Eats app as well, also on tablets that will be installed in some Uber vehicles. So maybe another revenue stream. And Mercedes is adding ChatGPT software to its cars. This is part of the vehicle's voice command capabilities. The new software will give the car the ability to engage in more realistic dialogue and offer drivers new hands-free options. Some Mercedes owners will be able to join the beta testing program as soon as today, guys. I don't know. On one hand, it sounds handy. On the other hand, I know for me, this could get real distracting real quickly.
I was going to say, and if anything, it's not handy because you said hands-free, right? It's a bit.
That's right. That is a correct pun. Thank you, Zingling Morgan. Thank you very much, Morgan Brennan. Appreciate it. Coming up, pride and protest in LA ahead of a yearly event that is now turned controversial.
Plus, the chaos that unfolded at an NBA championship celebration in Denver. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
A sentence making history in Florida. A man set to spend decades behind bars, 7 years after a crash that killed a 9-year-old boy. This vehicular homicide conviction in April, the state's first deadly distracted driving case to go to trial. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin is following this case for us. Tell us more about it, Maya.
Hi, Holly. Gregory Andriotis was sentenced Thursday after he was found guilty in April of recklessly driving and killing 9-year-old Logan Schur back in 2016. According to documents from Florida Highway Patrol, Logan and his family were driving on I-75 in Hernando County when Andriotis slammed into the back of their car. Troopers reported Andriotis was searching the internet at the time of the deadly crash. 9-year-old Logan died in the accident. His parents and his sister were also seriously injured. Andriotis was given 15 years in prison for vehicular homicide, as well as 5 years for each count of reckless driving with serious bodily injury, totaling 30 years. The Schur family attended the sentencing Thursday.
This is the final piece of the puzzle. So it is my hope that, we've been trying to build the joy and, build the memories since, but I'm hoping now we can put all of our attention to that because this chapter has finally come to an end.
We heard from people speaking on behalf of the Schur family, as well as people speaking on behalf of the driver, saying that this wasn't anything done with malicious intent, but rather something that unfortunately happens often. Hallie?
Talk about the precedent-setting nature of this, potentially, right, for states around the country.
Yeah, so that's something that came up a lot in Thursday's sentencing hearing. The Schur family says future precedent is exactly why they went through this rather grueling 7-year-long process. They wanted to make it clear that distracted driving, in their words, is just as dangerous as driving under the influence, and that the penalty should be just as steep. Since the 2016 crash, a law passed in Florida has made distracted driving a primary offense. It allows officers to pull drivers over if they're using a phone behind the wheel. But Logan's family says it doesn't go far enough, and they're fighting for tougher legislation so others don't suffer.
Maya Eaglin, thank you very much for that reporting.
A police officer in Orlando is now fired after he was pulled over in his patrol car for reckless driving. Body camera video shows him arguing with a county sheriff's deputy during a traffic stop. Here's NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro.
A high-speed chase of a Florida police officer.
Over 100 miles an hour trying to catch up with this butthead.
Trying to catch one of his own, clocking him at nearly double the speed limit in a marked car.
You going to pull over?
Please say a command.
Pull over.
A Seminole County deputy eventually making the traffic stop.
What? I am going into work, my man. Why are you trying to pull me over as I'm going into work?
Because you're going 80 and a 45.
I am going into work.
Okay, what are you going to work for?
What does it look like I am dressed for?
What
does it look like I am dressed for?
The conversation coming to a dead end.
My name is Deputy Hilton, and they see your driver's license.
No.
The Orlando officer, Alexander Showney, who left the scene, was later charged with reckless driving and eluding the county deputy, who even engaged his emergency lights and sirens during the chase, according to the county incident report. Orlando police saying in a statement, Officer Showney now relieved of his duties pending a criminal and internal investigation. Attempts to reach the officer went unanswered, but a friend who spoke with him telling NBC News, quote, he's repentant, he's sorry for what he did. Another repentant officer of the law, Tampa Police Chief Mary O'Connor, flashing her badge in December after the golf cart her husband was driving was pulled over outside a residential community for no license plate.
Is your camera on?
It is.
I'm the police chief in Tampa.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
I'm hoping that you'll just let us go tonight.
Later calling the move poor judgment and handing in her resignation at the mayor's request. In Oklahoma City,
Drunk?
No, the captain.
Captain James Matt French was arrested in March on suspicion of drunk driving.
How much we had to drink tonight, sir?
Repeatedly asking the arresting officer to turn off his body camera video.
Please. Huh?
Please, turn that off.
I cannot, sir.
Please.
I know you're aware of our body cam policy.
French now on leave with pay pending criminal and internal investigations. In all 3 cases, the bad behavior eventually catching up.
What?
With consequences. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Coming up, the new calls for accountability from the family of a black man killed by police in Ohio. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can keep watching us. We're streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live on all those places you see on your screen. The news continues right after this.
reports, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Police in Germany today investigating the death of a 21-year-old American tourist who was reportedly pushed into a steep ravine by another visitor from the U.S. Here's NBC's Keir Simmons with what we know so far.
Hey there, good day to you. This is a tragedy and still something of a mystery. A 21-year-old American woman dying of her injuries after German police say she was assaulted on Wednesday near a castle in Bavaria. It's reported she and an older female friend were pushed off a cliff at this world-famous beauty spot. The assailant, now under arrest, was another American tourist, police say, a man aged 30, handcuffed and led away. Witnesses say he had scratch marks around his face. And they say the women seem to be unknown to the attacker. Police believe first the 21-year-old was attacked, then her 22-year-old friend tried to help. She was choked by the suspect. Ultimately, both friends were pushed off the cliff. And that fall was more than 150 feet. The younger of the two victims, so badly injured, she died in the hospital. Terrible, terrifying for anyone watching, and a challenge for German police to figure out what happened.
Keir Simmons, thanks so much. Well, this Sunday marks the 40th anniversary of a tragic event in the history of Iran. 10 women executed by the government simply for refusing to renounce their faith. NBC's Yasmin Vasugian explains how activists are now calling for change.
Protests have been sweeping Iran this last year after the death of Mahsa Amini while in custody of the law enforcement unit widely known as the morality police, all putting a spotlight on the plight of women in Iran and highlighting a moment in history 4 decades earlier. On June 18th, 1983, 10 Iranian women given 2 choices by their government: renounce their religion or be executed by hanging.
As they put the rope around their necks, one at a time, they asked again, one last time, if those women would give up their faith, but they refused to do so. And in front of each other, they were hanged, one after another.
The 10 women imprisoned and tortured over months for teaching the Baha'i faith, a religion indigenous to Iran, considered by the government to be a threat to Islam. Ruhi Jahanpour was in prison with these women before their execution.
They sometimes bring also another prisoner to watch when you are tortured.
Now, the NGO Baha'i International Community is launching a campaign to honor these executed women and raise awareness of the long struggle for gender equality in Iran. In its first month, hundreds of artists from around the world have contributed projects in solidarity. For Mahin Saberi, whose sister was one of the 10 executed, change was always the goal.
My sister Simin chose to die because she knew her path did not just belong to that time. She sacrificed her life to maybe help the freedom of other women in our country.
Today, the persecution of Baha'is in Iran is less extreme, but Iranian women are still facing violence.
Femicide is the targeting of women in an act of murder merely because of their gender.
Last year, activist Marjan Kipour authored a study on femicide in Iran.
Whether they're trying to defy the mandatory hijab or they're trying to travel without the knowledge of their husbands, that could literally cost them their lives.
Kipour's report found 191 femicides reported in 2022 alone, often justified with reasons like honor or family disputes.
Many of the people who commit acts of femicide can get away with the murder, literally.
Iranian officials have rejected criticism from the United States and other countries who say that their government systemically persecutes women. And though Parliament continues to stall on proposed legal protections for women, activists hope that the sacrifices of these Iranian women can help the nation move towards a better future. Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
Our thanks to Yasmin for that reporting. Coming up, what is confusion? The missed response that had Jeopardy fans daily doubled over. But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Look at this, a welcome sight at one of the reservoirs in California, the state's second biggest reservoir, finally at 100% capacity because of all that snow and rain this winter. The levels have gone up more than 240 feet since December 1st. Look at that. More NBC News Daily next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Here are some of the stories making headlines right now on NBC News Daily.
We have some breaking news just in. Daniel Ellsberg, the man who famously leaked thousands of classified documents about the Vietnam War, which later became known as the Pentagon Papers, has died at the age of 92. In 1969, Ellsberg was an analyst with the Rand Corporation, a military research group. He copied a Defense Department study showing the U.S. could not win the Vietnam War and exposing overreach by numerous administrations. He sent those documents to the Washington Post, which began publishing them. It eventually led to a historic Supreme Court ruling that protected press freedom. Ellsberg's family says he died from pancreatic cancer at his home in California.
Federal investigators are revealing design flaws in the pool deck more than 40 years ago when it was built may have been the origin of the 2021 partial collapse of that Surfside condo complex, which killed 98 people. A preliminary analysis found that faulty design, combined with corrosion and a lot of renovations, made the building more vulnerable to an eventual collapse.
For the second time in 4 months, the NBA has suspended Memphis Grizzlies star Ja Morant for appearing to flash a handgun on social media. The punishment this time is 25 games. In a statement following the announcement, Morant apologized to the league, teammates, and fans, saying he is going to spend the suspension, quote, continuing to work on my own mental health and decision-making.
We are following some breaking news out of Ohio. The family of a man shot and killed by police officers last June is now suing the city and the officers in Akron, Ohio. Jalen Walker was killed after police say he ran from a traffic stop. An autopsy revealed he was shot at least 45 times. In April, a grand jury decided not to charge the 8 officers involved. Walker's family is seeking at least $45 million in damages. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now. We know that we have now heard from the Walker family and their attorneys not too long ago. Bring us up to speed.
Right.
Yeah, essentially the core message of this lawsuit and of that press conference, Hallie, was that they say Jayland Walker was not the menace in this case. But instead, they say the menace was actually Akron police, specifically those 8 officers, but also the department's, they say, culture of violence and hate. Take a listen.
This lawsuit is way bigger than Jayland Walker. This has been a systemic failure. Policing in Akron has been an abomination of policing. And it is our fervent hope that the mischaracterizations of Jayland Walker will now fade into memory, like this document.
Now, it's important to note one of the mischaracterizations that attorney is referring to is kind of how the city initially talked about this shooting when it happened. They pointed out that, yes, this happened when Walker was running away from officers, and an investigation found he was unarmed when he was shot. But the city also stressed that basically a traffic chase preceded this, and dash camera video shows Walker appearing to shoot out of his car at officers. And that was something that was really highlighted by police. But the family at the same time, and Hallie, we know this, they've been saying this for months. They say, you know, again, he was shot 45 times. And they also say officers handcuffed him after shooting him 45 times while he was on the ground bleeding. They say regardless of what he had done, he did not deserve to die that night, especially the way he did. Hallie.
What's the response, Maggie, from the city or from the police department?
None at this point is the short answer. We're out to them. We'll let you know if that changes. But the timing of this is really interesting because the chief of police earlier this week announced new policies about traffic chases, about high-speed chases, and essentially limitations on when officers can and should engage in those chases. He declined to say exactly what the new policy is or what these changes are, but said that those changes and limitations are coming. And he also announced a new, what they call, co-response program, which basically means the department is going to be sending mental health professionals along with officers to calls where they believe it could be helpful, it could be appropriate. And the Walker family at the same time today said, hey, they would love to be a part of the conversations in crafting those new policies. But right now they say, Hallie, that is not the case.
Maggie Vespa, thank you for that update.
We're learning new and disturbing details about an alleged years-long scheme where human remains from Harvard Medical School's morgue were stolen and then sold. This is all according to federal prosecutors. A grand jury indicted the former morgue manager seen here, along with his wife and a few other people. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is following this story for us. So, Gary, I understand Harvard Medical School has been cooperating with this investigation, and they're now reaching out to the families of those whose remains were actually donated to the morgue, right?
Hi, there's Nicoletta. Yeah, that's right. On Thursday afternoon, the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine at Harvard Medical School, his name is Dr. George Q. Daly, he sent a letter to some of the families who had donated loved ones' bodies to the morgue, writing that at this time, they could not rule out that their loved ones' remains may have been involved in this scheme. They say, quote, these alleged criminal acts are morally reprehensible and inconsistent with the standards that Harvard Medical School, our anatomical donors, and their loved ones expect and deserve. They go on to say, quote, on behalf of the faculty and staff of Harvard Medical School, we are deeply sorry for the pain and uncertainty caused by this troubling news. Now, the letter also notes that Harvard has appointed an outside panel of experts to evaluate the program, along with the morgue's policies and practices, to make sure something like this never happens again.
I mean, Gary, what are we hearing from the family members of those affected? What have they said?
Well, family members who donated their loved ones' bodies are, as you can imagine, shocked and disgusted by all of this. Jack Porter spoke to our NBC Boston affiliate and said he had his wife cremated after she died from colon cancer back in 2017. Half of the remains went to the university and half went back to Ukraine to give to her mother's family.
This especially hurt me as a Holocaust survivor that they took the skin and tanned it, just like the Nazis did too sometimes. It's so deviant. I just pity the person. I don't have any anger against them, but I just pity them for what they're doing, what they did.
And Zinkley, as for those involved in the scheme itself, they were arrested, processed, and then released, awaiting their initial appearances and arraignments set for later this month. Zinkley?
Some disturbing details there. Gary Grumbach, thank you.
To Denver now, where a celebration there turned into chaos with a shooting near the victory parade for the newly crowned NBA champion Nuggets. 2 people injured and a police sergeant providing security for players was accidentally run over by a fire truck. Let me bring in NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Steve, second shooting in less than a week after a celebration for the Nuggets, right? Talk us through.
Second post-Nuggets celebration adjacent shooting in just 1 week. Incredible to think about, Hallie. The first on Monday after the big win. It was called a drug deal gone wrong. 10 people shot. This shooting after the parade yesterday. And I say adjacent because the mayor and the police chief have made it clear that both of these shootings have happened really in proximity to the timing of these celebrations, not directly related to the revelry. So just to talk you through what happened, it happened on a side street. Crowds are thinning out and shots ring out. About 2 people have been shot. The suspect in the area caught on camera, according to the police chief. They already have a photo of this guy, so they know the suspect. They're investigating. They're confident that they're going to have a quick capture. But the chief and the mayor speaking out against the level of gun violence this week in what is supposed to be a very celebratory week for the city. Here's what they said.
And here we are again having to talk about someone endangering the lives of people who came to celebrate.
Unfortunately, we have, again, far too many guns in our society, far too many individuals that act irresponsibly with guns, and that's certainly something that we as a community need to continue to address.
Again, both those shootings under investigation. The chief says that everybody seemed to know each other from the shooting that happened post this parade yesterday.
We mentioned one of the disturbing aspects of this, which was a police officer who was hurt very badly after that accidental, essentially, rollover by a fire truck, right? How's he doing?
Yeah, I want to make clear that is entirely separate,
yes.
But same day, a lot happening at this parade. The police officer, very veteran police officer, a long legacy dating back to 2007. He was trying to protect people on the street that went over a barrier, were too close to this fire truck. He uses his body to get in position, and that truck rolls over his left leg. He is very, very badly injured, unstable, but serious condition in the hospital. Surgeons worked on him. They say he may lose that leg. That's how bad that situation is, but he's expected to recover, and it's a non-life-threatening injury. Hallie.
Steve Patterson, thank you so much for that update. Appreciate it.
Well, Hallie, ahead of tonight's first pitch, the LA Dodgers will celebrate Pride Night. But the proposed celebration has seen weeks of controversy, and now a protest is planned to counter the celebration. NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles joins us now from Los Angeles. So, Nayela, why has this specific Pride Night sparked such backlash?
Well, Zinkley, 3 words you probably have never heard before: drag-wearing nuns. Now, the Dodgers have been throwing this Pride Night for 10 years, and they've never expected this level of protest until today, with the religious groups already setting up behind me. And that's because of the Dodgers' decision to honor a drag group that dresses as nuns, serving the community. They're called the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. They say they spread acceptance through humor, but the religious groups here that will be protesting today, led by Catholics, say they don't find their acts funny at all. They say they're anti-Catholics, accuse them of mocking the Catholic faith, and say they're acting as bigots. So this is what the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence told us about their work. Take a listen.
We don't mock Catholic nuns. We borrow from them. There's a little good-natured, joyful ribbing, but we honor their work, and we assume it as well for our community.
Religious groups, though, don't agree with that excuse. Even nationwide, we've seen Catholics and Christians coming out against the Dodgers' decisions to do this, saying that they're just bowing down to a woke community. But even former Vice President Mike Pence let out a tweet, Zinkley, saying that he does not agree with the Dodgers' decision to do this either, saying it's deeply offensive. And the Dodgers star pitcher Clayton Kershaw, who's a Christian, says he doesn't want this group to be honored either. Zinkley?
So, Nayela, given the controversy around all of this, what are we expecting to see tonight as a result of it?
Well, protest organizers say they expect thousands of people to come, with a bishop from Texas that's controversial, Joseph Strickland, leading that march from here to the stadium, which is around the corner. And again, they're already setting up. Behind me is a group called Church Militant. They're from Michigan. So we expect a lot of different religious communities coming together here to protest the Dodgers' decision to honor this drag group specifically. Zinkley?
Yeah, we know you'll stay on it. Nayela Charles, thanks so much. Well, coming up, fatherly advice, overcoming the challenges of parenthood, especially for first-time dads. You're watching NBC News Daily.
and top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's mental health check, it is Father's Day weekend, and we are celebrating dads, especially new dads. And you know what? We're also talking about something we should talk about, which is how hard it can sometimes be.
Absolutely. Being a parent is not easy. And according to data from Pew Research Center, more dads are staying home with their kids. 17% of all stay-at-home parents in 2016 were dads. That's up 10% from 1989. Joining us now to dig into this is pediatrician and child development expert, Dr. Harvey Karp. Dr. Karp, thanks for being with us.
Thank you, St. Clay. Great to be here.
Yeah, so let's just start with new dads. What are sort of 3 tips you have for a new dad in the first year? I'm sure you bring home that bundle of joy and you're a little scared.
Well, number one, get help. You know, I mean, this is the time to receive, you know, not to be so proud that you're going to do everything yourself. So if people want to send a casserole to your house or come over and help wash some dishes, take advantage of that. Another thing that's pretty straightforward is something called the 5 S's, which are 5 ways of calming a baby. And it's swaddling and white noise or shushing and swinging. When you learn how to do these techniques, you can calm almost any baby in seconds. So you feel really smart about, you know, being able to do that. And then the third thing is to recognize that the days are really short. The days are long, but the years are short. And so don't be in a big rush. Actually, one of my secret things for parents to do is to make an audio recording of their babies in the beginning, because everyone's got videos,
Good idea.
but the audio has this special emotional kind of resonance for you.
Love that.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you, as we were talking about during the break, Dr. Karp, I know you and your work well. My partner and I relied on this shushing technique in those early days, and it was like such a lifesaver for us. You know, one of the things that we were fortunate to do is have Frank stay home with Monroe for several months, and that is not a privilege that all dads get, right? There is not widespread maternity leave, paternity leave, parental leave generally here in this country. For parents who don't have that ability, for dads who don't have the ability to take as much time off, what should they do? What advice do you have for them to make sure they're still engaged and present and connected?
Well, the wonderful thing is dads really want to be engaged. You know, the Pew study that you talked about shows that people are holding on to things from their parents' generation in terms of values and religious orientation. But one of the things they really want to change is the way they express love. More physical love, more words of love. And so it's the quality of time together more than the quantity of time together. And so when dads have the time at nights or weekends to be more engaged, and men are, I mean, they're 3 times more dedicated to childcare than they were like in the 1960s. So it really is moving in that direction.
And I'm glad you said quality over quantity, because so many of us these days are just dealing with such high amounts of stress. So what do you recommend to a new dad who's just maybe feeling super strung out but wants to be present for their kid?
Well, you know, the number one stressor for new parents is exhaustion. And so I really like to spend a lot of time helping people learn how to help their babies sleep longer. So swaddling, white noise, things like that, motion. Little tricky because some of the things with motion, like rocking plays, have been taken off the market. Snoo is a product that does rock and shush babies, that adds to a baby's sleep. So that's one rocking product that still can be used. But if you can get an extra hour of sleep, that's going to make your life a whole lot better, and you're going to feel less stressed.
I will say there's something, listen, it's Father's Day is an amazing time to celebrate dads. It can also be, I think for some people, pretty triggering. You know, if they don't have a dad who's present in their life, if they have a complicated relationship with their father, if for somebody who has lost their father. And I wonder how you think about that in a moment like this. I mean, I think we see it all the time, like online, on Instagram, I think about, right? Honoring people who don't have the space right now to be able to celebrate their dads.
Yeah, I mean, you're so right. And we know with COVID, we lost 1.3 million Americans. A lot of those were fathers. And so, you know, there are great traditions like the Irish sense of a wake or the Jewish sense of sitting Shiva, where you remember the person, you know, maybe tell stories about them. Maybe you do some things that they would want to do. Like, I know with my father, he loved going bowling, you know, doing something like that. Because they live in our hearts and our minds, right? And it's just bringing those memories back. It's bittersweet, no question about it, but that, I think, is the best way to give a tribute.
And of course, fatherhood looks different for everyone. What do you recommend for maybe stepdads or even men who want to become dads but haven't had that yet?
You know, you can borrow a kid. I mean, everybody wants it when you have a little child. You're looking for someone to help out. So it's a very curious thing that people today, very well educated parents today are, you know, have advanced degrees and all sorts of things like that, but very little experience with babies. And so if you can be around young kids, you know, that gives you some experience and prepares you for when you do have that opportunity to be your own dad.
Such good tips. Thank you.
Dr. Harvey Karp, great to see you. Really appreciate you being on set.
And thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank you all for watching. There's much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A nonprofit group in Chicago is taking vacant lots and turning them into something beautiful with flowers and plantings.
That's right, but it's not just about making the community look nice. It's also teaching teenagers valuable life skills. Here's NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster.
Across Chicago's thorniest neighborhoods, change is blossoming from the ground up.
Inglewood is really kind of like the epicenter in many ways for a lot of the problems that, we see here in Chicago. So this is really about trying to establish the floral industry as a new anchor industry in urban America.
10 acres of previously vacant lots, now fully sustainable flower farms, converted by the nonprofit Keelan Blackwell and his wife Hannah founded in 2014.
We have our double white tulips, we have some of our peach.
Flowers that not only beautify, but empower. The tulips that grow on this flower farm are sorted and arranged here at Southside Blooms, creating jobs for young people in this community.
We make bouquets, centerpieces.
What's your favorite thing to do here?
centerpieces.
Why is that?
Because it's creative and have like different heights and different flowers.
Youth learning floristry, flower farming, even customer service, skills that help them prepare for future careers.
You know, you could put it on your resume or something like you worked at a flower shop. I think it's pretty great, actually.
There's a lot of kids who don't have opportunities to succeed, to really, showcase their talents. And we wanted to change that.
A change that required convincing for some. Why did you have that skepticism when you first heard about this job?
Oh, because I was like, planting flowers. Like, man, I don't plant no flowers. I'm a guy. That's for females.
I never in a million years would see myself working with flowers because, this was my first time ever being in a flower shop. Like being around so many flowers, so many different varieties of flowers.
But a mission that quickly won them over.
I'm like, okay, he changing the neighborhood. Okay, I got to be part of this.
You wanted to be part of this?
Yeah. I got to be part of it, because I grew up around here.
Working to harvest a new perception of this community. When people think of South Side Chicago, when they think of young black men, most people don't think about flower farms.
They think of bullets and gang rivalries and, death. You can't judge a book by its cover. When you go through the destruction, it's beautiful.
With an undeniable impact.
It really gave me patience. Taught me patience, how to control my anger, how to, this is how you run a business. Teaching me.
Being out here did that?
Yeah. It was telling me, teaching me. You got to actually put in hard work to see yourself prosper. The more work you put into yourself and into your community, the better you'll be off.
An impact ripe for delivery.
We definitely want to be able to replicate this and take it to every major inner city across the United States.
You're just getting started.
Definitely just getting started.
Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Chicago.
Our thanks to Shaq for that very cool, very interesting report. Let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
Let's start with Jeopardy! Fans were pretty shocked Tuesday night when all three contestants could not complete the most commonly recited prayer in Christianity. The puzzle, worth $200, read Matthew 6:9, which says, "Our Father, which or who art in heaven, this be thy name," and no one even buzzed to guess. The answer, of course, is hallowed be thy name.
Some people online thought maybe people didn't know how to pronounce it. Hallowed, hallowed.
Okay, give him some grace.
Actress Susan Lucci and talk show host Maury Povich will be honored with Lifetime Achievement Awards at the 50th Daytime Emmys. Susan Lucci getting an Emmy. She was nominated for a Daytime Emmy 19 times before she won in 1999. She said she was humbled to receive this award. Both honorees will be celebrated at the award ceremony, but you know what? It's been postponed because of this writer's strike that's going on.
Of course, but definitely deserves, so congrats to her. And this one is for all of you fun guys out there. Universal Studios, which is owned by our parent company, NBC Universal, announced it will be adding a, get this, maze-like haunted house inspired by The Last of Us to their annual Halloween Horror Nights event. I'm kind of afraid of horror.
Are you? I was just going to ask if you're a horror person.
I don't know if I could check this one out, but the plan is for the attraction to follow the lead of the original video game rather than the popular HBO series. The haunted house comes to life on September 1st at Universal Orlando and September 7th at Universal Hollywood.
I feel like you and I will be hanging with the minions, but good for the people who want to go do the scary thing, too.
Exactly. If you're feeling like getting frightened, then that's for you.
Bless you.
Well, I'm Zinclass
and I'm Hallie Jackson. It's been great to be with you today. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can catch me later on today and every weekday from 5 to 7 on Hallie Jackson Now. Watch wherever you stream NBC News Now.
Yeah, don't miss that.
Thank you, Zinkley. Have a great weekend.
Yeah,
we'll
you
see you
too.
next time.
See y'all.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
If it is Friday, catch me if you can. The Republican primary field grapples with how to handle a twice indicted frontrunner as the Republican National Committee pushes for every candidate to pledge to support the party's eventual nominee, even if it's a convicted felon. Plus, the Justice Department's multi-year probe of the Minneapolis Police Department in the aftermath of George Floyd's death finds a pattern of unlawful abuse, racial discrimination, and systemic misconduct, all detailed in a scathing new report. And communities across the South dealing with deadly and destructive tornadoes that killed 4, injured dozens more, with more severe weather in the forecast. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Peter Alexander, and today for Chuck Todd. And it has now been 8 years to the day since Donald Trump first announced his intent to seek the Republican presidential nomination. You remember that escalator? Right now, like much of the last 8 years, Trump is dominating the political conversation, leaving leaders in both parties hand-wringing about what to do. Let's start at the White House, where my NBC colleagues are told that President Biden has delivered the message to aides and to his broader reelection team that they should say nothing about Mr. Trump's legal troubles to avoid any impression of tainting his upcoming trial and the ongoing work of the Justice Department. But Democrats, they want to seize this moment, in part to prevent Mr. Trump from using his megaphone to sort of shape the narrative around a criminal case that could decide the 2024 election. One Democratic aide even calling this malpractice for the party to stay silent. Dan Pfeiffer recognized that name. He's one of former President Obama's top advisors. He said that, quote, silence could end up being a mistake. Democrats, he added, need to go on offense to push back on Trump's messaging before he discredits the investigations and distracts the public. As Democrats try to navigate our new post-indictment politics, the field of Republican presidential rivals that grew to 12 this week is also searching for a strategy. The former president's closest competitor, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, has decided not to call out the former president's legal issues. Instead, he's trying to out-Trump Trump on key conservative issues. Take a listen to what DeSantis said on the 700 Club about Mr. Trump's abortion stance.
He said it was, quote, harsh to protect an unborn child when there's a detectable heartbeat. I think that's humane to do.
Do you feel the former president's going soft then on abortion a little bit, especially in this area that you mentioned?
Well, I think so. I mean, I was really surprised because he's a Florida resident, and I thought he would compliment the fact, that we were able to do the heartbeat bill, which pro-lifers have wanted for a long time.
Meanwhile, Republican Asa Hutchinson, who is calling for Mr. Trump to step aside because of his legal issues, is facing the possibility of being barred from the Republican primary debates after the RNC today reaffirmed its position that candidates must pledge to support the party's eventual nominee if they want a spot on that stage. That comes as the former Arkansas governor asked the RNC to amend its loyalty pledge following Hutchinson's comments that he cannot support a convicted felon.
I'm not going to vote for somebody who's convicted of a serious felony or espionage. I'm not going to support someone as a nominee if that is the circumstances.
Looks more and more possible that that could be the circumstances. We're going to talk to Asa Hutchinson in just a moment. But first, let's get to our reporters. NBC's Henry Gomez. He is covering the ins and outs of the Republican primary. NBC's Mike Memley is our point person on the Biden political operation. Mike, we'll get to you in a moment. Henry, to you first. Just a few days removed now from that indictment. Have Trump's fellow candidates settled on what their new normal, what their strategy is going to be at this point?
Well, it's a bit of a mixed bag at the moment, Peter. You've got two extremes. Like on one side, you've got a candidate like Vivek Ramaswamy, who's a political unknown, who has basically made a central piece of his campaign a pledge to pardon Donald Trump if he somehow becomes president. And then on the other end, you've got these anti-Trump scolds like Chris Christie and Asa Hutchinson, whom you just mentioned, who have been openly critical of Trump to begin with and are using this latest indictment as another opportunity to hit him for all of his perceived flaws. Now, in the middle, this sort of mushy middle, you have a bunch of other candidates like former Vice President Mike Pence, like Nikki Haley, who are sort of trying a two-fisted attack here where on one hand, they'll question the Department of Justice's investigation as being politically motivated. And on the other, they'll acknowledge that there are some concerns about how former President Trump behaved and handled documents. And you've got, as you mentioned, Governor Ron DeSantis, who is kind of ignoring it altogether, just saying that this is problematic as an investigation. I think what this shows you is that they haven't latched on to a coherent strategy to take this fight to Trump. No one's really sure what the right mix or balance is, because to win the Republican nomination, you have to win over voters who supported Donald Trump. And so if you're going to make the issue of his indictment a central issue in the campaign, you have to do so in a way that doesn't alienate those supporters.
It's such a delicate dance these guys are trying to walk, these men and women are trying to walk at this point. I want to talk about the RNC pledge. This, of course, was a flashpoint, you'll remember, in 2016 when it was meant to keep Donald Trump from running as a third-party candidate. It's a flashpoint now as some Republicans are wavering on whether they would support him. What is the situation on that at this moment?
Well, those two anti-Trump scolds that I just mentioned, Chris Christie and Asa Hutchinson, just listen to how they're talking. If Donald Trump is the nominee, they're not going to support him. They're not going to vote for him, at least based on what they've been saying on the campaign trail already. And if you're saying this now, but also angling to be on the debate stage, which both of these candidates are, it comes down to whether this is some sort of a wink and a nod. Now, remember, Donald Trump also disavowed this pledge back in 2016. He initially signed the pledge, but then back I think it was in March of 2016 when it was down to him, Ted Cruz, and John Kasich. He walked away from it, saying he wasn't necessarily going to honor that pledge anymore. So these candidates are treating it as a non-binding document, which essentially it is. What's going to happen if Donald Trump's the nominee and they're on that debate stage? They're not going to. Nobody's going to really pay attention to if they go back on their words at that point. But an RNC official told our colleague Ben Palasar for a story today that if the candidates are questioning or complaining about this debate pledge now, they should probably reconsider their status in the race.
So, ma'am, let me ask you about what they're thinking on the Dem side here. The White House, obviously, mum about the indictment. President Biden hasn't said anything since we got our look at it. Some Democrats are itching to get the party to go on offense, though. What can you tell us about this tension here, the fear that President Trump, former President Trump, could sort of discredit all of this just by being the one who is the one talking right now?
Yeah, Peter, if not for you and the question you were able to ask the president last week, we wouldn't have heard anything from the president on this situation really in the last few weeks. And listen, Democrats, these Biden allies, they're saying we understand why President Biden, ever the institutionalist, someone who has run on and tried to stick with this norms and traditions argument that he wants to respect the independence of the Justice Department. They're understanding his point of view here, but they're saying this is bordering on malpractice at a certain point to let former President Trump and other Republicans continue to make this argument about unfounded that the president is weaponizing the Justice Department against his enemies go unanswered. They think he needs to be more fulsome, not necessarily in speaking about Trump's situation legally here, but to simply defend the institutions themselves. Now, it is interesting, one of the suggestions that they made, which is to say, look, former Vice President Pence was investigated and cleared. So this is not about weaponization. This is about simply following the facts where they lead them. Now, the White House is not unusual, not unaccustomed to this kind of internal friendly advice from fellow Democrats. In fact, I think Dan Pfeiffer was one of those who coined the term bedwetting in 2012 when Mitt Romney was closing in on President Obama in the polls in that year. But they really speak to what they think is the political reality they're facing, which is that it's the swing voters who are less engaged in this story, who really don't want to hear anybody talking about these legal issues, and the president doesn't want to get sucked in, have his messaging defined by this. It's also really interesting, Peter, to look at the other ways in which Democrats are running different strategies at this moment. You look at the DCCC, which is trying to re-elect, bring back a Democratic majority in the House, and to do so by winning these battleground districts that were won by President Biden but are now seated by Republican incumbents in those seats. They're running aggressively on tying these Republican lawmakers to President Trump because that's the way they see flipping the House. But the DSCC, which wants to maintain the Senate majority, has a bunch of races in deeply red states like Montana, like West Virginia. They're laying off the situation completely. So it really does speak to the way you don't want to antagonize a base here against you politically, and that's what the president's doing, and that's what these other campaigns are trying to do.
All of it as President Biden prepares to enjoy some union endorsements tomorrow as he begins sort of the political campaigning a bit tomorrow in, of course, the great state of Pennsylvania. Mike Memley with the very latest mem. Thank you very much. Henry, thank you as well. Joining me now is one of those candidates we were just talking about, the former Arkansas governor, current Republican presidential candidate, Asa Hutchinson. Governor Hutchinson, thank you for making time to be with us. You told my colleague Vaughn Hilliard that you would do what you need to do to get on the debate stage. You know the RNC is effectively saying that you have to pledge to support the nominee even if that person was convicted of a crime. So what are you going to
do? Well, as I said, it's important to be on the debate stage. Whenever you look at Republican voters in Iowa and New Hampshire, they want to see the candidates there. It's really the first time that they give an exchange back and forth. They're tested. And so it's important for our candidates to be there. And I believe that it ought to be inclusive. We should not be exclusive in the first couple of debates particularly. So they set a criteria. I intend to be on that debate. People are telling me it's important. They want to hear my message. And I think it's going to be a great contrast. Now, I disagree with the strategy as to how you're going to disqualify some for being on that debate stage. I've been a Republican all my life. In Arkansas, we've built the Republican Party, and part of it was opposing the Democrats that had a party loyalty oath. And I didn't like it 30 years ago, and I don't like party loyalty oaths. The American people are more independent. They want to hear voices. And obviously, you want it within the framework of the Republican principles and party, but no one should question my Republican credentials as I want to be on that debate stage.
So if it's necessary for you to be on the debate stage to say that you would support the nominee, are you open to breaking your word on that promise if necessary, if he ultimately becomes the nominee?
You know, I'm troubled by that because your word means something to me, and I don't lightly sign oaths, and so I want to look at the language that they present. But I want to support the nominee of the party, and I intend to, because I believe the nominee of the party is either going to be me or somebody that I can support, and I don't believe it's going to be Donald Trump.
So if you can't support...
to say that we're going to...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Governor. So if you're not comfortable supporting Donald Trump, if he could be a convicted felon, I know you don't support Joe Biden. Who would you support if it's not you?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to get into who else might be an acceptable candidate. I like them all. They're fellow governors, many of them. I've known them. I think they're great conservatives. Obviously, I believe I'm a better choice, and that's what the debate is about. And so I intend to support the Republican nominee. I don't believe it will be Donald Trump. That's why I'm running for president. And we're going to sort this through over the next month and a half to make sure that we're qualified for it. But let's not be restrictive early on. Let's let the debate happen and the American people decide this. These are serious issues that impact not just the Republican Party, but our country and everybody that might be on the ballot in 2024. So let's make sure we have a nominee that can attract independent voters and suburban voters and win in November. And you've got a lot of chaos and uncertainty and criminal indictments and wrong behavior on one side that should cause pause.
So just to be clear, the RNC seemingly took a pretty harsh swipe at you directly in a statement. They said candidates who were complaining about this to the press should seriously reconsider their priorities and whether they should even be running. What does it say about a party if the will of its voters is to potentially nominate a candidate facing serious charges on handling classified documents? Could you remain in that party?
Well, I think the issue is, do you want loyalty to the Republican principles, or do you want loyalty to a particular person? It's not a Trump party, it's a Republican party. I'm of the, I believe in the party of Ronald Reagan, and that's what I think is important today. It's not Trump party, even though he has a lot of support out there. And we want to be able to win those voters into the mainstream principles that I'm advocating that takes the country in the right direction.
Vivek Ramaswamy is asking every fellow presidential candidate to commit to pardoning Donald Trump. Do you think there are folks in this field who are merely running to be his vice president or to have a spot of power under him? Are you comfortable with that idea? Obviously, you're not comfortable with the idea of pardoning in advance. All the facts haven't been there. But what do you make of that campaign pledge that he desires?
Well, it seems that he's running with Donald Trump. I'm running against Donald Trump for the presidency of the United States. And I think there's differences there. And we should not be currying votes or trying to get votes based upon a promise of a pardon. And it's premature. It is wrong to be talking about those kind of pardons during a presidential campaign when their justice system has not even worked yet.
Yeah, so naturally, Governor, the follow would be, you said that you can't support a convicted felon if they were the nominee, but could you support a nominee who pledges to pardon a convicted felon?
Well, again, I'm not going to get into that because I want to be able to support the nominee of the party. I'm going to work hard to be that nominee. We're going to have a very competitive race, and the voters are going to be able to decide exactly who that's going to be.
We've heard this common refrain, Governor, from your fellow candidates this week. It's been that they are against the so-called weaponization of the Justice Department. I could play a ton of clips for you right now, but are you concerned that the top voices in your party are undermining the rule of law in this country?
You know, we should follow the facts. And there's been significant facts that's laid out in the criminal grand jury indictment against Donald Trump. Those are facts that are laid out. If someone believes that the Justice Department is acting politically or that somehow there's been pressure applied to distort these facts, let them lay that out. But sure, I disagree with some of the decisions of the Department of Justice, but this case stands on its own.
Yeah.
And if anybody cares about the secrets of our country and our military, this should cause you pause, and let's see how the facts develop during the course of the trial. But I don't buy into the question about the Justice Department falsely making up this case.
Yeah, we spent enough time talking about that. Let me ask you about some policy issues. The Iowa Supreme Court deadlocked today, leaving a 20-week abortion ban on the books instead of a 6-week ban passed in 2018. What law do you think is better for Iowa, the first primary caucus state, 20 weeks or 6 weeks?
Well, Iowa should make its decision through the legislature.
How about
and
for
through their
America? How about for
Constitution.
America if it landed on your plate?
Well, first of all, America's abortion policy is going to be determined by the states right now. Arkansas has a very restrictive abortion policy. Other states do not. Each state is going to determine it through their elected officials and their Constitution. If you ask me about the national policy, if we get there and there is a consensus, then I'm going to look at it. And if it has the proper restrictions with reasonable exceptions that are broadly based with the American public, then I would sign that. But that consensus has not been developed yet. And obviously I'm pro-life, and so I would advocate for a restrictive policy on abortion as long as there are exceptions there that the American public accept and can live with.
Governor, it's a Pride Month right now. There's a popular movement in the country, specifically in conservative circles, to support boycotts of companies like Bud Light that partnered with a trans influencer, Target that sells Pride merchandise. What is your view of those boycotts?
Well, consumers should speak, and I'd much rather consumers speak as to products that they support or like, and they don't disagree with their policies, versus the government coming in and saying, we're going to restrict you or punish you because of what you've said. And so consumers can speak, and that's their freedom, and that's the wonderful place about American free enterprise system. Obviously, I disagree with some of the statements and agendas that's pushed by some corporations, but I also don't believe government should come in and punish them. It's the free market, and let's let business do their business and make their decisions, And if they make a mistake, the consumers will make them pay for it.
Former Governor Asa Hutchinson, Republican candidate for president from the state of Arkansas. Mr. Governor, thank you for making time for us. Chuck's going to have an exclusive interview with another Republican 2024 candidate, former Vice President Mike Pence. That airs this Sunday on Meet the Press. And coming up here, pardons, politics, and peril, how the former president's Republican primary rivals are navigating his indictment, and new reporting on a growing effort to get a third-party candidate on the ballot that has Democrats sounding the alarm. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A day after officially entering the Republican race for president, Miami Mayor Francis Suarez told my colleague Jose Diaz-Balart that he would consider pardoning the former president if he were convicted in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Here it is.
If I became president of the United States, I think the pardon power, one of the possible reasons for using the pardon power is to heal the country. So, you know, who knows what will happen? He's innocent until proven guilty. He has not been proven guilty. But certainly if I became president, one thing I would look at as president is using the pardon power to heal the country.
But as columnist Josh Barrow writes, he says the fact that Mr. Trump remains the clear front runner in the race speaks to a bigger issue facing the Republican Party. He writes, quote, "When your opponent is so popular, the voters don't care if he gets indicted. Your problem isn't the indictment. It's his popularity." And for more, I'm joined by Jeff Mason, the White House correspondent for Reuters, a college classmate of mine, believe it or not, Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Voto Latino and an NBC News contributor, and Danielle Pletka, senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and also an NBC News contributor. Jeff, since we go further back than with the ladies at this table, I'll let you have the first one here. Do you think Francis Suarez's position here on pardons, this is like a new narrative in the 2024 campaign, that offering a pardon to Trump could win over some Trump supporters? Is that the thinking that each of these candidates has to sort of grapple with right now?
I think the candidates are trying to find a way to talk about what's going on with Donald Trump and finding a way to do that will appeal to his voters. And the pardon is something that they can offer. It's something that they can say, this is what I'll do. Don't vote for that guy because he's been indicted, but I'll be happy to pardon him if I win the office. So yeah, I think that's the race that they're engaging in right now, and it's kind of just fascinating to see them do that before this has even seen the light of day in a courtroom.
We've marinated on the document for less than a week, and already this pardon issue is a real issue. Danny, you write about it in the New York Times. You say that President Biden should pardon Donald Trump, that President Biden should be the one pardoning Donald Trump. And here's what you say specifically. Selective prosecution is not a defense in a court of law, but the court of public opinion is another matter. Millions will see Trump's prosecution as illegitimate and any conviction as unjust. That will further erode public confidence in our judicial system and the principle of equal justice under law. So wouldn't this undermine the sort of system of justice, though, if President Biden were to pardon Donald Trump?
Look, Mark Thiessen and I make the argument very clearly that the indictment of former President Trump is a very powerful document and a very persuasive document as well. This is less about the question of the classified documents and more about the cycle and the precedent that it breaks. We have never indicted a former president. Now, we can say, rightly, no former president, no president has acted the way that Donald Trump has. On the other hand, we can look at other countries. South Korea, they don't have a single president who hasn't at some point been in jail. We can be that country. We can be a country where, elect me, I'm going to go after my predecessor, and then the next guy's going to say, elect me, I'm going to go after his family. What does that do to the fabric of our Constitution? What does that do to our society? That's the argument we make.
So where do you draw the line? We could see other federal indictments, including in Georgia right now, the famous phone call there with Brad Raffensperger. We could see an indictment here in Washington, D.C. surrounding what happened on January 6th. Does the pardon apply to any of those?
So I'm not running for president. I was born in Australia, so I can't. So I'm not offering to pardon Donald Trump a priori. But I do think there's a powerful argument to be made that President Biden could be the person to do this. He is the one who said in his inaugural, which I thought was a wonderful, wonderful speech, he is the one who said, I want to heal the nation. That is not what's happened.
Maria, is that a get-out-of-jail-free card?
I have to say that for the millions of people who've been falsely incarcerated for smaller penalties, this idea that someone who actually has receipts of espionage, of an attempted coup, of voter fraud, all of it, to not have any penalty is not going to sit well with the majority of American people.
To be clear, he's not accused of espionage, though this is...
I'm sorry, yes, under the Espionage Act. So I think that one is we have to see the day in court. We have to allow to do what the subcommittee on the commission on the president, excuse me, on the Liz Cheney's committee. Now I lost my train of thought. But basically, we have to, the January 6th, thank you. So I do think that we have to connect. What is happening right now with the Justice Department is what we saw very clearly with the subcommittee on the, again, I lost my train of thought.
On the January 6th.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that in order for us to be able to be fair, is say, let's listen to the case. Let's listen clearly to the American people. Let's bring it forward. But this idea to demand that, or to request a sitting president to pardon someone who has clearly been held and indicted on certain crimes is not only preemptive, but it actually doesn't do justice to our judicial system and to Americans' trust in the judicial system.
Danny, is the bigger issue here for Republicans Trump's legal challenges or Trump's popularity within the party?
Well, that's obviously a huge issue, but I don't think we should forget that all of this is in the context of people's perceptions. Hillary Clinton committed arguably pretty serious violations of the Espionage Act herself. Again, not espionage, and there was documented and confirmed outside interference in her private homebrew server in her backyard, and she wasn't indicted. And the reason for that at the time, the judgment that was made was it would be bad for the election, it would be bad for the country to do that. Now, Again, you know,
I'm not sure that's true.
No.
You think there just wasn't evidence and that she seemed to have a homebrew server?
It's not at all about what I think. It's about what they said at the time. I mean, the leader of the FBI said no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute her based on the information that we have here.
Because it was destroyed, you mean?
Because
it was entirely bleached.
Again, it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what he says. He did not say this would have an impact on the election. I think the evidence shows it did have an impact on the election.
Oh, it did.
And she
But
lost.
I think they thought, well, anyway, we can go on and on about what we think they thought.
Is not prosecuting Hillary Clinton the reason why you should or shouldn't prosecute Donald Trump?
That's a great
question. We have to move on. Let me ask you guys, stick with us for a moment. I want to get back to this, but we have some new reporting to share when it comes to the presidential race. The political organization No Labels, a lot of folks have paid close attention to this, tells NBC News that it will end its effort to field a third-party candidate if polls show President Biden way ahead of Trump next spring. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard helped break that story and is joining me now. Vaughn, walk us through what led to No Labels' decision. This has caused a lot of concern, the potential for third-party candidate in a series of different places, one of them called 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Right, and Peter, this is the first time that on the record No Labels is suggesting explicitly that they could end their effort here. They are currently paying for ballot access in states around the country for this would-be unity ticket that would include a Republican and one Democrat, potentially Joe Manchin, who is not dismissed the idea at this point in time. They are looking toward having a convention this next April, and I want to let you hear from Dr. Ben Chavis. He's a longtime civil rights activist. He's also a Democrat and a co-chair of No Labels here because they have been receiving quite a bit of scrutiny, especially from the left, about potentially being a spoiler for Joe Biden next November. I want to let you listen to Dr. Chavis when I asked him about this effort. Take a listen.
After Super Tuesday next year, before the convention in Dallas in April, there will be a decision. And if we find that the polls have changed and Joe Biden is way out ahead and the person on who the Republicans may choose, and if they continue to choose Donald Trump, even though he's been indicted, then No Labels will stand down because we're not interested in being a spoiler.
The issue that some Democrats I've talked to, even since that interview with Dr. Chavis, is the fact that he is not, and No Labels is not suggesting that they would step away if the polls show that it is a dead heat between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, which is a situation in which they say would be that spoiler situation, Peter.
I mean, and so, Vaughn, thank you for that reporting. What's striking is the panel joins us again here, right? So if he's way out front, they're not going to waste their money on this situation. But if it's close, then they're comfortable being, I mean, they say they don't want to be a spoiler. That's when, for Democrats' perspective, they would be a spoiler. How big of a threat is No Labels to Joe Biden in 2024?
Just this idea of floating that there could be another potential candidate to unify the country in a moment where we recognize that we need a president and the vice president as strong as possible is a spoiler. And what the American people, I think, realize is that we are living in delicate times where it's no longer just about party, but it's about who actually believes in democracy. And we saw that through the red wave that never happened. We saw independent and moderate Republicans coming to the rescue in the midterm elections because they recognized that the current state of the Republican Party is a de facto Trump party. And they don't want any of that. So this idea of might be playing with a third-party candidate, it's going to upset, too, not the Republicans. It'll absolutely upset the Democrats.
Jeff, we worked the same beat together at the White House. You hear private rumblings among Democrats about the idea that there could be someone else who enters this race and takes some of those independent-minded voters votes away from Joe Biden.
From Joe Biden. And there's a reason that they're concerned about that. Look at how close these last two presidential elections were in certain states. I mean, if you...
It's not even states anymore. It's like regions of states at this point.
Exactly. I mean, if you grab 100 votes here, 1,000 votes there, 2,000 votes there, that can make all the difference between a state that could turn the election.
Danny, for you, is there any time where No Labels could potentially draw Republican-minded voters away? Or is this all about impacting Joe Biden?
So two things. Number one, I think this is the first time that No Labels actually was sort of getting a lot of chat, a lot of consideration, a lot of attention, and they have now single-handedly undermined themselves with this. Because, in fact, what they are about is the Democrat winning. Well, that just makes them an arm of the Democratic Party. Okay, that's part one. What was the question?
Well, I guess, I mean, does that make them an arm of the Democrats? If Joe Biden's way out, I guess that makes them an arm, right? Because that means they want Biden to win. But They're also saying if it's close that they're willing to get in, which means they could undercut Joe Biden.
That was completely incoherent, but that was completely incoherent. But as to, I remember what your question was, even if you don't. So
could it impact Republican-minded voters and take votes away from them?
I think absolutely. Look, if you say, okay, if you're a Republican like me and you're not going to vote for Donald Trump and you're not going to vote for Joe Biden and Joe Manchin gets in and he's a very conservative Democrat, he's not going to win in West Virginia. So, if he gets in, I think that would be something that people would actually seriously consider. It's something I would seriously consider.
Maria, you watched Joe Biden. He's going to go accept some union endorsements tomorrow. We saw him today in Connecticut. Tomorrow's really, though, his first sort of political event since making it official he'd run in 2024. In 2020, the criticism was he was in the bunker in the basement, so to speak. This time around, he's pretty happy being kind of off the radar. Is that enough to energize voters, many of whom are concerned, among other things, we acknowledge, about his age and about his sort of vigor to do 4 more years?
So I think that when you take a step back and look at the collective group of policies that he's implemented, what we're going to see about the Joe Biden presidency with Kamala Harris is that it has been monumental. And I think what you're going to see is the union stepping up and saying the reason that everybody's now has more access to broadband, the reason that you have $35 insulin, it is because of the Joe Biden policies. Oh, and that bridge that we're about to build, that's also because of Joe Biden. And so a lot of times people like to go after his age as if it's a deficit, but I can't think of any other political person right now that has the depth of understanding how the workings of Capitol Hill needs to be able to maneuver and the individuals they need in order to win policy. Everybody talks about the incredible job that Barack Obama did with the Affordable Health Care Act. One of his policies, whether we're talking about the IRA, whether we're talking about the American Rescue Plan, it basically overshadows just that ACA.
The luxury is we have 17 more months to talk about this. So
Aren't we lucky?
We'll visit this conversation again. Nice to see you, Maria Teresa, Danny, Jeff, always good to have you with us. And up next right here, the latest on the rescue and recovery efforts in Perrytown, Texas. These are the pictures. We are on the ground less than 24 hours after an awful tornado tore through the city. 3 people killed, dozens wounded. It leveled residential and downtown areas. We'll take you there. You're watching Meet the Press now.
For tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Meet the Press Now. Governor Greg Abbott is deploying emergency resources to the Texas Panhandle today as that area recovers from a tornado that killed at least 3 people, among them an 11-year-old boy. It also injured dozens of others. The tornado touched down last evening in Perrytown. It's a town of about 8,500. It's near the Texas-Oklahoma border. And this is the trail of devastation the storm left behind. The town's fire chief says the tornado obliterated a trailer park. It damaged or destroyed as many as 200 homes there. The county's sheriff says a nearby hospital has treated more than 50 patients, including some who were in critical condition and had to be transported to other hospitals. NBC News has obtained this video of the tornado. Look at it as it crossed Highway 83 in Perryton. It virtually destroyed everything in its path. Joining me now from the site in Perryton, Texas, is NBC's Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, it's just so stunning to see the pictures, the scene behind you there. What do we know at this point about the victims and whether rescue teams have had any success finding anybody else at this point?
Yeah, just complete devastation, Peter. And I'll start with the victims because we do now know the names of the 3 people who died. They include 11-year-old Matthew Ramirez, who was in his family's trailer home at the time of this tornado, and also 2 women in their 60s, Cindy Bransgrove, who was at a food bank, and Becky Randall, who was working in her print shop when this happened, and her family describing her as someone with just an amazing laugh who always loved to be there for her family. But we did just get a bit of good news from the sheriff, and that is that search and rescue efforts have ended. They have not found any other victims who are deceased, and they do not expect that death toll to rise any further. We're also getting updated numbers from him about just the sort of scope of the devastation. He estimates now there are around 100 homes that have been destroyed and 8 to 10 businesses that have been destroyed. And one of the things that is so striking about this, because we spoke to one man, Victor Munoz, as he was cleaning up his home, and he said that this tornado hit so quickly they didn't even have time to get in their basement. And I want to play a little bit of what he had to say about that. Take a listen.
He looks up and says, "Oh my God, a tornado. Like, there's no way." I don't believe it until I looked up, I saw the debris spinning around like a block away, and I grabbed him and I took him to the bathroom, and I just closed the door, locked it. We got down and I was holding him. He was crying.
And Victor told me that they did not ever hear tornado sirens. This is something I asked the sheriff about. And he said that by the time the tornado had hit, they had already lost electricity. And so they had no way of sounding those sirens. They have a community shelter here in the basement of the library, one of those things that is so crucial to saving lives. But no one was even able to get to the shelter because of how quickly this tornado bore down on this community. And what's more, the sheriff doesn't believe the scope of the damage is going to allow for FEMA aid here. And there are many people here, including Victor, who you just heard from, that don't have insurance. And so they don't really know how they're going to rebuild. But everyone's saying this is a resilient community. They do plan to rebuild. You might hear some of that heavy machinery. This is a farming community. So already folks working together to clean up their homes and try to figure out the path forward here. Peter?
Yeah, we send them strength, but it's hard to even imagine the task before them trying to begin from scratch. Priscilla Thompson on the ground in Texas for us. Priscilla, thank you. We want to take you to Pittsburgh now, where a jury found the man who killed 11 worshipers at the Tree of Life Synagogue in 2018 guilty on all counts this morning. The attack is considered the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. After an emotional 3-week trial, the jury deliberated for only 5 hours on the 63 federal charges, including counts related to hate crimes and gun crimes. Most notably, Robert Bowers was found guilty on 11 counts of obstructing the exercise of religious beliefs, a capital offense that can be punishable by death. The trial now moves into a second phase, a penalty phase, where the jury will weigh whether they recommend Bowers should receive the death penalty. We want to get to George Solis. He is on the ground in Pittsburgh right now with the very latest on that. George, I was there, I remember, just days after that awful tragedy, and the community was just sort of stunned by this. But unfortunately, anti-Semitic attacks have been on the rise, and Jewish communities in the country have had to deal with so much hate these days, but nothing like this. Take us through the scene in the courtroom today as the verdict came in.
Yeah, Peter, as you know, you can imagine this was very hard for the members of the congregation, of all 3 congregations who lost members during this massacre. Courtroom was silent as the verdict was read. You could hear a pin drop when you had the accused shooter, Robert Bowers, sitting there flipping through documents as each one of these counts was read, all 63 of these charges against him. Jury adjourned, and we now move, as you mentioned, into that sentencing phase. The prosecution laying out their case here at the end, much like they started it, just reminding the jury that Robert Bowers went into the synagogue and he committed these atrocities against the worshipers there, that he only turned himself in not because it was the right thing to do, but because he ran ammunition. The prosecutor saying that he turned the synagogue into a hunting ground. The defense, for their part, trying to raise questions about his motivation and intent, saying this was really not an issue about people worshiping, but about his own views about immigration related to the Jewish faith. And so it does appear at one point during deliberations, the jury did have a question about some of the charges here, but ultimately, as we saw, guilty on all counts, unanimous across the board. And as you mentioned, we now move into that crucial sentencing phase where the death penalty is definitely on the table, Peter.
George Solis in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for us today. George, thank you so much for that. And coming up right here after the break, a multi-year DOJ investigation launched in the wake of George Floyd's murder has concluded that the Minneapolis Police Department has been targeting black residents and repeatedly violating federal law. Those details and the city's response is next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. More than 3 years after the murder of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer, the Department of Justice today announced that the city of Minneapolis and its police department had engaged in a pattern of excessive force and racial discrimination that violated citizens' civil rights. The findings are the result of a multi-year investigation into that department's practices. Attorney General Merrick Garland spoke on the findings today in Minneapolis.
We found that MPD and the city of Minneapolis engages in a pattern or practice of using excessive force, unlawfully discriminating against Black and Native American people in enforcement activities. The data showed, for example, that MPD stopped Black and Native American people nearly 6 times more often than white people in situations that did not result in arrest or citation, given their shares of the population.
We are joined by NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster and Ryan Riley. Ryan, first let's get to some of the DOJ headlines here. We just heard from the Attorney General detailing the pattern of discrimination against Black and Native American communities there. Let's be clear, it's not unique to that community, but that's where the focus was today. What were the big takeaways in terms of the findings from the DOJ?
You know, sadly, it's a pattern that we've seen in a lot of these investigations in other cities as well, where, you know, patterns of racial discrimination as well as really deep issues within the systems of holding people accountable. Some of those systems just aren't working, and the systems, when people complain, those complaints aren't taken seriously and dismissed. There's a number of interesting anecdotes that were brought out, especially with regards to racism, specific really troubling incidents that even, you know, the mayor and police officials acknowledged. And, you know, more broadly, this is about not individual incidents, but these broader patterns. And it's something that came out of the death of Rodney King when we first started seeing these investigations, and when the federal government got this power to investigate more broadly some of these patterns of discrimination. So this is something that we saw in Ferguson, in Baltimore, and a number of different cities. And it faded away during the Trump administration, but now it's really been coming back since Biden took back over, when they've taken these investigations seriously once again.
Shaq, you spent a ton of time in the Minneapolis community in the wake of George Floyd's death. What does this day mean to that community?
It's validation for many people there. I mean, that's kind of the messaging that you're getting from folks in Minneapolis. Almost I told you so. This is not surprising to me. You know, covering the Chauvin trial, one thing that we heard even after the verdict was there was a concern that people were going to view that verdict as, look, this is one officer who didn't follow policy, who did something wrong, rather than it's an entire system. It's an entire department that has real problems here. And this report just adds to what we saw from a 2-year-long state investigation last year that was released that had similar instances that went through 700 hours of body camera video. So it's another sweeping condemnation of the culture of the Minneapolis Police Department, and one that you have the mayor, the new police chief, the new city attorney, all saying they're looking at changing and that they find a priority to fixing.
So on the topic of change, you heard from the city and the DOJ that they agreed to this, what is it specifically, a consent decree for police reform. So what specifically does that look like? What does
That's
that
right.
mean?
You know, we've seen this in a number of cities before, where basically they're trying to cooperate, they're trying to get together, get everyone on the same page and get these reforms, because there are some more complex issues here, especially around morale. That's been a real problem for a lot of police departments, as well as this police department individually. Just recruiting officers. You know, I was on my bike ride over here today, even in MPD, I saw, you know, a banner on the back of a bus for a $25,000 bonus for new officers. So a lot of cities are having problems recruiting police officers these days. And I think that that's something that there's really a balance that the Justice Department is trying to strike. Vanita Gupta, who's the #3 official at the Justice Department, has really been kind of at the center of this and trying to both implement reform, but also, you know, keep up these relationships with law enforcement more broadly to make sure that, you know, the personnel are in place to just staff a lot of these police departments across the country and, you know, deal with some of these deeper morale issues, and acknowledge in that report that, you know, policing is a tough job.
Yeah, it is a tough job, and it's also become a challenge. Crime in some of the major American cities right now is a real issue we're going to hear about a lot over the course of the next many months leading up to 2024. I want to ask you about some of these reforms. Have they been successful in the wake of George Floyd anywhere else? Is there a new model that we can sort of look at and say, hey, that's starting to work?
It's hard when you look at departments because this is so decentralized. So each department can tout the changes that they have been making. We've seen these consent decrees, which are the court enforceable agreements that will likely come about from this investigation. We've seen them in other cities like Baltimore. We've seen them in Ferguson. So it depends on how it's ultimately implemented. One thing that we saw in this investigation, though, are specific recommendations for the Minneapolis Police Department. And we know that many of them are already on their way to being implemented, if not fully implemented. You talk about things like a ban on chokeholds and neck restraints. One thing that we saw from this DOJ report is that while there were about 54 instances of those being used, those neck restraints being used in 2016, in 2021, that was down to just 1. So you're seeing progress in certain areas. Of course, you have people in the community saying this is progress way too late. This lack of progress in the past resulted in people getting injured and people being killed, and that it's coming too late for this reform.
Even as the White House tries to put more pressure on Congress to do more about a George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Nice to see both of you. Ryan, Shaq, good to have you here in person. Still to come, exclusive new reporting on what was happening inside the White House in the crucial moments after the U.S. military shot down that Chinese spy balloon. But first, we do want to note the passing of Daniel Ellsberg. He died today at the age of 92. Ellsberg, you'll remember, rocked the nation when, while serving as a U.S. military analyst, he photocopied thousands of pages of damning and secret government accounts of the Vietnam War, what became known as the Pentagon Papers, that he then leaked to the New York Times, exposing government lies about the conflict. Ellsberg appeared on Meet the Press in 1973, defending his decision to leak that report.
Because of our involvement in Vietnam and because of what has happened at Pentagon Papers and the Watergate case, a great many of our youth have lost faith in our institutions. Have you? You have 30 seconds.
I never did, and I'm glad to say right now I have never had more hope, not based on faith, but on evidence of what I see these days, that our government is functioning. Our government is not the president. Our government is not the executive branch. Those other branches of government are functioning to protect us from abuses by the executive branch, and they have never functioned better in our history.
So familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As Secretary of State Antony Blinken heads to Beijing this weekend for high-stakes diplomatic talks, NBC News has exclusive new reporting that President Biden wanted to speak with China's President Xi after the U.S. shot down a Chinese surveillance balloon back in February, but was talked out of it by his top national security advisors. Secretary Blinken's upcoming trip had to be rescheduled in the wake of that spy balloon incident. And earlier today, Blinken told reporters that the goal of the trip was to establish sustained, regular lines of communications at senior levels of government. Joined now by NBC News national security reporter Dan Deleuze. Dan, good to see you. The president wanted to talk to President Xi after the U.S. shot down that surveillance balloon. So walk us through exactly why this did not go ahead.
That's right, Peter. So right after that sort of dramatic episode with the balloon, the president, being a great believer in personal diplomacy, he's always said that he has known the Chinese president for many years. He thought, okay, a conversation might be good to diffuse tensions. But his advisors talked him out of it, basically making the argument that this was not the time, that there was a lot of anger in Beijing and a lot of anger in Washington. Better to build up slowly lower down the ladder, lower level officials, and then eventually get to a leader-to-leader conversation.
Which is striking because, right, I mean, as one of the White House correspondents, we've been trying to get this answer for a while. The president told us way back when. He said, hey, it's going to happen soon. We're still waiting for any indication. So obviously that leader-to-leader conversation is still on hold. But Secretary Blinken, he is scheduled to visit Beijing, as you know, this weekend. What is the atmosphere that he enters there in this relationship between China and the U.S.? It's still so strained.
That's right. It's really difficult, no question. Just the fact that the visit is going ahead at all is sort of a minor victory, I think, from the White House's point of view. They really feel like they've just got to have some level of communication and dialogue, some regular dialogue to try to lower the temperature. But you just have two countries that have a fundamental disagreement on just about everything. And of course, from the Chinese point of view, they accuse the U.S. of trying to hold it back, trying to prevent its rise as an economic and military power. They say they're encircled in the Pacific. And of course, we had two near collisions recently in the air and at sea in the Western Pacific, with a Chinese jet flying unsafely close to a U.S. aircraft. So it is a very fraught atmosphere.
Dan DeLuce with the very latest for us. Dan, nice to see you. We appreciate you joining us as well this hour. We're going to be back Monday with more Meet the Press Now. Tonight at 10:30 Eastern, right here on News Now, by the way. There is a new episode of Meet the Press Reports, taking a deep dive into the battle over reparations. And if it is Sunday, it's Meet the Press on your local NBC News station. Chuck has an exclusive interview with former Vice President Mike Pence that you're not going to want to miss. The news continues right here with Hallie Jackson.
We're coming on the air on the ground with tornadoes ripping through the South. 3 people dead, including an 11-year-old boy. Hundreds of people without power. Millions more still in the path of dangerous storms tonight. We'll take you live to North Texas, where the mayor is giving a message of hope. Also new tonight, the family of a black man killed by police is suing the officers who shot him. And city officials in Ohio, $1 million for each bullet. What we're hearing from Jalen Walker's relatives tonight. Then in tonight's Newsmaker, we go one-on-one live with Miami's mayor on why he's getting into the Republican race for the White House and what else he might consider. Plus, an NBC News exclusive, the country's biggest group of pediatricians sounding the alarm about those popular weighted sleep sacks for babies, what they want new parents to know. And The Flash bolts into the theaters with a swirl of controversy around the movie's star. How the studio is responding as the first box office numbers from one of its big summer blockbusters start to roll in. That's coming up later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we're coming on the air with breaking news. Millions of people in the South at risk of dangerous weather after a day of deadly storms, killing 5 people, 3 in North Texas after a tornado ripped through town. Look at this. You can see it flying in here. Debris in the air. It is swirling around. It left this behind. Take a look. A mobile home community taking a direct hit. Homes and cars just destroyed. Just piles of stuff, wood, people's homes, their lives. That's what it looks like now. As we're learning tonight more about the people killed, including Matthew Ramirez, just 11 years old. He died while in his family's trailer. Becky Randall, who's in her 60s, was working at a print shop when the tornado hit. Her daughter-in-law describing her as a living angel on earth. Cindy Brascover was also killed, also in her 60s. She was at a local food bank. And then there's this moment. The fire chief, who's an Army veteran, stops. Look at this, reaches down, pulls out an American flag from underneath all that fallen wood, holding it up as a symbol, with the mayor of Perryton giving this message of hope. Listen.
The people of the Texas Panhandle are tough people. They're very resilient. They'll rebuild, and this town will be better than ever.
It's not just Texas. You've got Florida reeling after a twister blasted the Pensacola area, killing 1 person after a tree fell on their home. You can see how rainy it was, what the storms look like. Now, across the South, you have nearly 500,000 people without power. Of those people, about 1/3 of them are in Texas. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with the latest on where the storms are headed next. But I want to get to Priscilla Thompson, who is live in Perryton, Texas, that town that was just so hard hit. Priscilla, tell us more.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hallie, I just spoke to the sheriff who estimates around 100 homes and 8 to 10 businesses destroyed, and looking like this one here with the walls just completely collapsed in. You see that they've already got the heavy machinery out trying to clear this devastation out. And I want to show you one other thing over here. It is a cell tower that actually fell down on top of a home. They were able to move it off of the road, but this is sort of a reflection of the strength of this tornado that touched down. And I spoke to one man, Victor Munez, who was at home with his little brothers. He said that all of a sudden they see this tornado out of the window. They had no time to even get into the basement. They just ran into the bathroom and hid there. And I talked to him about what it has been like today as he's trying to clean up his home. And I want to play a little bit of what he shared with me.
He told them we don't have a house anymore. Like, told him that don't matter. It could all be replaced. It's just as long as you're okay, we're okay. That's all that matters. It sucks seeing my house like this. We moved in 2012, and we had all these memories, and just seeing the house like this, it's really devastating and everything.
Lots of devastation, but of course, people grateful to be alive. There were those 3 people that were killed. The sheriff also said he believes there were 135 people who have been treated in hospitals. No update on the conditions of some of those folks who were in critical condition earlier today, but still folks beginning to clean up and think about picking up the pieces here.
I mean, we are seeing the cleanup behind you, Priscilla, the literal picking up of the pieces, right? As you have that construction equipment in, people trying to think about beginning to rebuild. And now tonight we're learning more about questions of whether or not there was enough warning about these tornadoes coming through.
Yes. So when I spoke to Victor, he said he did not hear a siren. He had gotten a warning earlier in the day saying it would happen between a couple of certain hours, but never heard a siren. And I asked the sheriff about that, and he told me that by the time the tornado bore down, it bore down so quickly that they had already lost power. They weren't able to sound the sirens. And the really sad thing about that is that this is a community that has a storm shelter, and we know that those shelters save lives, but people were not even able to get to that shelter because of how quickly all of this happened. It was basically on top of them by the time they knew it. And so certainly very concerning. And the other thing that the sheriff told me is that he does not think that there's been enough damage for FEMA to come in. And one of the things that I talked to Victor about was how he was going to fix his home. And he said he didn't know. He was hoping that there would be FEMA aid and federal aid. And it does not appear that that's going to happen here because his family, like many others here, don't have insurance.
To be clear, Priscilla, did people get any kind of warning on their phones, whatever, before the power went out as this thing was bearing down?
So they got a warning. From what Victor told me, he got a warning on his phone. And, you know, you get those warnings that say there's a warning in effect from 4 to 6 p.m. or something like that. But he didn't get the siren saying it's here, you need to take cover. And that's really what's important.
Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much for being there and for your reporting on the ground. Let me bring in Bill Cairns here. So we know where the twisters have hit. Where are the storms headed next, right? Where's the biggest threat now?
Yeah, and I can answer that question that you just asked Priscilla, too.
Please.
So everything that I've seen said that the tornado warning for Perryton went out 4 minutes before the tornado struck. And the tornado almost developed, over the top of the city and just east of there. So there wasn't a lot of warning for like, hey, there's a tornado coming, get to your shelter. Still with 4 minutes, you'd expect that everyone would have gotten alerts on their phones. And if there are tornado sirens in that town, they would have been going off, 3 minutes ahead of time. So, but, obviously they'll look into that and research that just to, get confirmation on all that. So, Hallie, new information that just came in about 7 minutes ago. Public spotted a tornado just east of downtown Norfolk in Crittenden. And so we have a possible tornado on the ground with this storm here. So this is a severe thunderstorm watch. It's not a tornado watch, which means conditions aren't favorable for tornadoes, but it doesn't mean you can't get an isolated one. We've also got a couple storms just south of the D.C. of the Beltway, one near Fredericksburg. We've had a lot of storms in between Richmond and Roanoke Rapids. But let's go in a little closer on this storm here. We have that tornado warning that has been issued heading from Newport News into right over the top of Old Dominion University and into areas of the northern half of the city of Norfolk. And that's with this storm coming through in the next half hour. It has already produced a tornado. We don't know if it was big or small. All we got confirmation from the Weather Service was that the public said, we see a tornado. They issued the tornado warning. So definitely the sirens are going off in the Norfolk area. Everyone's heading to their shelters as that goes through. Later tonight, we'll watch the south all the way to Little Rock to the Mobile and Pensacola, and then we'll also be watching areas in Colorado, isolated severe storms. And Hallie, we're not done. Tomorrow, another severe weather outbreak possible from Oklahoma City towards Dallas, so right through the holiday weekend.
People can't catch a break in that part of the country. Bill Cairns, thank you very much for that. To Pittsburgh now, where you are about to see the moment that the Pittsburgh synagogue shooter learned he could face the death penalty as it's laid out in court sketches. There it is, with the jury finding him guilty of carrying out the deadliest attack on Jewish Americans in this country's history. This shooter is now convicted on all 63 charges, including nearly a dozen hate crimes related to the murders of the worshipers that you see here: Jerry Rabinowitz, Rose Mallinger, David and Cecil Rosenthal, Richard Gottfried, Joyce Feinberg, Melvin Wax, Daniel Stein, Bernie and Sylvan Simon, and Irving Younger. We're getting the first reaction now to this conviction from the Tree of Life Synagogue, whose CEO says to the families of the victims that while this verdict cannot bring back their loved ones, she hopes it can provide some level of comfort and help ease the pain. Stephanie Gosk joins us now. It's been 5 years since the shooting, and yet in court, what we've seen this week, today, gut-wrenching emotion for these people. It's like it happened just yesterday.
Yeah, and, you know, you have to also consider the fact that, you know, one of the sad parts of these mass shootings is that they often don't go to trial because the shooter is killed in the incident. And that's not the case here. Right. And so what these people have been living through is really a step-by-step retelling of what happened on that horrific day. When they read this verdict, all 63 counts, you could hear a pin drop in the courtroom. Wow. And then as they went on, you could start to hear some sobbing. People crying that this trial was over. Think about some of the testimony that they heard. They heard 911 calls, right, including, you know about this couple that was shot and killed. They had gotten married in that same synagogue 62 years before. They were shot and killed. The wife was on the phone with 911 when she was shot. That was played during this trial. You had a woman who took the stand, who survived, who had her arm nearly shot off, describing what that was like to have that happen. She sat next to her mother as her mother died. Incredibly traumatic moments. And we heard today from the rabbi from the synagogue, and he said what you could probably imagine. It's Friday, it's Shabbat. This would be a night of prayers. And he said, in the face of the horror of our community has experienced, I can think of no better response than practicing my Jewish faith and leading worship tonight.
This trial is only the second federal death penalty trial in the Biden administration, and the sentencing phase will start at what point, Steph? Walk through the timeline here, because that's another
right
another
away.
Step in this.
Yeah, pretty much right away. Well, actually, the end of the month. I think June 28th is the date. It's going to be the same jury. And really what the defense was working on, because they did not
present anything.
They didn't argue against any of these facts. Not really. What they were arguing was the motive. And they're going to come in and they're going to talk about how the fact that he was detached from reality, that he was irrational and suffered from mental illness. The jury will hear that. And then you will have the prosecutors who will push for the death penalty. It could last 6 weeks, and then they will decide whether he will face the death penalty for this.
Stephanie Goss, thank you so much for bringing us that reporting from Pittsburgh.
Welcome.
Appreciate it. The family of an unarmed black man who was shot dozens of times and killed by police in Ohio is now filing a huge federal lawsuit tonight, saying these officers used excessive force, describing a culture of violence and racism inside that city's PD. This is a lawsuit filed by Jalen Walker's family, demanding $45 million in damage. That's $1 million for every bullet that hit Walker in this confrontation with police about a year ago. We've been following this case. Remember, police released body cam footage last year that showed officers chasing Walker through the streets of Akron in a car and on foot before firing at him more than 90 times. We're showing the lead up to that moment here. The lawsuit comes after an Ohio grand jury back in April did not indict the officers involved. That led to some big protests in Ohio and around the country. NBC's Maggie Vespa is covering this story for us. Tell us more about the lawsuit and what it says about police.
Yeah, Hallie, as you said, this is a massive lawsuit. We have kind of the bullet points of the main points of it. It's a $45 million lawsuit in federal court just filed this week in Ohio. The defendants named in this lawsuit are the 8 officers involved in that shooting, who we should note a grand jury declined to indict on criminal charges. So now we're in the civil realm. Also, Akron's mayor and chief of police. And it alleges excessive force in the shooting with Walker, but also kind of a deeper-seated, broader culture of violence and of racism in the Akron Police Department. Here's part of that press conference earlier today.
It is not Jalen Walker who has been the menace in this case. It's been the city's police department. and its culture of violence and hate.
Now, one piece of evidence that's making a lot of news that the attorneys for Jayland Walker's family offered today was actually a 1998 internal city memo written by a then police officer in Akron PD, now a retired captain, detailing a shift back in '98, basically in a predominantly black neighborhood. And he meant it to be a satirical memo in which he describes black people in that neighborhood as species and as animals. It is frankly horrifically racist, and he was disciplined at the time, but he was not fired, which is, lawyers say, evidence of this kind of deeper-seated culture of racism. Hallie, I want to note really quick, I talked to him on the phone a few minutes ago. He says he is embarrassed and he's blown away that this is, in his words, being drudged up 25 years later. He says, again, he was suspended, he was disciplined, he went through sensitivity training after that. He regrets it immensely, but he says he does not believe there is a culture of racism in that police department. He's the only one commenting, by the way.
I was just going to
ask. The police department, the chief, the city, all not commenting.
This decision, you mentioned that grand jury declined to indict in this instance. You've got Walker's family, Walker supporters hoping for accountability here. They have this lawsuit filed today. Is that in some ways the end of the road for them? In other words, are there any other avenues for accountability for them other than this?
Yeah, like, is that it at this point? Essentially, they hope not. Activists and the families have been asking for a federal probe, potentially by the DOJ. They actually brought up today the George Floyd case and the findings from that, hoping essentially for something similar. And they're headed to D.C. on the 27th to hold a rally demanding exactly that. At the same time, you're seeing cultural shifts a little bit in Akron PD. The chief this week announced a new policy tied to police chases, high-speed chases, basically limiting when officers can and should give chase. And they also announced this new program with co-responders, like mental health professionals who will go with police on certain calls when it might be beneficial. But the Walker family attorney noted the family would love to be part of these conversations that are putting together these new policies. But he said at this point, the family is not part of these conversations, and they're still, in their minds, just fighting for justice for Jayland. Hallie.
Maggie Vespa, thank you very much for that. Sometime in the next few hours, we will see Secretary of State Tony Blinken heading off to China, the first ever trip there by a Biden cabinet member, and the first time any Secretary of State has gone there since 2018. It's a kind of do-over after a visit planned for February was derailed by, well, by this, right? That Chinese spy balloon caught flying over the U.S., over sensitive military sites. I know you remember what happened, that shoot down, the tensions ratcheting up. All of it happening now as NBC is reporting exclusively about President Biden wanting to call the Chinese president after the whole balloon thing, but he was talked out of it, apparently by aides, according to sources talking with our team. There is a lot here, right? Everything from the balloon to Taiwan to trade, human rights, the war in Ukraine, the just generally testy mood between the two countries in the South China Sea. NBC's Mike Memley is covering this for us. And Mike, it's not often that, you know, one of the biggest stories in national news is going to be a Secretary Blinken trip to China. This is a significant moment as it relates to sort of the world order, the geopolitics here.
Yeah, I mean, the U.S.-China relationship, it's big, it's complicated. There's been significant tensions of late. And we just, a couple weeks ago, heard President Biden acknowledge that over what he called that silly spy balloon issue. But he did say at the time that he did expect a thaw in the relationship. But when you look at what we're hearing from both sides at this point, even ahead of the visit, it's pretty clear that the U.S. seems maybe more interested in that thaw than the Chinese side. I want to compare what we see in terms of the readouts we got from the State Department and from the Chinese government about a call that Secretary Blinken made to his counterpart ahead of this visit. You see on the U.S. side, they discussed the importance of maintaining open lines of communication and responsibly manage this relationship. On the Chinese side, they refer to the U.S. interfering in China's internal affairs, really speaking to what they feel is a provocative set of actions on the part of the Biden administration of late, whether it's on trade or, of course, that spy balloon. But you really do have to go back to that moment to explain this, because this is a relationship the U.S. says that needs to be about competition, not conflict.
That's right.
These relationships are about, especially to the Chinese side, the symbolism. And when Blinken canceled that visit after the spy balloon, that was really a slap to the Chinese, and they're making us really come back a little bit more apologetically at this point, let's say.
Can you, deliverables is a word that people here, people where you are in Washington often like to talk about, right? What are the deliverables? What do we get out of this? What's the goal? What's the end game for this trip? Like, in other words, when Secretary Blinken gets back to the U.S., what will a win for this visit look like?
Well, a real win, and this is one of the things we're all going to be looking for, is whether Secretary Blinken, who officially is going to be meeting with his counterpart with other Chinese officials, does ultimately sit down with President Xi. And we know the way this all works, that the way the Chinese like to see this, and this gets to the reporting from our team about what President Biden wanted to do just a few days after that balloon was shot down, speak directly to President Xi. The Chinese protocol is to have a series of engagements at lower levels, slowly escalating until you get to that principal level, the president-to-president conversation. But the way President Biden looks at this is, hey, I've been talking to President Xi since we were both vice presidents 12 years ago when he made that first trip to Beijing for that very first meeting between a U.S. official and then Vice President Xi. So he thought he has this relationship and he can call him directly, and that might diffuse some of those tensions after that balloon was shot down. But according to our team's reporting, the White House did talk him out of that, saying it's much more important to have these lower level conversations at first. Now, the White House is denying this. We see this in a statement from a National Security Council official. It was echoed today by the White House Deputy Press Secretary, who said emphatically that this was not something that the president had to be talked out of. But it is clear in our reporting that, backed up by some officials, albeit anonymously, that this was something that did take place. And it speaks to what President Biden likes to see as the power of personal diplomacy going up against the very hierarchical and protocol-based Chinese diplomacy at this stage.
Mike Memoli, thank you very much. Appreciate that. To an NBC News exclusive now, our team sitting down with the widow of Jamal Khashoggi, the U.S. journalist, of course, who American intelligence officials say was brutally killed by the Saudis. She is now launching a new lawsuit against an Israeli spyware company. She says they spied on her husband before he was murdered and are complicit in his death. Watch.
What did that feel like to you when you realized that your phone was an open book for your husband's worst enemies?
I feel very sore. I feel very sore, but I don't have a guilt because I did try as much I can to save Jamal. I feel sore they misuse me.
A spokesperson for the company tells the Washington Post they did not receive a copy of the lawsuit and would respond, I'm quoting here, in the relevant channels. You just saw CNBC's Eamon Javers having that conversation. He joins us now. Eamon, we're so glad to have you to talk to us more about this. This is a moment when the Saudis are in the spotlight for a lot of different reasons, even as it relates to, for example, that golf tournament, the LIV golf tournament they backed that they've now merged with the PGA Tour. Tell us more about this conversation, how that came up, and the dynamic that Jamal Khashoggi's widow sees here.
Well, Hallie, thanks. So the conversation came up because she filed this lawsuit against NSO Group yesterday. NSO Group is an Israeli-based spy firm that has a software program called Pegasus, which was absolutely cutting-edge software that could break into iPhones and Android devices around the world with zero click. You know, you hear a lot about spyware coming into your phone if you click on a link and you sort of dumbly agree to let it in. Well, this gets into your phone without you even knowing it, without you even clicking on anything. That's what Hanan Khashoggi says happened to her, and she says that intel that the Saudis ultimately got off of her phone was instrumental in the murder of her husband back in 2018. It was a very emotional and powerful conversation, I have to say, Hallie.
Tell us more about it. I mean, did she, when she talked about this, I mean, we heard her getting emotional. We heard her and saw her tearing up about this. How is she doing now, so long after her husband's murder?
She's living in fear, Hallie. She told me that she fears that she could be assassinated herself at any time. She's particularly paranoid, she says, about her own cell phones now. She's not sure who's spying on her phone. You know, if they get into your phone, they have the microphone, they can listen, they have the camera, they can watch, they see all your communications, texts, everything you Google online. All of that, you know, is very, very deeply invasive. And she says she lives a life of fear now, but she's trying to move past it. And she's trying with this suit against NSO Group to make sure that nobody else is spied on the way she says that she was spied on. And I can tell you, Hallie, you mentioned that golf deal, which has been in a lot of headlines, LIV Golf merging with the PGA. I did ask her her opinion on that. Her answer on that was somewhat surprising to me, and we're going to have that on NBC Nightly News tonight.
Eamon Javers, thank you very much. As he mentioned, you will see more coming up with Lester Holt, wherever you get your local NBC News station, 6:30 Eastern. Obviously, not something you're going to want to miss. Coming up, hundreds of thousands of UPS workers take one step closer to an historic strike. We'll tell you if and when it could happen in the 5 things. Plus, a whole bunch of controversy around this LA Dodgers game tonight. We're going to explain live from the stadium. Stay with us.
is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
To a damning new report out of the Justice Department exposing a history of racist, violent, and abusive actions by the Minneapolis Police Department. Its 92-page report from the DOJ concludes a 2+ year-long investigation launched after the murder of George Floyd by ex-Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin in 2020. The findings coming under 4 big categories here. The DOJ says Minneapolis PD repeatedly used excessive force, unlawfully discriminated against Black and Native American people, violated First Amendment rights of protesters and journalists, and violated the American with Disabilities Act when responding to people who had behavioral health disabilities. The Attorney General in Minneapolis being crystal clear about the systemic issues in this department.
The patterns and practices we observed made what happened to George Floyd possible.
The city's mayor and police chief appearing alongside Garland, saying they will follow the DOJ's recommendations. Shaq Brewster joins us now. Scathing only begins to describe what is laid out in the report here, right? So you had the Attorney General walking through some of the specific allegations in very disturbing detail.
Yeah, and that's probably what was the most shocking about this report, just how specific those allegations went, those specific anecdotes that you heard come from the Attorney General. I mean, and we have a graphic of some of them here, but talking about how there was failure to render aid to a diabetic woman who called the police. You have another situation where they used dangerous neck restraints in 44 incidents without an underlying arrest afterwards. They stopped 4 Somali American teens. You heard the Attorney General walk through this story here and evoked the Black Hawk Down incident, a deadly incident, while they were interacting with those teens. So you have some really serious allegations here, especially then when you look at the stops and the searches and the discrepancy and disparities there between white citizens of the city and Black citizens and Native American citizens. You have a really pretty big picture laid out by the Attorney General, just showing how different people are treated so differently over a long period of time. It's why they have this pattern and practice investigation, Hallie.
You have a particularly unique perspective on this, Shaq, because you were on the ground in Minneapolis after George Floyd's murder. You were there in the days and the weeks covering what happened in the aftermath here. How does what we are hearing from the DOJ today line up with what you have been hearing from the community about the police department as it existed at that time?
It really mirrors what you heard from the community, and it really underscored and explained the level of anger that you had from members of the community in the aftermath of George Floyd's death. You had people who were saying, we have to protest. We're out here despite a pandemic. Remember, months into a pandemic there, they said they were doing that because they felt like this was their opportunity to put a spotlight on what they were going through and what they've been going through for years and years. I'll tell you, some of the rhetoric that you have from folks in the community now, if you look on Twitter, if you look on social media, is almost a "we told you so." We knew this was happening, and I'm glad, in their words, that this is now coming to light from the federal government, Hallie.
Talk about the what's next piece, because we know that the current police chief were there alongside Merrick Garland, saying they're going to follow this roadmap, basically, that a judge puts in place. Here's the mayor.
We understand that change is non-negotiable.
Talk through next steps, right? If change is non-negotiable, when's it going to happen?
Yeah, and I should note that we heard from the Attorney General, and in his comments, he credited the city for already moving on some of these reforms. This report actually listed out 28 what they call remedial steps. Essentially, these are recommendations from the Department of Justice to the city of Minneapolis. Things like revising the use of force policies. I'll tell you, that is already being done with a focus on de-escalation in the city of Minneapolis. Improving documentation of police activity. That's how we know how many chokeholds and neck restraints have been used over the past couple of years. Protest-related training, address misuse complaints and improving that training overall. So there are steps that the Department of Justice will now work with the city to create that so-called consent decree, that court enforceable agreement to say that these recommendations are now going to be monitored and made sure that they are implemented. But in the city of Minneapolis, you're already seeing many of these changes on their way to being implemented, if not fully implemented at this point, Hallie.
Shaq Brewster, thank you for that. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the man who leaked the Pentagon Papers has died at the age of 92. Back in 1969, Daniel Ellsberg was a military analyst who exposed government lies about the Vietnam War to some of the country's top newspapers. That eventually led to an historic First Amendment Supreme Court case. Ellsberg was charged with espionage, theft, and conspiracy before a judge dismissed the case. His family says he died from pancreatic cancer at his home in California. Number 2, UPS workers are one step closer to a strike if they don't get a deal by August 1st. That's not long after the company said it would put AC in delivery trucks, new ones. That was seen as a big step forward in contract talks. If a strike does happen, it would be the biggest single employer strike in American history. Obviously, we're watching how those negotiations go. Number 3, Ja Morant, the NBA's Memphis Grizzlies player, is suspended for 25 games next season after that second video came out of him waving around a gun, appearing to at least, on Instagram. The commissioner called what he did reckless and irresponsible. Morant apologized and said he would spend the offseason working on his mental health. Number 4, the U.S. men's national soccer team is bringing back head coach Greg Berhalter through the 2026 World Cup, and that was not a given. His contract expired in December. Then a month later, U.S. Soccer said they were launching an independent investigation into allegations of misconduct. He was accused of physically abusing his current wife 30 years ago, but was later cleared after investigators say they found it was an isolated event. No evidence of similar conduct since. Number 5, check this out. This little village in Switzerland, look how close that rock slide came. Literally feet from, I mean, look, destroying the whole thing, wiping it out, basically. The people who live there had already been evacuated. They've been gone since mid-May because of concerns about just how unstable this mountainside was. The folks who live there still don't know when they can go home. There's still a bunch of loose rock that's expected to fall. Pretty wild. In just the next couple of hours, Pride Night will start at Dodger Stadium, and it is a night that has been surrounded by controversy, as you've heard about here on this show, because of a group getting honored. Remember, the team invited a self-described group of queer and trans nuns called the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence early last month. So that's when the invite goes out. Critics say, hey, they mock Christian customs. A week or so later, there was pushback from some people like Senator Marco Rubio, who's from Florida, who wrote a letter saying that the team wasn't being inclusive. So the Dodgers uninvited the group, but then there was backlash to that. So then they re-invited the group after members of the LGBTQ+ community said that wasn't fair. That brings us to tonight, where there will also be protests by Catholics right around the same time this Pride Night starts. Let's bring in Ala Charles out there at the stadium. You're a couple of hours behind me where I am in New York, right? But there will be this kind of split screen tonight. People enjoying Pride Night, people who are against this group, Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. Talk us through it.
Yeah, that drag group is set to be honored by the Dodgers here at the stadium tonight, Hallie, for their Pride event. And it's hard to ignore the timing of this protest given the culture wars across the country with religious groups and also right-wing conservatives standing up to what they're calling woke culture. So we do know today near the arena and surrounding there's going to be an increased police presence, and that's because protester organizers tell us that they're expecting thousands of people to come, Hallie, because the Dodgers have acquired national outrage because of their decision to honor this drag group tonight. We are expecting protesters from out of the country. One of the groups heading this, the Catholic group, is hosting this with a Texas bishop that is known to be especially controversial. So another thing here, Hallie, with these two groups being potentially head-to-head is that over the last couple of weeks here in Los Angeles, we've seen violent protests between those two groups with Pride event protests happening at schools. So that's why police are increasing the amount of police presence here. And also another big thing here, Hallie, is the fact that the Dodgers are playing their biggest rival tonight, San Francisco Giants, who are from the so-called gay capital of the world. So you have that. Those games are known to be especially rowdy. City. And then the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence are also from San Francisco. So there's a lot of potential here, Hallie, hoping it doesn't get to that point. But police say they're ready just in case, but also giving people the freedom to exercise their right to free speech.
It's not like Dodgers Pride Night is new, right? I mean, they've been holding this thing for like 10 years, and there hasn't been this much pushback against it before.
Right, there hasn't been, and I spoke to some of the people here, and the main thing, Hallie, is on top of the fact that they are outraged by this drag group that they say mocks the Catholic faith, they're also offended by that flip-flop that you mentioned, right? So at first, the Dodgers caved. They uninvited the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence to appease the religious groups, but then they flip-flopped and re-invited them after their main sponsor here, the LA Pride, dropped out of the event with other LGBT groups threatening to follow suit and boycott. So they feel that just offended by that. Listen to one of what someone told me about why this game specifically makes them upset.
We did protest, but we never had a large protest. I think what went over the top is when they were giving an award to a group that is so anti-Catholic. This has made me not want to go to Dodger Stadium because I put my faith ahead of my baseball.
The Dodgers aren't the first organization to be in the center of these culture wars, Hallie. Just this week, Target even announced that they've received bomb threats because of Pride merchandise that they're selling, which they've sold for a decade. Hallie?
Nyala Char is live for us there at Dodger Stadium, which, by the way, is set to hold a Christian Faith and Family Day down the road, too. Nyala, thank you very much. When we come back here on the show, we'll go one-on-one live with Miami Mayor and 2024 presidential candidate, officially now, Francis Suarez. That's tonight's newsmaker. Why he thinks he can do what no sitting mayor has ever done and go right to the White House. It's coming up.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
To tonight's newsmaker now, where we go one-on-one with the people making headlines on the issues we're all talking about. And tonight, that is, of course, the 2024 race to the White House. It just got a little bit bigger in the last 24 hours with the latest Republican candidate jumping into the race. You see him there, Miami Mayor Francis Suarez, who says the rest of the country needs to be more like Miami. The mayor joins us now. Hi, Mr. Mayor. Good to be with you. Thank you for joining the show.
It's good to be with you as well. Thank you for the opportunity.
So in the last 24 hours, I've watched a lot of interviews you've done where you've talked about being a unifier. You think you have a role and a position in this race, a lane that nobody else is filling right now. Let me ask you this. No mayor has ever gone on from that position directly to become president. Help people understand why you think you have the qualifications for the position of presidency.
The reason why is because I have a track record of success where I've lowered taxes, which has created tremendous economic growth in my city. I've kept people safe, which is a fundamental right and what people are seeking in American cities, where 85% of the people in America live and 91% of the GDP of this country is produced. And we had the lowest per capita rate, homicide rate, since 1964 last year. This year, we're 40% below that number by increasing funding for our police, not decreasing funding for police like we saw across America. And the third thing is I've leaned into this opportunity, this generational opportunity of prosperity by leaning into what is an inflection point, in my opinion, from the industrial economy to the increasingly digital economy. We positioned our city, and we need to position our country, frankly, for that moment. And I don't think the candidates are really talking about that. And I'm not sure how many of them actually understand how to position our country for the maximum amount of prosperity. That's what I want to focus on. I want to focus on the things that we can agree on, which is safety and security for all of our citizens, prosperity for ourselves and our children, and trying to seek tomorrows that are better than our yesterdays. We spend 80% of the time arguing over the 20% of things that we don't agree on.
I hear you framing sort of this new generation argument for yourself. There is somebody else in this race, and we showed that big board of people, who is also trying to position himself as part of the new generation, and that is somebody you know, your state's governor, who has really dug in on this fight with Florida's biggest employer, Disney, or one of the biggest tourism attractions, of course, in the state. Is Governor DeSantis wrong to try to do battle with Disney, in your view?
I think he's wrong. You know, when he began this fight, I think he had a good argument, which was that, you know, we don't necessarily want the school system or government generally telling parents, you know, how to teach their small children, you know, a K through third grade sexuality. I think that's a winning argument. I think he should have stopped there and not made it personal. I think the fact that he made it personal by threatening to, for example, put a jail next to Disney, by saying that he was going to repeal Disney's tax-exempt status. Now what you do is you're two C-suite executives that are going at it, and it costs, you know, first of all, it costs his state potentially thousands of jobs, billions of dollars of investment, and then you have 80,000 employees in your state that are worried. Are they going to have a job? Are they going to have a place to work? Many of them work paycheck to paycheck. So, you know, you can't convert political battles into personal battles. And I think the problem here is that, like our current president, you know, our current governor hasn't spent that much time in the private sector and maybe doesn't have such a tether to the private sector or understand how the private sector works.
You alluded to what the foundation of that sort of initial feud, if you will, was, and that was this back and forth over the governor's so-called Don't Say Gay law, which, as you know, has made headlines around the country. You've done things like sign an ordinance recognizing LGBTQ plus people's contributions to Miami. You have publicly previously pledged your support for Pride Month. So let me ask you this. Do you support the expansion of the Don't Say Gay law to all grades? That is a question on the table in your state.
Yeah, I think that's excessive. I think we need to make sure that, you know, young adults do get sex education training. I do think it shouldn't be indoctrination, and I think that's where the debate is. I think it should be, you know, sex education training, because we need to make sure that our children can grow up in an environment where they can make good choices. But I don't think it should be indoctrination, and I think that's where there can be a debate. But listen, Miami's a very inclusive city. We're a city that is very tolerant. We want everyone to feel comfortable and confident being in our city, and it's something, that diversity of our city is a strength for us.
The Miami Herald reports you're under investigation for allegations of taking payments from a developer to help fast-track this big, expensive real estate project. You've been asked about this. I know you have denied wrongdoing. So can you clearly explain why you were paid $10,000 a month from that developer's subsidiary?
Sure. I was paid to help them raise capital, which is something that I've been very clear about from day one. That's the job that I do. It has nothing to do with my role as mayor of the city of Miami. I've been a public official for 13 years. I've been a working public official the entire time. I've never had an ethics issue. I've never had a scandal in my entirety of my career. And a couple of weeks before, it just so happens that the Miami Herald does this targeted hit job on me to try to discredit me before I run for president. And the reason why is because I am the biggest threat to the Democratic Party. I'm a young, Hispanic, conservative from a big city. And that is the kryptonite to the Democrats, because, of course, they would love it nothing more than not to lose Hispanics, which they're losing because they call them Latinx, and say that they're as unique as San Antonio tacos. They don't want to lose young voters because they won young voters by 26 points in the last presidential election. And, of course, they want to make sure that they don't lose things like suburban women.
I hear you say that, obviously, you feel that your ethics record is important to you. I assume transparency is as well?
Of course,
so
absolutely.
Will you commit
important
to disclosing your client list?
You know, I'll commit to doing what all the presidential candidates do, which is to transparently showing my tax returns, which I believe will show pretty much everyone who pays me. So I think that is the equivalency, yes.
Okay, well, let me just, because there is a level of scrutiny that comes, as you know, with running for president that is different for, you know, other levels of government here. Is that then, yes, you will commit to disclosing your list of clients who you work for outside of your role as mayor?
Well, I'll tell you this. The federal disclosures are extremely comprehensive. Any income that is over $5,000 of gross income has to be disclosed. So it basically discloses any single source of income. Right. So, yes, I have a federal obligation, just like every candidate does, to disclose every single source of income over what is a very, very small threshold of $5,000.
I hear you.
So, yes,
as you well know, Donald Trump never
disclosed
his taxes. So it's a question. I appreciate you answering it, that you will do that. So that's, you know, news. I have two more quick questions for you. One, I know you've taken a lot of questions on former President Trump. I know that. But my question for you is about, you obviously sort of now famously say that you didn't support him, you didn't vote for him in either of the last two elections, but you do say that you would back him now as your party's nominee if he ends up as the nominee. That is an about face. Is that about face now about getting on the debate stage in August?
No, it's not an about face. It's about it is about a worry of Joe Biden's America, and I've been very clear about this. Joe Biden's America is an America that I am worried for my children to grow up. It's an America where the poor are getting poorer through increased interest rates and inflation. It's an America that is getting weaker in the world through a posture of weakness. We are inviting aggression from our enemies, and it is an America where, in my lifetime, it's possible that China may have a greater GDP than us and may become the lone superpower. That is not the kind of country that I want to see, and what I've seen in the last 2 years frightens me to no end as a parent, and that's the reason why I said that I would support the former president if he were the nominee against Joe Biden. But of course, I'm running to be the nominee. And that's why there is some level of frustration sometimes when I want to change the conversation to talking about my candidacy for presidency.
Before I let you go on that topic, your candidacy for president, I get it. You are running for president here, but I have to ask, because your name has been floated for this, would you consider perhaps taking on a vice presidential nomination if somebody offers it?
You know, it is a little ironic on the second day of my candidacy for president to be asked that question. But I will say,
Kellyanne Conway has floated your name. That is not a surprise to you. She has said you should be on a short list for a VP nomination for Donald Trump. Would you accept something like that?
Listen, it's not the first time that someone has suggested me to be a VP for one of the candidates. I think it's obviously flattering to be considered at that level. But the truth is that I'm running for president because I think I'm different. I think I'm unique, and I think I have something special to offer the American people. And I think I can inspire them to choose me over the other options.
Mayor Francis Suarez of Miami. Mr. Mayor, thank you for being on the show. I am sure we'll talk again in the weeks and months to come. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up here on the show, new warnings tonight about a popular product that helps babies sleep, some say, why a group of doctors now say these weighted sleep sacks could be dangerous. We've got an NBC News exclusive next.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
the true crime original, Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
The country's biggest group of pediatricians warning a product that is designed to help babies sleep better could be dangerous. In an NBC News exclusive, the American Academy of Pediatrics says putting babies in those weighted swaddles or sleep sacks could hypothetically increase the risk of SIDS by making it harder for babies to react if they don't have enough oxygen. We're talking about products like these, for example, from Dreamland Baby, which makes some of the best-known weighted sleep sacks, along with Nested Bean. The Consumer Product Safety Commission has not put out any warnings about infant deaths linked to these kinds of products, but the agency's chair says it is taking a close look at them as part of a bigger examination. Nested Bean's founder tells NBC News there's no evidence the company's products are dangerous. Another company that makes them, Dreamland, says its founder says the company has not heard any concerns about babies having difficulty breathing from customers. Dr. Natalie Azar joins me now. And Dr. Natalie, this was, let me just tell you, in parent circles, especially in those newborn days, it is all about sleep sacks. Which sleep sacks work? Should you use the weighted ones? Does it help the baby sleep? So the idea that there is now a warning from this group of pediatricians can be concerning. How should people be thinking about this?
It is concerning. I reached out to a couple of colleagues of mine just to say, have you ever recommended these? And, the bottom line on this is that the concern has to do with, you're using it in these newborns and the first couple of months, and you and I have talked about our kids a lot on the show before, it is incredibly challenging to get them to sleep. And what infants have, and what they have until they're about 3 to 4 months old, is something called a startle reflex, which means that in the middle of the night while they're sleeping, they could suddenly awaken themselves with this reflex. And the weighted blanket is meant to, inhibit that. But the experts are saying, and the reason why they're saying this is that arousal, that reflex to wake up is normal. And if you are inhibiting that with these weighted blankets, you are theoretically increasing the child's risk of SIDS. And they're basing this on a study that was actually commissioned by one of the manufacturers of these weighted blankets that showed that there was some desaturation, meaning the oxygen saturation did go down a little bit, not to dangerous levels, and heart rate did go up a little bit, again, not to dangerous levels, when babies had these weighted things on for about 2 minutes. So the concern here, Hallie, is that, well, what happens if you're doing this for many, many hours in a night? And it is true, there is no strong evidence right now, meaning not multiple reports that kids have died because of this, but pediatricians are saying we don't want to wait for that to happen before we say we need to pull the...
Yeah, their whole point is we don't want to get to that point at this point. Listen, Nested Bean had done its own, because the advertising around some of this, right, the marketing is to say that it is safe, right? I mean, these companies understand that. They commissioned a study on their products. But as our reporting shows, the issue that doctors had, according to our team that did this, including Susie Kim, was that it didn't actually say safe or dangerous, right, as you've explained, this whole 2-minute test window here. What is the takeaway, Dr. Natalie, right? Like, in other words, full disclosure, I had a weighted sleep sack for my child, right? Many of my friends did. Should those be going into the trash bin? Like, I don't know if we can have a takeaway here, but what would you tell your patients?
The number one thing I would say, Hallie, is ask your pediatrician, because it's very likely that they're going to fall in line with what the AAP is saying. And this pediatrician that I spoke to said, maybe a handful of times she recommended it over the years in certain cases. But generally speaking, no. I mean, what can you do? Swaddling still works. Swaddling kind of like pulls their limbs in and can sort of inhibit that. But the important thing is for parents to understand that reflex happens naturally, again, for about 3 to 4 months. But at around 4 months, kids can start rolling over. And that's when it becomes a big issue.